too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Schwartz Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world.
my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out. Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court.
Good morning and welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 ITA Division I National Men's Team Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin here, joined by the great, the elevator, the podfather. It's my dear friend Mike Cation joining me on the call.
If I'm the elevator, are you the escalator?
Yes, I am the
You're going to take us up slowly. I'm going to just go very quickly.
It will be a narrow climb all the way through the weekend, of course, folks, as we steer you the ship. 16 of the best Division I men's college teams in the country all descend upon Chicago, this beautiful excess tennis village, for the next 4 days as we look to see who will earn that right to be named the Division I men's national indoor championships. Of course, Mike, we've had the privilege to work this event a couple of times. Last year, we worked the women's event. This year, we're over on the men's side. More broadly, though, your thoughts on what this weekend means to the college tennis season?
Yeah, it's such an important, it really kind of a finish and a start at the same time, right? Finishing the indoor portion of the season. And you're going to see, I think, you know, looking at the talent levels that are across college tennis right now, specifically in these 16 teams, it's going to be a matter of execution, I think, more than anything else, and just finding that right energy and the ability to last through 4 days. This is such a precursor to what obviously happens in May, as you know all too well. And I'm just fascinated because, you know, we've obviously seen North Carolina on the women's side, what they've been able to do over the last many years. What is it, 9 straight finals,
yes,
you know, winning another title last weekend. But I don't feel like there's that premier team on the indoor side, on the men's side, and it really feels like it's just going to come down to who's able to execute, stay healthy through 4 days, and come through this weekend here. It is very cold outside as well. You have a lot of players coming from warmer climates. It is a difficult weekend here in Chicago. It was snow and sleet as a lot of people arrived yesterday, got that practice session in. It was nasty yesterday, but yeah, it's going to be a fun couple of days here in Chicago.
No doubt about that. And to your point, we just saw the University of North Carolina captured their 4th consecutive title. They're the 2nd program to do that in college tennis history. The first, the University of Virginia men, who did it from 2008 to 2011. And to your point, this is very much a pecking order weekend, college tennis fans. We're rolling the balls out. We're going to find out who's good, who's not, who has what it takes to be there come May for that final NCAA competition. With that said, though, the best part about this weekend is, Mike, not only do I get to steer the ship with you, but we have pretty much 72 hours of consecutive tennis guaranteed over the next 3 days here at the XS Tennis Village. And with that in mind, we are ready to take you straight to court as we see the handshakes are done, energy in the air. There is an electricity, is there not, Mike?
No, it's pretty crazy because it is early. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, but the coffee has certainly been flowing. I saw a couple of people at Starbucks this morning. So yeah, I think the coaches are actually a little bit more hyped than anybody else. But yeah, it's going to be a very fun week. And yeah, some familiar opponents, I think, in these first couple of matches. We've got Texas Christian University, the TCU Horned Frogs taking on Baylor, South Carolina taking on Georgia here today. For us, it's going to be essentially 6 courts closest to us. That's going to be TCU and Baylor, and then the far courts will be Georgia and South Carolina. Hopefully you're able to join us at some point this weekend here in Chicago. I mean, flights are cheap, right?
Midwest, everything's drivable.
Yes, but you're talking about a lot of people who are coming from Texas, for example. But Dallas to Chicago, hub to hub on American, it's got to be like 150.
I feel like no Spirit flight is more than 75.
I'm never flying on Spirit. No, sir. But let's introduce you to our teams here. On the left side, obviously TCU and Baylor, Jake Fernley and Luke Fomba there for the TCU Horned Frogs. Fernley, the junior from Edinburgh, Scotland. Fomba, the senior from Paris, France, taking on Finn Bass, the senior from Rock, Cornwall in the UK, and Wampi Mazuchi Grassi, the senior out of Mar del Plata, Argentina. They are the number 9 doubles team in the country right now.
There's experience all over this number 1 doubles court between Baylor and TCU. And let's be clear, these two teams faced off less than a month ago. TCU taking a 5-2 win in in Waco. This was a flight they won on that occasion. It's a flight they'll have circled here today as well.
On the other side, Georgia, South Carolina, Toby Samuel and Connor Thompson leading the way for South Carolina. They are the number 3 doubles team in the country right now. Samuel, the junior from Bournemouth, England. Thompson, the junior from Glasgow, Scotland. On the other side, of course, Ethan Quinn leading the way for the Georgia Bulldogs, partnered with the 5th-year senior from Swanee, Georgia, Trent Bride.
Ethan Quinn's the biggest name, certainly on the screen. You have the fall that he did going undefeated at the ITA All-American as a freshman. You're going to catch everyone in the college tennis world's attention, but simply put, not hyperbole, I'll take this team of Samuel and Thompson against any other doubles team in the country. They won the ITA All-American together. They've played together now for multiple seasons. Continuity and talent meeting up results in success. That's what you have with this South Carolina team at 1.
Let's move to the 2 doubles line, starting with TCU and Baylor. And there was one change at the 2 line for TCU as Jack Pennington-Jones. I believe this is going to be his first doubles match for the Horned Frogs, partnered with the senior Sander Jong. And I think a lot of people are interested and curious to see how JP Jones handles things at the first real big event for the college season.
I defer to you. Are we going JP Jones or JPJ? Because JPJ does flow pretty smoothly.
I'm gonna let you go with it because you're the guy who's got the more experience here.
Coach Roditi referred to him colloquially as JPJ, so I say that's what we go with.
That sounds fine. But yeah, the British junior number 1, obviously an incredible talent. But yeah, partnering him with Sander Jong here today, I think is interesting, kind of providing that balance that you kind of need.
It's also, dare I say, training wheels. You get the 5th-year senior who's seen everything, who can talk you through the biggest moments. Love this pairing for Coach Roditi.
On the other side, a former TCU Horned Frog playing for the Baylors today as Paralek, and Jean Bervelts, the talented freshman from Budapest, Hungary.
I do know direct confirmation from Coach Woodson. We're supposed to call him Big Z. Now, we'll see how he plays today. Is it Big Z? Is it Little Z? But there's no doubt this Baylor number 2 doubles team. A perfect balance, firepower, movement at the net. They really can do a little bit of everything.
Perfect balance indeed. 6-0 so far at the 1 and 2 spots for the Baylor Bears. Heading down to Georgia and South Carolina. South Carolina, Jake Beasley, the graduate student from Cumming, Georgia, partnered with James Story, the student number 30 doubles team in the country.
Coach Goffey has a system he likes to employ with this South Carolina doubles team. It's very simplistic, but it's very routine as well in their ability to hit the first serve into the body, look to poach on that first serve as well. Returns, going low, cross courts. You know what to expect with a South Carolina doubles team. I think Story this duo does it particularly well.
They are 8-0
yes.
So far, mostly at the 2 spot. On the other side, Tito Juska, the 5th-year transfer from Clemson, and Philip Henning, another 5th year. You see from Georgia, there's a lot of senior leadership for the Bulldogs.
It's an interesting spot for this Georgia program. Obviously, the bluest of the blue bloods we have in college tennis. That said, they lose second round of the NCAA tournament. That's happened under 10 times in program history. To your point, this Georgia team, they definitely have a little chip on the shoulder. Will be fascinating to see how the seniors compete today.
Yeah, and also coming off of a loss to Illinois just a few days ago here at XS, so they at least have the familiarity with the speed of the courts, which I understand are playing pretty quick here today for this indoor. So that's the 2 line as we move down to the 3 line here for our first 2 matchups of the day for TCU and Baylor. TCU going with Pedro Vivas and Sebastian Gorney, freshman Gorney from Austin, Texas. Vivas, a sophomore from Spain, training out of the Rafa Nadal Academy.
It almost feels unfair to have this duo as a number 3 doubles duo. In college tennis seasons of yesteryear, this team's playing 2. It's playing 1. You bring in a guy who competed and won the junior Wimbledon title last year as a freshman, and he's playing 3 doubles in your lineup. Talk about a luxury. It epitomizes the depth these defending national indoor champions TCU have. This number 3 doubles team might be the one I'm most excited to watch today.
Baylor did have a little bit of a switch at the 3 line. Ethan Musa popping in, sophomore out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, playing with Luke Koenig, the freshman from Durban, South Africa.
I would say Musa's got the highest approval rating on this Baylor team amongst his teammates. He's the energizer bunny that has everything else going. And so you do wonder, again, it's a rematch from about 2 weeks ago. TCU takes the doubles point in that matchup. You wonder if Coach Woodson thinks, I need a little adrenaline shot in the arm. Let's go with Musa, see if he provides that.
Yeah, those 2 players, Luke Koenig, 4 and 5 at the 2 and 3 spots so far. Musa 4 and 4, and that's going to be one of the matters of improvement, I think, for Baylor here, just making sure that doubles is a little bit more solid.
I think if this set doesn't finish at the number 3 spot for Baylor, that actually would bode well for them in this doubles point.
South Carolina, Casey Houle and Raphael Lambling. They are the number 59 doubles team in the country, so an incredible depth in terms of the doubles that they have for South Carolina.
Yeah, and it's a testament to, again, each of these teams, within this program, it's the same principles that transcend all of these doubles teams. Those principles often shine through.
On the other side for Georgia, Blake Kreuter, Britton Johnson, both 5th-year seniors for the Georgia Bulldogs.
I believe this team lost to Illinois a couple of nights ago. That one was shocking because it's just so much experience for these Georgia Bulldogs. And you almost wonder with a team with such experience, is it a little harder for them to get up for the non-significant matches? These are 2 players in Kreuter and Johnson I would expect to see get up here today as they want to propel Georgia back to where this program believes they belong.
Well, let's talk big picture before we start going into the matches. Texas Christian 8-0 on the season. Baylor at 5-5 have lost 4 straight matches. South Carolina 8-0, 8 in the country right now. Georgia 13 in the country, but just 4-4. And it feels like listen, you and I both know it's individual matchups in a team game, but yeah, it kind of feels like Baylor and Georgia this weekend is really about kind of reestablishing who they are and finding a little bit of identity.
I would say more so for Georgia even than Baylor. I think when you look at this Baylor team, the schedule they've actually played, they've lost 2 of those 5 matches are 2 of the top 4 seeds here, right, in Michigan and TCU. You look for this Baylor team that earned a really tough kickoff weekend pair of victories at home against Arizona State, Florida State, 2 top 40, if not better teams. I think for Georgia, I don't know what their signature win is yet this year.
Stanford.
I at the Pac-12 SEC Challenge. That's a fair point. But even then, it's not your father's Stanford. That's a 14th seeded Stanford here this weekend. This is a Georgia team that's accustomed to earning top 10, top 5 victories. They haven't gotten one of those in a while. That's what they'll be chasing, I bet, more than anything else this week.
What's interesting to me, because I was thinking about it as I was flying in yesterday, who are the two teams that stand out as the ones that I think are going to be there in May?
Mm-hmm.
I actually put Stanford there.
Interesting. Well, the big
That's
thing
a lot of talent.
It's the Bosferetti wrist, right? And we'll talk about it later today as we see Stanford in play. You're absolutely right. They're not healthy yet, which is why I take that one with a grain of salt.
Yeah, but on top of it, you mentioned it. Baylor also losing to Virginia 4-0. Ohio State the other day 4-0.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's...
Yeah, come on.
Losses, Virginia.
4 to the top 5 teams.
Five losses, Virginia, Michigan, TCU, Arizona, 5-2. Maybe that's the one that you want to point to is that needs to, but in Ohio State 4-0.
Yeah,
so
I will say, though, we were fortunate enough to call that Ohio State match on our Crack Rackets channel here. Mm-hmm. It was a beatdown. That one was particularly rough. It was only 2 days ago. Now it was without Finn Bass, but let's be clear, as you see on your screen right now, Baylor battling here early in doubles. They dropped 2-6 love sets in that doubles point against Ohio State. Like T-Swift, they got to shake that off real quick, Mike.
Let's not talk about Taylor. I'm not there yet. I've got concert tickets for the summer, so I'm getting there. So early here, as I'm keeping an eye on the TCU Baylor matchups, TCU does have an early break at the 2 line. Zhang and JPJ with a quick 2 love break on serve early on the other ones. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle as we're kind of trying to sort out as well here how we're watching these matches across 12 courts.
I will ask super producer Daniel Westhoff, can you take us to court 2 in Georgia, South Carolina? Court 2, Georgia, South Carolina, as it's an early 1-all deuce point. Again, you see early for this Baylor team, they do keep their nose just right in competition here. Court 3, early break point opportunity. It is TCU who holds for 2-1. So let's go back to court number 1, please, in that Baylor-TCU match. TCU already up a quick 2-love break on court number 2. You see here on court 2 in South Carolina, Georgia, on serve early. I feel like it's going to be a tentative morning. It feels like those day 1 doubles points always a little tentative.
Yeah, right? And on top of it, 9 o'clock doubles points are hard.
Yes.
I mean, I'm one of those people who says we should never actually start tennis matches before 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Especially with 19, 20-year-olds.
Sure.
It's just not ideal. But that's just how I feel about the whole situation. But
Okay.
It's interesting. You can see here early, these courts, the court speed is real. It's playing quick. You can tell these players a little off on these returns. In fact, I only see 1 break of serve so far between our 2 matches. Can we go to 3, Westhoff, in South Carolina, Georgia, please? Court number 3. It's an early deuce point. Break point chance here for Casey Houle. Raphael Lambling. Break goes, excuse me, no break. The hold goes to Georgia, so 3-1 now. A pair of 3-1 leads right now for Georgia. That 3-1 lead is here at this number 3 position. Samuel and Thompson do secure the break. So they've got a 3-1 lead right now on Bryden Quinn. As you can see, we're on serve. Court number 1, it's Juan Pablo Mazzucci. On the near side for the Baylor Bears. And again, given the depth of this TCU team, you do circle that number 1 spot for Baylor. Almost feels like a necessity. They make it look so easy, just across the board. Big +1s, the easy poaches. It's what, 9-16, and I'm already jealous.
All right, if we can go to court number 3 for TCU and Baylor. That is where TCU does have a couple of break chances. And that's the team of Gorznian, Vives, Tignan, Koenig, and Musa.
May have just missed the break
point. Yeah, it's 30-40 now.
Yeah. This is the service game they're worried about. This is the Ethan Musa service game. Ethan serving on that far side of your screen.
Sophomore out of Pittsburgh. Also a decent hockey player.
Yeah. Checks out. I believe that.
Ball, that's going to be one that's going to be threading that needle, but just a little bit wide. So there is another break for TCU. So that's actually breaks now for TCU at both the 2 and the 3 line. Big opportunity here for TCU to jump on that doubles point very early.
Mm-hmm. It's what you would expect from the defending national indoor champs, right? The strong start, early returns on the rise, everything very much in rhythm. Meanwhile, can we go to court 2 in South Carolina, Georgia? Right now, Georgia's got the break lead on 3. South Carolina on 1. A deuce point's coming up on 2. Right now, Beasley, Story for South Carolina serving. Hold did go to South Carolina, therefore 3-2. It's early. We're all finding our rhythm, folks. We promise we're going to have those break points for you momentarily. It's just so exciting. So we'll go to court number 1, please, West up in South Carolina, Georgia, where, again, that number 3 ranked duo in the country, Samuel Thompson, 4-1 up on Bryden Quinn.
Yeah, trying to cut off a lot with that volley, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. And look at Coach Roditi. He's just in prime form. Man has not aged a day.
I feel like that's a newer hat. Yeah, it is.
I'm glad you said that. I agree. It looked a little fresh.
It did. I happened to be out there this morning as they were warming up, and it looked like it was fresh out the box.
Yeah.
I didn't see a tag, but it definitely looked fresh out the box.
I couldn't agree with you more.
You mentioned it, Sebastian Gorsny, the freshman from Austin, the Wimbledon champion this past year. I mean, that having that, as you said, a luxury at the 3 line for TCU, that's crazy experience to have at that line.
I know there was a legitimate conversation of, are we going to bench him today? And when I say bench, I mean in lieu of one of the other incredible options they have. Maxted and Jong, which is one of the doubles teams on this TCU roster, is a top 15 doubles team in the country, maybe even higher. And yet you have to work in the superstar freshman, JPJ. The weapons are just undeniable.
Won that title with Alex Mickelson, who's going to be, of course, headed to Georgia next year.
See the good dip there from Ethan Quinn. Speaking of Georgia, again, Georgia right now trying to hold on in what feels like a more critical doubles point for them and their South Carolina opponents. For what it's worth, Georgia did beat South Carolina 4-3 last year.
And on the left, you do see it is a break back point for the Baylor Bears. That is, again, they're going to have to find a little bit of something special here at the 3 line, because I think that's, you and I both have that question about how they're going to be able to find the doubles point here. Yeah, break chances. They'll have 2 looks.
And this is Gorsny serving on the near side. See what you got, Seb.
It's trying to do a little bit too much. So indeed, Baylor does get the break back. So we're back on serve there at 3-2 at the changeover. And why don't we, if on the left side, if we can go to court number 2 for that matchup, Jong, JPJ, Paralek, Veltz.
Meanwhile, 4 breakpoint chances here for Quinn and Bride. Slowly but surely. And you could hear the buzz when the last winner. It's starting to get a little louder here at XS.
Decent crowd as well.
Yeah, everyone's defrosting slowly.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, we're ready. As you see the break for Georgia, we'll go over to court number 2. We're back on serve 4-3 on 1.
So this score, by the way, is incorrect on our scoreboard. Unfortunately, it's 4-1 right now in favor of Zhang JPJ, and yeah, actually 15-30 right now.
It's a lot of firepower.
Yeah,
a lot of firepower here on court 2.
Itzek van der Merwe, the long-time assistant coach for Baylor, now 4 years in, former Old Dominion All-American. Very good player in his own right.
Quietly might be the best player in the building. Maybe not anymore. I'm trying to think what other assistants we have. We got a lot of Goldsteins, I guess, here. Yeah, I forgot about Paul. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I watched Brad Dancer serve yesterday. It was rough.
Yeah. Well, he's had some medical
That's
issues.
true.
Yeah,
It's very true. It's very true.
So 40-30 now here on the left side. Indeed, that ball just missing long. So that's a crucial hold for the team of Paralek and Veltz, keeping it 4-2. Let's move over to court number 1 for TCU and Baylor, if you don't mind.
And this is the match closest to our broadcast booth. Yep. Finn Bass has started to get much louder, audibly so over the last 10 minutes. I think he sees the scoreboards that we see as well, sees they're trailing on 2. We're down that early break on 1. He's trying to provide that push. Bass, the senior captain for this team. It's not a shock to see at all.
Yeah, partnered with Juan Pablo Gracia Mizuchi. Again, the number 9 doubles team in the country.
Meanwhile, how about this? The Georgia push begins. Break, points on 2. Huska, Henning. 15-40 shot here.
That's a heck of a rip by Fernley there. What an incredible fall he had.
Bill Henning responds as well. That is a break for Georgia on 2. So we'll head over to court number 1 in that South Carolina-Georgia doubles battle. A little ones. Throw the ones up.
Thundered home. Well struck there. It's back level at 30 all. John, JPJ 4-2, 30 love. Everything on serve down on the 3 line here for TCU and Baylor.
Meanwhile, for the first time this season, South Carolina finds himself in a deficit in doubles. They're down breaks now on courts 2 and 3. 4 all, as you see on your screen, on 1. Big theme from last weekend's women's national indoors. And the 2 events, of course, aren't the same. I do think it's worth noting, though, in this era of college tennis where, due to COVID-19, you still have an extra class of students still alive and playing here this year. Depth is the name of the game. We only saw 1 team overcome dropping a doubles point last weekend in Seattle. That is a fact to keep in mind this weekend.
That's crazy.
4 singles wins is really hard to do. And, of course, the only team that was able to do it was the 4-time defending champion North Carolina Tar Heels.
Oh, that's a great touch volley. That is quite a hold. So, yeah, Baylor's hanging in right now, obviously down that break on the 2 line, but staying out in front here on both 1 and 3. Let's go to 3 for TCU. Baylor, if we can. Again, Gorsny and Vives for TCU. Koenig, Musa for Baylor.
I thought Gorsny was going to be like 6'6". He's still taller in person than I expect.
Okay.
He's a big kid. Lengthy.
Again, did you just say lengthy?
He's lengthy. He's got length. Is that not the word?
Or lanky?
Lanky. That would be the better
word.
Look, some scholars have argued that's how you say that.
I don't think I've ever. I want to start using lengthy. He has length and is lengthy.
He is lengthy and lengthy. But
he also has a very nice touch volley right there. That's the important part. He's got better hands.
He's
handsy.
He's handsy.
That's actually bad.
Hansley.
Hansley would be really
You don't know
bad.
Cannon Hansley?
No.
You haven't heard of him? Anyways, we go over to court number 2 now in that Georgia-South Carolina matchup as Henning Huska look to consolidate. But I talking to Coach Roditi, and I was fortunate enough to have a long conversation with him yesterday. He was just talking about how difficult life is for he and Coach Bowen. He says it's the ultimate luxury, but every day we have to go tell one of Seb Gorsny or Pedro Vives or Louis Max that, hey, you're not playing today. And he says it's tougher to have that conversation, in his opinion, than any of the other previous lineup choices he had to make.
Interesting. Well, more solid hold there for Musa there to get that to 4-3 as we stay on serve on the 3 line. Let's go over to court 2 for TCU Baylor, keeping an eye on this one, JPJ and Zhang for TCU. 5-2 right now. And again, our scoreboard on 2, my understanding is this is the one scoreboard out of the 12 that we have in play that is not responding the way we want it to. It's actually, if I understand correctly, it's actually calling what's down on court 11.
Okay, sure.
For some reason, this particular scoreboard thinks it's court 11.
Yeah, look.
We all have identity issues.
That's what I'm saying. He's known as an 11.
But right now, this is 2-5, 2 serving 5, 30-15 as we pop in.
To point out in this South Carolina-Georgia match, the court positioning's been the same from the start. South Carolina gets 2 up quicker than just about any other doubles team you'll see in the country. It's old school.
Oh, that's a great finish. Huge stuff. So 2 points away now.
And you want to know why they play JPJ? Because he can do that. The high backhand bunt down. Sneaky athletic.
Yeah, just really comfortable.
Wow, here comes South Carolina. You knew they'd respond at some point. It's a massive coming up here at the number 2 spot.
Look at that slice serve. I can't even see him on that return. It's just too good. JJ Wolf-esque.
So it's a huge deuce point, by the way, here on 2. Again, South Carolina trying to break back. Actually, simultaneous.
Yeah, you have
deuce
2
points.
of them.
Yeah. Maybe you can catch it out of the corner of your eye there. You can see both. This is the one, obviously, on 2. 4-3. Looks to be Yuska serving. That's the pressure, Mike, right, for the South Carolina team?
Well, it's a massive hold there for Baylor to just keep things in play. So 5-3 now. Jong and Pennington Jones going to try to close it out on their terms.
We're going to go to 1 in South Carolina, Georgia. Samuel Thompson, 5-4, 30 all.
It's going to be Sander Jong on the left trying to close things out, the senior from Amsterdam. Yeah, I did play with Louis Maxted through the fall. So interesting to see JPJ pop into that 2 line.
Played well.
Yeah.
Didn't just played well.
There's 11 in the country
Yeah,
right now.
very well. Big game point chance here now. Quinn, Bride. I think Ethan Quinn's coming for our job, Mike. I don't know if you saw him on Georgia's social media recently. His plane ride interviews.
I did. We should point out with all these rankings, by the way, Tennis Point is the title sponsor of the ITA Tennis Point Collegiate Tennis Rankings, the ITA Tennis Point Summer Circuit, and the official retail partner of the ITA.
Great ball. 6-4 set. Thompson, Samuel, and that's unfortunate. Trent Bride, the double fault there on the match point. You really hope that doesn't linger over to singles as Bride. Much stronger start this year than last season. Still, that's 1 for South Carolina. We go over to court number 3 now.
And we should also point out this is love 30 right now on the serve of Sander Jong. Well erased.
Yeah, that'll do.
It has some heat to it. So 15-30.
Of course. He's a veteran now, so we all know Sander Jong's nickname, right? The landlord. You come to his court, you pay rent. That serve was a little down payment. So you see the dead time on 3. I'm going to keep us there as George is about to serve for the set on 3.
Okay. And we're staying here on 2 as now it's 30 all. 4 all on 1. 4-3 on serve on 3 on the TCU Baylor side. All right, serve was just called back, just slightly back.
For the record, for Georgia, Britton Johnston, the senior, correct? 5th year?
5th year.
5th year serving on the near side for these Georgia Bulldogs. Again, 5-4 lead.
Oh, that finds some space in the corner. What a touch volley. Reflex as well. So first match point for the Horned Frogs. And that does it from love 30 down. TCU grabs the 2 line. 6-3 set. We're going to go to court 3 for us on TCU and Baylor, as it is break chances for the Horned Frogs. And actually, as we pop in, it looks like TCU did just get the break. Yes, indeed they did. So 5-3. TCU actually serving for the doubles point right now. Gorsny and Vives. Gorsny serving here with the backwards cap.
And right now it's Britton Johnston, 5-4 serving, 15-30 though. Georgia trailing, serving for the set on 3. South Carolina 6-4 decision already on 1. On serve 5-4 on 2. Again, that matchup happening on court 7 through 12 here in the XS Tennis Center.
Quickly love 15. We should also point out that they remain on serve at the 1 line for TCU. Baylor against Fernley Fomba. Luke Fomba is serving right now for 5.
2 top 10 teams. They're playing top 10 tennis at 1.
Yeah, no breaks.
Oh, it's a huge South Carolina roar. As all of the sudden, Casey Houle, Raphael Lambling, breakpoint chances to level things at 3.
Oh my, somehow avoiding the net there.
Oh my is right.
30-15. Yeah, that was very close to just being a little bit over before making contact. That's a big swing. That's a big risk is what it is.
Eyes were wide open.
Yep.
There's the break. So we play on court 3. South Carolina levels things at 5-all. Let's go over to court 2, please, in that South Carolina-Georgia match right now. Huska, Henning, surfing to stay alive.
We have, okay, so we've got a confusion again about whether or not there's, I believe, whether or not it was over. Yeah, argument here. Regardless, it's going to be doubles point here for TCU. Actually, Roditi and Coach Woodson both actually getting in that discussion. This is, yeah, involving one of our head officials as well. Regardless, doubles point for TCU.
Coffee is kicking in, isn't it?
I think they've both been up since 4.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a return winner. And excuse me, return winner for Baylor. Luke Koenig. Yes, that is Robbie's son.
Yeah. Still down match points, yeah?
Yeah.
2 of them.
That's not going to get it done. So it is TCU who grabs the doubles point. This matchup here with the Baylor Bears. 1-0 for the Horned Frogs.
Well executed.
Yeah, just solid. Again, kind of what you expect from TCU at this point. 8-0 on the season, 8 straight seasons inside the top 10. I don't think that's going to stop this year. So these 2 teams will regroup and get the singles lineups underway.
That means we can go full to Georgia, South Carolina. And again, this has been the match I've been monitoring more closely. As you look, it's been fairly as expected. South Carolina's played aggressive to start, and we pick things up here at the number 2 spot. 5-all, love 30, though. Huska and Henning leading. Oh, what a volley there. Yeah. Ooh, quickly to 3. We got a deuce point, Westhoff. 5-all deuce. Houle, Lambling, serving. Just missed the back end of that one. Apologies. Deuce point, wow, goes the way of Kreuter and Johnston. So they will serve for the match again.
Wow.
Up 6-5 at that number 3 spot. This time Blake Kreuter will get a shot at it. Again, 5-all, 15-30. If you can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, you want to split screen us the rest of the way here. Keep our eyes on both of these double sets again. First wave of 8 round of 16 matches. I don't know if we have enough tennis today, Mike.
Is there ever such a thing?
Yeah,
tennis never sleeps.
It's very.
What I've heard.
I think there's 6 futures in Tunisia today. A couple in Egypt.
Sharm el Sheikh, of course, represent.
Shout out Cairo. Like Kreuter with authority. What's the old adage? Middle solves the riddle.
I'm going to say yes to that.
Yeah. Bulldogs 3 points away here on 3. And if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, joined by the legend, Mike Cation here in the booth. TCU a 1-0 lead over Baylor here in South Carolina, Georgia. It was the number 3 ranked duo in the country. Thompson, Samuel, 6-4 win at the number 1 spot. So South Carolina needs just 1. Georgia needs them both. Gamecocks have yet to drop a doubles point this year. Got to communicate. I don't know if that counts, but for what it's worth, South Carolina making their push. Casey Houle is there when Rafa Lambling is not. Still Georgia 2 points away on 3. Serving for things again right now. 6-5, Yuska heading up. Love 15 point, make it 15 all on 2. And you're right. I think court 2, by the way, is court 11. So it thinks it's court 2.
Those 2 courts seem tight at the hip.
Yeah.
And we'll need to use, I know. Listen, I know the team obviously working on it as quickly as they possibly can to make sure that that scoreboard is right. But we will do our part to make sure that that is taken care of. Match points, obviously, over on your right on court number 3. Now 40-30.
This is the problem. Every so often you see Georgia lulled into this 1-up, 1-back play style. South Carolina's aggression has taken advantage of it.
So it becomes a pretty big deciding point, huh?
Pretty big? Pretty big indeed.
Bigginess. And a missed first serve to boot. Ouch, babe. All right, so tie break for the 3 line. And I believe we have break chances on 2 as well. It's 15-40 right now. Oh, my goodness. Whoa, goodness gracious. That's, kind of in the, that's a nice little spot to push that volley up the line.
Right in that hip pocket. Still, if you're Georgia, drop a tight doubles point 2 days ago to Illinois. It's deja vu right now. Kreuter double fault. Bride had the double fault on match point. The urgency.
Well, that return did indeed catch the line. So South Carolina on the 2 line. Goodness, they break. So tie breaks on both 2 and 3 right now.
This is how college tennis works, right? We're 3 minutes ago, Georgia's serving for the doubles point on both courts. Now, all of a sudden, you would so much rather be South Carolina. It's their first serious momentum swing, I would say, of the day.
If you are joining us, they did pick up that 1 line, so they've already got 1 here. Just need 1 of these 2 tie breaks and a good start there on the 2 line.
It's the energy. They're bouncy on the South Carolina side. So frequently happens in waves.
Yes.
They're just flowing so well. And you see the system plays we alluded to earlier. They're all high efficiency plays in doubles. Return low down the middle. You're not opening up any angles for your opponents, making them hit a tough first volley. Again, if you're Georgia, it's just too tentative. Textbook.
Yeah.
Textbook
Solid.
stuff on 3.
I mean, that's just incredible coordination, just that complete knowledge and understanding of where your partner is in a moment like that. I mean, it's just so comfortable.
It's the symbiosis. Did I say that one right?
Sure.
Yeah, I tried my best. There certainly is there is a chemistry to this South Carolina. It just feels so well rehearsed. And it was interesting. I talked to Coach Goffey yesterday, a conversation you can all hear on our Cracked Interviews podcast feed. I asked him, how do you feel about your lineup? Will you play around? It is still just February. He said, Alex, that's not what we do. We find our teams. We stick with them. You're seeing the benefits of that philosophy here.
Yeah, there's no doubt that that is something that pays off big picture.
Yes. You think so? Just the continuity?
I have no doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, listen, you're going to have some times where you have somebody, and I was going through the rankings last night. Somebody is ranked 3 times in doubles.
Yeah,
because they have 3 different partners, and I think that's great. Obviously, it shows a lot of talent, right?
Sure.
But yeah, continuity means something, and I mean it's the same at the pro level, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
screams Andrew Luchanik of Ohio State. That like the Buckeyes could have 3 ranked doubles teams, all involving Robert Cash.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where he just couldn't quite put that emphasis into the volley. And that Wilson ball into the net. And Wilson is the official ball, racket, and accessory brand of the ITA.
Yes, it is. There are 2 types of people who wants to use Wilsons in life and a liar. You're either good enough to use the pro staff, or you want to be good enough to use the pro staff.
4-2 at the turn. South Carolina here on the 2 line, on serve on the 3 line. And we'll introduce you to the TCU and Baylor singles lineups coming up in just a couple minutes. Ay.
Is it the lights?
No.
It's
it can't be because the fact they played here the other night.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
sure.
I appreciate you trying to help out just a little bit. But
Yeah. Offer something. It's just a trend. It's on all 3 courts.
Yep.
It's too many.
Yeah, I think you're talking about confidence then. You mentioned it. Losing to Illinois the way they did the other night. Yeah, so 2 points away right now, South Carolina, from taking this doubles point. Make it 1. It'll be doubles point for the Gamecocks. 13th season for Coach Josh Goffey. Got to 121 in doubles. By the way, to answer your question earlier, Devin Bowen, by the way, number 39 in the world. So technically better than Itzhak van der Merwe.
Sure.
Well, there it is. It's a doubles point for South Carolina, and they take a 1-0 lead here on courts 7 through 12.
Very clean performance.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Especially to be down, and let's be clear, Georgia served for sets on 2 and 3. 6-5 leads on both courts. They don't end up with either of them going their way. You wonder, does that linger heading into singles? Certainly something for us to watch for.
Well, let's start introducing you to our singles matchups here in the TCU versus Baylor singles lineup. Again, TCU leading 1-0. And the ITF World Tennis number, it's the exclusive official rating of the ITA in college tennis. The ITF World Tennis number provides a global rating standard for tennis players using a 40-to-1 scale, with 40 being a beginner and 1 being an elite professional. The scale is for all players, regardless of age, gender, or ability. Players will have separate ITF World Tennis numbers for singles and doubles. 152 countries have agreed to become part of the WTN rating system, which now has 1.4 million player profiles on worldtennisnumber.com. All college tennis players are assigned to WTN, as the ITA shares college match results with the ITF. You can find WTNs for college players on the ITA's wearecollegetennis.com website. And for TCU and Baylor, the top players in terms of their world tennis number, Tadeusz Paralek for Baylor, he is at 3.76. Meanwhile, it's actually the number 3 player for TCU, Jack Pennington Jones, who's at 3.05.
Because of course it is.
And I'm trying to look. I believe that is the lowest number we have in college tennis. Is JPJ, who has, to his credit, just one singles match so far as a college player, and he's 0-1.
And let the record show he played that match against these Baylor Bears, who you see on your screen now. Now, for the full context of that match, and Coach Roditi was kind enough to share it with us, he was eligible 3:57 p.m. Central Time. He receives a call 3:59 p.m. Central Time. He gets in the car 4:01 p.m. Central Time, makes it to Waco just in time for singles. Wow. No warm-up, no anything, no anticipation of playing. So, yeah, you take that loss with a massive grain of salt.
No excuses.
Yes, no excuses.
All right, let's walk you through our lineups today for TCU. Jake Fernley, the junior from Edinburgh, Scotland, 5-2 at the 1-2 spots so far. Taking on Tadeusz Paralek, again a transfer from TCU, playing for Baylor, now 6-1 at the 1-2 spots. It's the number 17 singles player against 117.
Yeah, and of course the underlying matchup within the matchup, where did Teddy Paralek start his college career? Of course, with the TCU Horned Frogs. He transfers from TCU to Baylor. Now, an interconference transfer is always something that catches a college tennis fan's eye.
Correct.
He will know Jake Fernley well. They have been teammates in the past. A lot of athleticism, a lot of, dare I say, well-rounded goodness in this number 1 spot.
Yeah, Jake, what he was able to do, obviously, in the fall, just incredible.
Yes.
And also last year, doubles finished number 2 in the final doubles ranking of last season. But yeah, just incredible fall that he had, and continues to turn it on here in the spring season for the Horned Frogs. At the 2 line for TCU, Luc Fomba, the senior out of Paris, France, feels like he's been around for forever for the Horned Frogs, number 49 in the singles lineup, 7-0 at the 2 and 3 spots, taking on Marko Miladinovic, the sophomore from Belgrade, who's 5-5 at the 2, 3, and 4 lines for the Baylor Bears.
That number doesn't do Miladinovic justice. He's played so much better this season than he did to start last year. And look, he's a former world number 2 junior. He's a guy who there were high expectations for coming onto campus. Now, he's not a guy who's going to overwhelm you with his size, but just such a well-rounded athlete, can explode through the ball. It's a really fun contrast, obviously, between he and the big hitting Luc Fomba.
Going down to the 3 line, as we do see Jack Pennington Jones, the freshman from Ashted, England. Again, just 0-1 so far in his collegiate career. British junior number 1, as high as 489 in the ATP rankings himself. Taking on the 5th-year senior Finn Bass also from the UK, from Rock Cornwall, who's had a relatively difficult year so far, just 2-5, playing at the 1 and 2 spots, drop down to the 3 line, and then happens to play potentially, in terms of the world tennis number, the best player in college tennis.
Just the gifts keep on coming for Finn Bass, who I would argue pound for pound, maybe the nicest individual you will meet in college tennis. Also the president of all student athletes at the Baylor University, a testament to his character off the court. But look, Finn's very solid. He doesn't have that overwhelming weapon. He's been trying to develop the +1 game, first strike game that will perhaps allow him to pursue a pro career. He'll need that +1 game against a guy in Jack Pennington-Jones, who I just don't anticipate will be beating himself out there today.
And as you can see, it's
a
quick break for Finn Bass. In fact, with this 2-love lead, moving down to the 4 line, Sander Zhang just grabbing a break there. The senior from Amsterdam, 6-1, playing at the 1 through 4 lines for TCU, taking on the freshman, the very talented freshman from Hungary, Jambor Veltz, who's 5-1, playing 3 through 6 in the lineup.
Some scholars are arguing Big Z's the best player in this Baylor lineup, and you'll see with the weapons he possesses, the lefty moves the ball around the court. And I mentioned the struggle for the Baylor Bears a couple of days ago in Columbus against Ohio State. He was one of the rare Bears who did not struggle. Now, he didn't earn the victory, but to play as competitively as he did in Columbus, again, Big Z's been the guy I've been most impressed with on this Baylor roster so far. But as I alluded to earlier, when you come to the landlord's court, you got to pay the tax. That's often what happens when Sander Zhang takes the court at 4.
At the 5 line, we mentioned it earlier, Sebastian Gorsny, Wimbledon champion in doubles last year. At the 5 line. And the 3 doubles line. Yeah. Freshman out of Austin, Texas. How they pried him away from the Texas Longhorns. That is... can make a 30 for 30 on that, but he's been playing incredibly well on the singles side as well. 5-0 so far as he takes on another one of the freshmen for Baylor. Luke Koenig, the freshman out of Durban, South Africa, who's had a tough stretch of it so far. 1-2 at the 4 line so far for Baylor.
Talked to Coach Woodson about this freshman in particular, and he said it's been a slow build. That it was clear Luke wasn't quite ready coming out of the gates to hop into dual match play. He got off to a slow start in Columbus, but actually played much, much better over the course of his second set of match. He drops to James Trotter, but a match that ultimately was far more competitive than I anticipated. And look, there's length, there's aggression, there are things to like. It's an immature game style, but it's freshman versus freshman here. So at a certain point, we roll out the balls. Let's find out who's good.
Yeah, and obviously, the name is familiar to a lot of tennis fans, but yeah, I always like to say, and we've seen it quite a bit, Horda, Shelton, among others, these young men are their own men. They are completely different from their father's career, and always want to make sure you point that out, because you can't just say, well, this, you should. Luke is on his own timeline, and that's really important to really make sure we mention quite a bit.
Absolutely. Very well said. And a player I should mention, Coach Woodson is very, very high on. He said that the key word is not yet, but soon.
Yep. Yeah, and obviously a pretty decent tennis IQ, though. Yeah. As we move down to the 6 line, the one change in the lineup from the lineups that were turned in earlier in the week is TCU, Louis Maxted, moving from 8 to 6 here and playing in this lineup. The sophomore from Worthing, England, 5-0, playing 3 through 6 in the lineup. He takes on the veteran Juan Pablo Grassi Mazzucci, the senior, second year here at Baylor, transfer from UCF, who's also struggled a little bit at the bottom of the lineup, playing just 4-5 on the year.
Yeah, it's twofold. There are two interesting camps of thought as you approach this match. Camp number 1 involves Maxted, right? Because I think all season long the question will be, well, what should TCU's lineup look like? What's the best 6 they can put out here in singles? You almost wonder if Coach Roditi said, look, it was a JPJ day in doubles. It's got to be a Maxted day in singles today. We put Vives in doubles as well. It's got to be a Maxted day in singles. The other thing is, you alluded to this in our intro.
Yeah.
We got, for TCU, they're hoping to be here 4 days, right? It's nice to be able to rest a player, to be able to say, we're going to try you on this day. We're going to go with you here. And I think it's fascinating that Maxted is the day 1 choice.
Why?
I just of the guys in the at that number 6 spot.
Okay.
I think you look first at Pedro Vives, who clinched the national indoor title for this TCU team last season at the number 4 spot. He's been a guy who's been top 600 in the ATP rankings before, a very well-rounded game as well. It feels like he could be a prototypical 6 and have all sorts of success. That said, indoors, I actually like this Maxted pick, who, as you see the deuce point on your screen, he's a little more willing to move forward. He has a little bit more pronounced weapons, I would say, in his serve, in his forehand. And then last year delivered, wasn't the clinching win, but it felt like it in his straight set win over Robert Cash in the semifinals of this event. He was down 5-4, 15-40. I'll never forget. Cash misses the forehand approach. I'm not going to say what Justin Kronagi said out loud after the miss, but it was a very memorable moment.
Words were said?
Yeah, there were strong words. Yes, the strongest. And
Justin.
Yeah, and Maxted came through in that moment. So it's like they have 3 legitimate options: a national indoor clincher, a guy who essentially clinches the semis, and then Thomas Jirasek, who I've never seen make 2 unforced errors in a row on 2 consecutive points. And so it's just, I don't expect we'll see one guy play more than twice this weekend.
Interesting. Well, do you want to go and introduce Georgia, South Carolina? You want to sit here for a second, Alex? You tell me.
Let's sit here for a moment.
Okay.
Because I think this is an interesting stage, especially for this Baylor Bear team, who got run out the building in Waco, truth be told. And after dropping the doubles point where it was competitive but not close, I want to see Baylor respond. I want to see this group do a little something here in these first 20 minutes.
Yeah, you do have, actually, if we can go to court 2, we do have a break chance for Miladinovic against Luke Fomba. We've already got a break for Baylor at the 3 line.
I do have a question for you from someone on Twitter, Mike, and I want to thank Cool Breeze Cool, which, by the way,
of course,
tell me what it is. Cool Breeze Cool. He asks, is the ITA indoor a fan-friendly experience? Thinking of bringing my kids up tomorrow, but curious about seating as I watch you broadcast on YouTube. Thanks for all you guys do.
That's a great question. This is my first time at the venue. It looks like it's going to be much more of a, let's see, they definitely have bench seating close to what is the number 1 line here on the near court for TCU and Baylor, so off to the far right. And then they have space up top for every single court, and there are plenty of chair options available. So yeah, you're going to feel pretty comfortable here, and the ability to be fluid and move, I think, is going to be pretty crucial.
I would also say from a fan-friendly experience, particularly with young kids, and I say this with affection, college is a great sport for those with a short attention span, because you're bored with 1, okay, we'll go check out 3. You're bored with 3, let's go check out the other match that's happening entirely. I think a lot of colors, a lot of action, a lot of energy. Perfect for young kids to bring.
Let's move to court 3 if we can real quick here, because Finn Bass has a chance to go 2 breaks up on JPJ, Jack Pennington Jones, early, which is, a bit of a stunner, huh?
Challenger tennis is one thing, college tennis is another. And whether it be the NOAD, the energy, I do think it's fascinating to note, who do you see on court here?
That is David Roditi,
You wonder if he's going to be, dare I say, holding the hand of his freshman here early.
13th season for Roditi at TCU, and also number 41 in the world doubles. Also technically better than Van der Verve in terms of the rankings.
You know who U.S. Open semifinalist Tripp Phillips is like, guys,
yes,
I'm right here.
Yes.
Yeah. A lot of good names.
So this is a bit of a surprise, though, for Love here. 2-break lead for Finn Bass. That is a bit of a stunner.
He's hitting the forehand big.
That is, I mean, that's what you expect, though, from your 5th-year senior. You kind of need him to be leading here in this spot and saying, I'm going to be able to step forward and kind of lead the way, and let's get back to where we can be.
Similarly, for Baylor fans, on that note, it's what you need, the breath of fresh air of, hey, let's just get a first set on the board. Let's erase that doubles deficit as quickly as possible. Oh,
that's good. Yeah, and listen, he's taking it to him and just like attacking and going after it. It's just basic stuff, but so crucial here in this moment for the team.
It's aggressive, and he didn't play against Ohio State. He was out with injury, and you see why Coach Woodson perhaps was a bit tentative with Bass to make sure they have the best version of him, because these top 3 players for Baylor, Miladinovic, Perelik, Bass, a lot of parity between the 3. You feel like whoever plays that 3 spot should be best positioned to win.
We've got a deuce point on court 1. Let's take it quickly to court number 1. Looks like we just missed it, unfortunately. But it was Jake Fernley who was broken. So Perlek able to get it to 3-2. So there's another break for Baylor as we take it to court 2. Luke Fomba looking to get a break for TCU. It's Love 40 on the serve of Marko Miladinovic, who was not able to capitalize on his break chances in the last. This is the second serve. Oh, missed long. So there is a break for Luke Fomba to Love. So TCU with a break there on court number 2. Let's go to court 6. A deuce point there on the serve of Baylor's Juan Pablo Grassi Mazzucci. Louis Maxted, the returner for TCU.
Worth noting, Mazzucci just had his own break point chance to take a 3-1 lead. So fascinating how that happens.
That is a big swing and successful for Grassi Mazzucci as he gets it to 3-2 as we stay on serve.
I want to go to the Georgia-South Carolina match in a moment, but just to highlight this for Mazzucci, who you mentioned his struggles early in the season. Last year, he went 15-2 at the number 5-6 spot. So to see him back at number 6 here for Baylor, indicative of his early season struggles, but again, Superman's refound the sun. Like he's back on the court where he belongs, and this could be if Baylor's going to win today, they have to have this one at 6.
You want a fun fact?
I do, always.
His aunt,
okay,
formerly number 1 in the world in padel.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, I see. Pablo Mazzucci, you want to hear fun fact number 2?
Okay.
We were at Waco doing some work for the Baylor program. We went to Top Golf with the Baylor team.
Sure.
Mazzucci, the single worst golfer I have ever seen. Like,
have you seen Charles Barkley?
Yes. That's okay. Like, for someone that athletic, he makes Barkley look like Tiger.
Wow.
Yeah, it's impressive.
That's a tough one to take.
That's what I'm saying.
That was hurtful.
Let's just say Mazzucci, the ball was, sideways was the standard.
All right, let's introduce you to the Georgia and South Carolina lineups here, starting at the 1 line. Toby Samuel, the junior from Bournemouth, England, number 11 in the country right now. He's been 6-1. Solely at the 1 spot, taking on for Georgia Ethan Quinn, the talented redshirt freshman from Fresno, California. Record is not showing, obviously, the talent right now. 2-5 at the 1 spot is Ethan Quinn.
But let's unpack those losses, right? Stefan Dostanic, top 10 player in the country. Arthur Ferry, top 10 player in the country. Antoine Cornut-Chovik of Florida State, top 10 player in the country. Elliot Spizzirri, number 1 player in the country. 4 top 10 losses is a welcome to college tennis sort of moment for Ethan Quinn at that number 1 spot, but his record is not indicative, to your point, of his level. And if you're nerding out or you want to order a couple Friday morning bagels, this is the one. Go toast, throw on the schmear, throw this matchup on your screen. You've got yourself a Friday morning.
Schmear makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, I've been a cream cheese man myself.
I just don't like that word. It's kind of like moist for a lot of people.
No. Schmear sounds Yiddish. Let me just say.
Well, I think it is. So it sounds like it. But yeah, this is definitely a fun one to keep an eye on. And yeah, Ethan, I think that's kind of the thing, though, Alex. With that expectation, that's there's talent there. There's expectation that comes along. He'll find it. I don't think there's any doubt. He's won a 25K title, so it's just a matter of kind of finding his way in the college ranks, and it'll be interesting to see. I know Brad Stein, coach of Tommy Paul, has obviously been very influential in his career. As we move to the 2 line, Connor Thompson for South Carolina, number 12 in the country right now, the junior from Glasgow, Scotland. He's been 7-1 playing at the 1 and the 2 spots, taking on the 5th-year senior for Georgia, Philip Henning, who's number 8 in the country right now, 5-3 at the 2 line.
This is leader versus leader. Phil Henning leads by example for this Georgia program, just has been the standard of what work ethic should look like for the team over the past 5 years. But he's taken on a guy in Connor Thompson who, talking to Coach Goffey, Connor has gone out of his way to take on a greater leadership role this season. He has been the vocal leader, the spiritual leader of this team, and his tennis is now reflective of that mindset. And so, again, you see the early lead here for Thompson. That's a little message to the rest of his teammates. That said, Georgia going to come back in this one. It feels like it's got to be Henning leading the charge.
At the 3 line, you've got a couple of 5th-year seniors doing battle. South Carolina's Raphael Lambling, 6'4", graduate student from Paris. 3-3 at the 3 and 4 lines, taking on the veteran from Suwanee, Georgia, Trent Bride, who's just 1-2 so far at the 3 line for Georgia.
Trent Bride was an All-American not that long ago. Now, last season was certainly felt like an outlier, and you could tell just watching him play. His forehand fell apart midway through the year, and he got the yips, and that's going to happen to any high-level tennis player, but we all know what Trent Bride is capable of. Trent Bride has gone out of his way to discuss what went wrong last season by acknowledging it. He feels like he can move past it. Now, again, this is a rematch, one of the 2 rematches we have from last year's duel between these 2 teams. For what it was worth, Lambling got a 3-set win over Bride when these 2 faced off last season. I expect something similarly close here today.
Moving down to the 4 line for South Carolina, James Story, transfer from Memphis, the junior out of Cardiff, Wales. Undefeated so far in the season, both singles and doubles in duels, actually 7-0 in singles, 8-0 on the doubles line. Just an incredible story. He takes on the 5th-year senior Blake Kreuter from Marietta, Georgia, who's been very solid for Georgia as well, 5-2 at the 5 line.
Well, first of all, I caught what you did there.
Okay.
An incredible story, that James Story. Well said by
Thank you.
Unintentional.
Yes.
You just slid it in. That's why you're the great. Look, James Story, this is the player they expected to get last season, and he played about 500 ball last year. He did struggle, but his freshman season was one of the standout freshmen at Memphis, and it took him a year to get comfortable. But now that he has found his footing, he's playing like the James Story we knew he could be. That said, whenever Georgia wins a match, feels like the past 4 years, Blake Kreuter's involved. And again, you feel like this is almost a must for Georgia after they dropped the doubles point earlier.
And this is a step up in the lineup for him. He had been playing at 5, so now up to that 4 line with a very good, solid record so far in the season. ITA scholar athlete as well, Blake Kreuter. So yeah, you need him to come through. As we move down to the 5 line, South Carolina led by Casey Houle, sophomore out of Brisbane, Australia, has been playing 5-6, 4-2 so far on the season, as high as 78 in ITF juniors, taking on Theodore Juska, the 5th-year transfer from Clemson, who's 1-6 overall so far here for Georgia.
But Juska started at the 3 spot. Let's be clear. And Bride, Kreuter jumping up the lineup, reflective of the shift that, in my opinion, needed to be made. And look, Juska's a much better player than he's shown so far this season. Played really well during his time at Clemson before coming over, and was one of the pieces that made you think, is this Georgia team top 8 good? Top 5 good coming into the season? Now, they haven't been so far, but I wait for them to get outdoors, and I wait for Juska to just emerge and be the player he's been throughout his career.
Yeah, he was playing at the 1 and the 2 lines for Clemson throughout his career.
Too.
Yes, exactly. A winning record, 46-35 at the singles duels for Clemson. But yeah, it's a little bit of a tough transition as well for a lot of players if you go from playing 1 and 2 every week to then playing at the kind of the bottom of the lineup. There is a transition that has to go on there.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's funny. You watch someone like, say, Elizabeth Scotty for UNC, and again, just the women's indoors is near to my mind right now. There are times when I feel more confident about her playing 2 singles than I do about her playing 5 singles. It's just a matchup style. It's a decisiveness style. All these different things. You're right. They do play factors at this level.
Finally, at the 6 line, and these 2 teams did actually go with they stuck with their lineup that they turned in, but Jake Beasley for South Carolina, the graduate student, 6-1 at the 5-6 spot, taking on Miguel Perez Peña for the Georgia, the sophomore from Spain. 4-2 at the 6 line, a guy who clinched multiple matches at the 6th spot for Georgia last year. But yeah, these matchups, as you can see, Perez Peña already up a quick break, struggling here on his own serve at 3-1. But these bottom of the lineup, it feels very important for Georgia to come up with a couple of these spots.
I am shocked to see this scoreboard at where it's at, because as tough and out, that's how I'll phrase it, as tough and out as Miguel Perez Peña is, indoors is not where his game will thrive. And Jake Beasley is a guy who's more comfortable, has played more indoor tennis over the course of his career. And you see him, by the way, with the 4 breakpoint changes back immediately. This is a very, very tough matchup for MPP at the bottom of this UGA lineup. And, again, on the flip side, I know I like to talk match calculus from time to time. This is
from
one.
time to time.
Yes, from time to time. This is the one that I think if you're South Carolina, you're saying, all right, we're taking Beasley here today.
Well, now we've introduced you to all, let's see, 24 players that are in action right now. Where do you want to go? How do you want to
splits?
Yeah, I'm
little two-match split action.
Sure. You want to take Georgia, South Carolina? Is that where you want to be?
I thought you would never ask. I would love to take that SEC battle because when you think Alex Gruskin, you think Southeast. No, maybe not.
No. I think maize and blue. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
No, it's scarlet and gray, baby. Come on. Okay. OH. I know what I think.
Yeah.
I think that these track tennis cameras have done an exceptional job showing all the action. Of course, we'll place a big burden on them all weekend long, but a massive thank you to our friends at Track Tennis, an official live streaming partner of the ITA.
All right, so then we'll go to a split screen. We'll keep TCU and Baylor on your left, and then we'll keep Georgia and South Carolina on your right. And, you know, listen, super producer Daniel Westoff, I think I'm legally obligated to actually say that. I don't know why.
It's in the contract.
Very weird part of the contract that I didn't quite understand. But, yeah, he will be keeping us, he's going to be doing the heavy lifting here today. So we certainly appreciate him. I don't know if we can get him a full sponsorship as well, but I think he deserves it.
Absolutely. Sponsored by Crack Racquets, Daniel Westoff.
But we will try to keep you as updated as we can on everything going on. And there is obviously a lot and obviously multiple matches going on as well. So we know that you might have a particular interest in one particular match. Certainly, you know, keep us maybe in the background while you maybe watch that one court. That's certainly something that you can do at home. So we certainly hope you will as we keep you updated on everything globally, if you will, here inside XS.
Absolutely. And I do ask, let's go over to court number 1. Let's just enjoy the big dogs. Toby Samuel, Ethan Quinn. It's a matchup we'll see at least one more time here this season. We actually got a question on the chat, and I apologize. Okay. It might have been Jason Leone. It might have been someone else, but thank you to all of you interacting who asked about the draw. And you see a couple of all-conference matchups on your screen. On the women's side, that's a rule that they have implemented to avoid this sort of scenario. Now, the flip side, of course, is they seed all the teams at the men's national indoor. They seed 1 through 16. That's how the first round's determined. They only seed 1 through 8 at the women's, then have some preconditions for first round matchups. Is one more beneficial than the other in your mind, Mike, or kind of roll the balls out and play?
I think it should be this way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, come May, it's that doesn't happen, right? I mean, it's. I think it should be kind of the same. And because, I mean, we saw it last year, obviously in NCAAs when we were calling Ohio State, Michigan. If it happens, it happens. You know, that's just life.
I would tend to agree with you.
Go ahead.
I mean, again, I'm fine with random assignment too. If you want to see the top 8 and go random from there, it works. To your point, it's February. All these teams want is matches.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're playing against the best, no matter, you know, it doesn't, I don't know that it necessarily really matters.
I agree.
To be honest with you.
That would be my take as well.
If we can, TCU, Baylor, let's go over to court number 2 where it's Luke Fomba who's trying to close out this first set for TCU.
And right now, looking at that scoreboard, TCU Baylor,
there's a lot of TCU going on.
Yeah,
it's going to be serving forward on 4 and 6 as well. The only input for Baylor right now is Finn Bass. He's lost one of his breaks, though. 5-2 now for Bass against Jack Pennington Jones. So, not looking great for Baylor at this stage.
Meanwhile, and this will happen on a couple of courts, we'll make sure our serving markers are correct. It is indeed Toby Samuel. They flicks that for you. Samuel serving.
All right, so Fomba has set points at the 2 line.
Fomba at 2. I don't know about that. The weapons. Well, I mean, no, Fernley's earned it. Fernley should be at 1.
Well, that's a pretty clean first set for Luke Fomba. 5-2. Let's go to court 6 on my side as Louis Maxted for TCU. The sophomore from Worthing, England, looks to close out this first set.
Still relatively early, most of our first sets. You have a couple break leads here and there, but Again, we're still in the early phases here. Obviously, that Georgia-South Carolina doubles point going just a hair longer than TCU-Baylor. Game point chances here for Samuel. Yeah, that's the serve that earned him some pro success over the course of the summer. He's got the real weapons, regardless of level. 4-3 Samuel on court number 1. Let's go to court 2. We saw that early break lead for Connor Thompson. He's held on to it, 4-1 lead, taking on Philip Henning. Thompson earned the clinching win for the South Carolina team earlier this season, knocking out Ryan Segerman of UNC.
That's who it is.
He's
ranked
with different partners.
3 different.
By Cernock, Kenya, and who's the other one? Trivia question for someone in the chat.
Pull it up because I've got it.
This is why.
Note cards on note cards on
Mike's
note.
got
I'm getting roasted on Twitter for it.
For the note cards?
Yes.
Oh, they're
and
wrong.
Mark Pecci, Mark Lucero just crushing me for the note cards.
They don't understand old school.
Folks, I'm not Alex Gruskin. What do you want from me?
I always say some people use their brains for relevant things, right? Like biology. What are the pathway of the T cells? For me, it's 2000s college tennis. That's just, you need 2 seconds on Case Van Hoff. I'm here for you. So you see, it's just the continued aggression from this South Carolina team. They're playing loose. That's been my feel, and that's typically the feel for Josh Goffey teams. I think he does such a good job preparing his team mentally for each battle.
Trying to do just a little bit too much. So Maxted's going to have a couple of set points. Yeah, to your point with Josh in particular, he talks often about system.
Yeah.
Just making sure it's, big picture, thinking about how to mentally develop. It's not about just kind of that flash in the pan, big success early. You want to develop a tennis player as opposed to develop just points on a scoreboard.
And that's such an interesting word you use, develop. I do think you ask enough college tennis coaches, they will point to Coach Goffey as one of, if not the top developer right now in the sport.
That's an interesting. I'm not going to say my answers, but I get asked a lot by juniors.
Exactly.
Like, where would I send my kid?
Yeah.
I've got answers. I'm not going to tell you what my answers are, but I've got answers. It is, Maxted with another set point here. We're going to be moving pretty quickly here because, TCU actually has set points here, closing in on set points on 4 and 5 as well.
We can move mine to the side if you want to show the TCU power hour.
I think it's important to keep a little bit of balance here.
I like it. As you see the break point chances for Thompson. Another double fault for Henning. Ay. So Thompson will serve for it, 5-1.
Well, that definitely felt like a point that had two much more outdoor comfortable players there, but it is Maxted who does grab that first set, 6-4. Let's move over to court 4, if we can, for TCU, as Sander Zhang is serving for the set on court 4, 5-4, 30-15.
Talk about I always view college tennis is a 4-act play. I think you have the doubles point as its own. You've got that first 45 minutes of singles. You've got then that third act, which is whichever team is down, that's when they make their push.
Yeah.
I think if you're Baylor, you have to start the third act right now because otherwise you're just, the hole that you've dug is too big.
It's good attacking stuff there from Zomber-Veltz.
That's what you're going to see from the lefty.
Joined in the fall, had an ATP ranking at 835 at the time. Won a Hungarian national title in 16s.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bad footwork error there from Veltz, not taking those big steps forward. Yeah, makes contact around the ankles, not going to get it done. So it does become a set point here for Sander Zhang. Sebastian Gorzny as well on 5 is actually 2 points away from a set. It's already two first sets in the bag.
Of course, no problem. Henning breaks Thompson, still down 5-2. Let's go over to court number 6, and credit to this Georgia team. They're making some pushes at the bottom of the line. And Juska seems to have come to life. 5-3 lead for him. Meanwhile, Miguel Perez Pena 2 points away. 5-2 lead right now.
And that was an ace for Sander Zhang to shut down that set. Let's move quickly over to court number 5. We also should point out that Tadeusz Paralek for Baylor did just break Jake Fernley, so he's going to be serving for it for Baylor. That's on the 1 line, but we're going to go over to Gorzny on 5.
Bass also 2 points away for the Bears on 3. It's happening everywhere.
Yeah.
It's that witching hour of first sets. And you see Perez Pena set point chances for the Bulldogs on 6.
These are set points now for Gorzny here against Luke Koenig.
Give me that set point graphic, Westhoff. Let our people know.
Too good. Too good. Sebastian Gorzny, 6-4 first set over Koenig. So that is another first set. That's 3 of them for TCU. As we go over to 3, it is Finn Bass, 5-3, actually on the verge now, 30-40. He's actually in trouble here. Was up 2 breaks just a little while ago. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4 first sets right now for TCU. I said 3, but I meant 4. So this is, it's a must right now for Baylor.
Yeah,
you grab these 2 first sets where they're up a break here and on 1. Will be a deciding point here,
and it'll be
set point.
MPP 6-2 first set for Georgia, first on the board.
I feel like you could put set point graphic like literally everywhere.
Yeah,
right now.
It's just set point, period. As we go over to court number 1, by the way, Toby Samuel serving for the first set, 5-3, 30-15.
We're going to the ad side on this set point. David Roditi. Wow, that was a sprint.
That's speed.
Still got it, the Mexican Davis Cupper.
Actually, fist pump between he and volunteer assistant for Baylor after that sprint. So it's a 6-3 first set for Toby Samuel on 1. As we head back to 2.
That's massive for the Baylor Bears. They get 1 set on the board as we go over to court 1. But Finn Bass taking that first set, 6-3 over JPJ. But yeah, this is interesting over on court 1 as Jake Fernley, just a second ago for TCU, broken by Tadeusz Paralek, his former teammate. Paralek now serving for the set. It is 5-4, but as we pop in, he's down love 40. Paralek is asking for relief, saying that a call had been missed by Fernley by, according to his standard, 9 inches.
Yeah. His argument was that the serve missed.
Okay.
And then he smacked the backhand, which you may have seen long on your screen. His argument was that backhand was not intentional. That was a I missed the serve sort of backhand miss. Which I think makes sense. I'm saying if you've played tennis, you've slapped a ball after missing a serve.
Once or twice.
Yeah. What's your world tennis number?
90.
Yeah, you're the
very
first.
weird.
You're the first 41.
I'm the first out.
Yeah. Set point coming up for Thompson. That would be 2 first sets.
Here it comes. Oh, no. That is an awful miss for Jake Fernley. He's going to be thinking about that for a while.
Or that's his way of saying we're even.
We're even, yeah. This is, by the way, the only set not finished so far in the TCU Baylor matchup. 4 going the way of TCU so far. Baylor with 1. Trying to make it 2.
And Westhoff, I need you to have court 4 for Georgia, South Carolina ready after this deuce point set point coming up for Thompson. First set 6-2. It goes to Connor Thompson. So it's 2 first sets apiece. South Carolina gets the top. Georgia the bottom.
Look at that frustration there from Paralek. 5-all now. And yeah, they're going to continue having this conversation. It is rather pointless. And it's, I mean, listen, we all go through it.
Yeah.
You know, you want to get out that frustration, but yeah, it's not going to amount to anything a couple points later by any means.
You're down 4 first sets. Like, it's not just frustration at the result,
for
frustration
sure
with the team.
I'm trying to see, I'm trying to wonder here because each venue is different, Alex. A lot of places will have just a standard 1 scoreboard. There's not one here, so you don't have the ability to look at all of the scores. So that might be better if you're trailing. Maybe I don't know. I mean, listen, you and I both know. I mean, you feel it. You know,
watching's a pastime.
But I mean, it's one thing to see it. It's another thing to feel it. And yeah, they cannot see that. There's no chance that players on court 1 can see what's happening on court 6. There's just no chance.
Absolutely. Which again, today might be a little bit of a blessing.
Maybe
for these Baylor Bears.
All right, we're going to stay here. We'll keep you updated because second sets are just kind of getting underway. Courts 2 through 5 and 6.
Yeah,
we'll get there eventually.
Yeah. I mean, again, 12 consecutive courts here at the XS Tennis Center, which you're not going to see on your screen, but it's worth pointing out how massive this facility is.
Yeah. You should post. You posted it.
I did. I have a photo we can turn to. Westhoff.
Why do you not have an Instagram?
What's for so many reasons. Where to begin? I don't know if you know this about me, Mike. I'm easily distracted.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So the concept was tossed around that maybe you don't need to do the Instagram.
You should be on TikTok then.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah. That's very true. Yeah.
See, I don't know if that would be good or bad for you with that kind of...
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Finds it. Yeah, off of the net court as well. And I got to tell you, listen, Fernley serving here. It's 30-15, but Paralek's still... Yeah, in his feelings here.
Absolutely. And we got to get to court 3, our final first set. So Georgia takes 3. They get Kreuter, Juska, Perez Pena at the 4, 5, 6 spots. For South Carolina, it's the big dogs, the Hosses, Samuel, Thompson. First set's at 1 and 2. Trent Bride just served for the set here at the number 3 spot. He was broken by Raphael Lambling. So this is the set that'll be on your screen till it ends, folks. Court number 3 here. Very much a swing sort of deciding set.
(40-15) now here on court 1 for Jake Fernley, who's just been able to find ways over and over again. All-American last year, won the Battle of the Bay in the fall.
Of course, we'll get back to court 3 as soon as that changeover's done. I know how Westhoff works.
Symbiosis.
Yeah, is that how you say it?
Oh, no way. That's a really good ball. What a dipper. And today, Paralek
It's the slipping and sliding.
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well.
Yeah.
Really, they should, find a way to go to tennis point and see if they can pick something up,
No, it's ice skating. It all shines so brightly under
Wait,
this
they brought the
JMC
snow
lighting.
in?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that is thunderous there from Jake Fernley as he makes it 6-5. Back out in front here on serve on court number 1. I'll let you take things here on Georgia, South Carolina.
Well, you see, perhaps most interestingly, Lambling right now not attacking that Trent Bride forehand. He's playing very tentatively through the center of the court. That's been the theme I've noticed here in this opening set. I think both guys, it's interesting. Court number 3, I would argue, Mike, you can see the configuration of all
that's
6
true.
courts. And you could see Trent Bride there look up to check all the other scoreboards surrounding him. These guys know this is, dare I say, the set du jour here of the first sets. Too many double faults for my taste.
So these are the sports interiors lighting here, the official lighting and ceiling liner of the ITA. And
you don't realize how valuable a ceiling liner is until you do.
Dude, so I know that this company, and they came into being like 10 years ago. I mean, it's brand new, just getting the LED lighting for all of these indoor surfaces, and they have been working across the country.
And they do phenomenal.
They really do.
Proud to have them here. Partners at the ITA. So we go back to the split screen again, 6-5 right now.
Yeah, again, the lone remaining first set to be decided for TCU and Baylor. Thanks for joining us here on day number 1, the Division I National Men's Team Indoor Championship. Brought to you by USTA as well. There's more tennis to play, skills to hone, and fun to be had. Go to USTA.com to become a USTA member.
Westhoff, if you could go full on 3 quickly, let's do it as you got the set points coming up here for Bride. Yep, ball rolls over, so it provides us that luxury. I mean, this is the moment you circle. That points from Bride. Good serve. Good serve to that Bride forehand. That's the play.
Yeesh.
Well, what you see on both points, serves to the forehand.
Right. It's tough because there are no secrets.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's watched the film.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, Josh Goffey in particular, as meticulous as it comes in watching that film.
Who's watched more film, him or you?
That's a great question.
When was the last time you saw the sun?
06, I want to say roughly.
Yeah.
Let me think. Michigan, Henny, Hart. I was at that game. Yeah.
Chad Henny.
Yeah. When you play for Michigan.
Michael Hart?
Yeah, Mike Hart. There it is. That's a dig from Rafa Lamb.
Quite a hold.
So let's go back to the split view now. Again, 5-all here, court 3, but 5-6, Tenny Paralek serving. And I don't say this, well, I do say a little hyperbole, trying to engage our fans here. I like Paralek's one-handed backhand structurally as much as any I see out there.
I'm not a one-y guy.
Yeah, nor am I, which is what makes it rare it's a rare compliment.
Build on that, Jimmy. Build on that. Come on.
Oh, that's filthy.
That's nice with it.
That is filthy from Jake Fernley to get it to 30 all.
That's how casual. So casual.
I got to be honest with you, as we're looking just, big picture here, looking at our two scoreboards, it feels like one of these matches kind of runaway territory potentially for TCU. I don't know that I have that same feeling on the South Carolina, Georgia. This feels like it could be, settle in for a little bit of time.
I do wonder if it could be one of those fourth. I think this first set of 3 is critical not to oversell it, but Georgia has not been great with their back against the wall this year. And if South Carolina can get them down, that's something to watch. But if Georgia wins this set, I will tell you South Carolina will not go away. The world where they come back feels a little bit more likely.
All right, so it's going to be a tiebreak to decide this first set here on court number 1. Trying to look at our scores here. Sander Zhang is setting 2 breaks now on 4 for TCU, so you can almost pencil that point in at 4.
It's a brutal matchup, by the way, for the freshman Koenig there. I said that incorrectly. Will you pronounce it for me, please?
Well, it's Zambor Veltz, actually.
Oh, it's
4.
Veltz at 4?
Yeah.
And it's
Koenig.
Okay, Koenig at 5.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But how's he holding?
He's on serve with Gorsny in the second set.
That's a very good result. It does feel like, could this be the spark? Perlick at 1. If it's not, I don't know if there is a spark today.
All right, so that ball was called good for Fernley, so he gets it to 1-0 there. That was a little bit in question, obviously, on our stream, but yeah, called good. So 0 serving 1 now.
I would also point out it's about 42 degrees on court today. It is cold down
chilly
there. Yeah.
But hot here on the straight. All right. Thanks for watching Miss Volley 2-0.
Always hot.
You ever watch Brockmire?
Brockmire, I've heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, I know you don't watch much.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Tennis, but
is that a what's he ranked? 20?
Yeah. As a broadcaster, I highly recommend it.
Okay, it's on the list.
I would not recommend it for children at all. Children shouldn't be within hours of
I'm not
television.
Sure. Should I be watching it or no? Because I know my qualification is somewhere in between.
You'll get something out of it.
Okay, good.
I've watched it multiple times. It's that good. Oh my gosh, what's his name?
Brockmire?
The guy who is the actor, Azaria, Hank Azaria.
It's Hank Azaria?
Hank Azaria, who's a huge tennis fan. I actually ran into him at the U.S. Open last year.
And he goes,
huge tennis
fan.
He goes,
Mike, and you're like, whoa.
No, that would me.
Yeah.
Did Mo the bartender.
Yeah.
Oh, just missing the touch volley there. That is a high degree of difficulty for Jake Fernley. A little bit more, higher percentage. You can see, I know Devin Bowen, who's, obviously a very talented player in his day as well. Just saying, go high percentage there. Smart plays.
Well, we got to go to court number 6, please, in Georgia. I know it's 6-5 here in Bride Lambling, but we might have a world where it's 3-all. There's 1 match left, and that match could take 2 hours because all the first sets we've seen in Georgia and South Carolina, all those leads are being protected right now. You've got Samuel up a set and double break. 6-3, 3-love on Ethan Quinn. We're going to get back there in a second. Thompson, 6-2, 3-love on Henning. On the flip side, Perez Pena, 6-2, 4-0. Huska, 6-3, 3-1. Okay. Oh, MPP. Come on now. It's a beautiful disguise dropper. Beautifully disguised is how you would say that with good grammar.
Oh, phenomenal. And listen, you think back to the previous point there for Fernley, went a little bit higher percentage there, right? Trying to make sure that there was another ball covered line, finds that easy volley. That's, again, just from point to point. That's exactly what you want to see, and coaching turning into execution there for TCU as they get it to 4-2 at the turn.
Well, game point chances that are almost match point chances for MPP. Takes this lead, 6-2, 5-love. Dare I say, pack the bag, start the plane? That match might be over.
Well, they don't pack the plane because they do get to play another match, regardless of win or
off
loss.
The plane,
so,
off the plane, yes.
Leave the planes in place for a while.
And it is, again, get down with MPP. Yes, you know me. 6-2, 5-love lead for Georgia.
Are you down with MPP?
We got me.
Listen, see, you're a little bit too young for that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Some of us are actually naughty by nature. Not because I hate you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're way too young for that.
Yeah, no. It's right before my time. Let's let the record show. I still run with DMC, though, let me tell you. As you see the 6-2, 5-love lead, let's go back to court number 3. Westoff, I'll keep my eye on the match point, though, so have the trigger finger on number 6, please. Let's.
Oh, that's a lot of open space. Oh, good gravy. Absolutely launched there. Jake Fernley's going to have 2 points for it here, 5-2, and then we'll start bumping around here from court to court in this Baylor TCU matchup.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right. Looking at the scoreboard,
I don't have a lot of hope right now.
TCU's a good 10 minutes. A good 10 minutes from putting this one in the books.
That is decent, my friends. Holy smokes. Just solid. And yeah, attacking stuff from Jake Fernley.
Earlier in the day, I made a comment, Luke Famba at 2.
Yep.
That's why. Are you kidding me with that backhand volley, Jake Fernley? Come on now.
He's got set points.
Or love for Samuel over Quinn. Wow. That's your shocker of the morning.
Is it, though?
Yeah, you're right. Actually, Toby's been really good.
Double fault there for Fernley. And on top of it, I mean, this is a tough stretch for Ethan.
Yes.
No question of his talent. It's just, we all players kind of go through just tougher times. Maybe indoors is a difficult adjustment for him, where maybe he could have, where he has more time, I think is going to be the big question for him. Only a double on his first set point. Miss on forehand there, so 2 set points save here from Paralek. Yeah, and I want to go back to that Ethan Quinn question, because I saw him play indoors at the Challenger in Champaign last November, and that's the thing I found is it reminded me of Kyle Edmond.
Ooh.
Like, that was the comparison I had, and I don't normally do comparisons.
Yeah.
But, like, that's a guy who just needs time, but when he's there and set, great stuff. But obviously when he's not, then obviously you're not getting full Ethan Quinn. So maybe indoors is not his stretch. That's nice save there from Paralek to again fight off a set point. He's fought off 3 now.
And give me the set point graphic, as right now Rafa Lambling has himself break point chances, to get back into the set. That said, Bride really needs to give Georgia this set with the way the scoreboard's progressing.
Well, a rocky road to get there, but Jake Fernley does grab that first set, 7-5 in the breaker, so that makes it 5 first sets for TCU, along with the doubles point. So things going the way of the Horned Frogs. Let's kind of get you caught up on a few of the other matchups. Let's start over on, let's go to court number 2. I haven't spent a lot of time on court 2. It's Luke Famba and Marko Milutinovic.
You want to just run through all 6 for us, please, Mike?
Yeah, I'm absolutely, I can right now. Singles 2, Famba and Milutinovic Fomba 6-2-3-all. I'll let you stay here on the camera. I'll run you through the scores. Singles 3 right now. TCU's Jack Pennington-Jones 3-2 in the second on serve with Finn Bass. Bass, that is the lone bright spot right now for the Baylor Bears, taking that first set 6-3. On court 4, Sander Zhang setting 2 breaks to the good over Jambor Veltz. Singles 5 right now. TCU's Sebastian Gorney 6-4 first set over Luke Koenig, 2-all in the fifth, and then Louis Maxted 6-4, 2-3 over Juan Pablo Grassi Mazzucci of Baylor.
Meanwhile, you just saw it on your screen. Trent Bride does deliver the set to the Georgia Bulldogs, 7-5, massive for the fifth year. As right now, lopsided scores defining that Georgia-South Carolina battle. We go back to court number 6 where Miguel Perez Pena serving for the match over Jake Beasley.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a crazy speed.
That's really well done by MPP. And for the record, Connor Thompson, 6-2, 4-1 up on Henning. Toby Samuel, 6-3, 4-1 up on Quinn.
That's going to miss from Fomba, so Miladinovic does get the hold.
To your point, it's all happening fast.
Yes, it is moving very quickly. JPJ, Jack Pennington-Jones, just got a break over Finn Bass. That's on court number 3, so flipped there for TCU on the one positive sign for Baylor. Let's go to court number 4. Let's keep an eye on Sander Zhang here. 4-1 in the second over Jambor Veltz.
And right now, if you're Jake Beasley, the goal is just stay on court as long as humanly possible. Let Samuel get off the court first. Thompson, put those 3 points on the board. But how much you can do in MPP striking the ball that well. I didn't know he had this +1 game in him. I really didn't. And you almost wonder for him after what wasn't the greatest result against Illinois on Wednesday.
Yeah, right.
He's put in the work this week.
It's the first bit of trouble that Sander Zhang has had in quite some time. Down 15-30 now here on the 4 line. The Kentucky Wildcats not too far from us. Going to be coming up in just a little bit. Cedric Kaufman leading the way, Matthew Gordon as well. That's a beautiful, heavy forehand from Sander Zhang and a really smart target as well. Well inside that near sideline.
Meanwhile, give me that graphic. For the first time today in singles, we have a match point. Wow. And it belongs to Miguel Perez Pena. Oh, be on court about 56 minutes. Wow.
I think it's less. I think,
yeah.
Honestly, I think it's
it was
less
like an hour-long doubles point. You see the roar. Miguel Perez Pena levels things at 1. That is dominant. 6-2,
really
6-1. Under an hour at the number 6 singles position. We're going to quickly head over to court number 1. Toby Samuel's got a 6-3, 5-1 lead.
Sander Zhang, as you can see, went to 5-1 there. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's go to 6 if we can quickly. It is a break chance for Baylor. Again, looking for any signs of life right now for the Baylor Bears. And Juan Pablo Grassi Mazzucci does have a couple of chances on the serve of Louis Maxted of TCU.
This was always going to be one of the matches. Mazzucci.
We'll get you back if there is a match point on that 4 line for TCU and Sander Zhang. Oh, there's the break, indeed, for Juan Pablo Grassi Mazzucci. 4-2 here for the Baylor Bears. Yeah, 15-2 last year, Wampy at the 6th line.
And it wasn't an illegitimate 15-2. He was that good.
Yeah.
Watching him play match in, match out. He's why that Baylor Bear team is able to sustain, be a perennial top 6 program that they've been.
I'm gonna just say I think that win 48 minutes, and I'm gonna 48 minutes on the Rolex clock when Rolex is the official timepiece of the ITA.
Oh, very well said. Dare you say it's a peak for Miguel Perez Pena, of course, a peak, the official mental training app of the ITA.
I really like your Rolex.
Yeah, thank
it's really
you.
nice. I don't know where you get that kind of money.
Freckle past the hair is the design. It's my NIL deal. Don't tell anyone.
Okay. If we can, let's go to 5 real quick, as Luke Koenig has break chances. In fact, 4 of them right now. Sebastian Gorsny for TCU serving 2-3. It's love 40. Again, Gorsny winning the first set 6-4. So Gorsny here near side. So I guess that means 15-40.
Big serve from Ethan Quinn. Holds to stay alive, still 6-3, 5-2. At the number 1 spot, Toby Samuel will serve for it. Let's go over to court number 2.
I missed.
Luke. Oh, no, he missed. No, overrule.
Overrule. Wow. Even on my stream here, it looks a little bit wide, but that's an overrule. So Luke Koenig grabs the break for the Baylor Bears. 4-2 there in the second.
I agree with you. I thought it was wide. What gave it away was the fist pump from Michael Woodson.
Yeah.
It's a good sell job by the coach.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So that is a big break. Again, you're looking for any signs of positivity for Baylor, and there's one of them for Luke Koenig. And also you've got Juan Pablo Grassi Mazzucci, so 2 break leads in the second set for Baylor at the 5 and the 6 lines. That's interesting, as we do prep for this, and my prep different than yours is you're watching, so much in-play action. Luke's still so new to college tennis. His bio not updated at all.
I got
there is nothing yet there because he's so new to it. So yeah, that's so interesting. I talked to Robbie about his son a little bit, and he said kind of the same thing that Coach Woodson said. Not quite there yet, but there's that potential, and you can kind of see that there's going to be something in the next couple of years.
As we go over to court number 1, Toby Samuel serving for it. Lanky was a word I learned earlier today. Luke Koenig, very lanky.
Yes.
And I think length has always been a positive trait in tennis, particularly of late.
All right, let's, while we've got 4-2 here, we're going to go over, if we can, we'll go to singles line number 4 for TCU and Baylor. Sander Zhang's going to be serving for the first singles point of the matchup here.
Meanwhile, you see it on the body language. Westhoff, I need the graphic once more. Match points, this time for South Carolina and Samuel. Toby Samuel, he's the best college tennis player you don't know about. Pro titles over the course of the past 9 months. And now a 3-2 victory to regain the lead for South Carolina. Samuel, dominant at the number 1 spot. We head immediately over to court number 2. Connor Thompson looking to extend his lead.
Yeah, it is stunning to see that 2-1 scoreline already.
Fast.
That was very, very quick. And yes, these courts do play fast, but you don't see a lot of fast playing tennis too often nowadays.
I also would say
picture, right?
100%. Also, these TCU Baylor matches were all pretty much done with first sets when we started the singles of Georgia, South Carolina. So it is a testament to the aggression that Samuel must have played with today.
All right, so Sander Zhang now serving for it, and a good start there. Big on that first serve for 15-love.
And super producer Daniel Westhoff, just so you know, you have the court 3 score up right now on court number 2 for Georgia, South Carolina. Yes, Trent Bride took that first set 7-5. Again, 6-4, 4-2, 40, 15 lead now. There it is for Connor Thompson, as you see on your screen. Wow, Zhang 6-4, 5-2 over Veltz. Really?
Yes.
Wow, Sander. It's just a reminder.
Yeah, and he's a guy, I think back even a couple years ago when we did the 2021 national team indoor, he definitely felt comfortable on quicker courts. I was in Champaign that year. But yeah, I'm a big fan of his. I really think he has some attacking capabilities, and that's what you look for, obviously, in this particular part of the season. Decent slider, huh?
Yeah.
I have a feeling, again, big picture tennis-wise, I think J.J. Wolf and what he's doing with the slice serve,
Yeah.
I actually think that's going to...
He's bringing it back.
I think it's going to I think it's going to actually make people realize how effective that serve can be from a right-handed player. I think that's actually a pretty big thing that we've kind of not really seen too much from right-handed players in tennis over the last couple of years.
Very well said.
By the way, match point, if we can get that graphic here for Sander Zhang. He's got 4 of them.
And we'll quickly pop to court 5.
That's not bad. Jean Bervelts, that's a tough ball, too, from well behind the baseline. Match point down as well. Jones splits with Finn Bass, so that is your first split. That's on 3. Sticking around. Match point fought off once again. 2 match points fought off for Jean Bervelts. Yeah, it's, you know, you said a little while ago, and you were correct. It could be a quick 10 minutes, a good 10 minutes, and things are done. There's also a route where it could be another 2 hours here.
Well, that was exactly it. Baylor had to choose. This is where we plant our flag. This ends now.
There it is. So TCU does put a point on the board. Sander Zhang, straight sets. 4-2 over Velts. TCU with a 2-0 lead. As we move over.
But that's really it.
Yeah, that's so let's move over to court number 2 now, because now everything, there's a completely different match calculus right now, because you've got 1 split set now on 3. You've got Luke Koenig and Juan Pablo Grassi Mazzucci, who are down a set but up a break at the 5 and the 6 line. This becomes a pretty important one for TCU right now, obviously.
It makes what Jake Fernley did at number 1 that much more valuable.
Yeah, that first set tiebreak.
We could feel it in the moment, too.
Although I have to be honest, as we were watching that tiebreak, I thought, well, I don't think we were going to see the end of this match.
Sure.
You know, because of the fact that you've got break leads on other courts. It's going to move very quickly.
As by the way, let's go back to court number 2 right now. Connor Thompson's 3 points away, as things are narrowing in this South Carolina-Georgia match as well. Blake Kreuter won the first set 6-3, but South Carolina's James Story 5-3 up at 4. As you just saw, 6-3 4-all. Teddy Juska of Georgia leading at 5. Then here right now, again, it would be nice for South Carolina. You get Thompson off the board here. Now you've got a 3-1 scoreboard lead. That pressure just building up.
Connor, the junior from Glasgow, 7-1 at the 1 and the 2 spot. All-American last year.
I know
30 singles wins as well last year.
And the big clinch earlier this season over Segerman can't be emphasized enough to have been in that position.
That's just too easy from Bomba. He can move through some service games pretty darn quickly. I'm really intrigued to see him as pro next year.
Yes.
I don't know what to make of him quite yet.
Yeah, I've removed all my biases over the years. Just you become more calloused as you go. You should see the smile on Mike's face. But Luke Fomba, my younger brother's favorite player. Nick Ruskin is obsessed with Luke Fomba.
Because of that kind of a wild swing that misses by about 2 feet?
Because you see that speed combined with the fluidity, combined with the size, and you're just like, what is Luke going to turn into?
Correct. Yeah, that's the big question, because it's one thing college tennis. It's another thing when you're playing 30 weeks.
Sure.
And you lose every week.
Yeah, exactly.
That's tough, but that is pretty powerful stuff as he gets it to 5-all. Let's go quickly, if we can, to court 5, where it's set points right now for the Baylor Bears. And Luke Koenig serving 5-3 against Sebastian Gorsny. He's got it to 40 love. This would be a big moment here for for Luke.
Huge.
Again, very young and pretty raw in his tennis career. Now 40-15 serving here near side. We're going to get ready to move over to court 6 in a moment as well. That is it called wide?
No, it's good.
No, it's good. Okay. So that is an ace for Luke Koenig as he takes the second set for the Bears. 6-3 over Grosvenor, and we move over to 6, where it's Juan Pablo Grassi Mazzucci serving for the second set against Louis Maxted of TCU, 5-3. And we're starting to get to that point, Alex, where the teams who are playing at 12 o'clock, they're starting to get antsy and want to get on the court. Their parents, who are often here, are also starting to get very antsy as well to see their young men participating and getting on court.
This is the best part about the National Indoors is you do have everyone in one location. It becomes a giant celebration, dare I say a giant playground for college tennis.
So it's going to be a couple of set points, it appears, here for Juan Pablo Grassi Mazzucci.
Meanwhile, we saw this same aggression from South Carolina in doubles. Indoor tennis, first strike, get to the net. They're just comfortable doing it.
Yep.
And now it's match points for Connor Thompson. Can give South Carolina not a non-overcomable. That's not a word, but you guys know what I'm trying to say. I was looking for the word in my head. I want you to know. Insurmountable. Which was literally the word was in my head. I had 10 seconds to think. Yeah, it's like, don't wait any longer. Just speak. Nearly insurmountable.
It is now 40-30 here on this set point for Juan Pablo Grassi Mazzucci. Oh, he just caught the line, but that's enough of it. 6-3, so it's another split set. So now we're into 3 third sets in the TCU-Baylor matchup as we go back to court 2, where it's going to be Luke Fomba serving to stay in the set, 5-6.
And this is the one, let's be clear, and obviously that Baylor needs because they win this set. Now TCU cannot win this match without at least one three-set win, which means you finish everything.
We should point out Jake Fernley has gone up a break as well at the 1 spot, 7-6, 3-1 over his former teammate, Tadeusz Perelek. So, yeah, TCU looking comfortable there. But, yeah, I don't know. This is Luke is just so talented. But, yeah, there's still that little bit of unpredictability in his game.
That said, I'd want to be on the side with the Fom Bomb.
No doubt. He
Indoors.
He is undefeated on the season. 7-0 in singles, 9-0 in doubles.
He's also played a match at 3 singles this year, which,
correct.
What are we doing?
He is the most decorated All-American in the David Roditi era. Actually.
Really?
Yes.
More so than Nori. More so than Chappell. That's the one that shocks me because Nick Chappell was really good for a really long time in college.
And should be here right now, but I think he's playing. He's the volunteer assistant coach for the TCU Horned Frogs as Fomba is serving here 5-6 now.
Nick Chappell, saw him in Cleveland, quietly jacked.
It's not quiet.
Yeah.
He's not quietly jacked.
Pound for pound, maybe the strongest I've seen.
It's interesting. You compared him. I saw your tweet. Compared him to Hunter Reese.
Yeah, sure.
And I talked to Hunter about it. Actually, we were both down in Melbourne.
By looks, not tennis. Let's be clear.
Well, it's interesting. I said that's an interesting comparison. I said it to Hunter, and he said, "Well, actually, Nick Chappell is one of the reasons I'm still playing tennis."
Interesting.
Yeah, he said it's been a really good relationship. That Nick kind of taught him how to be a professional the first couple of years while. They're both different a little bit in their lifestyle. They're long hair, kind of more free spirits.
Yeah.
But he said Nick actually really provided a kind of a blueprint way for him to feel comfortable about who he was. And it was a really interesting comparison that I don't think you probably didn't know that.
No, none at all. I mean, 2 guys who were obviously All-Americans.
Yeah.
Reese for Tennessee, Chappell for TCU, as you see, by the way. Mike and I having so much fun here in the booth. Connor Thompson did make it 3-1 South Carolina. So that's a 6-2, 6-3 impressive win. By the way, we're wondering, because from I don't know how else to say it, sex appeal standpoint, Ethan Quinn, Phil Henning are the bigger names, the All-American finalists for Georgia. You want to know how good this Samuel Thompson top 2 duo is for South Carolina? They just beat both Quinn and Henning in straight sets. South Carolina's not playing around this year. They are top 8 good. It starts at the top.
They are combined 14-2 now.
Crazy.
Yeah, excuse me, 16-2 after the 2 wins today.
Sure.
Yeah. That's pretty nuts. So, yeah, South Carolina closing in on a quarterfinal berth.
Although, I'll say this, James Story forced a split at the number 4 spot. Lambling's down a set. Poole is down a set.
And this is an interesting moment here on the TCU Baylor moment because Fomba is at 15-30.
It tightened up in about 6 minutes on each of these matches.
Pennington Jones, by the way, did go up a quick break on 3. Well, that is a big swing. I can't actually see the call there on that Fomba forehand. It was missed. Yeah, that is going for the line there at 15-30. It is a set point, actually, 3 of them here for Miladinovic at the 2 line. That's a ball that you have to make him play there.
Hit the tape as well. Oh,
maybe one extra step forward there to get to that backhand.
Took us 130 minutes. Those National Indoor goosebumps, I've got them for the first time. You can just sense it's go time.
My geese have all died long ago.
Spare.
Ouch. Yikes. Yeah, so that backhand on the previous one, and there Paints a couple of lines, does Miladinovic, but then just lets that heavier ball get away from him.
Westoff, bring this back when this changeover is done, please, because Juice's closest to the finish line. But can we go full on 2 for this? I want to see this Fomba Miladinovic break point.
Yeah, it's a
Juice
huge
point.
one.
Yeah, this is massive.
And set point.
Yeah. Triple threat. Wow.
Fomba always seems so casual in his pre-serve gathering. It's a cannon.
The Fomba.
Absolute cannon. So it will be a tiebreak to decide this crucial second set here for Fomba and Miladinovic. We'll keep it here, keep you updated on everything else. Early in sets on 3, 5, and 6. All early in third sets there for TCU and Baylor. Jake Fernley continuing to be in control at the 1 spot, 7-6, 3-2 with a break over Paralek.
Meanwhile, for Georgia, this is a very similar scenario to the kickoff weekend. Now, Theodore Juska was not in this position, but if you watch Georgia's win over Louisville to clinch their spot here at this National Indoors, what did it come down to for the Georgia team? It came down to Trent Bride at the time playing 4, Blake Kreuter at the time playing 5. It looks like today those are going to be the 2 spots again. Juska here, 6-3, 6-5. Bride's up 7-5, 1-2. Kreuter's in the third. It's the seniors who are going to have to come through if the Bulldogs want to advance today.
Yeah, solid and comfortable there for 1-all.
TCU gets off court in the next 20 minutes.
Well, you're talking about the 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I mean, like
someone's got to buy dessert for Fomba.
Well, right. Yeah, right now we could be done.
Yeah,
literally 7 to 8 minutes.
Yeah,
with 3 setters just getting underway.
Mm-hmm.
Comfortable couple of holds there for Fomba. Yeah, Pennington Jones actually has another break chance, could actually go up. Another break there on the 3 line. So you still feel comfortable for TCU, don't get me wrong, but no, that's just incredible defensive work there from Fomba just to make him make one more ball. It's lost in those Sports Interiors lights a little bit there for Miladinovic. And there's your mini break for Fomba.
Oh, that's so gorgeous. And that's the Tidor Juska fans were expecting to see come over from Clemson. The athleticism, the strength. It was grown man tennis. I don't know how else to describe it. Point chance to force a breaker.
You can see that we've also starting to get some of the 12 o'clock teams starting to get warmed up. Actually, now that 1 and 2 finished for that matchup, so it looks like USC and Florida are heading out onto court now to start their warm-ups.
Interesting.
Also, Jake Fernley right now to the right of our screen on the left portion of your screen to the right, up at the top right, Jake Fernley has 2 break chances to make it a 2-break lead in the second. Well, that's a bad miss there on a relatively easy second serve there from Fomba. So 4-2 at the turn. As that mini break lead continuing, and yeah, we're looking at a situation where we could see TCU off court here in just a couple of minutes with a victory.
Which is why it's interesting to me. You mentioned USC warming up. I figured they'd give Kentucky priority. Kentucky.
I think it's based on courts.
Interesting.
Yeah, the fact that USC and Florida will be.
Well, UNC plays UNC.
I picked that. I'm so sorry.
That was my confusion.
That's me. That's me messing up there.
Got it. It's USC and UNC walking out on court.
Correct.
Yeah, which makes it much.
I just my blue in my eye is just a little bit off.
It's fair. Again, it's match 1.
It is match 1.
We're allowed these now.
Are we? I feel like my page just got docked.
No, you just have to say Daniel West up one more time now for every area. So again, this is a critical breaker here for Georgia. It would be nice to get off court and say, we just need our big dogs, Bride, Kreuter, to come through.
Yep.
But Casey Hoole's he's lingering.
All right, so 5-2 now for Fomba. Still break chances for Fernley as well, so TCU closing in.
Actually, it's a critical breaker right now in 5, but we have to go to 4 because Blake Kreuter is serving for the match, and now you start to look at things in this South Carolina-Georgia match. Kreuter gets off court here. We can explore some of scenarios.
Well, not surprising to go kicker to that backhand wing of the 1-8 in a crucial spot. So 3-5. Fernley and Paralek now on a deciding point in their 2-4 service game.
De facto match point?
Feels like it. There it is. It's long from Miladinovic. And match points upcoming for Luke Fomba with a 6-3 lead in this breaker.
Oh, no, he did not miss that, James Story. He does indeed. So now 30-40. Kreuter 2 points away.
Boom! Luke Fomba. He's put TCU on the verge with a straight set win over Miladinovic. That is solid stuff. 2 and 6.
Oh no, James Story, twice? First he overcooks the sitting forehand, then that overhead. It's still traveling past the back tarp, so it's a match point coming up for Kreuter. I believe Perlek got the hold, by the way.
He did get the hold. Yeah, so it's 4-3 there, and TCU cruising everywhere else. They are up breaks now on 3. Jack Pennington-Jones actually at 4 love. Goersney, 3 love, single break lead over Luke Koenig at 5, and then at 6, Louis Maxted quickly 2 love. So everything here, TCU, looks like they're just about to finish things off. It's just going to be seemingly a matter of who.
Feels like a when, not if sort of scenario.
That is absolutely the case. Let's go to court 1. Keep an eye on Fernley.
I do want to say Story snuck out. That was highway robbery, that hold. And so we go to a breaker here. Kreuter, the chance to close things out. We actually have 2 breakers happening simultaneously. Let's take us to court 5. That one's further along, west off. Poole, Juska, 3 all at the turn. Yeah, you can see actually it's interesting. Kentucky now out on court. They play next here on courts 1, etc. You can see the stretching on the side there. The bands are out.
Yeah, no, everybody's trying to get loose. It's going to be about 30 minutes of on-court time for the 2 teams.
Will they need it? That's the question.
That's a really good body serve from Jake Fernley. I'm interested, you know, it's still so early, Alex, in the season, but seeing Jake Fernley at 17 in the country right now in singles is obviously not indicative of what he's been able to put together over the last several months.
Well, he's been out for much of the first month of January with injury, and even when he hasn't been injured, they've been tentative because, again, why not play Maxted, Vives, Jirasek?
Yeah, you've got the luxury of missing him in the lineup.
Put the Porsche in the garage. We don't need it today.
Oh, Porsche, really?
Yeah, with how he's playing right now.
I appreciate the fact that he throws into doubles. Porsche, well done.
Oh, I do what I can. Meanwhile, Juska, you see 2 points away. Oh, Theodore, no.
And that Jake Fernley overheads into Naperville. Far western side.
Yeah, I know. Theodore hit his to Aurora. And so, come on.
Even farther.
Yeah, exactly. I know my Illinois
I don't even know if that's not even really a suburb. It's its own entity.
It's fair.
That and Joliet. Oh, that's into the tarp. Yeah, that's Perlek. Actually, his racket hit the tarp before he tried to make contact with that forehand, and the tarp, gets smacked
wins
around
that
a little
exchange.
bit.
Yeah. Meanwhile, again, Juska on serve here. Casey Houle serving.
All right, so it's game points here for Fernley, trying to make it 5-3. Well, it just looked like a very comfortable drill session, didn't it? Little short volley. Dropped back for the overhead and finished well. 5-3, 1 game away from TCU, clinching this and moving into the quarterfinals. Tim Jones, 4 love. Gorsney, 3-1. Maxted, 3 love. So all TCU right now. Everything going the way of the Horned Frogs. Courts 1 through 6.
Ball rally goes to Juska. Physicality down the home stretch of 5. It's tight everywhere. And it's match points Bulldogs at the number 5 spot.
Wilson ball getting crushed around, and Wilson is the official ball racket and accessory brand of the ITA.
It's your number 1 tennis accessory, Mike. You're on court. What are you rocking?
I haven't played in 2 years now.
Really?
Yeah.
Ay. We'll get you out there.
Will we? It's probably for the best.
For me, it's the wristband.
Again, I'm 83 years
old.
Yeah,
this is fair.
Hard.
It's fair. I can't play without him. I sweat too much now. That's indicative of my age. And there it is, Teddy Yuska. Just what the doctor ordered for the transfer from Clemson. Probably his biggest win in Bulldog red and black. And now it's 3-2, and we go to court number 4.
Yes. Sorry, that rolled over from Jake Fernley. It did.
It was nice.
It was.
Yeah. So again, we go to 4 here. Georgia, South Carolina, another second set breaker. Kreuter takes it. All of a sudden, it's 3-all money ball. With Bride up a set at court number 3 for Georgia. Kreuter's up a set here on 4. I don't want to say you'd rather be Georgia, but you wouldn't rather be South Carolina either.
Again, 4-1 here. 5-3 here for Fernley. Paralek. 4-1 Pennington Jones. 4-1 Gorsny Koenig. 3-love Louis Maxted over Gracie Mizuchi. So again, everything very solidly in the Horned Frogs' favor. That's a good ball right on the baseline there from Paralek. Yeah, that had some great depth. Well, that is just an increasingly bigger forehand from Fernley. 2 points away now.
And there is a quiet swagger to Blake Kreuter that he has had since he walked onto campus. You have that much hair underneath that backwards hat, you're going to have some swag to you.
You know about it.
Yeah, exactly. He is just so casual right now, and that really helping him down the home stretch here. Does not look flustered whatsoever. And now he's got match points. Wow. They've been down on the scoreboard for about 2.5 hours.
Second serve here for Fernley to look at. Oh, that's a big miss. That is in the wheelhouse. Could have had a couple of match points. That's a big, big miss for Jake Fernley.
The eyes lit up.
Oh, you could see those shoulders open up, couldn't you? From Tadeusz Paralek. So here it is. It's a match point for the Horned Frogs to end this match on the racket of Jake Fernley.
It's double match point. As Kreuter's got another one on court 4.
Oh, that lands good. That does not. So Paralek saves the moment. 5-4. Let's go quickly, if we can, to court 3. It is Pennington Jones, also 1 game away for the Horned Frogs. Finn Bass serving to stay in it right now. It's 1-5 there on 3. Going to be popping around here probably between 1 and 3. We would imagine the clincher comes between one of these two courts. Although TCU again looking good, 4-2 on 5 for Love. Actually about to be 5 Love on 6.
And you heard the roar even from our broadcast booth. 10 courts down. Blake Kreuter has leveled things at 3. And now you ask yourself, Who would you rather be for the first time in this match? Maybe since they were serving 6-5 at 2 and 3 doubles, the answer is Georgia, as Trent Bride, the senior former All-American, 7-5, 3-all on court 3. He's facing break point chances, though, taking on Raphael Lambling. A rematch of last year. Lambling took in 3 in a match Georgia ultimately won 4-3.
Pennington Jones is 2 points away right now. It's 15-30. That Finn Bass looks like he is struggling physically right now. And again, this is tough. You're 2.5 hours into this match at this stage.
Didn't play in Columbus earlier this week as well.
Ooh. Yeah, look, he has to finish point early. It's very clear.
That's the mindset. Grip and rip.
Maxted 2-5 love indeed on 6, 4-2 for Gorsny at 5. Fernley serving for it. We're going to try to do our best to find the clinching point here. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. Now I get paid, right? He's going to be doing the work, but keeping an eye on 3 and 1. Pennington Jones 2 points away now, 30-all. Fernley 2 points away at 30 love.
Sure.
Well, it's a nice finish. All right, so Bass 40-30. And actually, let's go over to court number 1, where we do have a second double match point. It's John Jake Fernley's serve. Just came up with an ace to get it to 40 love. And indeed, the TCU Horned Frogs are into the quarterfinals with a 4-0 victory over the Baylor Bears. And yeah, if you play these matches out, it looks like it would have been a 7-0 decision for TCU. Just comprehensive from start to finish.
Absolutely. And credit to the Baylor Bears. They had an option about an hour and a half into this match, sink or swim, and they decided to swim. They gave this match a fight. They created that fourth act by forcing thirds towards the bottom half of the lineup. But boy, didn't TCU look like a defending national indoor champion in that one, Mike?
They did. And listen, this is going to be a team to be reckoned with. And yeah, the fact that they're able to get off the court, everybody looked healthy and looked confident today. That's a really big start as they move towards quarterfinals tomorrow.
Pennington Jones finds his sea legs on the singles court. Didn't get the finish there, but obviously was very close to that finish line. They play around with the doubles lineup, take the doubles point as well. It's a really good win, and it's a very strong start for the third-seeded TCU Horned Frogs. But, of course, now that brings us to a 3-all affair, and it wouldn't be the national indoors if we didn't get some 4-3 thrillers. That's what we have right now on court 3. You see Raphael Lambling serving on the near side of your screen. He leads by a break 4-3, but down a set. Fifth year, the All-American, Trent Bride for the University of Georgia.
Pronunciations because of this. Wonderful.
All right, Rafa, show us what you got. Raphael Lambling again. Fifth year, Paris, France. Went 11-1 last year in conference play, including a victory over Trent Bride. point goes to Raphael Lambling. So 5-3 lead for the Gamecock. Fifth year. Again, fifth year on fifth year. You wouldn't have it any other way. If you were more focused on the Baylor TCU match, how we got here, South Carolina takes the doubles point. They were actually down 5-6 in a break on courts 2 and 3. Ultimately rally back to take the doubles point. They then get comfortable straight set victories at the 1 and 2 singles marks. But again, Georgia's come roaring back. Straight set wins from Perez Pena at 6. Straight set win from Teddy Juska at 5. And then the straight set win from Blake Kreuter has us 3-all overall. And we might be headed towards the third set. Lambling is 2 points away. We'll see again for Trent Bride.
Let's go. Let's go. Keep at it. Let's go.
1 and 2 overall this year at the number 3 spot. So here it is. The real moment. Trent Bride serving.
Here we go. One time for the one time.
So here we go. Raphael Lambling's got 2 shots at it. First one raced. It's good serve by Trent Bride, playing aggressively. That forehand's gotten a little shaky down the stretch. You know that's where Lambling's looking to go with his return. That land good? It does land good, and so Trent Bride does his job still. Raphael Lambling, the 5th year out of France, will have the opportunity to serve for the match. Serve for the set and extend the match here. 3-all overall. So, of course, it took us 1 match. We're off schedule here at the XS Tennis Village in Chicago, Illinois. Alex Gruskin, joined by Mike Cation here all weekend long. TCU 4-0 winners in match number 1. Doubles goes to South Carolina here this morning. Get decisions at the number 1 and 3 spots. Then it was Toby Samuel, Connor Thompson, straight set winners at 1 and 2, 1 and 2 singles. Of course, 4, 5, 6 singles, all straight sets for Georgia, and that's a heck of a bounce back for the Bulldogs. Georgia fans certainly were aware Wednesday night, this Georgia team, they got beat straight up. Illinois comes in, knocks them out on Wednesday. To see how this Georgia team has responded today, your head coach Manny Diaz Associate head coach Jamie Hunt. You have to be a little satisfied, but the job not done yet. Lambling serving 4-5, third set.
There's no way! There's no way! That is awful! There's no way! It's just going sideways. That is awful! Hey, let's go, three! Let's go, three! Here we go, Rafa! Here we go, Rafa! Let's go! That's huge, Rafa! I love that!
2 points away, and that's going to be the bread and butter. Whether it's in this immediate game, in a hypothetical third set, ace to that Bride forehand. Set points. Belonging to Raphael Lambling. Again, when these two faced off last year, a 4-3 match that went the way of Georgia, it was a 3-set decision for Lambling over Bride. He does that again today. South Carolina is going to the quarterfinals. Bride flips the script. It will be a much needed victory for this Georgia team.
Here we go. Hey, let's go, three. Let's go, three. Yeah, come on. Come on.
So let's go the distance. Wouldn't be the National Indoors if we didn't have a 4-3 match to kick things off. Raphael Lambling, 6-4 second set. He forces the third against Trent Bride. We're going the distance in this one. It feels about right, Mike, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. And yeah, the energy, I was just down there on court Just trying to make sure we were ready for the 12 o'clock as
Sure.
well as coordinate. And I know David Raditi is going to be popping in just a minute or two to join us. But yeah, the energy down there right now, as you've got 2 matches warming up plus 1 final match there. It doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, it's fun. I also am curious. You were down there.
Yeah.
It's chilly,
It's
isn't
cold.
it? It is cold down there.
I mean, listen, it's a little different in the hallway versus actually on court. On court, it feels a little bit warmer, especially with the lights coming down, providing a little bit of heat as well. But yeah, it's chilly. But yeah, David Raditi will be joining us in just a minute or two. And again, all of the other teams are just starting to warm up. So it looks like I don't know how they're going to structure it, to be honest with you, Alex. I don't know if USC and North Carolina, I don't know if they're going to be able to get started or not. I'm not sure.
I'm going to have to move next to you, though.
Yeah, you're
right
fine.
now. Yeah, you see me sliding. The reason I'm doing so is the fact that I believe we have Coach Roditi ready for us. I believe Coach Roditi in the waiting room, ready to speak with us. Of course, David Roditi, head coach of the TCU men's tennis team. So super producer Daniel Westoff, whenever you have him, feel free to bring him in. As we see, get ready for the 3rd set to start. Again, all tied up, 3-all doubles, 1 and 2 going the way of South Carolina. Georgia getting 4, 5, and 6. Of course, the thing we are now blessed with, I see him hopping in to our Zoom feed. Make sure that internet connection is good.
What's the score in South Carolina?
As soon as we hear Coach Roditi, you imagine everyone will hear him, right?
There's no doubt about that.
Coach, can you hear us?
Yes.
There he is. Hello, Coach Roditi. Congratulations on the 4-0 victory to you and the Horned Frogs. We'll just get into it.
Thank
How'd
you.
How'd you think the boys competed today?
Yeah, I thought they did a great job of exactly that, competing. I felt the guys got off to a really good start at number 2 doubles, and a new team that's never played together. I thought that was a great sign for us. We lost that point against them last time, so to get up a break early helped. And then number 3 doubles, they've been doing a great job. So we got the doubles point. Yeah, and what I was proud of is the way we kept competing. Jack loses the first set, comes back. We win a lot of first sets, and then they come back in the second sets with a lot of close second sets. That match may look on paper like it was 4-0 and we were going to win, but at one point they're winning the second set at 5, second set at 6, and then Fumba is in a tiebreaker, set points down. Looked like that was going to go 3 sets. Jake wins a humongous tiebreaker. So it's always a battle. It's always a battle, regardless of the final score.
Coach, obviously the depth that you guys are able to put together right now, the fact that you have some parts that are a little bit interchangeable, the fact that you were able to switch up that 2 doubles line today, what has that meant for you in terms of your coaching decisions on a daily basis to make sure everybody's matched up well? And also it probably gives you some flexibility if somebody's got a bit of a nagging injury.
Yes. Obviously, with every privilege, there comes some whatever tough things with it. Everything, the yin and the yang. So yeah, that's the strength of our lineup. It's also tough. So these guys, they're all competitive. They all want to play. They all want to play one. So that's up to Coach Bowen and myself to communicate with the guys. We feel that we have a lot of choices. We do. And we like that problem. And it's hard. It's hard to tell Thomas Jurasek or Pedro Vives that they're not playing today. It's really hard. Or Louis, that he's not playing doubles, finalist of Fall Nationals. So, yeah, it's tough. It's nice. I'll take it. I'll take that problem anytime. But, it comes with a lot of communication, and we love all these guys. They're working so hard. It just makes it very difficult.
No, it's to your point. It's the best sort of problem to have. And you know, the difference obviously between today and when you faced Baylor a couple of weeks ago is this time you didn't have to drag Jack Pennington-Jones off the couch directly to the match. He actually had some time to warm up, to prepare properly. What did you think about the freshman's performance today in both singles and doubles?
Yeah, great. I love, you know, I saw a look in his face that we didn't get to see at Baylor, and I love that look. I love when they get in that competitive mode. It as a coach is just fun. It's fun to see that he had it in doubles. Him and Sander were outstanding, and then in the singles he got off to a slow start. But you know what? Finn Bass was playing outstanding tennis. If Finn Bass was playing number one for them the last time we played them. So the last time Baylor played a match, Finn Bass was at 1, and the way he played that first set, he was their best player. And you know the way he played the first set. So obviously he's not 100%. But yeah, to see Jack come back from that, he's still hasn't won a singles match in college. It was great to see that. It's going to build. You know, we'll go from here. Tomorrow will be another battle.
Well, what is the steps for you here? Obviously, getting off the court pretty quickly here today, important. What are the next steps? How are you kind of building them mindset-wise to make sure that you're thinking big picture, but also focusing on the match at hand tomorrow?
Yeah, right now. It's all about recovery. Everything we do is about recovery. We're fortunate enough to travel with our massage therapist and our trainer. So this is where they get to work. The guys know the routine. Hydrate, eat well, rest, and get ready for just an absolute war, whether it's South Carolina or Georgia. It doesn't matter. We don't know either team very well. We haven't played them in a while, and we're just excited for the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm sure you're saying to Trent Bride, Raphael Lambling, play 7-6 in the third. Take your time out there, guys. But, you know, my final question to you before we let you go, and we appreciate your time, Coach. You're one of the few, maybe the only personality in college tennis whose hat has their own Twitter account. I ask you, Coach Roditi, is that a new hat? It looks new. It looks fresh out the box.
No. This hat's been around, and this hat was in Seattle.
Oh, it's so it's been polished. That's what you're telling me.
It's nice. And you know what? There's not a better thing you can put on your head with this weather than 100% beaver right on top of your head. This is a legit hat. I'm telling you, this is a legit hat. You wouldn't even take a guess how much this hat is. I love it.
Yes. Well, Coach, I'll tell you what, you make it look legitimate, as did your team. Awfully legitimate start for the defending national indoor champion. So, Coach, good luck to you and the Frogs. And I'll throw the 2 up in the air for you. I'll do this for every coach here, obviously. Congrats on the victory.
Thank you, guys, and thanks for everything that you're doing for college tennis. That'll never change. Appreciate it. You know what? Our fans were great. It was great to look up and see a lot of purple out there. So yeah, it's awesome. They made the trip, and always fun for the guys. So thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it, Coach Roditi. Coach David Roditi. 4-0 winners, RP and third-seeded TCU here overall.
So now we kind of get to this, it's an interesting stage because you're going to have here within the next 15 minutes or so, you're going to have Kentucky and Florida get started. But yeah, you're also at the same point. I mean, obviously a huge third set just getting underway for Georgia and South Carolina.
Do we have an official start time? Not quite.
I'm sure we do.
Yeah, we'll talk to our league people.
I'll go check.
They're probably starting at 12. It was probably on schedule, one would assume, right?
It's pretty close. I don't know if they actually got on court and warming up right at 11:30. It's going to be close, though.
Cool. We'll say a tentative 12:02.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I like it.
12:05. There you go. Here's the background. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
12:05. So we are 11 minutes away from the start of Florida and Kentucky. I don't think we're going to be able to start the other match, though.
You don't think so?
I just don't think, court-wise, we're going to be able to do that.
It's just, this set could go for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, that I don't want to say off-brand court, but those far courts, the 7 through 12, those are the ones that are going to be, as we see, a haul all day long, because that's the 5 through 12 seed, the 6 through 11, the 7 through 10, the 8 through 9. The matches are inherently closer. So, yeah, this front bake will be done by 9:30. Back bake, 1 a.m.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. 1 a.m. Pacific. Just let the record
1 a.m. Pacific.
Yeah. As you see, Trent Bride does start things off with the One Love hold. Again, for Bride. How will he assert himself here in set number 3? That's the question for me, Mike, is he stopped doing that down the stretch of 2.
Wow, that's a big rip. Yeah, so my initial thoughts, just watching a little bit more now that we're able to focus on one match here, is, you know, I'm looking at Lamling and I'm just like, okay, step forward a little bit.
Yeah,
be a little bit more aggressive. You're a big player. Again, you know, it's so cliche, obviously, but you know, I want to see him dictating a little bit more.
I think it's fair. I think we saw it down the home stretch when he built his lead in set 2. He was volleying. A lot more volleying. So that's a very good point by you. And of course, some will remember Rafael Lambling, doubles partner to Daniel Rodriguez. Duo were ranked as high as number 2 in the country last season. He has that aggression in him.
Yes.
He's also a big guy.
He is that's the thing. The fact that he can impose himself. Thank you. Impose himself within, you know, and impose his will in a match. That is important. I mean, the immediate thing that pops into my head, like I'm looking at him and I'm thinking Sam Querrey body type. Like that's very, you know, obviously it's tough to make those comparisons. You know, talent that Sam Querrey had as a pickleball specialist. But that's immediately, you just think about the fact that Sam, not a guy who's serving volleyer necessarily, but he always imposed himself. And that's why it's so important with that type of length.
First forehand through the court.
At 100%.
And that serve will help him do precisely that.
Well, there you go. That's exactly what we were looking for in a big moment as well. So good confidence to see that in the big moment. And again, if you are just joining us here looking for the start as we near 12 o'clock of Florida and Kentucky, that will be coming up in about 7 minutes. We're going to finish here this South Carolina-Georgia match, obviously with so much at stake, a quarterfinal spot on the line. But that match will begin at 12:05 Central Time.
See, this is the horrible part. As we see the game point, he did miss long.
It's called long, at least.
Confirmed, yes, by the chair. But this is how you know I still have women's national indoor brains. I hear you say at stake, and I just want to say at staker. I can't help it.
Yeah, Tulsa's own.
Yeah, I can't turn it off.
Best player from the 918.
Yeah, looking at you, Zeke Clark. Step it up.
I literally a couple of weeks ago during winter break, I saw her at my local grocery store, and I was too even though I've talked to her before, I was still like, I can't talk to Emma Staker.
She's a celebrity. Yeah. What are you doing here? Like the move though, right?
Yep. No, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good swing. That's a really tough ball because that's going to be really thin on that line. Immediately, I think it's wide, but
if Bride makes it, clap the racket. Too good.
But I'd rather see Lamling take that.
Yes.
And again, there'll be comfort that comes along, with more and more experience for him moving forward, coming forward.
And I have the official score. I kept saying 3 sets. It was Kreuter who went 3 sets with Story last year. Lamling 7-6, 6-4 over Trent Bride in their dual match last year. A match won by Georgia 4-3 overall, clinched by Kreuter in that 3-set win. So I had the order of operation wrong. And I will say, big picture, I think this match matters a little more for Georgia. This group is hungry for just a decisive win. Yes. Not we beat Mercer or we beat even a Louisville, who is a rising top 25 team. It's no, we are the SEC powerhouse still.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, there, as you mentioned at the outset here 3 hours ago, that their signature win at this stage was Stanford 4-3.
Yeah.
Means a little bit more if you're able to pull something off here,
sure.
This stage, in a neutral site type of a situation, that means a little bit more. There's no doubt about it.
It also should be said for this Georgia program, I still can't believe they lost to Illinois. Like, I felt bad because I had to see Coach Dancer and congratulate him. And, like, in the same breath, I was like, how did you win that match? And I was like, I mean, congratulations on winning the match, because that was not a match Georgia expected to drop. And they've had that happen already a couple of times this season. They start out on the road. They drop a match at Florida State, a good team. I wouldn't say a great team. I wouldn't say a national championship contending team, not a team this Georgia group expected to be struggling with. And then, again, they get knocked out by SC in that SEC Pac-12 challenge, knocked out by Texas, a close match, but a match they weren't able to get over the finish line of. They need one. And it's just, what that will do for this group. If it's Trent Bride, of all people, who struggled over the past 15 months, who gets that clinching win now, you got to start thinking about him a little differently moving forward.
Well, just from watching play styles today, it feels like they're going to be a better outdoor team than they are indoor.
I agree. Henning, outdoors.
Ethan Quinn is going to be a lot better in a month than he is right now.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
So I believe Quinn's a California kid, correct?
Yeah, from Fresno area.
Yeah, his California showed of late.
Although I will say Fresno, it's not exactly warm.
Yeah,
it's not exactly warm. That's Northern California, so it's a different beast. Again, if you are just joining us, Florida and Kentucky getting started 2 minutes from now. Last warm-ups here as we are at 15-all in the Lamling service game. And again, if you are just joining us, in terms of our scoreboard, wins for South Carolina coming doubles 1 and 2. Georgia has it 4, 5, and 6.
Also feels worth just a little extra reminder how that doubles point worked. Samuel and Thompson did their thing at 1, and they've done their thing all day for South Carolina. But Georgia served for the sets at 2 and 3 simultaneously. They were up breaks 6-5 on both. They don't capture either set. You put a little pin in that if Bride doesn't escape today. They had this match on their racket at one point. I mean, Lambling sends that one Mach 12 past the baseline, but to your point, look at the court positioning. Trent Bride is barely seen in your screen at all. Lambling at least on top of that baseline. Advantage Lambling indoors.
You would think.
Yeah, scholars have argued.
Well, first off, that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
That return through the legs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens obviously on the let chords from time to time, but
should we put a pin in it? A little potential for tennis point moment of the day?
No, he didn't win the point.
But it was nice. Shot
Alex,
of the day? Tennis point shot of the day?
He did not win the point. No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
I defer.
Sorry. Very well done, but no.
Okay, that's fair. Just an innocuous highlight.
It was, yes.
Yeah.
Well executed. It did. I mean, it was like put away really easy.
It works for me.
I mean, you've mentioned obviously Trent the struggles that he's gone through. You think back to where he was as a junior, right? I mean, the fact that he was as high as number 8 in the world ITF junior. I mean, that's such a story to think about. Just this high flying junior player, and just that reminder that struggles come for us all at certain points. And now having this kind of a moment in his 5th year here at Georgia to really put his team into a quarterfinal spot of a national tournament like this.
I don't know about those passes, but to your point, I think for Trent Bride, and I was speaking about this with a dear friend of his, obviously the only 10-time All-American in college tennis history in Will Blumberg, and he was talking about, A, 2 things that he's noticed with Bride. B, the switching of rackets to the Babolat racket. To him, that was indicative of Bride realizes, I got to get more aggressive again. Yeah. I got to get back to my roots. Serve there, certainly somewhat aggressive, but B, I think it was indicative of, to Will, he said, it was very clear Trent going into this season just wants to hit the reset button.
Yeah.
That this year is going to be taken on its own, in a vacuum, in a bubble. And you're right, in a bubble, this is quite the moment. Oh, Trent Bride, back to back.
Yeah, that is a cannon.
Yeah.
So that gets it to 3-2s. We stay on serve and pretty drama-free so far here. Do you want to run through the doubles lineups?
Let's do it quickly because it is rocking and rolling.
Okay, so we'll go through the doubles lineups quickly here during this changeover as we are now just about to get underway here for Florida and Kentucky. So if we can go court number 1 here. And again, we'll go through these pretty quickly so that we stay on court 3, I think, in the big picture. Okay, so we'll move through these pretty quickly here, Daniel. But for Florida at the 1 spot, it's Will Grant and Axel Nev playing at the 1 spot. For Kentucky, Taha Badi and Alafia Ayeni.
It's a very fast. No, it's a great matchup, and for what it's worth, Kentucky recently made a switch. They have decided to change up their doubles pairings. Yes, Alafia. Not an immediate switch. I meant big picture switch. It's now Ayeni partnered with Taha Badi. Previously, it was Ayeni and Draxel. They just went, here are our big guns. Try and beat us. That wasn't working. You will see it's a different shift in the doubles lineup we see for Kentucky today.
Court number 2, the number 15 doubles team in the country. On the Florida side, 2 freshmen from Turkey, Togan Tokac, and then Tanapat Nirendorn from Thailand. They've been very strong together, 4-1 at the 2 spot.
Perfect contrast of styles. You've got Nirendorn, who's going to be up at the net doing all sorts of movements, all sorts of hands, the soft touch. Meanwhile, again, for Tokac, power, power, power.
On the other side, couple of veterans, junior Joshua Lapidat from Canada and J.J. Mercer, the redshirt junior from Huntington, West Virginia, the transfer from Ohio State.
The cool kids nowadays, they say, let's run that back. That's what Kentucky has decided to do. They're running back this duo of Mercer and Lapidat. They were very successful throughout different portions of the season last year, particularly had a really good 2021 fall. Now, obviously, it's been some time since then, but I'll take Mercer's hands with just about anyone in the country. I'm pretty sure Mercer and Cash, if you put them in the ATP right now, that's a top 100 pair. pairing, and that's one of the most successful U.S. junior pairings in recent memory. And so, yeah, I love the pieces here for Kentucky. This is just a well-rounded number 2 spot.
A little bit of a change as we move over to court number 3 for Florida. In their doubles lineup, they've gone with Nate Bonetto and Oleg Orlikowski. Freshman is actually, I believe, his first dual match action here. So Orlikowski going to be in the 3 spot with Nate Bonetto.
So it's the Orlikowski debut. This was fascinating because talk to enough people about Florida, as successful as their start to the season has been, they've said we are not nearly where we will be when we have everyone, and the keyword was always eligible. Well, now they do. This is definitely a swing match because Kentucky has not been that strong at the 3 spot.
And they are featuring Liam Draxel, the senior from Newmarket, Ontario, Canada, partnered with Jaden Weeks. Yeah, there's a lot of talent there. No doubt about it.
Oh, my goodness. And energy. Yes. I mean, again, Liam Draxel at 3 doubles, you'll take that bet.
No doubt.
And it doesn't matter who the other 3 players are. And so, no, it's fascinating. And again, I say we go court number 3 in the big box. Yeah, so we'll keep that in the center. We can go 3 wide now, Mike. We can do that. We'll put 2 small doubles. We'll call those the side pieces for now. This Florida-Kentucky match, it's the side action. The main course will be court number 3.
Wow, this is a lot.
This is Westhoff flexing his muscles.
Yes, no, I understand. Somebody certainly has to.
Yeah, exactly.
But we'll keep you updated on everything that's going on around the grounds. And again, USC and North Carolina, approximately a half an hour after the end of this South Carolina-Georgia matchup.
Also sneaking in on court right now, I see Michigan, I see Stanford. 2 3:30 matches, but you never know when you're going to get indoor courts open.
You know, that's exactly right. I mean, Illinois has also been here for a little bit of time as well.
I guarantee you Ohio State's at Midtown warming up. Come on, we know Ty Tucker.
Yes, and he happens to know somebody who works over there.
Yeah, 1 or 2 people.
Danielle Wolf.
Oh,
JJ's
now at Midtown.
sister is at Midtown.
Wow.
Yeah, along with apparently modeling.
Yeah.
For the Grayson clothing line.
Sure.
As one does.
Is Martin Joyce there? Is he coaching? Yeah, why would you know that?
It's from Hinsdale.
Yeah, but Danielle Joyce. It's a power couple. Come on now. So again, you see here, Raphael Lambling to continue to keep pace here with Trent Brybe, but game point chances 40-30. So it's a deuce point.
Pretty big one. This is the first real drama we've had in this third set.
They're playing with the scoreboard on us. And I think this is where the doubles coming back into play just confuses everything.
Oh, it's
3-all. Yeah, okay. I figured that was this. I was like, what did I miss? Meanwhile, if you're Trent Brybe, let's take the. I know we've talked about his continued progression, but from a game style standpoint, Mike, what do you think he needs to do here to knock Lambling off his spot?
Yeah, I think. Listen, I think he has to be the aggressor here. He's getting enough second ball forehands that he can really dictate things with that forehand, and he's doing a really good job of that. And just the fact that he's keeping Lambling about 6 feet behind the baseline this much, to me, has actually been a bit surprising.
Okay.
Big picture, especially on an indoor court, but he's doing exactly what he needs to do. Find that second ball forehand with repeat and just hammering away good targets really has been what's been impressive to me so far.
Again, winner of this one going to take on TCU tomorrow.
Should point out it is a quick break on court 2 for Kentucky, they lead 1-love serving.
Two-love break on 2 for Lapidot Mercer.
Yep. It's a bad miss, though, for Bride, trying to hit that slider corner. That depth, a bit of a challenge. 30-15 now.
Of course, right now, got the tech. Super producer Daniel Westhoff playing with the cameras. So that bottom left, court 2, obviously that's the court 2 in Georgia, South Carolina. We're going to get that to court 2, Florida, Kentucky in a moment.
Although by the time we get it fixed, they might be off the court.
Yeah.
That's the talent that you see there for the Kentucky Wildcats of Mercer and Lapidot.
They ran it back successfully. Meanwhile, Trent Bride, big serve for 40-15. That serve, I don't remember Trent Bride having that sort of juice. Or dare I say juice-ka. Sorry.
Did you need to?
Yeah, it was there.
Did you really need to?
It was sprinting down my tongue. It was like, dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, you didn't actually have to. That's the beautiful part.
As you see, it is the hold for Bride, 4-3 on serve. So again, left side of your screen, you see the doubles action underway, Florida, Kentucky. And this is always the most hectic part for us here in the broadcast booth when you've got 7 matches going on, trying to follow it all, Mike.
In terms of the world tennis number, the ITF world tennis number for these 2 players, Lambling out in front, 3.89 versus 4.02 for Trent Bride. We talked a little bit about the struggles that Trent's had over the last year. It's certainly factoring into that. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, this man, I just, I always think about redemptive arc kind of things. And obviously it's so early within a season, but this is such a big moment as there's a break there for the Florida Gators at the 1 spot there that you see at the top left of your screen.
And look at Scotty Perlman on the trot. Volunteer assistant for Florida. Making some noise for his guys. You love to see it. Are we going to ask the $1 million question?
Oh, I didn't know that was
Florida.
one.
Oh, there. It might be about $1 million.
Okay.
Is this Brian Shelton's last year at Florida?
No comment.
And that's why it's the $1 million question, folks. That is why. Coach Shelton, obviously, one of, if not the best college tennis coach in modern history, wins the title, not just with the Florida men's team, but of course what he did with Georgia Tech on the women's side as well.
And recruited Blair Henley to play at Georgia Tech. I mean, really, that's what it's all about.
You name it, he's done it.
Having known Blair for a very long time, she never talks about her tennis playing status.
I know.
I mean, she was top 30 in the country.
I saw her hit with Eubanks. I saw that backhand.
Again, top 30 in the country in college.
No, good.
That's great.
People don't talk enough about the Rice Owls. Late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, see, that's the ability to inject some pace off from the baseline right now. I have more confidence in Bride from the baseline in the standard baseline neutral rallies. I have much more confidence there than I do in Lambling at the moment.
His ball is much more of a parabola. You see the curve, you see the action. Lambling, it's line drive. It's straight through. Checkers versus chess.
I'm not willing to go that far.
Yeah. I've never understood in that analogy, which one's the good one?
Chess.
Chess is the good one, right? Because it's more complicated.
Right.
It's like, okay.
There's complex, there's diversity of movement. Yeah. That's going to be missed as well. So here's your moment for Trent Bride.
That's what I figured. I just wanted to double check. Just like lengthy out, lanky in.
Yes.
We're learning. We're learning on day one.
And if you are just joining us, you're seeing doubles for Kentucky and Florida on your left. And again, we're not going to be able to start North Carolina and USC until after the match on your right finishes. 3-3 here in the South Carolina-Georgia matchup. Yeah, so that's where there's just a little bit of a difference, right? If Lambling has that ability to impose himself and impose his will, it's not even about making a perfect approach shot. It's about imposing himself, using the length to make Bride go for a very thin target.
Sure. Also, at this stage of the match, make him hit the pass.
Exactly right. Talked about the forehand questions.
Yes.
This is where you would have that forehand question in a moment like this, right? Of 3-4 in the third. Yikes. Okay, so here you go. It's the moment for Trent Bride. He's going to have 3 looks. We should point out Florida is up breaks on 1 and 3 right now, huh? And back on serve.
From a noise perspective,
yeah,
it is so much louder in that Kentucky-Florida match than we saw with our 9 a.m.s. You can tell it's noon.
Oh, what a way to grab the break. It is Trent Bride, who might have just wrapped things up for Georgia. Now it's on his serve. He's got it to 5-3.
You always love when both coaches are coming to put their arm around the shoulder. Jamie Hunt gets there first. You see Manny Diaz, words of encouragement. Trent Bride's not just a fifth year. He's the senior. He's the captain. He's the one it all runs through in Athens. A chance to deliver maybe his biggest win since his freshman year.
So it is on the fifth-year senior's shoulders. 87 in the country right now in the Tennis Point ITA rankings, serving for the match. All-American, as you mentioned, Alex, back in 2020, 3 years ago, and I'm sure it feels like a very long time ago for Trent Bride, everything he's been through. Career high number 8 in the ITF junior rankings. And grabs 2 free points just like that.
That first serve in this third set has been everything, Mike. T on the ad, T on the deuce. He's hitting that J.J. Wolf slice T on the ad right now. He's hit it like 3 times here down the home stretch. The like was unnecessary. It's been 3 times, folks.
And another one. It is match point for the Georgia Bulldogs. The bottom of the lineup comes through for Georgia. Wins at 4, 5, and 6, and Trent Bride provides the clincher. 6-3 in the third over Raphael Lambling, and Georgia is into the quarterfinals.
It's exactly what the doctor ordered for this program down in Athens. It has been so long since Georgia earned one of these signature wins, maybe since they beat South Carolina 4-3 last season. And for Georgia to come here Wednesday, lose to Illinois in the fashion that they did, to come out and beat the 6th seed, not just beat them, Mike, they drop doubles, and they find 4 victories, the bottom of the lineup. We always say it's the bottom of the lineup that separates the men from the boys. Georgia's got it. What a victory.
Yeah, I mean, so much focus with Georgia right now is on Ethan Quinn, right?
Yeah.
And just obviously him leading the way, but goodness gracious, the fact that Trent Bride kind of providing that clinching moment, the veteran here, and there's a lot of veteran leadership at the bottom of that lineup for Georgia.
And it's honestly one of the non-veterans I would point to here, because you're absolutely right. But how about Miguel Perez Paine?
Sure.
It was how quickly he was off the court, how quickly it was 1-all overall. The doubles point did not matter from there on. And I mean, if you're South Carolina, you're scratching your head a little bit. You're definitely, with how well your top two played today, everyone else is going to feel it.
Yeah, having that 3-1 lead.
Yeah, for a while.
For a while. Yeah, that's a tough one to take. So South Carolina, it's going to be a tough recovery. They'll get Baylor tomorrow in the back draw, but it is Georgia who's moving on. So tomorrow's first quarterfinal set is going to be TCU and Georgia.
How about that? That's a fun one between obviously some programs we have been, I would say, two of the defining programs of the last 15 years of college tennis. TCU throughout the Rodeo.
You have to put Virginia in there.
No, not the defining. Okay. Two of the defining.
Well, yeah, I think the whole point is this whole weekend is the defining.
Yes, sure.
Teams really.
Well, just wait till we get to Ohio State when I say they epitomize what good means in college tennis. I think that's what I'm saying about everyone of late. But yeah, it's going to be a battle. I mean, talk about it. It will be a fun one tomorrow morning. Get to lock in here on this doubles, and I do want to point out it's the energy level that's been just so sensational for each of these schools. Of course, 12 o'clock hour here. Yes, these two teams played last year. It's not fair to compare the two results. Florida replacing 6 starters from last year's team. Wow. Yeah, don't test that forehand of Liam Draxel. Draxel electric. With the inside in, it's 3-all now. Here on court number 3. Neither of these teams, Florida nor Kentucky, a ton of success in doubles last season. And right now it's the freshman Jaden Weeks serving on the far side of your screen. So fascinating when talking head coach Cedric Kaufman, associate head coach Matt Gordon. They rave about Weeks. The talent, the explosiveness. I think you'll see it in the serve right away. Comes off those strings pretty darn easy. Yep, it's good hands, it's good scoop, it's good attempt. Orlikowski, again in his first match, is the freshman from Poland. We have an official start time, USC-UNC, 12:50 start. 12:50, so 20 minutes from now. It'll be Trojans versus Tar Heels. Obviously, we'll have that for you here as our coverage rolls on. Day number 1 of this men's team national indoor championships. Right now, game point chances for Weeks. Love the aggression. Orlick's taking those returns inside the baseline every time. Little backhand flicks. Seem to be getting the job done. But Draxel too good. So it's a 4-3 hold for Kentucky on 3. Let's swap out 1-3, please. We'll switch the corners here. Florida up a break 4-3, but it's break point chances coming up for Alafi-Aini and Tahabadi. The two transfers coming over this year. Alafia from Cornell, Body from Wake Forest. Break point chances. It's Alafi-Aini returning on the near side. Point, deciding point. Yeah, not a shock to see them go to Body. The athleticism, the aggression. How comfortable Aini is with crossing at the net. It's Axel Nev serving on the far side of your screen. There's something about this Florida team today. There's an energy, an edge. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's the fact that it is a conference foe in Kentucky, a team they've made a habit of knocking out over the last few years. But I'm all in on the energy displayed by these Gators so far. And there's another one. Look at Axel. Arms in the air. Leave him like you just don't care. Meanwhile, you see Lapadat, Mercer. It's a deuce point, break point, 3 all on 2. You don't need to switch it, Westhoff. We can leave it there, but I do want to point out bottom left. Deuce point, break point chance with Florida up 5-3 at 1. On serve at 2. On serve at 3, excuse me. That's a biggie. Over on 2. Gators do indeed get the break for 4-3. No, excuse me, they hold for 4-3. Serving marker was a bit slow there, so we're on serve on 2. Meanwhile, here come Axel and Will. And I was talking to Coach Brian Shelton yesterday about Will Grant. Grant hasn't played much through his first few seasons in Gainesville, but how instrumental he has been to all the Gators' success these past few seasons. Coach Shelton could not emphasize that enough. Great hands from Alafia. Coach Shelton also made the point to say, look, in the transfer era, guys, typically if they're not playing after one season, they'll go hit the portal. It's not the case for Will Grant. A guy like Lucas Greif, the backbones of this Florida team. They've stuck it out, put in the hard yards. Now they're the Gators who get their opportunities. Oh, 5-3 Gators now. 5-3 Wildcats on 3 weeks. Drax will get the break. We'll swap out 1 and 3 following this game. Tahabadi's got 2 game point chances. And there's a fist pump from associate head coach Matt Gordon. Wildcats stay alive, but still Florida going to serve for it, our Grant. Nev, 5-4. So right now, again, it's Kentucky's Draxel Week serving for the set. 5-3 at the number 3 spot. Florida's going to serve forward 5-4 at 1. Meanwhile, coming up here in a moment, we will be joined by the clinching player of that round of 16 thriller. Georgia 4-3 over South Carolina. We should have Trent Bride momentarily. Mike, I know you know Trent a little better than I do. I'll ask you to lead that interview.
Oh, geez. Okay.
That's a first.
That's tough.
I believe we have him ready. So super producer Daniel Westhoff, as soon as you see him, let's send him in. Again, keeping an eye, obviously, on SEC thriller number 2. Kentucky, Florida. Quote Jake Tapper, too close to call. I don't know why Jake Tapper's who I went with. Had a lot of options.
Yeah, that's not the one.
Yeah.
What's the guy from MSNBC who that's his whole thing?
Steve Kornacki.
That guy.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right. Looks like we are joined now by Trent Bride, 5th-year senior out of Sewanee, Georgia. Trent, I went out and found you out on court, and you looked like you just maybe had a very relaxed training session. You looked incredibly calm and comfortable. I imagine, though, the nerves were there. And what was the key getting that break late and finishing it off in 3 sets?
Yeah, the nerves were absolutely there. So I'm glad I was able to hide it well. But it was a tough match. I had a lot of chances in the second set to get up a break, but he played well in some big points, on some deuce points, and in that third set, I thought I was taking care of my serve really well, which put a lot of pressure on him. And I was just trying to make returns and get into points. And as long as I could get to neutral, I felt pretty confident, and I think that was the key in that third set.
Yeah, it feels, Trent, like the courts are playing relatively quick, but in those type of situations, obviously, if you're able to dictate a little bit, it looked like you were finding that second forehand or that second ball forehand quite a bit and able to really apply some pressure. And how important is it on these courts here at XS?
Yeah, 100%. I think it was key for us that we played, even though we had a tough match against Illinois a couple days ago, it was key that we got a match under our belt in these courts, because these are very fast courts. And yeah, that was kind of the thing, is like when I could get to neutral and go forward, that he would give up a short ball and I could step in, and that was kind of the big difference in the match, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. And Trent, obviously, congratulations on the victory to you. Congratulations to the team. I'm curious in that respect. You're a veteran. Phil Henning's been around the block as well. Blake Kreuter, you guys have all seen all the things you've expected to see, and yet it's been a while since you've had success at an event like this. I'm curious what it means to you all to not only get back here to Chicago, but to win your first round match, get through to that quarterfinals. What does that mean to this group of veterans?
Yeah, it means a lot. Just like you said, we haven't, just because college has been so competitive, especially in the SEC, we haven't had the success that is normal for UGA tennis. And to get the first round win against a tough South Carolina team means a lot to us, with it being our last semester. And yeah, I mean, you could see it on everyone's faces. Everyone's just beyond thrilled. So.
Yeah, and I guess if you could, as we let you go, I want to make sure you get recovered. It's going to be another tough battle with TCU tomorrow. But what was it? What does it mean for you guys as well? Obviously, going down 3-1 in that stage, but it's the bottom of the lineup that comes through for you, and a lot of veteran leadership as well. What does that mean for you guys at the bottom of the lineup, if you will, 3 through 6, to find those victories to lead yourself and your team into the quarterfinals?
Yeah, it's huge. Some of those guys, we've had a pretty, I would say, through the season thus far, we haven't had any guys that have been absolutely, absolute locks, and we've been relying on certain guys to play good matches, and it was really good to see that the bottom half of our lineup come through, and especially after a tough dubs point. I mean, we were serving for 2 of the matches, and so obviously we needed 4, and after 1 and 2, those guys in South Carolina played really tough, and for us to just fight it out and play together was huge.
Well, Trent, no doubt that you were leading the way there, and that's a big victory for you, I know personally, and for the team as well. Congratulations. Try to celebrate for a little bit of time and get ready for tomorrow's quarterfinal, all right?
And the next time Ethan Quinn tries to interview you on an airplane, just smack him in the face, Trent. Don't let him do that to you ever again.
I think I'm gonna take over that role next time.
Okay, well deserved, Trent. And congratulations to you and the guys on the victory.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, so Trent Bride joining us here, leading Georgia to a 4-3 win over South Carolina. That means that coming up, we will also be able to get to USC and North Carolina as well.
12:50 start.
12:50 start, so 10 minutes away from the beginning of that one. And listen, this is a pretty big moment right now for Kentucky and Florida. We have a win for Florida at 1 double, 6-4. A win for Kentucky at the 3 spot, 6-3. So it all comes down here to the 2 line for doubles.
And Florida has played great tennis to start this match. Now, they dropped that set at number 3. They did not play poorly. It was 1 break of serve on that number 3 court. The energy, though, this Florida team is playing with right now, they are playing like they have nothing to lose. They are playing like they are the challengers. I haven't seen Florida been able to be in this position in 5 years, and it's really fun to watch. I also, and I mentioned this on our broadcast earlier, there are 2 people I know will be locked in from first ball to last this weekend to our Cracked Racquets broadcast. One of them, Dr. Laura Gruskin, my loving mother. The other, Ben Shelton, who's sitting somewhere in a tournament hotel somewhere locked into this match.
I mean, he's locked into this match.
Yeah,
he's not locked in from first ball to last.
That's fair.
No, I talked to him last night, actually, for a minute and just said hello, thinking about him. That's a beautiful return. So this becomes, monster point, isn't it? 4-all deuce. All could come down to this, right? So who's going to take this deciding point?
And there's a strong
It's going to be Mercer, sorry.
No, the Kentucky contingent is strong. It's the strongest fan section we've seen so far.
So Mercer here on the ad side to take it.
Loves to go sneak line. Look for it.
Oh, it's missed. What a rip there from Joshua Lapidat into the body, and there's the break for the Kentucky Wildcats as they lead 5-4.
And look at Mercer pumping chests with his teammates, slapping hands. This is the energy we've come to expect in a college tennis duel match. It will be Kentucky to serve for the doubles point. And again, given the experience gap between these 2 schools, you just feel like if Kentucky can take the doubles point, I don't know where Florida finds 4 singles victories. I don't know where anyone finds 4 singles victories. I know Georgia just got it 3 through 6, but again, it's a credit to the depth, the strength of college tennis everywhere. As you see those Tennis Point ITA collegiate doubles rankings on your screen right now. You know, it's fascinating. I'm pretty sure the only one of these duos that's still playing together and here this weekend is Fenty and Young. Harper Monday, we may see a hair of. I guess we saw Bass Mizuchi. I forgot Finn was healthy now. But these are all fall results. It's worth noting. And now it's the spring season. This is when you get to play around. You have 2 of your best doubles players, maybe split them up.
Well, that's an aggressive return position.
It's a run door, and that's what he likes to do. Whether it's smart or not.
If you're going to do that, take it.
Yeah,
sure.
Yes.
But if you're ending up having to make a chip return there that far in,
what's the point? Yeah, well said. Very well said. You did not, J.J. Mercer. Now we've got the gray out on our screen. Apologies for that. JJ Mercer, a swinging backhand volley. Connor Johnston-esque. Those of you that know will know. Sets up the low ball in the center to give him the swinging overhead. And now, oh no, here we go. We're going to see it. The scoreboard's a hair ahead. This is so now we're about 12 seconds behind on our screen. That's the swinging backhand. That's the overhead. Match point Wildcats coming up for the dubs. Well, there it is. Kentucky, 1-0 lead over Florida. They take a 6-3 decision at 3, and then Mercer, Lapadot back together, as one says, Mike, reunited, and it feels so good. And that's a doubles point for the Wildcats, 1-0 lead.
What just happened? All right, I'm going to ask if Daniel Westhoff, super producer, can actually get us a break here. We actually have 5 minutes until the double starts down on our back courts between USC and North Carolina, and 5 minutes, obviously, until the singles lineup. So if we can take a short break, allow Alex and I to stretch our legs just a little bit, we'll be back with more coverage in 5 minutes here on Crack Rackets.
Tennis is superb. Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out. Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun, for health, for life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Schwartz Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb. Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Schwartz Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb. Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone.
And welcome back inside the Access Tennis Village for the second group of matches here, second round of 16 matchups. Kentucky taking on Florida and North Carolina taking on USC down on the far courts here. And what we're gonna do here, because we've got the singles starting here for Kentucky and Florida, and obviously doubles just getting started for North Carolina and USC. So what we'll do is we're going to introduce you to all of the 6 singles matchups here for Kentucky and Florida, then spend time with that doubles matchup that's going on court 7 through 12 here inside XS. And that's kind of how we'll run things here for this 12 o'clock. We're at this staggered start situation here from here on out for the rest of the day. So just bear with us as we try to make sure we get everything covered for you here today.
Absolutely. It's funny you called it the XS Tennis Village. When you have 12 courts consecutively, it is a village. You're not just a club anymore. This is a full community, and more fans are here as we progressed into the day. More teams are sticking around. It's starting to feel like a national indoor event.
It also doesn't hurt that Kentucky is relatively close.
This
that
is
makes
true.
Quite a difference.
Yes.
So let's start here with the one matchup. As you can see, Kentucky already up a quick break. It's Liam Draxel leading the way at the top of the lineup, the senior from Newmarket, Ontario. 45 in the country right now in singles, taking on Axel Nev, the grad student transfer from Notre Dame, who's been at the top of the lineup all year for the Florida Gators.
It's Drax versus Axe. This is a fun matchup here at the number 1 spot, a fun contrast of styles as well. And for what it's worth, Liam Draxel has not been the healthiest to start this 2023 season yet. Coach Cedric Kaufman said it on our show yesterday. I would have had to kick Draxel off the team to get him to not play this event. He is ready to die out there on court for his Wildcats. And I honestly don't know if that's hyperbole or not. This match is all about energy. And right now, the energy, I would say, lean towards Draxel.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about it. As we go down to the 2 line for Kentucky, Olafia Ayeni, the 5th-year transfer from Cornell out of San Diego, California, taking on the junior from Boca Raton, Will Grant.
This is a very fun matchup and a very fun contrast because Olafia, obviously, I don't know why I say obviously. For those that don't know, he transferred over from Cornell. And the reason this provides such a great contrast is Will Grant would have had a million offers to hit the transfer portal these past few years. Will did not get a lot of singles or doubles action these last few lineups. And how could he when you've got the Riffises, the Sheltons, Andrades, Volleys of the world? And yet he didn't hit the transfer portal. He stayed in Gainesville. He rode the wave, improved while other players alongside of him did as well. I just love everything about what these two represent as it relates to college tennis.
Moving down to the 3 line, Joshua Lapinette comes into the day as the number 16 player in the singles rankings. Junior from London, Ontario, is 6-2 at the 3 and 4 lines for the University of Kentucky. On the other side, the young freshman from Sarasota, Jonah Braswell, brother to Micah, of course, over at Texas. SEC Freshman of the Week just a couple of weeks ago. And for Florida, he's actually the first freshman to start the spring season 2-0 in singles at number 3 or higher since the aforementioned Sam Riffis back in 2019.
Checks out. I mean, again, he's in the long line. Riffis, Crawford, Braswell, some of the freshmen they've had perform of late. But let's be abundantly clear. Why did Kentucky make the NCAA final last year? It was because of the improvement of Joshua Lapidot, who lost so few matches for the Wildcats at the number 5 spot. It was either 1 or 2. I apologize for not having that exact answer for all of you, but again,
21-4 in singles.
Oh, 21-4 dual matches?
Total.
Yeah, total. I was going to say, because dual match play, he was a lot at the 4-5 spots.
11-0 in conference.
Yes, exceptional throughout the course of the year. And I mean, look, he is the more experienced player. That said, Jonah Braswell is up to the number 3 position. He didn't start there. He's elevated himself to that platform. I was actually talking to his brother Micah yesterday, who said, I might be more excited to watch Jonah versus Lapidot than I am to watch my own match play. This one's going to be really, really fun.
Texas will be in action later tonight, the 6:30 slot. Down to the 4 line, Taha Badi for Kentucky, the senior transfer from Wake Forest, where he was 35-21 overall, hasn't lost a match as of yet in the singles lineup for Kentucky this year, 8-0, taking on the sophomore from Bend, Oregon, Nate Bonetto.
We don't talk enough about pipelines in college tennis. Cedric Kaufman's pipeline from Canada directly to Lexington is one of the more impressive things you will see in all of college tennis. And look, Body was one of like 9 guys at Wake Forest who were always filtering through those 3 through 5 spots in the lineup. He just felt he'd have a little bit more of an opportunity to separate himself coming to Lexington, and that's exactly what he's done, separate himself to start the year. But look, Bonetto, the lefty, was the one guy who was able to break through and kind of disrupt the starters for Florida last season. He was injured to start the year. Lefty's got some game. He's got some weapons. This is going to be a fun one.
Down at the 5 line, a talented freshman who I'm actually really excited to watch a little bit of, hopefully this week, Jaden Weeks, the freshman from Montreal, 6-0 at the 3, 4, and 5 lines for the University of Kentucky. 2-1 lead right now over Togan Tokac, the freshman from Istanbul, Turkey, stands 6'4" right now. Has been playing mostly at 5 and 6 through the year, 4-2 right now. His record.
Big serves, big forehands, both sides. These guys are each explosive. I would be surprised. I think that's going to be my take for this match. I don't know if it finishes, because this is the one where I could see a 6-2 first set one way, a 6-1 second set the other way.
Interesting.
The thing I think this match will lack is rhythm.
Okay, so as we move down to our final spot in the lineup here for Kentucky and Florida, Charlie Cosnet, the freshman from Le Mans, France, for Kentucky, 5-1 at the 5 and 6 spots so far, taking on the senior from Newburgh, Indiana, Lucas Greif, who comes in 3-3 at the 4 and 5 spots so far this year for Florida.
Cosnet's been magnifique for this Kentucky team, no doubt about it. He clinches the Louisville match on the road 4-3 just a week ago, and those are the sort of experiences you just can't fake for a young player early in their career. That said, I mentioned for Will Grant earlier, sticking through the tough times. Lucas Greif would have played top 3 in the singles lineup for 95% of schools his first 3 years. He instead wanted to be a part of something special in Gainesville. He now has that opportunity to be out there competing each and every match. He clinched the kickoff weekend for these Gators a few weeks ago with his win over Mississippi State. I mean, again, contrast of styles. 2 players who I still don't know exactly what they're going to look like, and I'm looking forward to this battle at 6.
And Lucas Greif from Newburgh, Indiana. That's not a very long trip. I know he's coached by Brian Smith and Stephanie Haslett in the Indianapolis area, so it's an easy trip for no family and coaches as juniors to come and watch them play in this experienced matchup here in this round of 16 battle. So again, that is Kentucky and Florida just kind of getting underway early in this one on the single side. As we move over now to our doubles matchup, and obviously such a crucial moment, the doubles points when it comes down to these big time matchups, USC and North Carolina doing battle. There has been a pretty big change in what was structured in terms of the lineup for USC. They've had some issues here, so we're going to go through this lineup because, yeah, it's not what was turned in earlier in the week. So let's walk you through it as we look at the one line first here. For USC, Stefan Dostanich, the senior from Irvine, California, partnered with the grad student from Overland Park, Kansas, Bradley Fry. This has been a very solid doubles team.
Yeah, this is the one team we did know we were going to see, as these two played together last season. Were perennially a top 15 duo throughout the course of the year, and it's two guys who've seen it all. This is, you want to talk connective thread from USC teams past to USC teams now. It runs through this team. Dostanich was part of the 2020 National Indoor Winning Trojans, the last member from that team still on the roster. It starts at the number one spot for the Trojans always.
Casey Kenya, the sophomore from Middlefield, Connecticut, and Ryan Segerman, the 6'5" grad student transfer from Princeton, originally from Coronado, California. And this is, it's an interesting team. Segerman, one of those guys who's ranked multiple times in terms of the doubles, and trying to find their way here, this partnership right now.
And he's got weapons, the serve, the forehand, the touch. He can do all sorts of different things. I believe he and Brian Cernoch were finalists at the ITA All-American. And so, of course, you want to split those two up. Those are two of your better doubles players for head coach Sam Paul. I mean, again, Carolina, another one of those teams that play principal doubles, right? You know what you're going to see in a Carolina team.
As we move to the two line, let's start with North Carolina because you did just mention Brian Cernoch, grad student from Rockville, Maryland, partnered with freshman Benjamin Kate of Potomac, Maryland for North Carolina.
Some of us are old enough to remember when Cernoch was the freshman and Blumberg was the senior, and that was a talented doubles duo. And it's just amazing. This is what makes college tennis so fun, is to watch players evolve into their different roles throughout the course of their years. And I mean, you talk to Brian now, he just oozes leadership. Like, this is a guy who's so comfortable in his skin. I understand why he gets the call here to partner with the freshman, but I mean, look, I'd be lying if I said I knew exactly what to expect out of this duo. It's still Carolina doubles, so expect something good.
On the other side, this is where we start to see a little bit of changes in the lineups for the USC Trojans. It's Wojciech Marek and Lodowijk Vestrada at the 2 spot.
Yeah, it's a fun duo. I mean, again, this is a team that, dare I say, it sometimes gets a little singlesy on the doubles court, but they are going to make a million returns, and watch out for that Woj serve.
Okay, that is going to be a very fun one to watch as we move down to the 3 line, starting with the USC Trojans. Ryan Colby, the sophomore from Alexandria, Virginia, partnered with Peter Mock, the sophomore from Budapest, Hungary.
Again, another team going to make every return in play. And, you know, I was talking to one coach who gave me a statistic. He says 72% of doubles points in college are ended on either the serve or return. Things happen that quickly. That feels about right. I think that's what this USC team does better than their peers. As you see, they've got the deuce point, break point chances. They just put returns in play. They make you beat them.
On the other side, Will Jansen. It's another one of these veteran and not so veteran freshman teammates. So Will Jansen, the freshman from London, England, partnered with Carl Poling, the 5th-year transfer from Princeton.
Not to be weird, I saw Poling on the treadmill last night, getting in some extra steps, some extra conditioning prior to today's match. Game recognizes game, so shout out to him. But yeah, that's the fascinating part about this Carolina team. You have 2 distinct teams. You have Cernoch, Segerman, guys like Poling, who we know Lees of the world, who I'm like, I have no idea what these guys are going to be made of. It's a fascinating year in Chapel Hill.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're going to stick here with this doubles point. We'll keep you updated, obviously, on what's happening singles-wise with the Kentucky and Florida, and then, you know, get you back to that once we get through this doubles point. But you're able to, at this 3 spot, get updated on all 3 of these matches on the double side here for USC and North Carolina. Again, quarterfinal spots are on the line. Winners of these 2 matches will play in the quarterfinals tomorrow.
And for the record, this USC-UNC matchup, a rematch of the 2020 National Indoor Final. For what it's worth, and he's going to get mad at me for saying it, Blumberg and Cernoch up doubles breaker to decide things on 1. They're up 5-4, 2 serves on Will's racket. They lose the doubles point. And from there, SC takes it. I'm just saying at the time, of course, it's not that big of a deficit, but I'm saying the history exists between these two programs.
I think the point is Will Blumberg is really poor at doubles.
Has never closed one out in his life.
He's got some real struggles when it comes to tennis. And frankly, I think it's going to haunt him for the rest of his life.
That's well said. And, again, I doubt he even remembers the fact that they won the National Indoor the very next season.
Yeah.
With you and I on the call. Why would he remember that?
No, and unfortunately, Ronnie Schneider was coaching.
Yeah, well, that was a low point for Carolina.
Well, it's a low point anytime you talk about Ronnie Schneider at 3'4". So 2-3 here.
Well said. I have nothing to add.
Another Indianapolis-ish kind of player in Ronnie Schneider.
I mean, again, he and I are the last two Prince Graphite users in the world. Explains our tennis games.
And here you told me about Wilson earlier. What was that?
Yeah.
What was that you mentioned?
Well, I said I'm not good enough.
Yeah.
I said I'm not good enough.
Okay, that's fair.
Let the record show. Yeah. I admit it.
And Wilson is the official ball, racket, and accessory brand of the ITA. We appreciate their support of this national team indoor championship.
Meanwhile, it's a breakpoint chance here for Cernak returning.
Also, Draxel, by the way, 6-love first set.
6-love?
6-love first set.
Axel's lost, I think, 4 in a row at that number one single spot. He has struggled of late. Indoors, though, you'd figure the former Notre Dame All-American maybe feel back at home. He has not.
Yeah, he's 2-4 on the season at the one spot.
Yeah.
So deciding point here. Oh, that's a tough ball. That's a really tough decision because you're supposed to go there up the line. But, I mean, it's going to be taken apart if you go cross court with it. Tough decision.
I love what he attempted to do. Aha. So something felt off about the scoreboard, and it was indeed off. And so they were already up the break. That's what we're learning about the number one spot.
Yeah, this was the court earlier as well that also had the scoreboard issues.
Yeah.
So they're getting it sorted. So 4-2. This is
in the meantime. Let's put one on the. Let's put court one on the big screen. Just give us a scoreboard we know, can have confidence in. Oh, that volley from Cernak's silly, just silly.
Yeah, so 4-2 leads right now for North Carolina at both the 2 and the 3 spot.
Okay,
those are correct scores. And so North Carolina, fully in control at the moment here.
Mm-hmm. Of course, we'll get that scoreboard up for you on court 2 in a moment right here. All right, on court 1, excuse me. We're on serve for 3.
Guess we haven't even really talked about, just overall USC 6-1 on the season. They're only lost to Michigan. North Carolina 6-2. Couple of very tight losses to South Carolina and TCU, both 4-3. And USC comes in 7 in the country right now. North Carolina at 12.
Well, let's unpack those UNC losses even further. Brian Cernak's up a set in 3-0 on Toby Samuel of South Carolina at South Carolina. He wins that match. I don't want to say 100% of the time, but probably 75% of the time. That one he drops. South Carolina takes a 4-3 win, but they were right there with that South Carolina team. Similarly, Anuj Watani up a set in 3-1 against TCU. He loses his match in 3 sets. TCU comes back to win it 4-3. Here's the point. North Carolina's right there. And so, yes, they're a young team, but they're just becoming calloused up in all the right sorts of ways. Versus a USC team, they've been around the block. And they're still missing Leonard Tien, Kalamazoo champion, who they're hoping to get eligible here this season. But you know what this USC team is. It's the same group from last year. North Carolina's the bigger unknown and probably the more fascinating story for the weekend.
Interesting. So it sounds in my head like you feel like they could be the surprise, maybe a couple of...
Yes, because of the draw. Yeah. I don't feel particularly confident in a Kentucky team that's got a lot of new pieces, a Florida team that's replacing 6 single starters. You know, again, if you're SC, you love your draw. You're the most experienced team by a country mile.
Yeah, in this particular quarter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But that's why it feels like an open quarter. And I do think if UNC emerges, I'm not going to be shocked.
Okay. So this is the one that's still, a little bit in doubt. 4-all here. Nastanich and Fry serving here near side. Yeah, well finished.
We talk on our Cracked Racket shows about who the guy is at any given moment. Obviously, last year it was a guy like Ben Shelton, right? You're the best player on the best team. You're the guy. I think right now, if you were to do a straw poll of the guy standings, Stefan Dostanic would be in the lead.
Yeah, and it's so early. Obviously, the rankings don't show that. 35 singles, 12 doubles. Oh, yeah, split that middle very well.
That's Segerman at his finest, isn't it?
Let's go over to 3. If we can, are we able to put that into the big screen? We've got a pretty crucial deuce point.
You can see it on the top left, obviously, as we work it to the big screen.
Well, that's a big break. So USC does get that break back. 3-4 now on serve at the 3 line. So now we're on serve at both 1 and 3. So it gives them a little bit of hope and a little bit of something to build off of.
Wiggle room certainly, as at that number 2 spot. It's just been all Cernak and Kate. Yeah, we can put 2 in the big screen as they're the closest to the finish line. UNC going to have the shot to switch to serve for that immediately. Oh, gorgeous. That's Ludd on that ad side. And I think they fixed the scoreboard here finally. It does look, it seems accurate.
I'll vouch for it. I'm looking at a different scoreboard that's run independently.
I like it.
That's a massive return. Like in the wheelhouse, tomahawk straight down. That is nasty.
That's what Brian Cernak does. And he's had that sort of firepower.
Like you can't mishit that type of serve. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that's
the hanger.
Mm-hmm. I think Cernak called that long.
We'll say super producer Daniel West.
I did not. Okay.
Scoreboard's jumping around on us a little bit.
But it is 40-30. That is correct.
Okay, gotcha. I think they're a point ahead of us. Yeah. I think it's either a point ahead of us or they're off. We'll find out.
I guess we will.
Yes. And again, it's day 1. We're working on it everywhere, folks. Okay. It is 40-30. Checks out.
Well, then I guess we know who wins the point.
Yeah. If you want to wipe that, West up, we know the deuce point's coming up here, obviously. We'll know it's a match point, so you can wipe that scoreboard for now.
Liam Draxel, 6-love, 2-love on Axel Nev.
You can hear it, too.
Oh, my gosh. And actually just got a warning for being too vocal towards his opponent.
And so it is a double that sets up a deuce point, match point chance here. Cernak and Kate. Where's Kate from, the freshman?
Kate is from Potomac, Maryland, but has trained out of Orlando with Eric Nunez for many years.
But the all-Maryland duo here at 2. Interesting.
All right, so match point. Finished well, so USC stays alive. It's 4-all on 3. 4-5 on serve on one, so a lot to be decided here in this doubles point. And I got to tell you, on the single side is just kind of keeping an eye on it. Outside of the Draxel 6-love, 2-love, it's pretty level. Break leads for Kentucky 5 and 6. Break lead for Florida at 3. Level on the other points. So
Braswell's up on Lapidat. That's a very good start for the Freshman. Very impressive.
But yeah, we'll get to some of those singles matchups as we finish the doubles point here first with USC and UNC. I've always been really, why does Southern California get USC and South Carolina not?
It's a wonderful question. I guess early branding.
I guess
USC was better at football faster.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to go that far because I don't know USC's history back in, say, the 20s and 30s.
Yes,
that's when Illinois was good.
Yeah.
Actually, they have national championships. A true story.
Is Newt Rockne, Illinois?
No, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, that's what it is.
We had red grain.
That's what it is. I knew it was one of the colors. I was like, it's somewhere in there.
It's just such a fascinating reflex volley there from Cernak. I mean, that initial volley, you mentioned, so what is it, 71, 72% at first two contacts of the ball. I'd imagine there's another 10% that are on the third contact, that initial volley, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you get to the professional level, that's all they talk about, the first three contacts of the ball, serve, return, first volley.
It's all it is.
Oh. It's unbelievable because that's a ball again. Cernak put that out, put that over the court, get it done with. So, yeah, you think about some of those missed opportunities. That's one of them. That sets up match points.
Got a little cute.
Staying on serve in the other courts right now, Segerman and Kenya about to serve to force a breaker on one. 4-all on court 3. And as you can see by that scoreboard jumping ahead of us a little bit, it's break chances here for the Trojans. You see the coach, 4th season now, 59 and 14.
Yeah.
In his career there, Eric Johnson, part of 3 of those national championship teams, the assistant coach. I haven't even talked about Sam Paul at all.
Yeah.
I mean, the legend 30 in a year. Oh, what a pass. And the break for the Trojans. So we're level on all 3 courts now. Let's take it over to court 1. In Segerman and Kenya.
And this is where, dare I say, the lack of experience for this North Carolina team may be showing up just a wee bit here down the home stretch. And again, this USC team, they've been through the ringer. It's their, I mean, as a group, I think for many of them, no one's been to the National Indoors fewer than 3 times. Except for, I guess, Colby twice.
That's a better finish at the net, taking that one. So it's unplayable. Yeah, that Cernak overhead is going to haunt him for a little bit of time.
Yeah, sure.
That got into the body very well. Just a little bit of a slider into that left hip pocket. And a nice hold to force the breaker here on court number 1 at the 1 line. Oh, it's phenomenal. That kind of vision is elite level. It doesn't get much better. That is, again, launched. I mean, a flat-footed return, sure, but not much you can do with that kind of heat being shown. Let's actually, if we can, move over to court 3 quickly. It is actually match points for the Tar Heels. They've got a couple of looks here. I believe it's now.
Yeah, here it comes.
Yeah, okay, so it's 15-40 now. 3 match points for North Carolina.
There's head coach Brett Macy, a long chat with his 2 sophomores.
Pac-12 Coach of the Year last year.
One fought off. And we'll wipe that scoreboard for now, Westhoff. We'll watch it for you. Figure out when we can get that timing right in a second. Don't want to have too many spoilers moving forward. Actually, spoiler, Mike wins the national indoors, guys. I'm just going to let you know now.
Wow. Can I go home?
Yeah.
do I get the trophy and go home?
Yeah, you can head out. Yeah, so it is a deuce point. Yeah, Westhoff, can you get rid of that scoreboard for us? Deuce point, match point coming up here.
We're going to bring the drama for you. 4-1 for North Carolina in that first set tiebreak. North Carolina also 2 points away at 2.
Sure.
A match point for North Carolina here. Yeah, it's going to miss wide. So USC just kind of hanging on right now, doing a very good job of that. So as we move over to court number 2, it's match points for the Tar Heels here.
I think this is
that was 30 all. Okay.
Nice. If you want to wipe that scoreboard for us, Westhoff, we got it from here. 30-40 now. 2 match points coming up for the Heels. For what it's worth, Segerman. He's with Kenya, I believe, right at that number 1 spot. They have raced out to a 5-1 lead in the breaker.
Yeah. Yeah, 5-1 at the turn there for Segerman and Kenya. Quite a long conversation here, and understandably so. It's actually match point here. It's match point on 1 as well for North Carolina, so it could all be done here in just a second. That serve caught? Yes, it did. Absolutely. Deciding point to be taken here. And again, 6-1 for North Carolina in that first set tiebreak. The tiebreak on 1, and indeed, as we bring it in, North Carolina does grab line 1. 7-1 in the breaker. So it all comes down to 2 and 3. Let's go back to 2. This is a match point, a doubles point for North Carolina here. What a pickup. Unbelievable pickup from Benjamin Kate. Keep things alive, and it is North Carolina grabbing the doubles point with wins at 1 and 2, Alex.
We didn't say Sam Paul's name much. Did you see that skedaddle from the 30-year veteran across the court after taking that doubles point? How much that means to the Tar Heels, very clear in the body language of their head coach. USC lingered. There's a silver lining to be said there. That said, well executed by North Carolina, 1-0 lead.
Yeah, so North Carolina will look to take that momentum into singles. We'll get those lineups for you in just a couple of minutes. Let's move over to Florida and Kentucky.
It's crunch time.
It really is here on the single side. Let's start with the one line for Kentucky, and I think we have to say for Kentucky, because it has been all Liam Draxel here so far, and this is it's a stunning result by the scoreline, not necessarily who might come through this, but to see Liam Draxel at 6-love, 4-love on Axel Nev right now is that is a bit of a stunner to see a blowout like this from two very talented players,
especially because I don't think Draxel's done anything out of body here today. It's just every error, every approach shot, as we head over to number one again in this Kentucky match, just everything's been a little off for Axel. Nothing.
A little off the axle. Sorry. It was worth it.
Again, Axe versus Drax is going to Drax. He's got breakpoint chances now to make it a 6-love, 5-love. When was the last time you saw an 0-0 match?
At the one line that's not a...
You remember when Blumberg lost that first set 6-love to Adam Walton? Kind of.
I can't remember yesterday.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Am I going to remember something from 2 years ago? No, the answer is no. I can't.
I just remember because I'd never seen Blum lose a bagel before, and I was like,
kind of remember.
Now that I say that out loud, you're like, sort
of. A little bit.
Yeah.
So this is, clearly a must. And that is missed. Okay, so let's pencil in another point for Kentucky. I think it is safe to say at this point, difficult one here for Axel Nev as Draxel goes to 5-love. Let's go to 3. If we can go to 3 really quickly here, it's a break chance for Florida. Jonah Braswell was up a break early on Joshua Lapadat, but now it's break chance for Braswell once again. It's 4-all now here in this 3 line. Jaden Weeks for Kentucky does have a set in the pocket. 6-4 at the 5 line over Tokac. But yeah, this is a pretty important stage here for Florida to kind of establish themselves just a little bit, get a couple of first sets at the least, have to come out of this with at least 2 first sets, considering where we're at in the scoreline right now. 4 sets left to be decided, and they need minimum 2 to really feel like they have any hope in this matchup.
To your point, I've never seen a comeback from doubles and 6 first sets down. I have seen you lose doubles and 5 first sets only once. 4 plenty of times, but the 5 is only once.
Yeah, so listen, he came in on the wrong ball. Sure. The initial forehand inside out with that kind of depth, it got the response that you would want. The short ball from Lapadat there, and just the fact that he's hanging around the baseline, that's killer. And when we talk about big picture of tennis, that's a lot of commentators just say move in more, serve in.
Sure.
It's about the understanding of when to do it. That's the thing, and that's a huge moment of learning. If you're able to come in off that first forehand, you're able to put that away pretty simply. Instead, it becomes much more complex. Still a break chance here.
And Westhoff have 1 ready as we're about to get a match point, perhaps from Drax. And we really can put it in the book.
All right, so that goes wide. So Lapadat does get the hold 5-4. Let's go over to 1. We're having an interesting situation here. It's 5-love on the scoreboard here, Alex, but on the online scoreboard, it's actually showing Draxel at 6-love 4-1, and that's what we've got here.
Interesting.
So there might have been an overrule on that volley call?
Or non-overrule and something was miscommunicated. That's what I'm saying. I would agree with you.
But yeah, our local scoreboard is showing 5-love, 30-love. So I'm
perplexed.
Yeah.
We'll find out on the celebration, I suppose.
I suppose we would. So it might be match point.
I thought he missed that volley wide.
I thought he did too.
Yeah.
Match point or not, I guess is what we're wondering here. All right, so that is indeed the match for Liam Draxel in approximately 33 minutes. Good gravy. Liam Draxel makes it 2-0 Kentucky, serving a pair of bagels this afternoon. Very excitable. Liam Draxel didn't need to be today as he was able to put it into cruise control and move on. It's actually set points for Florida on 4. Let's move over to 4 quickly, as it is Nate Bonetto for Florida with 3 break chances to take this first set, with Taha Badi undefeated so far in singles this year, serving at 5-6.
This is the Bonetto Gators fans saw plenty of last season. The lefty using his weapons. If you get to have him at the bottom half of the lineup, that's quite the blessing.
Yeah, just 1-4 on this season. At his body here on the near side. It is 15-40 here in 5-6. All right, now 30-40. That is a pretty routine miss there from Bonetto, isn't it?
And that's the problem for the lefty. He'll take those big cuts. But that's how he earned this lead. That's why he's got...
Again, 5-6, 30-40 here is the correct scoreboard for Badi and Bonetto at the 4 line. Yeah, easily finished. Well struck, and so it will be a deciding point.
Wipe that scoreboard just in case. Meanwhile, set points for Lapadat at 3 as well. So Kentucky's making a move.
Florida does have set points in a second set breaker, or excuse me, a first set breaker on 2. Okay, so that serve was called long, and obviously you see what's going to happen here on this first set. I guarantee that Bonetto is going to take this point.
Yeah, but how will he do it?
That is the real question. With a miss forehand from Taha Badi. So 7-5 here in the first set for Nate Bonetto. And let's go to 3 quickly, as Alex mentioned. Lapadat with a couple, make it 3 set points.
And so it is a 6-4 first set to Joshua Lapadat. Kentucky now taking first sets at the 1-3-5 position. So that's a pathway. So we head over to our final first set now. Let's go over to 6. Haven't spent a ton of time there. Charlie Cosnay playing at that 6 spot, taking on Lucas Greif. Greif serving 5-all, 30-all. And given where we're at, 3 first sets at a match already to Kentucky, it's a must for Florida. I'll say it.
Well, I think Florida has to at least be buoyed by the fact that they do have 2 first sets in their pocket, so it's not outside of the realm of possibility, right? But this does have a little bit more weight to it. If Florida's able to grab 3 first sets, again, you still need something to turn into a third set, but does give you just a little bit more hope.
But instead, it's going to be set points for the freshman, Charlie Cosnay.
Another moment where I feel like I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen here.
Our dear friends, of course, at Track Tennis, just so excited to tell you.
Yes.
How could they not be, as the official live streaming partner of the ITA?
It's just beautiful. Well constructed there to set up this deciding point.
Wipe it, Westhoff, por favor. No. Are we behind now? Who knows?
All right. Okay.
It's day one, folks. Let's rock and roll. I do want to go over now.
The point being Kentucky with a break.
This exactly.
Let's put it
Kentucky
that
now
way.
will serve for the set here. Up 6-5. It's okay. Let's work back our split screen now. We're going to keep court 6 on the left side of your screen. We'll obviously have a Kentucky, Florida camera dedicated the west of the way. Good English, Alex. Rest of the way. But let's bring in UNC now as the Tar Heels. Tightly contested doubles point goes their way. And this might be one of your matchups of the day at the number 1 spot in this USC-UNC battle, which is where we'll start. Of course, we'll go split screen here. And look, two veterans, two guys who get the invites to those hidden dual events in Orlando when the USTA is trying to promote college tennis. It's two of the faces of the sport right now. Stefan Dostanic, taking on Brian Cernock.
Dostanic, the senior out of Irvine, California, leading the way. He is undefeated so far in his singles matchups, 4-0 at the 1 spot. Last year, Pac-12 Singles Player of the Year, Doubles Team of the Year with Fry, and an All-American in both, as high as number 2 in the country last year. At the 1 spot for North Carolina, as you mentioned, Alex, is Brian Cernock, grad student from Rockville, Maryland. 5-1 for him right now at the 1 spot. Also played a little bit at 2. Does have a win over Jake Fernley so far. 6-4 in the 3rd. So that was a big win for him. A degree already in exercise and sports science. I ran into him in the lobby last night. He was studying. I am impressed. He is a very smart young man, but good to see Brian Cernock at the top of the lineup for North Carolina. As we move to the 2 singles line for USC, it's going to be Peter Mach, the sophomore from Budapest, Hungary, taking on the graduate student, the transfer from Princeton, 6'5", Ryan Segerman. And Segerman already out to a big lead in that one. He's got a break lead at 3-love and also has 4 break chances to make it a 2-break lead already for Segerman here, a guy who is an NCAA tournament qualifier in both 2019 and 2022 while at Princeton.
Serve, forehand. The weapons are real for Segerman, and he's been able to impose them so far in this match. It's a bad matchup for Peter Mach, who wants to grind you down. He wants to be on those slow, high-bouncing outdoor courts in California. I think this is one, if the Tar Heels are going to take it today, this is one they got to have.
As we move to the 3 singles line, Wojciech Marek, sophomore from Bytom, Poland, comes in at number 69 in the country. He is up to the 3 line. Will Jansen, his opponent, the very talented freshman from London, England, ranked number 1 in the UK in every age group until 18 and under. So Will Jansen, a really big name, I think, to watch over the next couple of years.
And I bet he was ranked no worse than 4 in the 18 and unders. It's like, okay, you're not number 1 anymore, but congrats, you're still 4. And, when I look at this team in particular, for UNC, I think Jansen's one of the big unknowns. I think he's one of the guys who, if he clicks the way it's potential for him to click, this team is absolutely top 10. This team is absolutely in the top 8 discussion. Similarly, I do think if you're a USC fan, this is where you put a pin in the lineup and you say, when we get freshman Leonard Tien eligible, should he become eligible from here downwards, these are all bottom half of the lineup players, and now this USC team goes from good to scary.
All right, so let's move to the 5 line here. The 4 line for Bradley Fry from USC and Carl Poling of North Carolina. Both guys into their 5th year. Bradley Fry, grad student from Overland Park, Kansas. It's been a bit of a struggle for him so far at singles 2 and 3 at the 2, 3, and 4 spots. On the other hand, Carl Poling, the fifth-year transfer from Princeton, 5 and 1 now at the 3 and 4 line.
Yeah, the forehand certainly for Fry has struggled a bit here. You see the swing and the miss on that forehand wing early here in the season, but Bradley Fry's earned the benefit of the doubt. Bradley Fry's played so many big matches for this USC team over the years. He played that match where ultimately they were clinched on in the NCAA quarterfinals against Cleve Harper back in 2021, but I'll never forget that moment for Fry, seeing the steadiness with which he played. He didn't lose the match. Harper went out and won it, and you could see that confidence translate throughout his results last year for Fry. It's when, not if, he gets the ball rolling again here this season.
So let's move to the 5 spot. I got to be honest with you. On our scoreboard, it doesn't say who's playing at the 5 line. It could be Logan Zapp. It could be Chris Lee. I can't see that far down. So this is a good reveal right now.
Sure. Super producer Daniel Westhoff saying he doesn't have a look at it either. I think it's Lee.
I think that's correct. Unfortunately, the scoreboard is actually not activated right now on 5.
This is the one court, right?
Yeah. So this is unfortunately I'm gonna go with it. So let's go with Chris Lee.
Okay.
And of course, we can't really see anything on court right now, but we do know it's going to be Ryan Colby there, right? Ryan Colby, the sophomore from Alexandria, Virginia, has played at the 5 and 1 at the 4, 5, and 6 lines for USC, and has been so good. Last year, 19 and 5 as a freshman in duels, and just a really strong presence there at the bottom of the lineup for USC last year and now this year as well.
It's funny, with his size, you anticipate Colby's going to be a grinder. He's not. There's a little more pace on that ball than you'd anticipate. He gets a little slap happy, I say, willing to pull the trigger maybe sometimes earlier than he should. But when I watch Colby play, I watch a great athlete in action, a guy who can do a lot of different things on the court, still looking to find what plan A, plan B is moving forward, but a guy with plenty of options and who should be in the starting lineup if he's the best version of himself.
All right, let's move down to our final spot, the 6th line. The junior Lodewijk Vestrada from Voorschoten, the Netherlands, taking on Anuj Watani, the senior from Orlando, Florida.
If this match finishes, it means it's going 4-3. Two grinders who like to get their court time in. And I think Ludd has a little more. I apologize. I've been fortunate enough to spend some time with this USC team of late. The teammates call him Ludd. I fell into that habit as well. Ludd's got a little more action, a little more depth on his ground strokes.
Okay.
But I like the fight of Watani a little bit better. Like I do think, for a fact, you are going to have to peel him off the court. He would rather go out cramping, full cramps, than let you beat him 0-0, 1-1, 2-2, roll over. And so I think this match has 3 hours written all over it.
Well, I don't know if we have that kind of time. We do have other matches to get to, Alex.
Amen. I mean, look, that's what we said about South Carolina, Georgia. They didn't listen to us either.
Well, I thought that match was going to move a lot faster than it did. I mean, that was crazy. If you are just joining us, Georgia winning that one 4-3. TCU a 4-0 winner over Baylor. Those were our results from earlier in the day. Great to have you with us here, and we'll kind of split screen for you here. I will keep an eye on Kentucky and Florida. How does that sound to you?
That sounds like a plan. I've got UNC, USC in check. Of course, we do appreciate all of you who are taking the time to join us here today and comment on that YouTube feed. Super producer Daniel Westhoff sending us all of your comments.
Somebody saying something about Red Grange.
They liked your Red Grange name.
Well, listen,
they were impressed.
Illinois football, it's a struggle.
You played for him, right? He was your coach?
He never coached.
Yeah,
he never coached. That was a little bit before my time. Yeah, he was. I mean, the galloping ghost, for God's sake.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, there's been some talented players that have come through, obviously, but
for sure,
it's a struggle.
Rashard Mendenhall and Juice Williams is one of my formative teams.
Listen, all I know is that your football team had to cheat to beat mine. Last year, I did happen to watch the end of that game and was flabbergasted at what I saw.
That's funny.
All right, so let's keep it here on my court 6 here for Koznek and Greif. Obviously, is the There are two. This is the only set, left to be decided here. We should point out Alafia Ayeni did lose to Will Grant in that tiebreak on 2, and now Will Grant has raced out to a 3-love lead there in the 2 line for Florida. So again, there's some hope there for the Gators. It's going to take a lot over the next couple of hours, but it's within the realm of possibility.
We do, by the way, also now have a scoreboard on court number 5. We were correct in our assumption. It is Chris Lee. Ryan Colby leads 4-love. Let's actually go back to that court 4 stream, please. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. Right now, we're on 5 in this USC-UNC match. We're ready to go back to 4, where it has been all Ryan Colby. Oh, I lied. We're going to 2, where it has been all Ryan Segerman. You know what's better than 4-0? 5-1.
They're all just they're all good.
Yeah, they're all good.
By the way, we should point out the ITF World Tennis Number is the exclusive official rating of the ITA in college tennis. The ITF World Tennis Number provides a global rating standard for tennis players using a 40-to-1 scale, with 40 being a beginner, 1 being an elite professional. The scale is for all players, regardless of age, gender, or ability. Players will have separate ITF World Tennis Numbers for singles and for doubles. 152 countries have agreed to become part of the WTN rating system, which now has 1.4 million player profiles on WorldTennisNumber.com. All college tennis players are assigned a WTN, as the ITA shares college match results with the ITF. You can find WTNs for college players on the ITA's WeAreCollegeTennis.com website. And do you want to? Have you looked?
I haven't looked.
Okay.
But I hope you know that WTF is out. WTN, what the number? It's in. Just so you know.
That's be honest, WTF is one of my favorite podcasts, though. I love that podcast. I love Mark Maron.
That's very fair.
That's different. That's not what you're talking about. Do you know that? Do you know where we're at? You want to guess?
World tennis number wise? Well, I'll say first of all, let's go to court 2 here at Access for the North Carolina SC match. Again, we're lingering on 6 for now. We'll show 2s on both right now. Are we talking USC? UNC?
You can go both of them.
I'm going to say the highest. I mean, Steph.
The lowest.
The lowest, thank you, is obviously Steph for USC. There's
3.51.
And I'm going to say Segerman for UNC.
It's actually Cernock. 3.61.
Good for you, Brian.
On the other side, Liam Draxel showed it. 3.27 for him. And Axel Nev, 3.83. So a pretty big difference between those two. And it definitely showed here on the day.
You see, by the way, Ryan Segerman, 6-1 first set. Let's go over to court number 1, please, as Stefan Dostanic trying to match him. Dostanic 4-1, 40-15.
And if I can possibly, I know you're busy right now, super producer Daniel Westhoff, but if I can get the tiebreak on 6, that does happen to be the last match to be decided, last first set to be decided here.
Just as quickly as UNC took the doubles point, they're falling behind in singles. Very strong response from this USC Trojan team. Just 1 loss on the year, by the way.
I don't know that necessarily surprises me. I just always have such confidence in North Carolina's doubles.
Sure. Well, some scholars argue Tripp Phillips is the best doubles coach in the country.
I know. Which scholars are we talking about?
The good ones.
Oh,
yeah, all the big ones.
I do need to point out this score is unfortunately incorrect. It is 4-all in a tiebreak right now here on court 6. So that scoreboard lagging just a little bit here.
Meanwhile, you see Stefan Dostanic will now. Oh, he is irate. I'm not sure what the argument even is.
All right, so that scoreboard has been updated.
Dostanic 2 points away, showing off those +1 weapons. I think he hits the biggest ball in college. Heaviest ball, most pro-like ball.
A great swing. Sorry.
No, it starts with the serve and sets up set points now for Steph.
Did that catch the baseline? Yes, it did. That is a huge swing, just skidding through. And I believe that's the set. Yeah, 7-4 in the breaker for Cosnet, the Frenchman, and that gives Kentucky another first set. So to summarize now, obviously I'm not even thinking about the fact that Draxel's already in the bag. So the 5 other matches here, that is 3 first sets for Kentucky, 2 for Florida of the remaining 5 matches.
And we should go to court number 5 in Kentucky, Florida, as right now, to his credit, Togan Tokac. And a wise man was saying early, Mike, I don't know who it was, but that match screamed 6-2 one set one way, 6-2 set the other. Shout out to that guy.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it on the scoreboard, Alex. The first set was 6-4.
6-4.
Not 6-2.
Partial shout out.
Okay.
Partial shout out to that guy. Not the full-fledged.
Not a full-fledged
No. It's not a victory lap. It's just a shout out. As we do go to court number 2, by the way, in UNC. Excuse me, court number 3. Court number 3 in UNC, USC, is Trojan's going to have a chance to serve for a set on 3.
Yeah, but these are now set points here for Togan Tokac. At the near side for you.
It does feel worth mentioning. You see how crowded those sidelines are.
That is a double. Yeah, so sorry to interrupt there, Alex,
please.
But yeah, that is a set for Florida. So split sets on court number 5. So the Gators, again, looking for that positive momentum here. This stretch needs to come here from Togan Tokac, and he comes up with the goods. So split sets, third set upcoming on court number 5. I want to spend a little bit of time on court number 2. Haven't really spent a lot of time with Alafia Ayeni and Will Grant. So we'll spend a little bit of time there as they're in the midst of a changeover. Ayeni was able to get the break back. So on serve now at 3-2 in the second set.
And this is where I would implore all of you. You'll see on court number 2 those sidelines, how crowded they are. You see the chairs lining the sideline. New rule for the ITA this year. Players have to be on court during these matches. They're not allowed to linger up in the stands. It's got to be very clear who's fan, who's player. Obviously, passion, the name of the game in college tennis. Is this an injury timeout or is this a shoe break? Unclear to me on court number 3. It doesn't appear to be an injury timeout.
And yeah, the score now updated there for us here with Ayeni serving 2-3. If you have never watched Alafia Ayeni, he is an entertaining young man, to say the least. He is quite vocal. He enjoys the competition. He does have a lot of serve and volley to his game. Made a semifinal of a challenger last year, Northern California, Fairfield, California. That was a remarkable run, currently at 410 in the world on the ATP side. I mean, just imagine, too. I mean, if Diallo had stuck around, and you understand why, being a Grand Slam qualifier at this point. But my goodness, if they have Diallo here.
What's he play? Damn, what's the lineup?
I put Diallo at 1.
You think so? I agree with you, but Draxel's been in that 1 spot, right, for 3 years. And it'd be tough to pry him out of it. That said, I don't know how you deny.
Because I think Liam is one of those guys who can play the same at 3 as he would at 1.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where I would say. He plays the same at 3 as he does at 1.
Well said. I also should say for that sideline, not a rule, a pilot test.
Okay.
Pilot test for the sideline.
Well, that is well hit from Alafia Ayeni. Again, that leaping forward, and you know, his style is so drastic in terms of how different it is from so many other players, but it is fun to watch. See him getting some coaching right now from Brian Draxel, the volunteer assistant coach for the Kentucky Wildcats, who are 10-0 so far in the season, 4-3 wins over Virginia, Louisville, and Duke so far. That was a good hold there for Ieni to get us to 3 games all. Let's move over to court 3 if we can. There is a break opportunity for the Wildcats. Jonah Braswell serving for Florida 1-2. Lapadat with 3 break chances.
Meanwhile, set point chances coming up. This would be a second first set for Tech Merrick. 3 singles player sophomore for the Trojans. Left court serve not to be. So set point number 2 coming up. Trojans also lead 5-1 now at the number 5 singles position. Ryan Colby doing the job there. And C with the set from Segerman on 2 on serve on courts 4 and 6.
There's Brian Shelton there providing some support for Jonah Braswell. He does have it to 30-40 here. You mentioned it earlier, but what he has provided, 11th season at Florida, national titles 2 years ago with Florida, 2007 at Georgia Tech. On the women's side, decent little player himself.
I hear his son's okay.
Yeah.
Decent.
Yeah.
Better as a righty.
Yeah. Should have played football.
I don't know. I think he'd fold.
Well, that's way too much cut off there from Braswell. So Lapadat grabs the break, makes it 3-1 at the 3 line. So big moment there for Kentucky as they start to think about how they're going to finish this puzzle here, find their way through to the quarterfinals.
We talked about that puzzle. We're going to go to 5 now for USC UNC, as it is a 6-1 first set for Woj Tech Merrick at the number 3 spot. That's 2 for the Trojans.
And while we're at it, why don't we switch over to, we haven't spent a lot of time with the 4 line for Kentucky and Florida. That'll be Body and Bonetto.
Fascinating to see. Trojans may take 3 quick first sets against UNC, but there's still no separation in relation to the bigger duel at hand. 3-4 on serve, about to be 4 all in the first set on 4. 3 all in the first set on 6. Dead even between these two. I'd say blue bloods of late. USC, UNC, past 10 years.
Bluest no question about it. No question about it.
Think about all the great players who have come through. Obviously, Steve Johnson, Emilio Gomez.
Yeah, what a story that is.
Yeah.
I mean, just finding his way through at this stage of his career, yeah, it's phenomenal stuff. Opening here for Bonetto, by the way, it's love 15. To point out, it is Bonetto's, Body up a break here, 3-2 in this set. And now love 30 after that miss from Body.
Colby now 2 points away.
All right, so that ball did go into the net and had that little freeze frame, but 15-30 now on the Body serve. The senior transfer came from Wake Forest. He was 35-21 overall. To 31 in the juniors, quarterfinalist. Roland Garros.
Played a lot of good matches at Wake. It's just a crowded roster. Tony Bresky consistently 11, 12 guys on his squad. Felt he could get a little more focus by coming over here to the Wildcats.
It's going to be break chances here for Bonetto.
I'm really impressed.
Do you feel like there's a different personality for those two teams as well, Wake Forest versus Kentucky?
Very much so. I mean, anyone who's seen Wake Forest head coach Tony Bresky, one of the legends in our game, actively, he's cool as a cucumber, right? There's a steadiness. I don't want to say hands off because that's not fair, but not necessarily the hands-on nature of Cedric Kaufman, head coach for Kentucky, Matt Gordon, associate head coach, who just want to have a hand in everything. They want to give you as much effort as possible.
It was a gutsy ball there from Taha, bodied there down break point to lace that up the line. Well struck.
Use that gutsy word. Ryan Colby with a laced winner. Gutsy shot choice by him. 6-2, so that's 3 first sets for the Trojans as we head now to court number 4.
Togan Tokac, by the way, does grab an early break on Jaden Weeks at the 5 line. That's a big miss there from Bonetto. So deuce point, deciding point. Bonetto's going to retreat right back to that ad corner.
You have not seen Nate Bonetto play. There was a legitimate argument last year. Should it be him? Should it be Goodger at that number 6 spot? That's how good Nate was when healthy last season.
Wow, what a hold there from Taha Body. Fighting off 3 break chances. Maintains that break lead out in front. 4-2 in the second set. Let's go to court 5 for me, as it is Togan Tokac, who's trying to consolidate his early break in a third set with Jaden Weeks, 2-love.
Yeah, it's still too early for match calculus in either of these matches.
No, it's not.
You know, you see it in Florida, Kentucky?
Yeah.
2.
You got 3.
Oh, yeah. Lapidat's the 1. Who's the other one?
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
It's very rare a day you'd be ready to tell the calculus before I do. That's how I knew you'd agree.
But this match has moved quite quickly. A lot of explosive hitting and on a faster indoor courts, and the coaches have said that they are playing very fast here.
Streaky. It's been a streaky match thus far. As you see the 4-all 40 love here for Poling.
California Sports Surfaces is the official court surface of the ITA. Weeks near side. Tokac far side here. Weeks got as high as 21 in the world junior rankings. Tokac not far behind, number 59. A lot of his success, however, came on the doubles side of things. Sister playing at Colorado.
As you see, Poling holds 4-5-4. We'll go over to court number 6. I got to give you my I'm stupid moment of the moment.
Okay.
Yesterday, I was hanging out with, funny enough, Brian Cernock as well yesterday in the hotel lobby, and he's sitting next to his teammate. And I'm like, I know you're a teammate. I just have no idea who you are. Who might you be? I just got the face look. It was Carl Poling. Now I know. That's who I was sitting next to the whole time. Sorry, Carl. I never said his name once. I was like, oh, hey, man, how are you? So this is good. That's what the indoors is for. Faces, names. Let's lock them down.
I'm just shocked you don't know somebody.
I agree. I was like, why don't I know who you are? I was like, let's break this down. Yeah.
How is that possible?
Exactly. Are you sure you're real?
So 3-love for Togan Tokac, the 5 line. Let's go over to court number 3 for us as Lapidat closing in on a potential win at the 3 line for the Wildcats. 4-1 in the second with Braswell of Florida.
We're hanging out here at 6 in UNC USC as expected with Tani. Grinding it away. 4-all here at 6.
Oh, you love to see Lapadat there, that enthusiastic here, and again, kind of knowing and understanding that he can provide a pretty big point, pretty big moment here for the Wildcats. Although, like you said, I'm not like fully convinced of this being a short order 4-0 right now.
Yeah. It's credit to Florida. They took, what, 3 first sets?
Yeah.
Did their job, kept things competitive. You flip one match, as Tokac has.
Technically 2.
Yeah.
Just 2 first sets.
Sure.
But close. You know, maybe it's going to turn around for Axel Nev at some point.
They're still playing 4 out of 7. He's down 0-0-4-0. How about Will Grant, though? That's the one. Oh, actually, we got to go quickly to 2 Westhoff. It's a match point Grant. He's got 3 of them. Court 2 on UK, Florida. I apologize. Court 2
wow,
UK,
that went
Florida.
quickly.
That
yeah.
happened so
that
fast.
happened very fast. Yeah, it's 15:40 now on the Ianni serve.
That's UK,
so again,
Florida.
UK, Florida, Ianni Grant. If we can go to 2 right away, this happened very, very quickly. Ianni serving 4-5 and lost 3 points in approximately 42 seconds.
Yeah.
So it is Grant returning with match points for Florida.
Court 2 again. If we can change that. If you need to go full screen, Westhoff, do what you must. Get that match point to everyone. Again, Court 2, Florida, Kentucky.
And he was able to volley off a winner to grab another point to get it to 30-40 here.
It's still the camera on 3 Westhoff.
You do see Ianni on the right, serving 30-40. That pass misses. Yeah, that's, again, just so bold in the moment with Alafia Ianni. Attacking, aggressing. And so match point number 4 now for Will Grant. Oh, that roll from Alafia Ianni as he does fight off all 4 match points. Are you kidding me? What a hold there for Alafia Ianni. 5-all now in the second. Again, a tie break for that first set. Very tight matchup. Let's go over to 3 because it is Joshua Lapadat who was able to grab that break. He's got a 5-1 lead now, trying to put Kentucky on the board once again. Make it 3-0 here for the Wildcats, serving 5-1.
Kona Braswell, just the 12th Florida freshman to 20 wins. This big one. This would be the one he needs to flip here.
Again, if we can go to, I'm sorry, I know that's the right scoreboard. It's the wrong court. Looking for court 3. Lapadat is serving here from the near side. Didn't love that call, obviously. So he's going to have a nice little chat, a little walk. I mean, explore the entire venue while it can.
Meanwhile, breakpoint chance coming up for Peter Mock as he looks just throwing things here.
Okay.
Start the second.
Sorry, Alex Tokac is 3-1. Yeah, cruise control right now for him for Florida.
5 freshmen on this Florida roster, most for them since the 2018. They lost 91, I want to get this number correct, 91.15% of their singles wins from last year. It's not bad.
It is bad. That's actually
good.
It's very bad.
They also lose Abdullah Shelby, right, who has gone on to become a top 400 player. He's passed Vale and Andrade in the pro rankings. Should we do a 30 for 30 on that team?
No. No.
So 3-all now overall. Segerman, Mock on serve. Westhoff, do you mind taking us to court number 1 in USC UNC? Appreciate all the work super producer Daniel Westhoff, of course, doing back in Indianapolis. Truly makes this all possible. And Joshua Lapadat now 2 points away. Now we're watching for a match point in Kentucky, Florida, but Westhoff, when you are free, if you can take us to 6 in UNC, USC, that final first set approaching the finish line.
We do have indeed a match point for Kentucky at the 3 line. 3 match points for Joshua Lapadat, the junior from London, Ontario, Canada.
Remember when he was down 4-all, 15-40 in that first set? How quickly it changed.
Again, I can't remember anything from even an hour ago. So, no.
That's why we're a good duo, though.
Don't.
I'll fill you in with the details. Keep clearing in the picture. Fill in the picture.
I'm very present right now.
Yeah.
My meditation app would be very happy. I'm very much in the present.
Present, that's good. Must have been out.
Yeah, must have been called wide. That was a decent swing. Really well-constructed point from Lapadat there.
He won the eye test. Now, can he win the match?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah. Gorgeous point from Anuj Watani. You see the whole bench is on their feet. They understand the importance of this first set. It's breakpoint chances back for Watani.
Well, that's phenomenal ball striking from Jonah Braswell. As soon as he gets that one big forehand, yeah, it very much reminds me of his brother. As soon as that first forehand comes, he's able to really control things very well. So it's going to be a deciding point here for Lapadat and Braswell at the 3 line. Should point out Taha Badi does have a set point for Kentucky to split sets on 4. We'll keep you updated there.
Kentucky 1-9 against Florida in the Brian Shelton era. Just some perspective for those of you at home.
Easily finished, and what a win there for Joshua Lapadat in quick order. 4-1 over Jonah Braswell, and that puts Kentucky 1 win away from the quarterfinals. They take a 3-love lead. Badi and Bonetto did just split sets. So Badi does get the second set 6-4. All right, let's go over to 6, actually, because that's where things, if you want to talk about match calculus.
Yes.
Hi. Kosne of Kentucky, 7-6 first set, and now it's looking like he's going to have an opportunity here. 15-30 on the serve of Lucas Greif, the senior from Indiana.
Meanwhile, set point fought off from Watani at 6, so UNC, they need this set if they want to split the first sets 3-3. USC's got 3 already. Courts 1, 3, 5. UNC right now with just the first set at 2.
All right, we might be popping over in a second to court 2. Alafia Ayeni has put himself in a hole again on in his service game at love 30. So we'll keep that in mind there, Daniel. We'll just be going here and court 2 in just a moment. And also might have to go to 5 in a second, as looks like Florida might get on the scoreboard on 5 here in a minute. I don't love that ball from Koznek. Obviously believes in it, but that's a tough ball to go backhand up the line. Down the line, up the line, whichever you prefer.
Yeah.
Either one, tough ball to do it.
Attack the line.
40-30 here for
I will ask if we can go to court 1 in our match, USC-UNC. Stefan Dostanic, 6-1-4-2, just holding on. That set and break lead.
Tokac did get to 5-1, so we're going to have to go to 5 here after this game.
Deuce point coming up on 6, though. You like that.
So it's going to be a deciding point taken out to the ad side here. That's well taken there from Lucas Greif. And let's go over to court 5. Yeah, indeed. So Greif gets it to 3-all there in that second set. A lot of work to be done, obviously, for Florida to maintain a presence here, but this was where it could start as Tokac here 5-1. Tie break on 2 for Ayeni and Grant.
Will Grant did not like a call made by Ayeni. He gave the chair quite a bit of business after that, and you just wonder, big picture. He's got to take this breaker. Get off the court if you're Will Grant.
Yeah, you're 5 minutes away from Florida having 2 points on the board, realistically here.
Exactly.
Split set, so just started a third set for Body and Bonetto at 4. But yeah, a little opening here for Weeks. The longer he can stay on court right now, down 5-1 in the third. Bigger picture, it's important for him to keep Florida off the scoreboard.
Meanwhile, Cernak does get the hold still. Stefan Dostanic, 6-1-4-3 lead for the Trojans at the number 1 singles spot. We've got breakers coming up. So let's go to court number 5 in USC-UNC. Excuse me, court 4. Court 4, USC-UNC.
Weeks does have 3 chances here.
Yeah, if you're Weeks, just stay alive.
I got to wait from Tokac. So Weeks does get break back here. 5-2 on 5. So just keeps Kentucky out there, keeps Florida off of the scoreboard. Those types of things definitely matter. Let's go to the tiebreak on court number 2. Ayeni for Kentucky, Grant for Florida. They're at 1-all, second straight breaker.
And let's be clear, it's really, really hard to envision Florida winning this match without Grant getting off in straights. You just start to look at the match, the calculus. Kentucky already up 3-love. Alafia gets this set. Now Florida needs to win at least 3 3-setters. Excuse me, needs to win 4 3-setters. We're near the University of Chicago campus, so I'll bring out my mathematician mindset.
Yeah, they are very intelligent there.
Yeah, that's tough math.
That is a smart school. 2-1 in favor of Ayeni here on serve. Oh, well done. Grant winning that duel at the net there. Always good when you are able to play a serve and volleyer in the rare instance where you do play a serve and volleyer and you win that duel at the net. That is massive.
volley he wanted. A little too cute.
A weird point for Ianni. Not, going with that chip forehand, but that's a ball that if he gets a little bit more on it, he's able to come in behind it, find that way forward. That's the big question for him, big picture as well. What does he do as he continues to move up levels? How does he incorporate that attacking game style into it when the baseline game is not quite where it needs to be? You do think about Maxime Cressy, right? The development he put in from the baseline. But on serve here, 3-2.
Yeah, kind of like Alafia's ground strokes even better than I liked Cressy's in the moment.
At that stage, for sure.
Exactly.
A little tight on that volley. But the question is, like, for Alafia, is he willing to put in the same amount of work for 100%. That Maxime was able to? Because listen, Maxime dedicated himself to the nth degree, and that's a question. You have to be willing to put forward that kind of effort to shore up that part of your game, because the attacking game is certainly there. But yeah, it's looking good right now for Will Grant. Does have this mini break edge at the turn at 4-2.
And I apologize to you in advance, Mike. I may get aggressive with our court switching, as a lot of matches nearing their either finish line or second inflection points, I should say, in this USC-UNC matchup. Now you see Bradley Fry, the 4-3 lead on your screen right now. Dostanic 6-1, 5-3. Looks like he'll have a chance to serve for the match. 6-1, 4-2 for Wojtek Merrick. Even the 6-all set you see on your screen, a lot. This is a big moment, a big 5 minutes in this Trojan UNC battle.
Yeah, USC could have 3 points within a couple of minutes here, and then another hour and a half to go.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, I like that play, though, from Grant, but Ianni up to the task. Nice, simple construction there with that forehand.
Oh, no, we almost had the tweener drop shot combination effective. We see you, Carl Poling. We see you. Unfortunately, the ball did not see its way in. So that's a 5-3 mini break lead for Bradley Fry. And I learned earlier today, nice tweener, not our tennis point moment of the day.
No.
Of course, Tennis Point, though, the sponsor of the ITA Tennis Point Collegiate Tennis Rankings, the ITA Tennis Point Summer Circuit, and, of course, the official retail partner of the ITA.
You have to win the point.
Yeah, well said.
You have to.
I accept your premise. As Fry's got set points here, and Westoff, as soon as we're done on 1, take us to 4. Take us to 1, please.
Well, that's big from Alafia Ianni. Huge forehand once again, and taking a little bit of risk there. But calculated risk for all. Levels the playing field. We'll have 5 ready to go for Florida and Kentucky in a moment as well, as Tokac is looking to serve out the match, trying for a second time.
Set point number 1, fought off by Carl Poling. Now, order operation says match point over set points. So take me to 1, Westoff, on USC UNC. Let's just do that now so we can worry on Mike's match points next. Let's go here next. I'll keep you updated on Fry.
So Grant to 5-4. Yeah, we might have dueling match points here on 2 and on 5 for the Florida Gators. This is their big moment to potentially get off the court on 2 particular spots. Ianni here 4-5. Tokac at 30 love in his closeout game. Oh, that's a big one there for Ianni. So 5-all.
Dostanic evens things. 6-1, 6-4. That's why he might just be the guy right now in college tennis. 1-all overall. Take us to court 3, please, Wes. Excuse me. Take us back to court number 6. Court 6.
Well, great serve there for Alafia Ianni to grab a set point. Fought off a lot of break chances on his serve late in that set. Now has a set point. Again, Tokac for Florida. He is 2 points away from a 3-set win at the 5 line. Let's see what Will Grant does here. What a smart ball. Just great stuff. Let's move over to 5 quickly as we do have a match point for Togan Tokac. 5-3, 40-15 as we resume with Jaden Weeks of Kentucky. So Florida could get on the scoreboard here. Again, 6-all in that breaker that we just left. And it does go the way of Florida. Togan Tokac does pick up a victory at the 5 line. 6-3 in the third over Jaden Weeks. So now 3-1. Florida does get on the board.
That's a really, really nice result there. Certainly for a player for Florida that I hadn't had a win of this caliber for Togan Tokac. He's played some good ball in his freshman season, but at this stage, to drop the first set in the fashion that he did, work his way back into the match, it's why this Florida team, they're young, but they're excited.
Kentucky does have a chance to finish the match right now. Kozne on 6 is serving for it. So actually, I'm going to make the decision here. Let's actually leave this breaker, although Ianni does have a set point. Yeah, let's leave the breaker. Let's go to 6 because Kentucky could put it away here in the next 30 seconds. So court number 6.
And let's go full. We'll get back to USC, UNC in a second. Let's go full on this. It's a dual match point. You've earned the full screen.
It is Kozne, the freshman from Le Mans, who has it to 30-15, 7-6, 5-3, 30-15, serving near side. That's a big ball there from Gryphon. Really smart to come in behind it, test that 1-8 on that heavier swing as well.
It's a big swing on that one-handed
backhand. It is. There's a lot of motion going on.
A lot of things.
Yeah. It is definitely a clay court type of a 1-8.
Exactly. They do not teach that in Michigan.
Ooh. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, again, just really smart, just finding a good target. So it is match point for the Kentucky Wildcats. Ianni did win that tiebreak, 8-6. But it all comes down right here. Kentucky looking to close it out. And Kentucky does just that. Is Kozne, the freshman, clinching for the Kentucky Wildcats as they take this one and move into the quarterfinals 4-1 over the Florida Gators.
2 ways of looking at this match. For Kentucky, you're the number 2 seed. You acted like it here today. You come out, you win a tightly contested doubles point, and then you take care of business. 3 straight set victories at the 1, 3, and 6 spots. It's a couple of your hosses in Liam Draxel, Joshua Lapadat leading the way up top, and then it is one of the freshmen in Kozne ultimately earning the clinch. Now, that's perspective 1. Perspective 2, I know it's 4-1 on the scoreboard. Don't you come out of this feeling better about this Florida team?
100%.
How young, how talented they are. If they're this in February, what's going to look like in May? I thought that was a really good result for both of these teams.
No, I think that's exactly right. And Florida now has a couple of backdraw matches to kind of figure out a little bit more about who they are, and I think that's going to be really important for them here over the next couple of days. But yeah, it's Kentucky who I think certainly earned this win here today, and they move on into the quarterfinals and allows us to put our focus on USC and UNC. I'm going to go down and see if we can't get Liam Draxel for the broadcast as well.
The last note on Florida, no one has ever accused them of being an indoor team. That's never something that's been associated with the Gators. So again, you take this, it's a win, I think, for this Florida team. Not a win.
An acceptable loss?
An acceptable loss, exactly. Plenty to build upon.
All right, so Alex will take you home for a little bit here of USC and UNC. We'll see if I can go get Mr. Draxel to join us here on the broadcast.
Appreciate that, as always, my friend. Meanwhile, as you see here, Wojtek Merrick, sophomore for these USC Trojans, 1 game away. And the Trojans took a 7-6 set from Fry on 4. They're up 5-2 on 6. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, if you can work an intermatch split screen here, can we bring up the ending of court 6 as well? As it's match point Wojtek. Actually, just, hey, hold. It's match point Wojtek. We can hold for a while. Excuse me, 15:30. Not yet. That's my fault. I jinxed this. It was inevitable. So 30 all now. How about that? I'm sure some of you Tar Heel fans at home are asking, where has that been? From Will Jansen, the freshman. Sets up game point chances now. That's a freshman decision. And it sets up match point for real this time. So let's try this again. Match point, Wojtek Merrick. This would give the Trojans their first lead of the match. Goes long. You hear the roar from Jansen. He survives. All right, let's play on. Wojtek to serve for it, 5-4 on the other side of this breaker. Meanwhile, let's go quickly to 6. Again, we're rocking full screen here. Alex Gruskin riding Han Solo for now. Of course, Mike Cation will be back with me in a moment. He's going to grab Liam Draxel. Hopefully we'll get Liam on the stream here. Talk to him about Kentucky's 4-1 victory. Right now on 6, though. And we just miss it. It is the Trojans. That's huge because now they've taken 5 first sets in singles. And now, like, to evoke the T-Swift, they did shake off that doubles loss. Doubles what? Who cares? We took 5 first sets in singles. That's the real name of the game now. 7-6 to the Trojans here at 6. All right, let's go back over to court number 3. We go back over to court number 3 as we will be joined now by Liam Draxel, who I believe is ready, sitting, eager, as we have the opportunity to speak with the Kentucky #1 singles player, the senior All-American, who joins us now on the stream, Liam Draxel. An 0-0 victory, not something you see every day, for the Kentucky Wildcats to help lead them to a 4-1 victory over the Florida Gators. Liam, let's just start with the win. How did it feel for you and the guys out there today? How do you think you performed?
Yeah. I mean, it was a good team win for sure. I think it was a little dicey at the start of doubles, and I think that's probably the best job we've done of kind of breaking back and not letting it kind of just like get away from us. So I thought that the breakbacks on a couple of the courts were really massive to like stop the momentum. And then we played good tennis at the end of those sets, and it felt really nice to get that doubles point. And then a good performance from me today. Obviously that doesn't happen very often. But I played well.
Liam, first off, I want to make sure how you are health-wise in terms of where you're at with your body. I know it's not been the best spring for you in that regard, but on top of that, what does it mean for you specifically to get through Love and Love here today, allow your body to rest and recover as you are looking for 4 matches here this weekend?
Yeah. I mean, I was dealing with some elbow injuries like a couple weeks ago. Had to take a little bit of time off there now. But it's feeling a lot better, and I think it's in the rear view mirror now. I'm just gonna have to keep managing it, but I'm just happy to be playing, pain free again.
Well, to that point, Liam, and I was talking with your coach Cedric Kaufman. I asked him about your health. He said I would have to kill Liam to prevent him from playing this event, even if he was injured. And to that point, the reason I bring it up, what does it mean to you, to this program, to not only be competing at the national indoors, but you guys are the #2 seeds now, coming off of last year's NCAA finals. What are the vibes, the energy around this Kentucky team?
Yeah, it's definitely been a crazy ride here. My time, at Kentucky, you've gotten a little better every single year. And, I was saying to some of my teammates, like last year when we were having those big wins, maybe like over Tennessee and Georgia, like that was like our first kind of big weekend. And, it kind of felt like crazy that we're beating like, high teams like that. And then we went to Virginia on the road at the start of the season, and we went a 4-3 there, and like it's not like as surprising anymore. I feel like we have not that we didn't believe, but like we just know we're one of the top teams now. So we have that belief and trust now, which I think is so important.
Yeah, and on top of it, I mean, you have been such a leader vocally over the last couple of years. What does it mean now to have a Lafia next to you who might be as loud as you, or at least is talking as much as you are through a match?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we like to pump it up and really express ourselves as with our personalities for sure. And, I think that's kind of what college tennis is all about. You have the chance to really, be vocal and express yourselves. And, as long as it's not like too far overboard, I think it helps all of us to be yourself.
Well, to that end, my last question to you, because you guys are an intense, passionate team. Let's say that passion is running overboard. Two people come up to you, say two different things. One of them is head coach Cedric Kaufman. One of them is the volunteer assistant coach, who also happens to be Mr. Draxel. Who are you listening to in that moment, Cedric or Mr. D?
Oh, I mean, I gotta listen to. I don't know. I gotta listen to both of them. I don't know. That's a tough question. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. Yeah. I mean, I'll both listen to them. I don't know.
The answer is neither.
I don't know. Neither. I'll be even louder. Screw it.
Well, Liam, congratulations. Good win for the team. Good win for you as well today, and well-deserved rest here, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so that is Liam Draxel. He and the Kentucky Wildcats 4-1 winners as we head back into the action, Alex.
Yeah, USC right now have done exactly what you would have expected the higher-seeded team to do after dropping the doubles point. And it's interesting, this is the second time we've seen this today, a stark contrast to what we saw at the women's event last weekend, where you look for this USC team, Mike, they took 5 first sets.
Right.
The set they dropped, they forced a third at that number 2 position. For a USC team that still is missing one of its big guns, Lerner Tien, the USTA Boys 18's Kalamazoo champion, a guy who got clocked in at 144 on serve at the U.S. Open, he's not yet eligible for this Trojan team. And yet you already have the win from Dostanic, which Wojtek Merrick, the 6-1, 6-4 win at 3, as well as we were speaking with Liam. And we go over to court 5 now, as you see on your screen. Colby's a game away. They're up 2-0 in the third on 3. Mike, this is an excellent singles performance.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, there's realistic possibilities they could be off the court here in the next half an hour or so, which would be huge for them considering they lost the doubles point.
And can we say this other thing quietly? Huge for our schedule moving forward.
There is that. We have 45 minutes until the next set of matches, but yeah, that doesn't hurt, to say the least, as we do have an 8-9 matchup coming up a little bit later tonight.
This is where, though, the flip side, if you're UNC, your head coach Sam Paul, a lot of the guys left on court are the unproven guys. Show me your fight. Show me what you're made of.
It is 15-all here. Colby, with Lee serving 3-5.
I love the game of Ryan Colby. He's probably he's the rising star you don't talk about of the sophomore class. There's a lot of good sophomores filtered around the country. He was one playing at the 5-6 positions last year instead of maybe 1 or 2 as some of his peers were. But he's got that talent. Blue chip guy in his class. Do we know the world tennis number?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
It's here somewhere.
I'm going to guess he's a low 4, like a 4-1-6.
You're asking me to find, where did I put the paper?
No, it's around.
It's around. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
4.09.
Yeah.
He is actually better. He is 4th in the lineup.
That's about right.
Yeah.
I still don't know the scale exactly, but that feels about right. About half a point less than Dostanic, maybe a little more.
That's actually just right.
Yeah.
0.58 difference. All right, so an opening here for Colby, although it is 30 all now on Lee's serve. That's a big miss. All right, so here you go. Colby's going to have 2 looks at it. 2 match points for Ryan Colby of USC.
That's Ryan Colby for you. He can't help himself. At least not yet.
Yeah, he should help
Yeah,
himself.
yeah,
I mean, that's an irrational ball in the
Yeah.
moment, but understandable. Looking to finish, put another point on the board for the team.
I don't think I've ever heard a tennis shot described as irrational, and yet I could not think of a better adjective there. That was irrational out of Ryan Colby. That's funny.
Going to have another look, however. It's no ad scoring. Segerman did get the break back, by the way, on 2. So level on serve there. It's pretty well held, and that's why I go back to it with Colby. If he's able to find a little bit more margin there on that inside-out forehand on the previous point, you think about those kind of things. Wow, the Michigan Wolverines already shouting out to you. That's quite a thing.
That's my club tennis doubles partner, Max Rothman.
Okay,
who happens to be a Chicago native.
He does have the cracked racket.
Yes, exactly. Great job, podcast
nice.
co-founder.
Okay.
Yes.
You have 18 different podcasts.
This is true.
How am I supposed to keep up?
True story. Last night I talked to Roth and I go, "Hey man, I need you to show up tomorrow. I need you to meet Mike." I was like, "This is big for me. It's important. Okay, I need him to like you."
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's where things are with my personal life as we move over to court number. We can stay here, but Wes, can you bring in the 3 box now? We'll put this in the big screen. We might as well keep an eye on the other 2 matches going on right now. It's 2-all in the third between Mock and Segerman. Fry up a set for USC at 4, but down a break. Similarly, with the Trojans at 6, up a set, down a break. Still not the cleanest path.
It is really not. This still has potentially an hour and a half to it. I mean, that's where we're at. Is it could be 20 minutes. It could be an hour and a half. That's where we're at this stage. But certainly USC a little bit more in control of their own destiny, as it is Colby who's trying to get another point on the board for the Trojans.
We'll throw 5 in the center screen, Westoff, whenever you want to throw courts 2 and 4 on the side. It would be much appreciated. Yeah, I missed it. Just long. Off the racket of Chris Lee.
Yeah, miss there. Another double fault. So as a result, 15 all.
It's just been a little erratic. You're right, down the home stretch.
Yeah.
And yet that is the MO on Ryan Colby.
Sure. Well, it's the MO of a lot of players who have weapons, right?
Yeah,
That's,
exactly.
I mean, that's,
and a lot of 18-year-olds.
trying to do too much there as well. But that's, you think about it, though, that's Colby, his weapons. So Lee feels the necessity there, obviously, to find that kind of depth in a moment where, frankly, flattening it out and just going cross-court, pulling angles. People don't think about angles nearly as much as I think they should.
Especially with how explosive, the dynamic nature of Colby's ball.
Yes.
You feel like the angle would be open to him to create space.
Yes.
So I very much agree.
Good leave. An awkward-looking approach, no doubt, from Ryan Colby, but it does set up these match points. Going to have 3 looks.
Gotta love tennis. It can look that weird and be that effective.
Daniil Medvedev.
Noah Rubin. Look weird, kind of effective.
He doesn't play tennis. Clean stuff there from Ryan Colby, and he does make it 3-1. USC firmly in control now with this 3-1 edge over the North Carolina Tar Heels as we go now to court number 2. Let's check in with Peter Mach and Ryan Segerman, where they are in the midst of a third set, midway through it. On serve, Segerman serving 2-3 from the far side of your court and screen.
What an hour and a half of singles this has been for USC.
Awkward. Yeah, but you see Segerman, I mean, listen, again, big picture stuff, right? On top of the baseline, but also every single point, there's that little step forward to see, okay, is this the one where I can move forward? Is this the one? Typical indoor tennis, right?
Of course, Segerman coming over from Princeton. You imagine they play a few of the months of the regular season indoors.
Yeah, no doubt.
Over with head coach Billy Pate and the Tigers.
Sorry?
Billy Pate's one of the godfathers in the college tennis world. You kiss the ring.
Yeah, just go after it, pick your target, come through with the goods, and Segerman does just that.
3 game point chances now for the Tar Heel at 2.
Big history moment for Segerman at Princeton. Actually had an NCAA win in 2019. It was their first since 2001. They'd gone 18 years without any type of an NCAA victory, as you see him get the old 2-3 all. It was over Henry Patton.
Sure.
Who's
That's
now
a very
doing
good win.
very, very well on the professional circuit, seated at some 250s now.
I'm just trying to think who was playing early 2000s tennis at Princeton, because James Blake's at Harvard.
Yes.
Someone really good must be at Princeton. That's what we're learning.
I'll go.
Is it Pekotic? Was that that old? No, just
Pesotic.
Oh, Pesotic. Excuse me.
Yes,
Pesotic.
Nobody's gotten that right this week.
Yeah, not a single person.
Mattia actually yelled at me back in 2014 about how I was pronouncing it, so I got a full lesson.
Pesotic had a phenomenal final year at Princeton.
Yes,
Let me tell you, I remember it well. He didn't win a match at NCAAs, which is what that tells me, by the way. Three all here now.
2000, 2001 Princeton Tigers men's roster and stats.
Okay.
That's basketball. That's not helpful. That is not helpful.
By the way, on trivia, if you can find us, feel free to throw it in the chat prior to Ryan Segerman, the last Princeton men's tennis player to win a match at NCAAs individually was. You know the answer. You'll get a shout out here on the broadcast. Alex Gruskin with Mike Cation, super producer Daniel Westhoff will be sure to show it to us. And so. That's really nice stuff from Peter Mock. And for Mock, sophomore, he's clearly taken a step forward here this season from a record perspective. Good hold for Mock. 4-3. Still up, but on serve in the third again. USC needs one. UNC needs all three remaining matches, awaiting the winner a date with Kentucky in the quarterfinals. Though for what it's worth, a date with Florida in the consolation is no prize either for these two teams. And with that said, we'll head over to court number 4 now. Bradley Fry. All right, I think I got the answer, Mike.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where are you looking?
The website. Although, yeah.
2001.
Pesotic lost to Nassim Slilam. I don't remember that loss. Yep, no, it's 2013. Okay. Because I was like, there's no way Pesotic didn't win a match, right? And
okay, so it must have been doubles.
Yes,
that
okay,
particular
there
shot.
we go.
Okay. And that 2001 team was?
That 2001 team.
Kyle Kliegman and John Portlock defeating Adam Carey and Mark Parsons before losing to eventual champions Matthias Booker and Travis Parrott.
Sure.
Travis Parrott from Portland, Oregon.
There we go. Now we're talking.
Matthias Booker, one of the most talented college players who didn't make it as a professional.
Won the
in
triple,
terms of
won
like
the triple.
yes, in terms of top like 50 and beyond. A guy who I thought a lot of people thought was really going to be that guy.
Well, can I also say, if you would have asked 12-year-old me, was I 12? No, I was a little older. 15, 16-year-old me, I would have said, yes, I'll bet my life that Alex Damashon will be top 50. Like, without question. That's another one. Coming in as a freshman.
Yeah, I hear you.
He was as good that 18-year-old year. The size, the speed, the goofiness.
It's just good touch. Carl Poling here, who's, just really provided some necessary response here at the 4 line. And a deciding point here.
They could use it. Just some sort of set, some sort of rhythm. Although Anuj Watani has raced off to a 3-love lead for the Heels at 6. Right now the Trojans are kind of putting all their eggs in the Peter Mock basket at 2.
Well, they have to put in eggs in every single one of the baskets at this stage. I mean, they need all 3. It's a tough spot. This is a deciding point.
Yep. Confirmed.
It's a miss that's on the 4-2. That is a big one from Carl Poling. So Bradley Fry does survive that moment at the 4 line to get it to 5-2. Let's go to 6 right now because it is a deciding point. Watane, 3-love, single break lead, serving, deciding point. And we just missed it. It was won by Wastrata. 3-1 now.
So Westhoff, if you want to throw that 3 box back up, let's go 2 in the main. We'll keep our eyes on 4 and 6 just in case Poland gets to a set point.
That seems fair.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we got confirmation. Michigan-Stanford starting at 3:30.
Yes, as they should.
Yeah, I agree. It'd be funny though. You know what?
We'll hold on.
Yeah, just to stick with the theme. 3:45 work. Wow, Ryan Segerman. Take a bow. On the run lob. Is that a tennis point moment of the day?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Again,
it's the match.
That's all you, man, because I can't even remember what happened 5 minutes ago.
Great serve, Peter Mock. And that's new. Anyone who watched this USC Trojan compete last year, he didn't have that weapon right there. The serve, the first strike forehand to just earn some free points, make life a little easier for himself.
It makes me wonder if you went to U.S. sports camps.
Yeah,
they provide opportunities for coaches and their assistants to make great supplemental income and create jobs. And obviously the sports camps, they handle the administrative portion. And then, maybe he's there participating.
Yeah, or, maybe he's coaching some of the younger kids messing around a little bit.
Could be.
All those things available by U.S. sports camps.
I believe that's called a side hustle.
Yeah.
Is it not?
In the NIL era, I don't even know if it's a side thing. You're just allowed to do it now.
That's actually one I'd love for you to answer at some point. Is this is a kind of a big moment for all 30 all? Is there who is the most followed male college tennis athlete at this stage? It's a big point though. But did he make that or miss that?
Gorgeous volley, short
Okay, he did. Peter Mock with a chance for 5-4.
I'm trying to think who's the most popular. I mean, Traxel's got to be up there. He's had some pro success. Any college guys do anything big?
But I'm talking about TikTok,
Instagram.
Instagram.
Yeah.
Who's got the most followers? It doesn't mean success.
No,
you know what I mean?
You're right. Who's extraordinarily good looking? Let me think.
Oh, what touch. What a hold there from Peter Mock to get us to 5-4. I bring it up because I actually asked some of the guys I was driving in with from the ITA about Livy Dunn, LSU.
Yeah, sure,
obviously, the NIL era, it's the biggest, right? I know they mentioned some of the Texas A&M women who have a pretty substantial following. I don't know that there's somebody on the men's side that really has that kind of pull.
The one that would jump out to me is Spizzirri. It just feels like, in theory, nicest kid you'll meet.
Yes.
Not the most unattractive face. And he's number 1 in the country.
Carl Poling did get it to third set, so they have split there on 4, and it looks like they're headed that way as well on 6.
Mock's a game away, though, and that's why they're in the big screen, as you can see.
Watane did get it to 4-1. It's a 2-break lead there on the 6 line. So, yeah, it kind of feels like, it's either going to be here
5 or 50.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Or
50.
A lot longer.
Yeah, exactly. As we continue to rock and roll. Of course, again, winner of this going to take on Kentucky in the quarterfinals. Kentucky, a 4-1 win over, I thought, a pesky Florida team. I think Florida comes out of that one. They played a tight doubles point, 3 sets just about everywhere. Tokots over Weeks in the battle of freshmen. Grant, Alafia in a battle at 2. Oh, let that go. No, Peter Mock. And interesting, Bryce Pereira, the volunteer assistant who came over from UCLA, you see him. He's been the one assigned the mock job here early. Oh, no, he's overruled. Oh, no.
Do they have somebody on the far sideline right
They
now? It looks like
do.
they would, yeah, because they're down to 3 matches.
It was a let cord second serve that trickled over. It's a camera. I defer to the chairperson. As Mike alluded to, there's a lines person right on that alley. We're back.
So as a result, 30 love for Sagerman.
So one of those moments where it always helps have Sports Interiors, the official lighting, ceiling liner of the ITA. You just see those calls a little clearer.
Why that volley?
Well, yes, yes. I think also he thought it was going to be called out.
Okay.
And then he didn't play, and he was like, I'm not calling 2 out in a row.
Go back in volley.
Yeah.
Just nice,
you don't like
simple,
the inside out body
from your right breast? No.
Yeah, exactly. That's the cuppage, the cupping volley. Oh, what a forehand, though. That's how you respond. Segerman.
It was such a good controlled point there, throughout. And then again, just, I don't know, that
a little stiff.
Yeah, just doesn't feel natural for him in terms of where he's at for the volleys. It's like, certainly knows that he has that capability, and the more difficult volley decisions for him, that's going to be that question.
I loved lull slice, big line. Great pattern.
Fantastic.
Finish it well.
Yep.
Oh, good tween between the legs. It's the
That is
casual
not the shot of
athleticism.
the day, Alex.
It's the leap of the day.
All right, so see, that's that better ball, right? But again, there's a moment where Peter Mock makes him pay. So here we go, match point for USC, clinching point potential here for the Trojans after that backhand pass.
You better be slow clapping at home.
You're not allowed to. Stop that. You are impartial. Big spot here for the Trojans. And a second serve to look at as well.
Partial to the slow clap. Nothing else.
Oh, there it is. It is USC coming back from losing the doubles point, taking all 4 singles matches that finished at 1, 3, 5, and now at 2. It's Peter Mock with the clincher as USC moves on to the quarterfinals 4-1.
That was as strong of a singles performance as we have seen so far today from top to bottom. It happened everywhere, and clearly whatever Coach Macy said in between the singles and the doubles, it worked well. I mean, Coach Macy must have said, guys, again, let's forget about it. Short memories here. 5 first sets for the Trojans in singles is phenomenal. Obviously, they're able to protect those. You get the straight set wins at 1, at 3, at 5. And then Peter Mock, the only guy to drop his first set, ultimately overcoming that deficit, getting the job done for this Trojan team. Let's be clear. They're coming off of a tough loss at Michigan earlier in the week. This is also a Trojan team still without one of their big guns in Lerner Tien, the USTA Boys 18's defending Kalamazoo champion. That's just delightful. That's a really, really good result for this USC Trojan team. And again, if you're the Tar Heels, I don't know what to say. I don't think you played poorly. I think this had more to do with USC, their success, than anything else if you're a Tar Heel fan. But, man, again, credit to these USC Trojans. They're now going to face a date with the University of Kentucky. Always fun to see those two schools do battle. That matchup coming up 12 o'clock tomorrow. But again, it is USC 4-1 winners over the Tar Heels. For the Tar Heels next, they'll face Florida. I mean, Florida UNC is a consolation match. What year is it? What are we doing? College tennis fans, of course. With that said, we are going to try and speak with a member. I don't know if it's of the coaching staff, player from this USC Trojan team, whether it be Dostanic, Brett Macy, hopefully the clincher, Peter Mock. I know Mike Cation has run off to go find said coach. But stick with us here. Oh, yes, Coach Cedric Kaufman coming up to me and saying he liked the doubles. You're welcome for the lineup suggestions. Can I take credit? Yes. Yeah, exactly. But congratulations, guys. Well done. As they, again, take that doubles point. It was a really well done, by the way, the doubles point over Florida for what it's worth. Very, very well fought as we see and prepare for hopefully someone from this USC team to come join us. Again, Alex Gruskin here, Mike Cation going to run to set that interview up at this moment. Right now, out on court, I see the Michigan Wolverines, Stanford Cardinal. That's a 3:30 p.m. start. That match will start on time. It's going to be a thriller. Buckle your seatbelts, folks. Actually, now's probably the time. You grab your snacks, you run to the restroom, little bit of a break. 3:30 start time for that Michigan-Stanford match. I imagine it'll be 3:45 for Virginia, Tennessee. That matchup going on courts 7 through 12. Of course, right now we're waiting for either Peter Mock, Brett Macy, someone from this USC Trojan team. Come join us here on the broadcast. But what a first half of day one of this 2023 National Indoor. To recap, in case you're just joining us, they started with two frisky matches. It was first TCU ran out to this huge 3-love lead, only to see Baylor slowly but surely begin to work their way back. Now, TCU ultimately closes things out 4-0, but that match goes on any longer. Did feel like Baylor was about to get on the board. Meanwhile, South Carolina comes out. They win doubles. They smack Georgia at the 1 and 2 singles spot. And yet it's Kreuter, it's Juska, it's Bride, it's Perez Pena. 4-3 win for Georgia. They get back to the quarterfinals, a place they have not been at this event in quite some time. Meanwhile, you just saw Kentucky, USC, going to be quarterfinal number 2. Kentucky, I thought they were darn good from start to finish. That's what a number 2 seed should look like. They were tested by a young, scrappy Florida team that played with great energy. That certainly has our attention moving forward. But again, as great as that was, it's only going to get better as I see a Lafayette winner decide to give us some drama. Did Alafia throughout the... Oh, finish. He's done with the drama. He tells us. I like it. I appreciate it. As again, Kentucky advances. They'll now face the Trojans. I mean, those are two teams who have faced off once or twice. And as you can tell, I'm filibustering. Still waiting to figure out who from this USC Trojan team will have the chance to speak with, if anyone. I do see Mike Cation out on court. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break for 3 minutes here. We'll see if Mike can get anyone. If not, we'll bring things back up to start, obviously, at 3:30. But, of course, what a day it is. And the weekend's only just getting started. We still got 4 more round of 16 matches to go here on Friday. So much more tennis here in Chicago throughout the course of the weekend. We hope you stick with us through it all. But for now, for the fantastic Mike Cation here in Chicago, our super producer Daniel Westoff back in Indianapolis, I'm Alex Gruskin. You're watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 Division I ITA Men's Team Indoor Championships.
Tennis is superb. Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out. Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun, for health, for life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
And we are joined now by the man who won the clinching match for the USC Trojans on their way to a 4-1 victory over UNC. Welcome on to the show, Peter Mock. Peter, congratulations on the victory. First, just talk me through that third set. What's going through your head as you're playing the clincher?
Well, it was a pretty tough first two sets. Like, I came out very sloppy in the first set, and then I knew I just have to hold my serve and look for the opportunities in when he's serving. So after the second set, I was pretty confident that if I do the same thing in the third set, I'm gonna come out as the winner.
Yeah, obviously he has so many weapons, Peter, that especially on an indoor court that is playing this fast can be so damaging. What were the adjustments you had to make sure things were much more on your terms, especially in that second and then into the third?
Well, obviously he got a huge serve. It's very hard to return, especially on a court like this, which is very quick and we're indoors as well. So in the first set, I had no chance getting the balls, and he was also very confident with his serve. And in the second set, I started feeling that he started missing the first serves, and then I started guessing a little bit, and then I was lucky, I guess. So I made a couple good returns. I won the second set, and then I did the same thing in the third set. So I guess I had some luck, but also I started reading the serves very well. So
yeah, you know what they say, it's better to be lucky than good. I am curious though, for you guys and your team in general, you guys drop the doubles point. You take 5 first sets in singles. Now I know head coach Brett Macy a little bit. The idea of him yelling at you guys in the huddle, I just can't imagine him doing that. I'm curious what he did say after you dropped that doubles point and how you guys were all able to respond the way you did.
Yeah, I mean, overall this season we've been dropping a couple of doubles points, so some changes that we have to do in order to get those doubles points. But we've been there a couple of times this season, so we know how to handle these situations. And usually in the singles, we do pretty well. So he's just always keeping us just to play. He's just saying to play well and play good. So I guess, yeah.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. I know you're just a sophomore, but you are a journalism major. So Peter, we're gonna put you on the spot right away here. What is today's headline for the USC Trojans about this win over North Carolina today?
Sophomore Mac clinched the singles the match for the USC Trojans.
All right, that is absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Congratulations, good win today, and we will see you tomorrow in the quarterfinals.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, congratulations, of course.
Tennis is superb. Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net. It's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Schwartz Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb. Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun, for health, for life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Schwartz Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb. Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods.
And welcome back. It is day one of the ITA Division I National Team Indoor Championship for the men, into our third bank of matches as we watch Michigan take on Stanford. And in about 15 minutes from now, Tennessee will take on Virginia. Mike Cation, Alex Gruskin here on the CrossCourt cast, crackedrackets.com. And Alex, as I feel like this is your moment. This is every day that Michigan is playing, I think of you. And so, you know, it's kind of that moment. You've been associated, of course, a Michigan club alumni yourself. And this is, an opportunity for you to see the Wolverines in action as they take on a very talented team out of Stanford.
It is always a privilege to watch the Wolverines compete. It's always a privilege to watch Stanford compete. A team I just have not had to have gotten as much time as I would like to watch over the years, particularly given the amount of success this program has had relative to college tennis history. But yeah, look, this is the best Michigan team I've seen of my life. This is the best Michigan team since 1988, when it was Dan Goldberg, NCAA finalist, Malvia Washington, former Wimbledon finalist, Ed Nagel, top 200 player in the world, playing in the top 3 positions for the Wolverines. That's how long it's been since a team of this caliber has been in Ann Arbor. They're undefeated. They have wins over USC, over Tennessee, over Baylor on the road, NC State on the road. It's their first time at this National Indoor Final field since 2020. That year, they made the semifinals. I think it's that or better. That's what this Wolverine team is coming here expecting to do.
All right, well, let's introduce you to the doubles landscape. And again, coming up a little bit later is when we will get to Tennessee and Virginia. They are a 3:45 local start, so that is obviously 10 minutes from now. But here on the one line for the Michigan Wolverines, Andrew Fenty and Gavin Young leading the way for them. They are the number 6 doubles team in the country right now for the Michigan Wolverines.
And you see super producer Daniel Westoff getting that ready for all of us. We're on court 2 right now as one just went to the changeover. We'll have them pop up just there. We go. As you see, court number 1, yes, Young, Fenty, outstanding fall. Outstanding fall. And for Andrew Fenty, he's now been top 10 in the country in doubles with 3 different partners during his career. Did it with Matthias Seymour, did it with Nino Ehrenschneider. Now he's doing it here with Gavin Young. I'm going to be honest, of those 3 top 10 pairings, this one, Young Fenty's the best of the 3.
All right. So Andrew Fenty, of course, from Washington, D.C. as well. Good friend of Francis Tiafoe.
And Mayor Fenty's in the house today. His father, of course, the former mayor of Washington, D.C.
That's exactly right. On the other side, yes, this is a very talented Stanford team. Nishesh Basavareddy, the freshman from Carmel, Indiana, partnered with Arthur Ferry, the junior from Wimbledon. They have combined just gone 3-1 combined. Ferry has a few more matches. Basavareddy, injury issues for him. That has been really kind of, I think, the storyline for his career so far.
They're talking a guy who was the best 14-year-old in the world, not best 14-year-old in the country, a Le Petit AS champion, one of the premier junior events on the calendar. Right now, he doesn't really have a left wrist, and it's really difficult for him to swing through that backhand with two hands. You'll see a lot of chop. Obviously, when you're chopping returns, it leads to movement opportunities for your opponents in doubles. That's why he's struggled, but look, Mike, it could be you and Arthur Ferry. It could be me and Arthur Ferry out there, and we have a shot. Arthur Ferry, that talented for Stanford.
Well, we also have to point out, I mean, Bassam Reddy did have a decent fall.
Yeah.
ITA national fall champion after winning the consolation bracket at All-Americans. I mean, that is a very talented young man. But yeah, Arthur Ferry, obviously just what he's been able to do, final round of qualifying at Wimbledon 2021, 25K titles, 3 of them now. So yeah, this is a lot of talent for Stanford. It's a matter of staying healthy and seeing how they mesh together as they are still very young. On the 2 line, Michigan, 5th-year senior Patrick Maloney out of Oyster Bay, New York, partnered with Andre Styler, the senior from Prague, Czech Republic.
This team has no business sitting at the number 2 spot in any team's lineup. Its size, its speed, its power, its energy. Patrick Maloney, the sort of guy, actually the heir apparent to the Zeke Clark Award. You'd love to have him on your team. You'll despise him if he's your opponent. They bring a ton of energy against a Stanford team that, you know, again, they may not have the juice, but they certainly have the responses for this Michigan duo at 2.
Yeah, that's going to be Samir Banerjee, the freshman from New Jersey, partnered with Neil Rajesh, the senior also out of Oyster Bay, New York. I don't know what's in the oysters in Oyster Bay, but it seems to certainly bring some talent. But yeah, again, a team that really has not come together as of yet. Seeing if they can find a spark here this weekend.
Yeah, I think even if you ask Stanford, what are your 3 best doubles teams? Or if you ask head coach Paul Goldstein, what's your best doubles team? He's like, I don't know. What day of the week is it? Yeah. Like, it depends who's healthy. It depends who's not. The lack of health for these Cardinals, I think it's experienced most in their lack of doubles continuity. And if you're Michigan, you feel confident going into today, but you feel extraordinarily confident about this doubles point.
Yeah, so I think that's really kind of the storyline for this doubles point. You're exactly right, but let's move down to the 3 line for Michigan out of, I believe this is your hometown of West Bloomfield. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, West Bloomfield, Michigan. Jacob Bickerstadt, the junior, partnered with Wilt Cooksey, the sophomore from Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan. They have combined well, I believe, 3-1 together so far on the year.
Well, this is where it's notable for Michigan who's not in the lineup. Nino Ehrenschneider, the junior, injured right now, coming off. He was in a boot for most of the fall. Now he's out of the boot. He's a full participant in practice. They're just not ready yet with his level. I mentioned earlier, Ehrenschneider partnered with Fenty. They were a top 10 team last season. It's a credit to both Bickerstaff and Cooksey. They're not the immediate option, and yet they've been a legitimate option at 3 for these Wolverines. They've performed admirably, and again, if you're the Wolverines, you feel like you can win a set on all 3 doubles flights.
And the other side, it's Arian Chaudhry, the junior from Santa Clara, California, partnered with Filip Koloshinsky, senior from Warsaw, Poland. This was the number 4 team for them coming into this weekend, but they did get the bump up to the 3 spot.
So that's what I was going to ask. Where's Max Basing? Basing, of course, a top 15 player in the country in singles. He's been playing doubles for this Stanford team, but they've struggled in the doubles point more broadly.
That's the issue.
Is that it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there are a lot of players for Stanford right now, and again, very talented 6-2 team, right?
Yes.
But yeah, there are multiple people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of their top 8 with losing records in doubles right now.
Sure.
That's, again, pretty shocking considering the talent, right? So right now, as you mentioned, Paul Goldstein just trying to figure out, I believe, which lineups are going to fit right now and kind of mesh, because that's so crucial, especially this weekend and obviously into May.
I'm not saying it's true, but I heard the dartboard method may have been employed. You just put all the names out there, start firing the darts at the board. Congrats. You 2 are 1. You 2 are 2. And another thing you'll notice with this Michigan team, and you see it already, you may hear it on your side of the screen, energy.
Yes.
They are loud.
They've been loud,
and that is what Adam Steinberg coaches them to do.
Yeah, Adam Steinberg, the head coach for the Michigan Wolverines in his 9th season. Of course, the NCAA title while he was at Pepperdine back in 2006, played at Penn State. On the other side, Paul Goldstein, a very distinguished professional career. U.S. Open doubles semifinalist, got to 58 in singles, 40 in doubles in his 9th year at the helm of his alma mater at Stanford out in Palo Alto. Joined by Brandon Coop on the associate head coach side. Brandon's been there for 14 years, also a quarterfinalist at the U.S. Open back in 2002. Benjamin Becker, the associate head coach for the Michigan Wolverines, 5th season for him in Ann Arbor. Legend at Baylor, and of course ended Andre Agassi's career. That is what he's going to be known for the rest of his life. You know, you think sometimes about first line of obituary. You're too young to start thinking about this, but what is the first line of your obituary? And I think for Benjamin Becker, he knows it's going to be, I'm the guy who ended Andre Agassi's career.
See, it's funny you say that. I'll tell you off script what my buddy and I were joking around what the first line of our obituaries would be. There's a specific title I would like to be mentioned in association with myself.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll leave it for another time. Maybe not appropriate.
Wow.
I know, for me.
Wow.
If I'm censoring myself.
Wow.
Yes.
I have thoughts. Okay. So that is the doubles lineup. And again, we are about 3 minutes away from the start of Virginia, Tennessee. They're getting in their last minute warm-ups. Tret Huey, actually, the volunteer assistant, going through and working on some doubles stuff with the Virginia Cavaliers.
It's a shame. This is my first time seeing Tret Huey at the indoors. I'm devastated, and this is, unfortunately, now he's in a coaching capacity, no longer a playing capacity. But, of course, as soon as that match gets underway, we'll have it for you right now. We stay 3 wide here. Wolverines off to quick starts. Stanford off to a quick start at 1. On serve everywhere else right now. But that's probably the shocker as you look at these early scoreboards. In fact, let's put court number 1 on the big screen. Wolverines trying to get on the board here down the early break. Bosforetti Ferry. A testament to just put enough talent on the board, sees what happens.
Bosforetti went 10-1 against ranked opponents in the fall. I mean, just a ridiculous year that he had, and it was all in about the span of 2.5 months. But injuries, as we mentioned, is the question mark. Coached by Brian Smith in Indianapolis for many, many years. Who, of course, was Reggie Brahms' coach as well.
As we head over to court number 2 on the big screen. 2-all Wolverines hold there. It's 1-all, 30-all on 3, even everywhere. And you have to wonder for this Michigan team, they've got some expectations. How nervous are they? They are the 4 seeds. When was the last time?
Nervous.
I'm going to disagree. I think they will come out a little bit tight. You can see it in particular on court number 2. I don't think I've seen Maloney make a return yet. It's a big swing from Styler there, but this team wants it. I don't know how else to emphasize it. Fenty's a 5th year. Maloney's a 5th year. Styler's going to Wall Street. He's not playing around with tennis after his career is done. I know the urgency of this group. I wonder if that'll affect them early.
Well, the one thing I do know on the other side, Stanford is not going to be wowed. They're not going to be overwhelmed. Again, you have such big match experience up and down this lineup in terms of junior Grand Slam opportunities and the like. I mean, this is a team, if they get healthy. I said to you early today as I was doing all of my prep over the last week and a half. TCU stands out to me, and with no disrespect to Michigan, TCU and Stanford are the ones that just kind of the eye pop in terms of just like the sheer amount of talent that they've been able to get. That doesn't always get it done in college tennis, does it?
Well, I would add Ohio State to that list if you wanted to say sheer volume of
fair.
talent. That would be 3 schools. But look, Bosforetti has been the best player in every building he's walked into since he was 9 years old. You have Samir Banerjee's a junior Wimbledon champion. Arthur Ferry has won pro titles. I agree with you. This team is not afraid of Michigan, and they have the big guns up top in particular to just match them shot for shot. And that's why this doubles point to me is borderline everything. And to see Stanford up breaks early, not just on court 1, on court 3 now as well.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Good morning, Cardinal. Welcome back.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, Cardinal. Well, Pacific time.
It's
12:46.
It's 1:45.
There is someone on the Stanford campus right now who just woke up.
That's true, but it's still afternoon.
It's true. That's fair.
All right. So again, early action, and take you and introduce you to the Virginia-Tennessee lineups here in just a second as well.
Let's go to 1 on the big screen, please, as we make the changeover on serve again on court number 2. Michigan down breaks on 1 and 3. It's game point chances here. Bosfaretti, Ferry.
Big screen. Sorry, can we get 3 on the big screen, as it is a deciding point right now at the 3 line. Wyszynski serving for Stanford here with the break lead 2-1. They were able to get that hold, so consolidate 3-1 here early. And yeah, Stanford looking really good out of the gate right now.
They are looking very, very good so far. Playing Michigan even everywhere. They've actually got a deuce point break point chance now at 2 as well.
Wow. All right, let's take it over to court number 2 for this deciding point.
Very nice ball up the middle from Bickerstaff, who doesn't like a good swinging volley.
Well, body serves don't get a whole lot better than that. That is absolutely perfect. So we level things up at 3-all on the 2 line.
And here come Fenty, Young. This is what this Michigan team does. They're going to offer high fives across the board, jump in between courts. They're going to need something intangible if they want to come back here right now. Stanford too clean everywhere.
And that's, I don't know, that's kind of what I expect, but it's,
Sure.
I'm a little bit curious, as I mentioned, 6 of 8 with losing records, how they handle things at the end of the...
Sure, at the business end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned it, the vocality for Michigan, I think that pays off. I'm a big fan and proponent of that. I think that pays off late in sets. Kind of helps you overcome some of your nerves. Stanford, you're not going to get as much of that. It's a much more quiet team.
Sure. And don't let that quietness belay a lack of intensity or focus.
See, it's interesting because I think, I don't know, I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I think it would be helpful if they had a little bit more of it. It's a heck of a lob. Good gravy. That's good. Absolutely. Well, the response there from the entire bench as well. Good amount of fans that have made the trip down from Ann Arbor. Good amount of fans who are here in Chicago as well.
There's a wise man who calls Chicago Ann Arbor West. I mean, again, have you seen a Northwestern football game? Come on now.
Well, that's everybody against Northwestern.
That's true, but I see Barrett Franks in the house. There's a face I haven't seen since 2012. All the alums are coming out.
It's a face I might not have ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Hey, second best player to come out of New Zealand.
Good night. That was right into the body.
That was for a love tap. As you do see, though, Stanford staying out in front right now, 4-2 lead on one.
Did you say the second best player out of New Zealand?
Yeah, and the one not named Cam Norrie.
You're showing that much disrespect to Michael Venus?
That's a very good point. In my mind, you gotta keep in mind. Barrett Franks was my fraternity brother.
Artem Sitak?
Yeah. KP Panu?
Top 30 guy in the world?
Look.
I know you love your Wolverines, but come on.
That's fair.
Michael Venus is that
was an oversight. I see him as an LSU Tiger.
Yes.
Not a man of New Zealand.
We will get you the lineups here for Virginia and Tennessee as well. They are underway now.
Are they?
Yes, they've gotten through the first game on all three matches.
Because I see hitting down there, it's because Texas is also in orange.
Ohio State has been hitting as well.
Got it.
So that's part of what you're seeing is Ohio State getting in a quick warm-up. They are in action later tonight against Illinois. 6:30 start for that one.
Meanwhile, Styler Maloney do make their move for 4-3. So let's put 3 on the big box here. 3 on the big box.
And you tell me when you want to go check out Virginia, Tennessee, because I know we're getting to the business end of these sets, no doubt. That ball did just miss, indeed. Confirmed there by the chair. The volley just sliding a tad bit long. So again, Chaudhry and Koloshinsky, they were supposed to be the number 4 doubles team. Chaudhry, 2-time ITA scholar athlete. Koloshinsky, also a 2-time ITA scholar athlete. That is listen, it's Stanford.
Yeah.
We know. They're intelligent young men.
Some have argued.
Chaudhry, number 14 as a junior.
Another one of those players we were talking earlier, guys I thought were for sure going to go on to pro success. Ryan Thatcher played at Stanford. Doubles partner with Bradley Klon, probably the best doubles duo from 2009 to 2012 in Division I men's college tennis. What did Thatcher do instead? He went on to be a thoracic surgeon. I think he made a decent choice.
I never heard from Bradley Klon again.
Yeah, that's true.
Just disappeared into a dark, dark hole. I think you did some futures action with him, didn't you?
I have. Bradley Klon I've heard of many a times.
Okay.
He came on kickoff weekend, as a matter of fact. Here on our CrossCourt Cat.
To be fair, I had breakfast with him in Melbourne a couple of weeks ago, so he doesn't get out much.
Yeah, that's very true. You know that's the case because when I was in LA, he texted me and said, "You want to get lunch?" I was like, "Are you sure?"
Yeah.
I was like, "You know who you're? This is Alex."
Yeah. Nice clean finish there. 15. Again, right now in terms of the big picture, you see it there. Break lead for Michigan at 2. Break lead for Stanford at both 1 and 3. That's a very aggressive return line, isn't it? About 4 feet inside the baseline, and to miss like that and disheartening to say the least. I also would say from Stanford, nobody has that dominant, overwhelming serve. You don't have a ton of height. That also certainly can factor into your doubles lack of success.
Well, it's funny because Banerjee's a junior Wimbledon champion, right? And yet I expected him to be 6'6", 6'7", like Opelka was, or some of the other guys have been. You're right. He's like 6'2".
There was a Wimbledon junior final with Noah Rubin and Stefan Kozlov, okay?
And didn't Machizuki make a Wimbledon junior final as well?
So, yeah, I mean, the size, especially with the fact that the courts have slowed down drastically.
But I'm just saying, when Colette wrote about it, the big serving, I was like, oh, then he must be 6'6". It just makes sense.
It's also relative.
Yeah,
that's true. That does factor in.
It's very, very fair.
So game points here for the Cardinal. Tyler Maloney 1 game away from clinching at 2. Banerjee and Rajesh serving 3-5. I think that's a great example of it, isn't it? Michigan just showing that racket to their teammates, a couple courts down to let them know they're not done just by being down this break. We're going to be ready to switch to 2 here in a second. We'll finish this doubles point, then go to Tennessee, Virginia. Is that what you want to do?
I was going to say, or we can work a split here as well.
Why don't we stick with this, and then we'll get to, we'll go through that.
Let the record show Mike chose.
Well, listen, I know you're
record show. I've been accused of Virginia bias for years as well, so at this point, just rack them up.
Smart leave. Competent leave. Let's actually head over to 2. It's 15:30 right now on the serve of Stanford. A couple points away now are Michigan. So this is where the first doubles point, if you will, could come off the board, as it is now actually match points. 3 looks for Styler and Maloney. Oh my, that is a swing and a half. There is Michigan taking that set at 2-6-3. So now it comes down to 1 and 3, and court 2 opens up just a little bit. Allows those teams to be on court and cheering vocally. Where do you want to go, my friend? I'd say 1.
Split screen, maybe?
Yeah,
we
can.
Yeah, let's just go straight split screen. Keep them both on our screen.
And again, we will get to Tennessee and Virginia coming up. They're early there in their doubles sets. We will get to those lineups momentarily.
Ooh. How about that return from Chaudhry? Eat up the line. And I'll tell you what, this Stanford doubles team, again, it's now been 35 minutes. They are not playing like they're under 500 everywhere. There's a freedom. I can't tell you the last time I saw this Stanford group play with.
The 2 players with winning records, Samaretti, 3-1, Rajesh, 4-2.
They lost at 2?
Well, no, that's when Samaretti is at 1. Yeah.
Excuse me, not Banerjee.
Yep.
Maybe. It's crunch time.
And that's huge for the Wolverines to keep it tight there. 4-3 into that change. 5-3 here on court number 1. Fenty and young Fenty serving from the far side.
For what it's worth, Virginia, Tennessee fans, right now on serve on 2 of the 3 courts, it's Rodesh and Getz. Up an early break at 1 for UVA. That's the only break right now. Again, we're going to get there, folks. Worth noting, no Barbotzer.
Correct.
In doubles.
It was a straight line change. Getz for Botzer there at the 1 line.
Did you see Bar by chance out there?
No, I didn't.
Okay, interesting.
I was looking for a man with gray hair, about 83 years of age. Couldn't find him.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, I'll take that frame winner, no doubt. So keeps it tight, 5-4. And in just a moment, it'll be Samaretti and Ferry trying to serve out that set for the Cardinal. one of my favorite trivia questions that I don't remember the answer to now, because again, I've forgotten pretty much everything.
Sure.
But how many teams in the NCAA with no S at the end of their name?
D1 or overall?
D1.
You know, we did this last weekend.
Oh, really?
Someone asked me this question.
Yeah.
I think in relation to the Cardinal.
Yeah.
And you can get to more than you think. Like, you're going to remember more as you go along. Like the Raging Cajun Chris, our dear friend,
my friend.
producer behind the scenes.
Hasn't
Once
been
upon a time for the USTA Pro Circuit.
He runs limos now.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
not kidding.
But that's how I remember
Yeah.
the Raging Cajuns.
But they are with an S.
I thought it was just the Raging Oh, it is the S. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
They're plural. I mean,
I know.
all the colors, crimson, green, etc. You can get to all of them as you go.
Yeah, that's true. The Crimson Tide.
Yeah. Or the Harvard Crimson.
Or the Harvard Crimson. That's true.
Yeah.
All right. Regardless,
Yeah.
if you want to hop on, just leave a comment because we're too busy Googling right now. I mean,
we got a comment from Sunny Dearth to talk about the 88 Michigan team, and I almost took the bait, but I didn't. Sonny, find me in the DMs. We'll talk about that team later. Great volley from Fenty.
Oh, look at that sprint.
Mm-hmm. Looked like Roditi earlier today. Crossing courts.
I believe that's also how you run on a treadmill. Yeah. I did see it this morning. It was very awkward. It was very uncomfortable for the rest of us.
I just try to hide in the corner of a gym somewhere.
So this is kind of this moment as you see Fenty, what a dipper there. This is what my concern was with Stanford. The talent is there, but they have not been able to find finishes throughout this season, right? Mm-hmm. And this is kind of where it shows. This moment, a potential closeout on the serve of Arthur Ferry. It's not coming easily. Love 30.
And it's 30 all on 3. Bickerstaff splits the middle. Excuse me, Cooksey splits the middle.
Almost able to come up with that. Just well handled there, but Salvaretti so calm, so controlled with that finish.
Mm-hmm. Great hands. And I think that's who you attack, right, though? The freshman, make him earn it.
I don't know. I trust his hand.
I know. That's the problem. There's no easy attack.
Yeah.
On paper, you were right. Ferry and Bosfaretti do a little bit of everything. It's a very interesting doubles team. Meanwhile, it's breakpoint chances for Michigan at 3.
Tries to find that little cute ball once again. Fenty again saying to his team, yeah, I got to hit that ball. Can't go for that very low percentage shot in this moment. So 2 points away right now on the serve of Arthur Ferry, the junior from Wimbledon.
Great depth on that Ferry first volley. Great depth.
Last year, Ferry, the first #1 in the country for Stanford since
Goldstein?
Bob
No.
Ryan.
Oh. Alex Kim never got to 1? It's a deuce point.
Oh, my.
Deciding point on 3, by the way.
Couple of decent reflex volleys there. One from Bosfaretti and then Ferry from the belly button to bring up a couple of match points for Stanford. Well, they only need the one. The return miss for Fenty and Ferry. Bosfaretti, huge win for them at the 1 line, taking that set 6-4. So it all comes down to the 3 line.
Where Chaudhry Kolazinski play an exceptional point. Defense turned to offense. A baseline overhead for Kolazinski. Stanford's 1 game away from the doubles point. Now they're 3 points.
Yeah, certainly a sense of belief right now for Stanford, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Look at Coach Goldstein. I haven't seen him rock back and forth like that. What is this, 90 Cincinnati?
Wait. Not 1990.
No, 99.
Okay.
No, 99.
Actually, let's not age him back.
No, he was on the Stanford team, the go-to. The 98 Stanford team, of course, only team. Dropped just 3 individual points. It's not too shabby. Meanwhile, that's Jacob Bickerstaff, the junior, serving on the far side.
And missing that volley as well. So Stanford creeps to within 2 points of it here. This would be, I think, the biggest surprise for me of day one if Stanford's able to grab this doubles point, and by a long shot.
Absolutely, and it's how within themselves they've been. Everything's in rhythm. Nothing's forced.
Reflex. Now they're calling and they're asking for it to be a double contact. That's what the claim is here from Stanford. I don't think they're going to win that argument.
Worth asking.
It's worth asking, but yeah, you give respect when somebody's able to come up with the goods just on a reflex like that. So big moment here. And if we can, are we able to get to maybe we can introduce the lineups during this if it goes to a changeover?
Absolutely.
Mr. Westhoff, if you're able to do that, we'll go through them quickly. We'll go through the lineups quickly if there's a hold here for Michigan. It's called wide. It's called wide and confirmed by the chair. So, yeah, this becomes a match point and a doubles point for Stanford. Again, this was your team that was at the 4 line coming in, moved up to the 3 line here for the Cardinal. Opportunity to provide a massive boost here for the Cardinal. Audrey taking it on the ad side. Oh, wow, just catching the tape. So Michigan survives the moment. All right, so we'll come back to this in just a moment. Let's get you caught up real quickly on the matches down for Tennessee and Virginia. For Virginia at the 1 line, right now it is Ryan Getz who replaces Paul Botzer in the lineup, the grad student from Greenlawn, New York. Chris Rodesh, the junior from Luxembourg, taking on Pat Harper, former NCAA champion. Partnered with Johannes Monday. That is 4-3. It is a break lead for the Virginia Cavaliers there at the 2 line for Virginia. Måns Dahlberg, very talented freshman from Gothenburg, Sweden. We're going to talk more about him as this match progresses. Don't get me wrong. Partner with Iñaki Montes, the junior from Pamplona, Spain, taking on Emil Hudd for Tennessee, grad student out of London, and Shunsuke Mitsui, sophomore from Japan.
Yeah, they're running that duo back. Tennessee's changed around their doubles lineups here to start the season. And I think they found 2 pairings they can really like. The big serving Monday, the quickness at the net of Harper. You look for this duo, Hud Mitsui, were a top 10 team at times last year. They're at the number 2 spot again. Tennessee has struggled. There's no doubt they've been one of the biggest disappointments of the first 6 weeks of this 2023 season. They're going back to their bread and butter. What made them great last season? I like that choice.
And very quickly at the 3 line doubles-wise, Virginia partners Alexander Kiefer, the junior from the Woodlands, Texas, and Jeffrey von der Schulenberg, the junior from Switzerland, taking on for Tennessee, Angel Diaz, the senior from Ecuador, and Blaze Bicknell, who got the call up to the 3 line, the senior from Kingston, Jamaica, former Florida Gator. So that's the doubles. We're going to come back to Tennessee and Virginia in a moment, but let's go over now where it is Stanford serving for the match here. The doubles point, I should say, 5-4, and now 30 love
And you're right, this is the biggest shock, but let's be clear. Stanford's come out and taken this doubles point. Early break leads that they have just held on to. They did it at 1, went unbroken. 2 points away from a perfect serving sheet at 3 as well.
Well, that return not anywhere close, so it's 4 match points for Chandri and Koloshinsky. Well, what an absolute shocker as Stanford, with losing records up and down their lineup, comes through in the doubles point. 6-4 here at the 3 line, and Stanford 1-0 over Michigan.
Now we're talking. This is the national indoors. It's a whole other sort of pressure. On paper, Michigan was the favorite. They had yet to drop a doubles point all season. Yeah, they'd been tested certainly by the Harvards of the world, by the Northwesterns of the world, but they might have dropped that doubles point against Harvard in reality. But in reality, Michigan had dropped, I think, 4 total sets in doubles in this dual match season to date. And now they drop 2 here. They go down 1 love. Again, they're the number 4 seeds. They'll be ready to respond, but that's exactly what they have to do now as Stanford takes it to them to open this match.
Yeah, that is truly stunning stuff as we pop in on the serve of Ryan Getz right now for 40-30.
You see the double fault. Pat Harper, Johannes Monday now. Deuce point chances to break back. Monday the junior, Harper. Honestly, a 6th year, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, it's not quite like Bar Boxer's 130th year.
Exactly. Botzer remembers fondly the McEnroe Stanford teams competing against them back in Athens. So you see for this Virginia team, 5-3, big hold there. It's the big Chris Rodesh, the junior, on that deuce side. Rodesh, one of the breakout players of last season. Of all the sophomores in that Virginia lineup. Now juniors, Rodesh, Montez, Von der Schulenberg. I'd argue it was Rodesh who improved the most last season, Mike, in taking over that number 1 spot. The weapons he played with, I was impressed.
Johannes Monday doesn't seem to fit in the Tennessee mold. In terms of he is much more on the quiet side. Whereas I think of Tennessee as being extraordinarily loud, vocal, agitating.
The concern was that we'd shatter the glass with them in Michigan playing at the same time. Like there should be a rule against that.
Right. But that's my point. He's much more of a soft-spoken guy, Johannes, serving here at 3-5.
At the same time, there's a quiet fire to Johannes.
Sure, I'm not saying there's no intensity, of course.
Of course, but just to...
It's just a different type.
Yes.
I think would be what we're agreeing upon. I think James Mackay, the assistant head coach, really has a lot to do with that, obviously.
No doubt about that. And don't think Chris Woodruff can't get fired up as well.
I think it's interesting. He's a guy, you would see that in a locker room.
Yeah.
You don't see it nearly as much on court. But yeah, I imagine in a locker room.
He's a pacer. to me. He's constantly moving, constantly fidgeting, nervous energy.
There is a lot of anxiety and agitation in there.
Exactly.
He's just got to find the appropriate venue for which to express it.
All right, let's put 2 on the big boxes. Right now, Hud and Mitsui back together here for this national indoors. They're up 5-3. They're serving for it on Montez and Dahlberg. Meanwhile, Virginia's going to serve for it 5-3. Bicknell, or excuse me, Tennessee's going to serve for it 5-3. Bicknell and Diaz at that 3 spot. Is it that hour? 3:30? Is it that time, Mike?
No idea. I have no idea what time it is. I've lost track.
Yeah, well said. You said day 1.
I don't.
When we started this night. No, I was like, it's day 3, right? I was like, it's not day 1. As you see, Mitsui and Hud back in the winner's circle, 6-3. We know how good this Tennessee team is. The pace, the finesse, the energy, back where they belong. Let's go full on 3.
All right, so here we go with Bicknell and Diaz at 5-3.
It's Blaze Bicknell serving.
Yep.
One of the few players in college to rock the ankle socks.
Oh, my. Angel Diaz, what a reflex there off that low ball.
It's highway robbery, stealing that point. Oh, Blaze Bicknell, welcome back. Forehand cross-court ripper.
Now, you can definitely see, though, why he's not going to be playing a ton in that doubles lineup. That ball, there is a lot of shape on it, and that's obviously not always the best play on the doubles side.
Right now, they're just betting we need weapons.
Yeah. Replaced Tomas Rodriguez in the doubles lineup. That serve just missing from Bicknell. Pretty key spot here. Kiefer and von der Schulenberg. Couple of the juniors here. That incredible class for Virginia a couple years ago.
For sure.
Montez, Rodesh as well.
And Kiefer.
I said that.
No, I know. I'm just, that was for the Virginia fans because they always make a joke when you don't say and Kiefer.
Got it. Oh, gosh.
I don't know.
He had too much time.
Yeah.
Way too much time there for Diaz at the net to think, and it's break chances for Kiefer and von der Schulenberg.
And we missed it, but Rodesh and Getz did close out that 6-4 win at 1.
So all coming down to this.
Yeah.
Makes up for it there with a high forehand volley right to the feet. So a deciding point, match point for Bicknell and Diaz. Von der Schulenberg on the deuce side, yes? Okay. High formation as well. Again, 1-1 right now in terms of the doubles point. All comes down to this match. A lot of movement in that serve, isn't there?
The toss, too.
Well, it's called good. Yeah, he just didn't even make an effort at it. Wow. I mean, that's at his feet.
I don't know what happened there. I think he was ready to call it out. It was nowhere near out.
I mean, well, we've seen in college tennis certain things happen with
Oh.
Virginia on court.
Yeah.
some calls.
Yeah, well, Dainu, as we say in my culture. Dainu, my friend. That was such a dark, like, I've never seen someone be like, in, as firmly as he was like, no, that was in. No swing given, not what you'd expect. It comes down to this set, 4-5 now. And again, to reset, Alex Gruskin, Mike Cation here, it's getting funky. Hour number 3 plus 7:45. So it's 7 hours, 45 minutes into this broadcast today.
I don't know what Matthew just said. 7:45. It's 4:22. How can it be 45?
It says, I thought that was just about 45. It's a 22. Okay. It's getting funky.
Okay.
As we said, 7 hours, 22 minutes into this broadcast.
So we are at the bottom left of our screen here at this Access Tennis Village, Virginia and Tennessee, Stanford and Michigan. The singles has gotten underway for Stanford and Michigan. We'll get you those lineups here in just a couple of seconds, as it is von der Schulenberg serving here from the near side.
It's the backwards hat that gives it away.
It is hard to recover after losing the way that they just lost that service game for Bicknell specifically. That is a hard mental recovery.
Absolutely. You see Associate Head Coach Scott Brown for this Virginia team. A few words for von der Schulenberg and Kiefer. Scott Brown, heck of a player himself back in the day for Vanderbilt.
Hammered home. Yeah. So good response here. And I feel like Diaz is kind of being that one who needs to push right now, the energy for Tennessee.
Sure. That's just not Blaze. It's never been
not,
Blaze.
Yeah. I know Trent Huey was with these two in particular, von der Schulenberg and Kiefer, during the warm-up. Obviously a guy with, I believe, either 7 or 8 ATP titles to his credit.
As well as a national indoor title back in 2008 with Virginia.
8 ATP titles.
Yeah.
Wimbledon semifinal.
Sure.
18 in the world a few years ago. Did play Dallas last week.
Yeah.
Did Trent Huey. I don't think he's going to be playing much more in talks that I've had with him. So that might have been the last gasp.
I could see a Charlottesville Challenger as the final hurrah.
Could be.
Just at
in
home.
November.
Yeah, one more.
Might have enough of a ranking still at that point.
You don't think him and Dom Inglack could ask for a wild card?
I'm sure they could ask.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But it's so tough because a challenger and futures events, those are important recruiting tools for schools nowadays. You count on those wild cards going to your kids.
Someone considers Dom and Tret still kids.
Yeah, again, it's Diaz who's providing all the energy right now on that far side of the court for Tennessee. James McKidy, assistant head coach there, really being the one to kind of push Diaz as well up at the top of your screen. Still a game point here for von der Schulenberg. And that's good. Yeah, von der Schulenberg, a poor lead. So out of nowhere from 40-15 to a match point and a doubles point for Tennessee here. To the deuce side. Bicknell going to take it. Interesting. Oh, that had to be finished, and it wasn't. And Tennessee takes advantage. They grab the doubles point with wins at the 2 and the 3 line. Bicknell and Diaz 6-4 over Kiefer and von der Schulenberg.
We felt the vibrations from that roar here in our broadcast booth. 9-10 chords down, a huge Tennessee roar for the Vols. They needed to get off to a strong start today against a Virginia team that, let's be clear, didn't just beat them. This Virginia team cleaned their clocks in the NCAA semifinal last year. A lot of familiar faces on each of these two rosters. Tennessee gets the energy boost they need. And now both of our top seeds, Michigan, Tennessee, 4 and 5 here at this 3:30 hour, they both drop doubles points to their lower ranked opponents. That's what the National Indoors is all about.
All right, do you want to walk us through these singles lineups here for Michigan and Stanford? You ready?
You promise it's a walk and not a run.
Yeah, well, we saw you run earlier.
Yeah.
It was a little bit awkward for all of us. But yeah, let's take you through these lineups here for Michigan and Stanford, starting at the one line. Obviously, some incredible talent here. Andrew Fenty, fifth-year senior out of Washington, D.C. for Michigan, number 7 in the country right now. Taking on Arthur Ferry, the junior from Wimbledon, currently at 43 in the country, but yeah, a guy in Ferry who has multiple 25K titles to his credit at the professional level.
It's twofold here. The strength of strengths for this Stanford team is up top, and it starts with Arthur Ferry, who's proven he can be not just one of, but the best player in all of college tennis. On the flip side, Andrew Fenty was one of the top freshmen in his class. He beats J.J. Wolf his freshman year of college, has been on the broader radar ever since. He struggled at times at the 3 position last year for the Wolverines, but 17-1 this fall. He's resurgent. I'll tell you this, he dropped 25 pounds this offseason. I didn't know he had 25 to lose. He did it. You see it in his movement. You see it in his play. It's going to be a fired up Fenty after the doubles loss as well. This 1-1 is going to be good.
And this, I believe, this is his first appearance at the 1 spot this year.
Yes.
He'd been playing at 2 and 3. Let's move to court number 2. Patrick Maloney, another one of the talented 5th-year seniors for the Wolverines out of Oyster Bay, New York, undefeated so far on the season, 6-0 with the 1 through 3 lines. Max Basing is in the lineup, the sophomore from the UK, 6-1 at the 2 spot, and he is firmly entrenched there for the Cardinals.
All right, there really is something in those oysters in Oyster Bay. That's the 3rd Oyster Bay player we have.
Well,
so
no,
far
it's a first of 2.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're both here.
Okay, yeah,
they're
exactly.
both in this matchup.
The point is, what do we do with these oysters?
Neil Rajesh.
Oh, is the other? Okay, I was like, okay. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
So many oysters.
No, they were both in the doubles lineup.
How big is this bay? Is what I'm asking. But no, look, Maloney went up a break here early. He's dropped actually 2 straight here against Basing. And look, Max Basing was probably the most underrated player of the fall you didn't hear about. Just made quarterfinals of big event after big event. And I don't know what the weakness is to attack Basing. I know Maloney's going to try and hit through him. Whether that's successful or not, we'll find out.
Yeah, 7-3 so far this year, Basing in against ranked opponents. On the 3 line, another senior for Michigan. It's becoming a theme, no doubt. Andre Styler from Czech Republic, 6-1 so far, playing 1 through 3 in the lineup, 20 in the country right now, taking on one of the freshmen from Stanford. We feel like this is a theme, right? The veteran experience from Michigan and a lot of really good young talent for Stanford. Samir Banerjee, freshman out of Basking Ridge, New Jersey, who's 5-1 at the 3 and 4 lines.
Yeah, this will be my first time with full eyes on Banerjee, who dealt with a bunch of injuries and has continued to deal with those injuries since winning Junior Wimbledon a summer and a half ago now. Again, the pedigree is there. Banerjee is a name maybe less hardcore tennis fans will still be familiar with, and yet it's a healthy Styler. It's a big hitting Andre Styler. It's probably a last year on the job Andre Styler, even though he has that extra year of eligibility. Michigan comes back today. It's going to be through this court number 3.
Let's move down to court number 4. Again, it's a freshman for Stanford, Nishesh Basavareddy, freshman from Carmel, Indiana, taking on Gavin Young, the 6'4" junior out of Apple Valley, Minnesota.
My little brother has a nickname for Gavin Young. You've heard the expression, that's him. He refers to him as Himmy Turner, as Gavin Young has taken that massive leap forward here in his sophomore season. Appears to be a guy who's got top 25, maybe even top 10 upside in the college game moving forward. But Nishesh is the chosen one. I mean, you watch Nishesh Basavareddy play, how smooth he is across the board now. Obviously, he's got a wrist injury, so he's not able to hit that world-class backhand as comfortably as he typically would be. That said, he's a baller. Nishesh, they wouldn't put him on court if they didn't think he'd find a way to compete. This match is a fascinating battle here in the top 4. And look, if Nishesh is healthy, he's the favorite in every match he plays. If he's not, 3 sets feels like the number.
Let's move down to court number 5. Jacob Bickersteth, the junior from Alex's hometown, West Bloomfield, Michigan. He's been playing 2 through 5 in the lineup, going 5-1 so far against Aryan Chaudhry, the junior from Santa Clara, California. Also a very strong record so far, 4-1 at the 4 and 5 lines for the Cardinals.
And it's a massive deuce point here early. Look, this Stanford team has the big guns up top. There's no doubt. Ferry, Basing, Banerjee, Basavareddy. On the right day, they can go 4-0. at those top 4 spots. If you're going to beat Stanford, it typically starts in doubles, and then it goes through courts 5 and 6. Now, obviously, Michigan didn't get that doubles point. You look at a guy in Jacob Bickerstaff, I think his only loss on the year in dual match play to John Borveltz, Big Z of Baylor at that number 5 spot. So, again, Bick's going to make him work. You see Bickerstaff holding 4-2-1. How Chaudry plays in singles, though, this year, I think that defines Stanford's ceiling. And so it's going to be interesting to see how does Chaudry respond here today.
And our final matchup here for Michigan, Stanford at the 6 line. Will Cooksey got the call up from the 7 line, moving into the 6th spot. The sophomore from Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan, has only played 3 matches so far on the single side, 3 completed matches, I should say, 2-1. Playing through 3 through 6 early, taking on Filip Koleszinski, the senior from Warsaw, Poland, who's 3-1 so far early in the season.
Where you're asking yourself, would Nino Ehrenschneider be playing there if he was healthy? For Michigan, the answer is likely yes, but that said, Cooksey's been really good to start this 2023 season. I know it doesn't manifest itself in a ton of results, though he did have a very good fall across ITA pro-level action. Again, this is my biggest question mark. You see Cooksey up a quick break here, 2-1. Koleszinski's been a question mark for Stanford at 6 as well. Cooksey, yes, a sophomore, but still relatively unexperienced, particularly at big events like this. I don't know. I have no idea which way this match is going to go. Certainly fascinating to see the level from both of these players who are trying to solidify a spot in the lineup. And so ultimately now, that's your board. That's where we are. Virginia, Tennessee going to get underway shortly. We promise we're going to be much more balanced in our coverage.
Yeah, we're going to go split screens here in a few minutes.
100% as soon as they're started.
But I will tell you, there's a fair amount of lineup changes from the lineups that were presented before the tournament. That's how it works. But yeah, some definite lineup changes for our 2 teams. So I'm making sure we've got those all straight here.
I appreciate that. Let's go to court number 3 right now. How about this? Couple break leads early here for Stanford. Banerjee 3-2 up at number 3. Got Ferry 2-1 up at number 1. They draw first blood. Exactly what you're looking for out in Palo Alto. See here, how does Andre Styler respond? Of course, we're still on court number 6 right now from a video perspective. Apologies for that.
It's almost like we're asking super producer Daniel Westhoff to do about 18 things at one time.
It's almost like he's going to rebel.
He should.
Yeah.
You do not pay him nearly enough.
I was going to quote Mean Girls. The limit does not exist. I feel like you might know that line.
I do know Mean Girls.
Yeah, come on.
I'm a big Tina Fey fan.
Tina Fey's very, very funny. But yes, the limit does not exist in terms of the number Westhoff should receive each and every day. But there it is on the far side of your screen, Samir Banerjee, 3-2-30-15.
You want to go through some of the matchups on the Tennessee Virginia, and then we can go to a split screen. Would that be best, do you think?
Well, I actually see them out on court. So
yeah, they're playing.
Yeah, let's go full court then, court 1. Let's start with Tennessee. Let's give them some time to introduce everyone, then we'll hop into the split screen.
Yeah, that sounds like a good thing. Yeah, there are, as we mentioned, there are lineup changes from the published lineups that were sent in early here for our 2 teams. So we'll get to that, but they're all at the, as you might understand, at the bottom of the lineup. So at the 1 line for Virginia, Iñaki Montez, the junior from Pamplona, Spain, undefeated so far. At the 1 and 2 spots for Virginia, taking on Johannes Mundy, junior from Hull, England, 1 loss so far, 5-1, 18 in the country right now, Johannes Mundy, and just an incredibly talented player, ITA National Rookie of the Year 2 years ago, All-American the last 2 years as well.
There were a lot of whispers for Monday. Is he going to turn pro after last season? Certainly there were people around him who felt his game, for him from a maturity standpoint, he was ready to do precisely that, but he didn't. And I think he loves being a Tennessee Volunteer. I think he loves being a college student. Wasn't quite ready to give that up. You can completely understand why. If Tennessee's going to have success this weekend, it's going to be because Johannes Mundy is firing on all cylinders, but you're playing the beating heart of the defending national champions. You, again, punch punch him in the face. That's the only way he's coming off the court.
I'm not
right?
punching him in the face.
It's the only
Stop
way.
telling me to punch people in the face.
Yeah.
That's multiple times today.
I believe in the old school ways. No, Montez is he's everything you'd want. I think you asked any college coach in the country, you get one player from any other team, they'll say, give us the spirit of Iñaki Montez, and we'll build around that.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun to watch. Quarterfinalist at the hometown Charlottesville Challenger in the November stretch. And yeah, he's going to be a fun one. It's break chance there, break for Iñaki Montez. So he takes a quick 1-love lead as we move to the 2 line. Chris Rodesh and Blaise Bicknell, very different in terms of their play styles, I think you would say, in terms of Bicknell with all of that shape. Rodesh going to have a little bit more ease of shorter points, but plays a little bit more comfortably behind the baseline than I think he should, big picture, but obviously an incredible talent. Rodesh, the junior from Luxembourg at 6'6", Bicknell, senior from Kingston, Jamaica.
And right now he's yelling in his head, no, Mike, I'm not moving forward anymore.
No. I imagine in my head, I see Kevin Anderson.
Yeah,
that type of, it's not just like, moving forward, but
he can move.
Correct. Yeah. That's the thing. Take advantage of that. But this is a fascinating matchup for me and Bicknell. 4-3 so far on the year, playing at the 2 through 4 spots.
Mm-hmm. He did. The most important thing is he got the one win this team needed most. He wins 7-6 in the third over Oklahoma on the kickoff weekend. That helped, along with Monday, send this team back here to the national indoors. And let's be clear, very quietly, Tennessee's the defending national indoor finalist. We were both there also in 2021, where this nucleus in particular really announced themselves to the broader college Tennessean, making the semifinals of that event. If Tennessee's ever going to recover this year, this is the weekend where it has to start.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I mean, listen, yes.
I think from a
obviously
confidence,
it's crucial.
I don't think they need to go 2-1. I just think they need to play 3 good competitive matches.
Okay.
No
I think
balls.
That's fair. Yeah. I mean, listen, I think you can make the argument, Alex, that if you lose even 3 matches here, you can hit the reset, say that's indoors. Now we're moving outdoors to brand new start for us. You can at least make that argument. I don't know if I buy it, but something certainly to think about. But Blaise Bicknell, number 79 in the country right now. As we move to the 3 line, a couple of guys who I think have just an incredible amount of talent. This could be a pretty crucial one for me. Jeffrey von der Schulenburg for Virginia, number 30 in the country right now. The junior from Zurich, Switzerland, 7-0 so far on the season, playing 1 through 3. Shunsuke Mitsui, little spark plug for the Tennessee Volunteers. Sophomore from Japan, 5-1, has played 1 and 2 so far this season.
I love this matchup so much, more than I should. I think it's my favorite one on the board all day, and I know it's a number 3 singles spot, but these are 2 players who are both more than capable of playing at the number 1 singles position for any team. I think Jeffrey von der Schulenburg is the most underrated player in the country. He is so solid at that number 3 position for Virginia, the luxury they have with their other superstar sophomores on the roster, but Shunsuke Mitsui is energy combined with shot making, combined with intensity, combined with excitement. And so I just think this match has a little bit of everything.
And Mitsui did clinch 8 times for Tennessee last year. So if this does go to 3 sets, like I think you and I both think it has that possibility of doing, that's one to just keep an eye on late. Let's move down to the forward spot. A couple of grad students doing battle. Ryan Getz, grad student out of Greenlawn, New York, taking on Emil Hudd, the grad student from London, England, transfer from Oklahoma State.
This is a matchup, if you're Virginia, you feel pretty confident going into, with all due respect to Emil Hudd, big server, likes to serve and volley, tries to get in behind that first strike backhand or the chip and charge forehand. Getz is the more well-rounded player. The longer the rally, the more likely Getz should be of winning that rally. He's got a serve, a forehand, that should give Hudd some troubles. That said, you see here, you rush the net frequently enough, you're going to earn some free points. And that's what Hudd does best.
All right, so let's move down to the 5 line, and this is where we start to see a lot of changes.
Yes.
Mons Dahlberg going to be playing here at the 5 spot for the University of Virginia, the freshman from Gothenburg, Sweden, 2-2 so far on the season, has played at 4 and has played at 6 and has not had that huge success as of yet, but taking on a veteran, a transfer from LSU, Boris Kozlov, in his grad student year out of Pembroke Pines, Florida.
And we see Dahlberg with the early break. This will be my first time having the chance to lay eyes on Dahlberg, but I know talking to people around this Virginia program, they feel like the best version of this team is going to feature Dahlberg in the lineup at some point. Why not now? Why not at 5? Let's see how he steps up, to your point, against the test of tests in Boris Kozlov.
Yeah, he was at the 7 spot, and so it wasn't, in the original lineup. And Kozlov was at the 6 spot, moved up here to 5. 3-1 so far is Boris at the 5 line. 4 years spent down at LSU before transferring up. And then finally at the 6th spot, again, some changes for Tennessee. Angel Diaz, senior, transfer from Texas Arlington. It's been very solid for Tennessee. 5-1 at the 6th spot so far, taking on Douglas Yaffa, freshman out of Harrison, New York, who's made the jump up here, undefeated so far in his collegiate career in duels.
Yeah, looking at this matchup in particular, if you're Tennessee, you feel most confident at the corners right now. You know exactly what you're going to get from Johannes Monday at 1. You know exactly what you're going to get from Angel Diaz at 6 as well. He is your old school prototypical 6. He's just going to grind you down, not going to beat himself. Now, he's a modern era 6 in that he's got some weapons, some juice, comfortable moving forward as well. But Diaz is your 2.5 hours. Put 2.5 hours on the clock. That's how long it's going to take at a minimum to beat me sort of guy for Tennessee. Given the absence of Barbotzer today, I think this is a spot in particular you have to have circled if you're Tennessee.
All right, so those are our lineups here for both of our 3:30 matches. As we are into this third bank of matches, and more and more fans are starting to pile in. Again, you start getting towards the 6:30 matchups, and frankly, having Ohio State, Illinois, and Michigan all here playing at both 3:30 and 6:30, that's going to provide a lot of crowd here, a lot of the crowd, because of the fact that this is Big Ten country. This is
great
where,
it's
huge for ticket sales. So you've got 3 teams in action, these bank of matches, and then the next bank of matches who are going to fill the stands. So it's going to get pretty loud and vocal here over the next couple of hours, to say the least. So how do you want to split it up, partner?
Well, let's definitely go to the split screen now. Let's go over to court number. I see we're already.
I'm gonna just let you take Michigan.
Okay,
I mean,
that's
for
fair.
God's sakes.
I never heard of them. I say Michigan, but I'll learn how to pronounce eventually. It's interesting. I see head coach Adam Steinberg right now. He's got his shoulders around Patrick Maloney, and that's what Steinberg does.
He's a hugger.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so it's going to be Alex taking you through Michigan and Stanford. I'll do my best to keep up to date with everything happening between Virginia and Tennessee.
Right now, just 2 breaks of serve in Michigan Stanford. 1 break belonging to Samir Banerjee, who looks like he's going to have a chance. I mean, he will certainly have a chance to serve for the set, up 5-4 here at 3 on your screen. We'll see if Styler can ask that question of him. He does indeed. So that's 1 break. The other break belonging to Michigan, 4-3. Oh, excuse me. Stanford's up a break, 3-2 at 1 as well. Arthur Ferry still holding on against Andrew Fenty. Maloney, the 1 break lead for Michigan, 4-3 first set at 2.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, Virginia has breaks at 1, 5, and break points on 4. Tennessee with breaks on 2 and 6. So very even early in terms of just how it's splitting. But yeah, long way to go here. And we'll keep you updated on all of these matchups. And again, still to come tonight, Ohio State, Illinois, Wake Forest, and Texas.
I'm going to keep us on court number 3 just because Banerjee's about to serve for it. We see him moving back. Can we also just address, if I told you Paul Goldstein was a player right now on court, you'd believe me, right?
Yeah, except for the gray hair, yes.
Yeah. I see, but the thing is, nowadays some kids dye their hair gray. It's been in. It's
I have not seen it on the professional tour, sir.
I could have seen Mike's face. I really just need Wooey Bing to dye his hair gray and legitimize this.
No, has he done blonde?
I think he's done a streak of blonde.
For sure. Yes, I think he has. All right, so as we see this matchup here on your right side, it is Monday, and Montez Sinyaki was able to grab that early break lead, 2-1. NCC Player of the Year last year, All-American. Monday as high as number 4 in the country last year, also an All-American.
It's so funny because if this were a pro tour match, you'd see Monday, big lefty, big server. You'd think, oh, he must have the clear-cut advantage. In a college format, in your opinion, just in general, what makes Iñaki so successful?
Heart.
Is it?
Legs.
Yeah.
He has, watching some of the matches last year in Charlottesville, he is going to. His willingness to battle and grind is off the charts.
Okay.
I have questions about his ability to do it big, in terms of like a week-long event.
Sure.
And that was one thing I talked about. So you say a college match. I know he can pour his heart into 2 matches in a weekend.
Sure.
4 matches in 4 days, that's tougher to ask for him, especially in an outdoor setting. And that is my any guy you have under 5'10", that's always going to be the question, is how they match up physically in a professional week. And this is a really good example of it, right? Let's see if Iñaki Montez and the Virginia Cavaliers able to get to Monday. How is he handling it physically on Monday? Because I got to tell you, in his quarterfinal matchup after qualifying in Charlottesville last year, he looked completely gassed.
Yeah.
It's a tough ask.
Yeah,
and that's going to be the question for him, big picture. But in terms of college, I want him in my lineup for the rest of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a fascinating matchup. These two just so stylistically different, and isn't it, Alex, like a great vantage point to see so many different styles of tennis?
That's
what
exactly
can be successful.
I couldn't agree more. Meanwhile, and it's also the body types that we have out here right now.
What are you talking about? My body?
Yeah.
I mean, it's very different. I know. I'm working on it. All right. I'm getting back up to 5 miles at a time. I'm trying to get to your level.
Yeah, you look wonderful, Mike. Always. You know that. Banerjee does not like a call. Chair umpire confirms. I mean, it's impossible to tell on a live stream camera. I always defer just to the chair, but it is break point chances back for Styler as he looks to extend the first set.
Yeah, meanwhile, 40-30 here. 30-40 on Montez's serve. Able to grab that one, so it's going to be a deciding point for Monday to look at here for Tennessee.
Styler does break 4-5 all. We play on. Meanwhile, Andrew Fenty staying alive. 3 holds for Andrew Fenty, all of them on deuce points. Still trails by a break 4-3. Arthur Ferry doing Arthur Ferry things.
Montez going to take it on the ad side here.
Stick here on court number 3. Again, very little separation right now.
Oh, that missed return there makes it so that Montez is able to consolidate his break. 3-1 early. Let's go to court number 5 on the side of Virginia and Tennessee, as it is Mons Dahlberg looking to grab an early break here against Boris Kozlov. They're at 1-all early.
Can we get into the Dahlberg conversation now? Are you ready for it?
I mean, you go and do what you want to do.
No, because I would need to defer to your expertise here.
Okay.
Dahlberg is one guy I have not seen a lot of footage of yet, and I'm curious if you've talked to Coach Pedroso, any of the coaching staff, because I have, of course. You're right. The stories you hear out of practice about Mons Dahlberg, they all say, just wait. Just give this guy like 2 months, let alone a full season. Something about the physicality he brings.
Will sail. And yes, if you are not familiar, Boris, the younger brother of Stefan. Did get to 15 in the world, 2021.
In the juniors.
Quarterfinalist, French and U.S. Open doubles.
I've heard, again, it's about the grinding, the physicality. That's what they all turn to.
That is a unique slice backhand.
Yeah.
It's an interesting look.
Felt a little clay.
Yeah.
That's boom.
Pretty standard.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, definitely take some time to work your way into it. So deciding point here for Kozlov and Dahlberg.
Westhoff, meanwhile, I need you to have your finger perhaps ready to go to court number 2, please. Pat Maloney has himself a set point chance on 2. Maloney, the spiritual center for this Michigan team, undefeated on the year.
That's a great finish, and just that shape on that forehand with heaviness there, and you can see that weapon from Mons Dahlberg as he grabs a break lead for the Virginia Cavaliers to 2-1. Let's go to court number 2, Rodesh and Bicknell. Bicknell maintaining a break lead 3-1, but facing pair of break chances for Chris Rodesh. It's 30-40.
And we're going to stay on 2 for a moment. I know it's a changeover, but Pat Maloney will serve for the set up 5-4. That scoreboard behind right now, 5-4. Maloney will lead and serve for the set. Right now, Arthur Ferry leads 5-3. He will have an opportunity to serve for the set as well. We'll get there, Stanford fans. I promise, on serve right now, all the other first sets.
So that is Rodesh grabbing his break there back on serve, 3-2. Let's go to 4. Hud and Getz on serve, 2-all, but Hud in some trouble, left 30 in his service game. Both grad students here. Gets the veteran leadership ACC championship MVP last year. And I believe clinched all 3 doubles points that Virginia won.
Yeah.
With Iñaki Montez.
He was, I mean, what this Virginia team did, let's remember, they were 5-5 overall last year coming out of this national indoors. They didn't lose another match the rest of the season. So you talk about using this event as a buoy, but then shaking it off if it doesn't go well. Virginia's the testament to that forever. Meanwhile, here we go. Pat Maloney, 5-4, serving for the first. I think he missed that forehand. Indeed, he did.
And again, 4 break chances here for Getz on your right. Three break leads right now for Virginia, 2 for Tennessee.
First point on 6 for Will Cooksey, serving at 3-4.
That is going to miss wide off of the net. So Ryan Getz, really comfortable break. 3-2 breaks to love as we go now to court number 6 for Virginia and Tennessee. Yafa, freshman from New York, undefeated so far on the season, taking on Angel Diaz, the senior transfer from Texas Arlington. It's 4-2 in favor of Tennessee.
Meanwhile, here's a move. Maloney serving 2 points away, but Philip Koloshinsky will serve for the set, 5-3. That points Maloney.
Caught the line and the response missed there for Yafa. So Diaz, going to tighten things up here, 30-all. Goodness, Michigan is loud.
Where do you think I get it from?
Your mom?
Yeah,
your
it's dad.
Okay.
Dad's the loud one. Mom's too respectful. Maloney, 6-4
Where's
for
that part of you?
Yeah, no.
I kid.
I'm a father's son. As you see Maloney with the 6-4 set. Meanwhile, Styler breaks for 7-5. So he was trailing for a while, but here's the thing. Yes, Michigan gets the first 2 first sets. Stanford is in position for 2 more. We go to 6 now, where Philip Koloshinsky, correct me on the pronunciation, I butchered the first one. Koloshinsky serving up 5-3 here on the sophomore Will Cooksey.
And indeed, it was an overrule here, Yafa's ace. So there's already one overrule against Angel Diaz now. Oh, well handled. So Diaz puts it away.
So well-rounded for six singles player, Angel Diaz. Can just do that little bit of everything. And I saw in our YouTube comment section, someone pointed out Tennessee being the epitome of the modern college tennis. They all the transfers on their roster. It's a credit to Coach Woodruff. Coach Mackay have made Tennessee an appealing place for those who want to find that second wind in their college career.
Yeah, 4 of the 6 playing currently are transfers. Bicknell from Florida, Hud from Oklahoma State, Kozlov from LSU, Diaz from Texas Arlington. He's taking this deciding point on the ad side.
Set point, Koloshinsky.
Return has to be in play there, and Diaz swats it away in frustration as he missed out on that second break. So Jaffa surviving the moment here as it is 4-3 now. Von der Schulenberg maintaining break lead 4-2 for Virginia at the 3 line. Let's go to 2, where Bicknell's in some trouble for Tennessee, serving 3-all, left 30.
Wow, Koloshinsky, how about that backhand down the line? Beauty. And it gives Stanford their first set of the match at 6. Meanwhile, Arthur Ferry was too quick for us to catch. 6-4 first set for the Cardinal at the corners, 1 and 6. So 2 first sets to go. We move over now to court number 4. Court number 4. We're in the Sheshbasov already. 5-4 up. Bickerstaff serving. Gavin Young serving to stay alive in the set.
Two chances here for Rodesh. Now it is 15-40 indeed. That missed from Bicknell. Saves one. And is right on that left hip. And if Rodesh doesn't get to use those long arms, bad things happen.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's a big guy, right? So you think, keep him moving in the corners. I kind of like the center play against Rodesh, to your point.
Yeah, for sure. I think that got away from Bicknell, yeah?
He just missed it.
Yeah, so Trent Huey will come over and congratulate Chris Rodesh, who does have the break to 4-3. So it's another moment where Virginia is able to take a break lead. They've got break leads now 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah,
that's a good response right now from the Virginia Cavaliers, down 1-0.
It's almost as if they're the defending NCAA champs, Mike.
Let's go to 5, as it is Kozlov again in some trouble. 1-3, 30-all.
Gavin Young serving at 15-all there in that 4-5 game.
This Kozlov here near side. All from Dahlberg. Couldn't quite tell if it caught the line. We're waiting for the score update as well. And it did catch the line from Dahlberg. Forehand line winner. So it's 2 chances here for Dahlberg to make it a 2-break lead.
Bickerstaff's got a deuce point break point 4, 5-3. Bickerstaff takes the 5-3 lead. So now this first set on 4 is everything. Of course, it's only everything till we get to the second sets. But right now, it's 2 first sets apiece. Michigan serving for the first set, 5-3 on 5, and Gavin Young here, 4-5 serving, 30-15.
If we can go to 6, as you did see Dahlberg grab that 2-break edge, this is the only court in which Tennessee is either even or ahead. That's exactly what it is with Angel Diaz serving at 4-3, but in trouble at 15-30, and now it's 30-all.
Sure. How about Doug? Not a lot of Dougs left out in the college tennis world. You are Doug's way after your time. The cartoon?
Oh, I know Doug.
Yeah, Doug. Yeah. Classic.
Way after my time. Wow.
Well, I'm just saying.
The shots fired by Alex.
I don't
Ruskin.
think you're watching because Doug was like 2002.
You got to understand. I was in top 40 radio. I'm very up on.
Yeah, that's actually so
on pop
true.
culture.
It's actually
right?
so true.
I know what it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't have said anything about Rugrats. I was like, "There's no way you don't know what the Rugrats are." Yeah.
I also have brothers who are 4 or 5 years older than you, and so very close to your age. So yeah, as a result, I've got that background as well. So game points here for Diaz.
36 years young, Mike. That's how I view you. Perennial 36.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Arthur Ferry might have just come up with the shot of the day. I got to be honest with you. I know we didn't see it, but holy smokes. Running 1-y, driving 1-y.
Tennis point shot of the day?
Sure.
Of course, title sponsor, Collegiate Tennis Rankings, Summer Circuit, and the official retail partner of the ITA.
They do some work.
A little bit. As you see, by the way, Gavin Young holds 4-5. All I know that scoreboard's a hair behind, but let's go to court number 5 in Michigan, Stanford. Bickerstaff is serving for it up 5-3. Please, Westhoff. By the way, all the cameras you see today, of course, brought to you by our dear friends at Track Tennis, an official live streaming partner of the ITA.
Wow, it's another break for Virginia. They are now either up a break or level on all 6 courts. So what a response here from the Cavaliers. Really just firing it up here.
It's been 2 games. Thoughts on Jaffa? Because this team has some options, right? And I don't know how many, Barbotzer a part-time player this year. You're worried about him for NCAAs only, not building him for the future. Jaffa's a guy they're going to want to give a ton of reps to.
Well, listen, you have to, it's so difficult. You have to go to the senior citizen home.
Yeah.
Check him out for, it's
2 to 3 days. Yeah, it's a waiver.
No, I think Bar what he's been able to accomplish in his career is just phenomenal. But yeah, I think you count on him more for the leadership qualities at this stage. And yeah, the spot. I mean, listen. That being said, like what he did at the NCAA tournament last year, are you kidding me?
Shows up a new man.
Yeah, no. I think you just kind of monitor his body, how much workload he has off the court. I think that's kind of that big question. So for all. Here, we're going to be having some clinching point potential, set clinching point potential here for Virginia in the next couple of minutes. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of that. We'll stay here just for a moment in this service game for Doug Jaffa.
As you see, by the way, the big fist pump from Chaudry. He's got himself break point chances back.
Yeah, Diaz does have an opening here at love 30 as well. You need him at the bottom of the lineup, the senior transfer. First Ecuadorian to play at the University of Tennessee.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
They've got a couple of firsts. I have to go through all of these. Yeah, first Portuguese player in Martim Prata.
Sure.
I think that's it. They've also, with Pat Harper, 1 Australian on the roster every year since 1988.
That I knew. Yes.
But I'm
it's
looking.
A law.
You're much more involved in the recruiting side.
Sure.
He's their only one.
Yeah,
that's
right now.
Currently on the team. Do they have one for next year?
I don't think they have one currently committed, but
oh my gosh,
they've got some time. They've got 9 months.
Yeah, I know, but still, you're going to need a transfer or
or they're like, can we get Pat a 9th year?
Maybe.
Yeah.
So Diaz with 4 chances here on the near side to get the break back for Tennessee.
Meanwhile, Chaudry does extend the set. He breaks back 4-5-4. Let's go back to court number 4, please, where right now Gavin Young, who held 4-5 all, a wee bit of an opening.
Yeah, and that's also, if we can, I know you're switching there for Michigan Stanford. Let's also, on our side, let's switch to court number 2. Chris Rodesh is 2 points away from the set for Virginia against Blaise Bicknell. Bicknell serving 3-5, 15-30.
Sure. Credit to this Virginia team. Man, you've been harping on it. They really came out. Whatever Coach Pedroso said in between, it worked.
Yeah.
And remind what USC just did, it's very similar. Or let's come out, let's take care of business.
Well, I am a bit surprised Bicknell did not call that ball along on the ball into the ad corner.
been generous today.
He has been awfully generous, and that is not great in tennis all the time. So it's going to be set points here for Chris Rodesh. He's going to have, I believe, 3 looks, 15-40.
Break point chance for Gavin Young as well. 2 of them to serve potentially for a 6-5 lead.
Yeah, confirmed. It is 15-40. Well, it's not going to be too generous on that one. That misses by 8 feet from Rodesh. You never know. Maybe he's, listen, maybe he's struggling a little bit with the lighting.
Yeah,
JMC lighting, it's so good. Maybe he's just not prepared.
It's just HD vision for your eyes. You're not prepared for it, of course, with how well the ball bounces off of these surfaces. In this case, California sports surfaces, the official court surface of the ITA. Everything's just perfect.
Yeah.
You're not used to it.
It's going to be a deciding point now. 3rd set point here for Rodesh. Keep an eye on 3 and 5. Virginia closing in on set points, both courts there. Well, Bicknell was very clear about his call there, wasn't he? So that is a hold for Blaze Bicknell to keep it tight. 5-4. I want to go to
wow.
3. Go ahead, Alex.
There was an overrule on 4. Gavin Young overruled on an approach shot, far sideline. Don't judge my reaction. Judge Benjamin Becker, who I've never seen emote negatively towards a lines judge. That's what he's getting right now.
Yeah, and that argument continuing. Meanwhile, here, von der Schulenberg, 2 points away. Make it now 1 point away. It is Mitsui serving here at 15-40. 3 set points for the Cavaliers.
He just said, I see your one-hander, Arthur, and I raise you.
Now that is a set for Virginia. Mitsui in the ill-timed drop shot. So von der Schulenberg 6-3 first set. Also in the bag, Mons Dahlberg 6-1 over Boris Kozlov. Let's go back to court number 2 and see if Chris Rodesh is able to close things out for Virginia on that first set, 5-4. He'll be serving for it here in a moment. Don't forget, Wilson is the official ball racket and accessory brand of the ITA as you're watching with us throughout this weekend.
We go quickly to 5. You see Basvaredi does hold for 6-5. Tennis gods would argue ball don't lie. So there you go. There's your answer. But right now, Jacob Bickerstaff, 4 set point chances on Chaudhry to make it 3 first sets for the Wolverines.
Rodesh has that capability of going through those service games lightning fast. 30 love there. I think there's another level that's available to him in the next couple of years. Already very talented, but yeah, there's going to be a big jump at some point. Good leave as that ball was rocketed at the face, and set points here for Rodesh. Already 2 sets to the good, and Yaki Montez 2 points away from the first set as well on court 1 for Virginia. Getz about to serve for his set for the Cavaliers. The 40 love serve and volley point. Got to practice at some point. On your right side of your screen, former All-American at Virginia, Treat Huey, wearing the awkwardly long shorts. It's not quite short, it's not quite long. I don't know what to make of it.
What do you think of his stash?
Well, I'm going to just allow that. Just nod my head.
All right, another set point fought off by Chaudhry, so it's a deuce point coming up now.
Well, that gets away from Blaze Bicknell, so Rodesh takes the first set 6-4. Moving over to court 1, if we can quickly try to grab this set point as well. And Yaki Montez, 5-4, 40-15. Early break for him, has been able to find holds since. On the near side.
Look at the court positioning. Unbelievable from Johannes Monday.
So again, right now, 3 first sets. The first 3 off the board. First sets all going to Virginia. Doug Yaffa has break chances for the Cavaliers as well.
You see the hold for Chaudry. Set points fought off at 5. You just wonder, all these chances Jacob Bickerstaff has had, when does he bite the bullet for not capitalizing on them?
Yeah, absolutely. And Yaki Montez at his finest grabs that pass and grabs the first set, 6-4. So that's 4 first sets for the Virginia Cavaliers as we go down to 6. We're Doug Yaffa for Virginia. 3 break chances to level things at the 6 line. Angel Diaz, they've been going back and forth with their breaks here at the bottom of the lineup.
Let's go back to court number 4, where Gavin Young serving 5-6. Again, 2 first sets left. 2 first sets for the Wolverines.
As you can see, Yaffa did grab that break. Now serving at 5-all. Love that transition and that move, that backhand up the line coming out of nowhere, injecting some pace. Solidly done for 15 Love. Gets his 2 points away over on 4. Might go there in just a second.
See the 30-15 here for Gavin Young. He's trying to force a first set breaker. Andre Styler's pulled away. 7-5 game point chances for 4-1. It's the only thing that's certain right now. And Ferry, I should say, who's just been a rock at that number 1 spot for Stanford. A reminder that he might just be the best player in the country this year.
And if we can go over to 4, as Ryan gets for Virginia with a set point himself. That is, again, on the 4 line, taking on Emil Hudd. 2 grad students doing battle in that one. 5-4, 40-30 as we pop into court number 4. Virginia looking to make it 5 first sets.
Meanwhile, game point chances, 40 Love here for Gavin Young, looking to force the breaker. Looks like Bickerstaff did get the hold for 6-5 as well. Crunch time. Captain crunch time. Be above each of these courts. Right now, Virginia's made their move, and that's what a defending national champion does. So impressed with the moves that managed to pull off in this first hour plus of singles. Meanwhile, you're thinking it, I'm thinking it. These next 20 minutes are almost everything in this Michigan-Stanford match. Gavin Young forces the breaker on 4. Bickerstaff set points have dissipated. He's still up 6-5 in the first on 5. Money time. To my left, Wake Forest team hanging out. They've been hanging for a while. Ohio State facing Illinois, Wake Forest, Texas. Final round of battle.
So if we can, over on Virginia and Tennessee, let's hop over to court number 6, where it's Yaffa and Diaz. This is a deciding point at 5-all. And again, with 5 first sets for Virginia so far, this is a must for Angel Diaz. With this break chance right now on the serve of Doug Yaffa. And we just, unfortunately, we just missed it. It looks like, or not. I can't quite tell, but deuce point on Yaffa's serve. Just came here to the near side. Yeah, it does look like this And Point just missed it. And it was Diaz who was able to grab that break. So yeah, a little bit of positivity for Tennessee on what's been a really rough 45-minute stretch for the Tennessee Volunteers.
So again, right now, breaker to decide the set on court number 4. Game points for Chaudry. He's looking to force a breaker on 5. This is the witching hour for Michigan Stanford. And how can you not get excited as a college tennis fan? High breakers, thin margins. Their set goes long, so it will be a breaker on 5.
We'll stay here with Yaffa and Diaz as we're very early in all other 5 matches right now in terms of early in the second set. Again, all going the way of Virginia early. So this, again, if you're looking for positivity and signs of life for Tennessee, has to come for Diaz, although both of these guys have really struggled to find holds throughout this first set. Diaz serving near side 6-5. That finds some success and some joy. What touch there from Angel Diaz.
Well, mini break 2, Bosva ready, 2-1 now.
Yeah, fist bump, solid. And again, Diaz, the fact that he is, again, looking to play a little bit more inside the baseline here, yeah, gives me hope. It's these little adjustments. These courts are playing so fast, Alex, and a lot of these teams, getting first real hits yesterday. The adjustments you have to make within a match are absolutely huge. That being said, you're going to have some failures along the way.
Five 5-1 boss. No, that scoreboard's wrong. Or 1 boss already. There we go.
Oh, what legs there from Angel Diaz. Just a little push up the line and set points for the Volunteers.
All right, 2-4 as we make the turn. The Shesh Basov already up to mini break. Let's go over to 5. 2-1 Bickerstaff. He's had a bunch of set points here. Just unable to get over the finish line. Meanwhile, Andrew Fenty has a break point on 1. Again, we said this is the 20 minutes for Michigan.
Angel Diaz grabbing that set 7-5. So let's take you now to the start of the first set over on court 1, second set in Yaki Montez. Johannes Monday with Montez taking the first 6-4.
What did I miss? I was like, oh no.
We've all missed a lot.
Yeah, exactly. They only have 5 courts down there?
I know. Yeah. So second set about to just getting underway there on that court 1 line.
Fenty breaks Ferry. Wow. It is getting feisty. on every court in this Michigan-Stanford battle. Fenty breaks for 3-all. Maloney holds for 3-all. Styler 7-5, 5-2. It's a 4-2 lead for Bosfaretti, but 4-1 now for Bickersteth here on 5. Let's go back to 4. 4's a little closer to the finish line, please, super producer Daniel Westoff, as you see court number 1, that first set underway. Plenty of good tennis everywhere in this XS Tennis Village. And again, Alex Gruskin here, so grateful you decided to join our Cracked Racquets team. Of course, so grateful to the USTA for their support of this event. Simply put, there's more tennis to play, skills to hone, and fun to be had, not just this weekend, but every weekend in the tennis world. To learn more about how you can become a USTA member, get in on the fun today, just go to USTA.com as we make the turn. Now 4-3, Gavin down a mini break to Nishesh. For Bosfaretti to do this without the ability to hit backhands, a testament to his competitiveness. Now it's 4-all. If you expected anything different, you have not been paying attention. Every time Nishesh makes a little bit of a run, Gavin fights back. Every time you think, Gavin, okay, here's his moment. No, Nishesh closes that door. 6-all, 4-all, first set. Let's go. Four straight. 4 straight for Gavin Young.
Meanwhile, just seeing Iñaki Montez doing Iñaki Montez
Yo,
thing.
man,
Just
it's been
another
incredible.
pass as Monday making that correct move forward. But Montez has another answer to get us to 30-all. I was looking just at their World Tennis numbers. I don't know if you knew, but the ITF World Tennis number, the exclusive official rating of the ITA in college tennis, Iñaki Montez a little bit ahead of Monday. 3.19 versus 3.39, and you can find all of the world tennis numbers for college players on the ITA's wearecollegetennis.com website.
7-6 first set to Bickersteth. Now, we didn't catch the set point, but this has been the closer of the two affairs, the seesaws. And now it's 6-4. Michigan's got set points.
Meanwhile, Montez, again, a look.
Samir Banerjee did not land that. A tween. Oh, Samir just hit the shot of the day. But it's a deuce point now, match point on 3. You might be able to see it right side of your screen.
Oh, Monday, what a touch volley. Solid there. Bring up the deciding point.
And it's a Michigan roar. Gavin Young, 7-6 set. That's 4 first sets. And even Coach Adam Steinberg gesturing to the crowd to get on their feet. Michigan, 4 first sets in singles in what has been a barn burner. We go over to court number 3 where Andre Styler serves for the match. Mike, my word count's been high of late. If you need to take over, feel free.
No, I understand why your energy gets up there from time to time.
It'll happen. Well, these are our most competitive matches of the day.
Yep.
Even Georgia, South Carolina was 4-3, but it was 6 5 lopsided matches
Yes.
plus Trent Bry.
Correct. It's just selective attacking there from Johannes Monday, and he grabs an early break in this second set. Quickly to 2-love if we can. I don't know if we're going to be able to catch it. 3, court number 3, Mitsui in trouble. 1-2 serving against von der Schulenburg. It is a deuce deciding point on Mitsui's serve, already down a set. In the middle of this point, yeah, it's going to be Mitsui here serving to the ad side. Big spot here, and again, Tennessee needing to make a little bit of push here early in the second sets. But it's going to be the double for Mitsui. Von der Schulenburg grabs a break. So he's got a set and a break lead, as does Chris Rodesh on 2. So things looking solid right now for Virginia at the 2 and the 3 lines.
I've asked you about Montez. I've asked you about Rodesh. Let's just finish the trio here. When I watch von der Schulenburg, the thought that comes to mind to me is he's just good at everything. Just a good tennis player. Dare I say, I don't want to make a rash comparison, but the way Wu Weibing is just one shot better than opponents, it's the collegiate level.
Yeah.
That's kind of what von der Schulenburg does.
So the next step for him is then what is he great at?
That's my question to
you.
you.
Yeah, because I mean, you can go through a list right now of really good college players who are really good at a lot of things.
Yes.
What makes you great?
Yeah.
And I don't know that I have that answer yet. So I know with Jeffrey, I can pencil him into top 200 and beyond.
Exactly.
No problem.
Yes.
So complete of a game. What will get him to say, Wu Weibing level?
As it's match point on 3.
Yeah. Where's a weapon?
Yeah.
Where's that next level weapon?
Fascinating. So Michigan levels things 1-1. Andre Styler, the luxury of luxuries to have the senior at the number 3 spot, knocks out the freshman Samir Banerjee. Banerjee played well. Let's not forget he served for that first set, but indoors it goes to Styler. So Michigan now 1-1. Let's go over to court number 1 where Fenty's got break point chances for 5-3.
Get away from von der Schulenburg. So he's now in a little bit of trouble here. 15-30. Break leads in the second set now for Tennessee on 4, 6, and 5, actually, and 1. So a good bounce back here from Tennessee over the last 10 minutes.
It's almost a fight or flight from Tennessee. They dropped, was it ultimately 6 first set?
No, they lost 5.
Or Diaz did take it 7-5. Got it. Yeah, they needed that one. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Hot take. Deuce point coming up here for Ferry.
Oh, what a volley from Mitsui.
Volley from Mitsui.
Just under the racket of von der Schulenburg. So break back chances here for Mitsui. He's going to have 3 opportunities.
Fenty breaks. Okay, Michigan fans. Don't take a deep sigh, but maybe now you can go grab a snack or some water. Michigan gets 4 first sets. Fenty forces a 3rd on 1. We're going over to court number 2, where Maloney's got a set and a break lead. 6-4, 4-3, 40-30 for the Michigan 5th year.
That got away from Mitsui. Yeah, that forehand misses wide. Indeed, pretty clear miss wide.
Maloney misfires, and now it's a deuce point. And look, if you're Stanford, you have given Michigan your best shot right now. Cannot let it slip away. Have to find a way to sustain here. Massive from Maloney.
Von der Schulenburg comes up with a good no. That missed wide. That goes awry for von der Schulenburg. So the break back for Mitsui. So we are back on serve there at the 3 line for Virginia and Tennessee.
We're going to go over to court number 1 now, where Andrew Fenty is serving for a split up 5-3.
And I'm going to go to 6.
Okay. The corners,
well.
I like it.
Exactly.
Hot corners. It's the depth from Arthur Ferry, and this is the match closest to our broadcast booth. So I do want to ask you, Mike. He's looked the part today, in my opinion. Yes. Ferry.
Well, yeah, no doubt. There's incredible talent, ball striking.
It's because he's not the biggest.
It's nuts.
He's just not.
Yeah, I mean he is Zeke Clark physique,
and yet the pop. You know it reminds me of Baez when you watch Baez in person. You don't let the size distract you.
Yeah, pretty big spot here again for Yafa and Diaz. Again, 1-all. Now 40-30. Guys have been trading breaks, so these holds have been so hard to come by. Yafa's looking for one here for Virginia, who's, they're dealing with the push right now from Tennessee.
That's why Ferry is who he is. Immediately responds back with a break of his own. Set 2 plays on. Like I said, Michigan fans, that better have been the shortest of short breaths.
That is a double fault there for Doug Yafa, and so Diaz just going to stay there for this deciding point. A big spot here for Yafa, and again, this is kind of the big moment overall here for Tennessee. Can they grab another break? Interesting. Well, that is filthy touch, and Yafa, feeling himself as he does get a hold in what really feels a bit like a break. It is a 2-1 in favor of Doug Yafa. They are on serve. Let's go quickly, if we can, to court number 5. Boris Kozlov for Tennessee a moment ago had a break lead. Now lost it. Has opportunities to get it right back. Mons Dahlberg for Virginia serving 2-all in the second set after winning the first 6-1. It's 30-40 as we hop back in. Again, Dahlberg serving from that far side. Well, match point. Right now, if we can, over on the Michigan-Stanford side, it is a match point for Patrick Maloney of Michigan. We can switch over there. That is, again, court 2 on the Michigan-Stanford side. Maloney with the opportunity. It is a deciding point on the serve of Max Basing for Stanford. And he does it. It is Patrick Maloney from New York getting another point for Michigan. 2-1 now in favor of the Wolverines after a 4-3 victory over Max Basing. So Michigan performing really well right now, making a huge push are the Wolverines.
There was no world where this Michigan team was going to win without Patrick Maloney. He has been the rock, not just this season, last season as well. His development from good to great, it's what has this Michigan team perhaps going from good to great as we head over to court number 1.
Over on 1 as well for Virginia and Tennessee. It's Iñaki Montez and Johannes Monday. They are in a breakpoint situation as well. We've got a lot going on here. Arthur Ferry keeping it tight there on 1 for Stanford. Johannes Monday, actually, as we pop back in, just grabbed another break on Iñaki Montez. This has turned around in a drastic fashion. It's now 4-love for Johannes Monday.
And this is where getting that doubles point for Tennessee, yes, they dropped 5 first sets, but they have that luxury of the 1-0 lead. They don't need to flip everything. They just need to flip a few things. Not shocking to see the push here. Meanwhile, 30-all moment, 4-5. Arthur Ferry serving. If you're a Michigan fan, you would love to see Andrew Fenty get to a third. On the flip side, if you're Stanford, get Arthur Ferry off court now.
Yeah, but this has some bigginess over there, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm not surprised by Johannes Monday coming back in the second set and going back to our earlier discussion about Iñaki Montez. The ability to sustain effort level with the way he plays, as physical as it is, that will always be the question. He's in incredible shape, right? That's a tough ask. So let's actually, if we can, slip back into court number 3 as this one, Blowout City in the second. Mitsui trying to stay level 2-3 with von der Schulenburg. It is 30-all as we pop back in.
Let the record show. Andrew Fenty misses that passing shot by about 2 inches. That's such a good hold and such a great response from Arthur Ferry from 3-5 down, now 5-all in set number 2. That's the Iñaki we know. Oh, excuse me, the von der Schulenburg we know. Up the line.
Do you know?
I know him well. Let me tell you. That one's Henry, right?
Yes,
exactly.
With the Harvard degree. Right?
I was watching Henry play a match, brought out the notebook in between, and you're thinking, oh, he's taking notes of the match. Nope, it was biology, like 205 on it, written brightly for everyone to see.
I actually, one thing I've never understood why more players don't actually have notes that they look at to just reinforce. I don't understand why that's not done more.
100%. I get it in college a little bit because your
you have a
coach
coach
is
right there. Sure.
In the pros, no sense. I agree.
Why are you not reinforcing something within yourself in a minute changeover? I know you've got to towel off, hydrate, eat, whatever, but silly stuff. So it's a deciding point here. No, it's not. It is von der Schulenburg 4-2 now. So that was a break for Virginia. So they go back up in front here. Trying to look at that all-important math calculus here, that match calculus. I see it right now. Set and break leads for Virginia at 2 and 3. And then Mons Dahlberg. It looks like he has the opportunity to grab a break against Boris Kozlov. It's 2-3 on serve there. So there is a route about 15 minutes away for Virginia.
But that's 3. What's 4?
I forgot they lost the doubles point.
Right,
yeah, so then you've got a long way to go.
Hey, that's
Never mind. This is why I don't do match calculus. I can't do math.
Save the timekeeping to Rolex, the official timepiece, of course, not the ITA. Because Getz is down a break, right? 4-1. Hud's making a little bit of a push.
Yep, you're right. You're right.
Okay.
You're right. I said you right.
Well, for what it's worth, I don't think there's a pathway for Michigan either. Yes, they took 4 first sets in the 2 through 5 positions, that meat and potatoes of the singles lineup. But Stanford, Aryan Chaudhry has been maybe your most impressive performer of the day thus far. Quick break lead on Bickersteth.
I could go for some meat and potatoes. I'm hungry.
Right.
You know,
it's that hour.
It's there's some deep dish pizza down the street. That's just well handled by Mitsui. Great touch, and you see him right now. Mitsui's trying to push forward more and more right now to try and apply some pressure to von der Schulenburg. Chris Rodesch, by the way, 1 game away right now from putting Virginia on the scoreboard here. We'll head back there in a minute to keep an eye on that 2 line. At the conclusion of this game, 30-15 for von der Schulenburg.
As you see, Andrew Fenty now 5-all, 30-all. Barry takes this, all of a sudden it's 2-all. Chaudhry playing how he's playing. think if you're Stanford, though, you just need a little jump start to the engine right now. It went a little cold over these past 20 minutes.
Yeah, there from von der Schulenburg. And now it's, again, a bit of an opening. They've traded breaks a few times here over the last 30 minutes, these two. And a spot at 30 all right now. Yeah, still definitely a long way to go in this matchup.
Fenty overcooks it, so it's a break point chance, 2 of them for Arthur Ferry.
Well, again, Mitsui is the one who is moving forward and applying that pressure. And I think big picture, that is something that is going to pay off for him. Misses the overhead there, but again, I think he's certainly keyed in on that being a bit of a success opportunity for him. Point here for von der Schulenburg.
It's a big rip from Andrew Fenty, sets up a critical deuce point here.
Now, Johannes Monday, by the way, set points on Iñaki Montez's serve.
You were right. From the get-go, you said that screams 3 sets.
Yeah, von der Schulenburg does get that hold 5-2. Let's move over to court 6. Again, Tennessee in the midst of a little mini push right now, and Angel Diaz looking to add to it at the 6 line. Again, tons of breaks here, but Diaz looking to grab a break, 30-40 on the serve of Doug Jaffa of Virginia.
Serve gets him out of the jam. 6-5 Fenty on court number 1. Then we got 4 matches left here. Gavin Young, 7-6, 3-love lead. Let's head over to court number 6, though. It's been a while since we've been on 6. Will Cooksey just hanging tough, doing his job after a tough first set. 5-all, 40-love.
Who's saying hanging tough?
Elvis Presley.
The New Kids on the Block.
Oh, Alex.
That was a #1 hit for NKOTB.
I should have known that.
Yeah, of course you should have known.
I'm better than that.
Angel Diaz does grab the break. 3-2. Let's go over to court number 2. It is Chris Rodesh looking to put Virginia on the scoreboard. 6-4 and now 5-4. Going to be serving against Blaise Bicknell to put Virginia into a tie. Now here near side, as Alex mentioned, one of the rare guys with the ankle socks. It doesn't happen very often, and there's a good reason for that.
You don't want to see that much skin. No.
Massive.
The best is when we go outdoors, and in lieu of the socks, someone rocks leggings. That's always to me. I'm like, if you're rocking leggings, you cannot lose that day.
That's correct.
That's the rule.
Also, you better be skinny.
Yeah.
Leggings on thicker people, it just doesn't work.
Not great, Bob. Not great.
Madman.
Yeah.
2 straight aces here for Rodesh. Emil Hudd for Tennessee closing in on split sets, as is Johannes Monday for Tennessee.
Great shot from Kolshinsky. And I believe, yes, the scoreboard on your screen is behind. Cooksey held 4-6-5. That's the first point of you see it update. Shout out super producer Daniel Westhoff, 15-love. I just assume it's him.
Rodesh with match points. 4 looks for Chris Rodesh.
He still hasn't finished a match? Wow.
Trying to do the math. It's 2 hours into the match, so this is about right.
Yeah. I would say longer side, but you're right, not abnormal.
Yeah. There it is. Chris Rodesh does get Virginia on the scoreboard. Straight sets. Routine looking for Rodesh 4-4. So 1-all. Virginia and Tennessee. Let's go to court 1 quickly as Monday trying to serve out his second set against Iñaki Montez. Send that one to a third set.
Koloshinsky 2 points away from forcing the breaker. You might have another scenario of simultaneous breakers. The last time both went to the Wolverines. Perhaps this is where Stanford returns the favor. Because hypothetically, we're 5 minutes away from 3-2 Stanford.
Actually, we need to go quickly to 3 as Jeffrey von der Schulenburg has just snuck a match point in on us.
Sure.
So von der Schulenburg, it's on the serve of Mitsui right now, who's serving at 2-5. But it is a match point for von der Schulenburg near side. Her serve goes long. Oh, that's a big miss. That is right. That is a wheelhouse forehand for von der Schulenburg and just gets away from him.
That's a heat check, dare I say.
Well, he's got some time.
Yeah.
You know, he knows it's one of those opportunities where he does know he's going to be serving for it here coming up. And that is exactly what he's doing. We'll stick here for the moment. It looks like they're going to be split sets on 4 and 1 here in the next couple of minutes in this particular matchup.
Set point Cooksey. Wow. Talked about it could be 3-2. Oh, and it's set points now for Fenty as well.
Wow.
So Michigan's had their back against the wall for 2 hours.
Yep.
And they have kept on swinging.
I don't feel like that's the case right now. I feel like
Yeah.
they're
For the first time. No, this is the
it
first
definitely
time where
feels
they-
that's exactly my point. It feels like this is the moment where they have imposed themselves.
Where enough is enough.
Yep. Dirty love here for von der Schulenburg. It's just so simple from von der Schulenburg. Slider, open court, and match points.
Oh, what a point from Koloshinsky. Playing to win. You're down break points. You could get tight or you could move forward. Be the aggressor. That's what he does. Love the play at 6. Deuce point, set point.
The Virginia Cavaliers have their first lead of the day. Jeffrey von der Schulenburg. Bit of a surprise to see the routine win over Shinsuke Mitsui. 3-3. So now Virginia 2-1 in control. Although there's a lot to be decided right now in this Virginia-Tennessee matchup. Let's go quickly, if we can, to court 4. Emil Hudd for Tennessee with 4 set points to push this match at the 4 line to a third set. And gets through it very quickly. So 6-1 here in the second. So a third setup coming for Getz and Hudd. A quick deciding point now down at the 6 line. Angel Diaz with that break lead, 3-2, but facing a break point.
Will Cooksey overruled on that far baseline.
Oh,
and
my.
you see Adam Steinberg irate with the chair. Teammate Pat Maloney doesn't love it, but don't argue. You got to move on if you're Michigan here. Similarly, if you're Stanford, hey, Koloshinsky, 7 good points. 7 good points here. You see what's going on 1. All of a sudden, the match flips again. This is a critical moment for both teams. I think more for Stanford. I think this has to be Stanford.
Yeah, it has to happen here.
Yeah. And so let's go over to 1, please, super producer Daniel Westoff. Fenty's first in the breakers.
Yaffa did not get that break. Diaz held 4-2. Iñaki Montez, by the way, has won 2 straight games to make it go from 5-love to 5-2, just again to kind of keep things tight. Oh, my.
Very.
Wow.
The stretch.
This is in a tie break right now again. Obviously, the scoreboard will get updated here in a second, but yeah, into a tie break right now for this second set.
I pulled my hammy on that volley. Unbelievable. Someone that earlier was asking us, should we bring our kids here? Is this fan friendly? Yes. Bring them.
Let's go to court 5 if we can. There is a deciding point, and it's a big one for Mons Dahlberg of Virginia. If he's able to grab this break right now against Boris Kozlov, he would be serving for the match. Kozlov right now 3-4 for Tennessee in the second set. Dahlberg of Virginia grabbing the first 6-1.
Chaudhry, a 4-2 lead for Stanford. We haven't checked in on 5, I know, in a while. Chaudhry still with that lead down a set to Bickerstaff.
Well, there it is. Mons Dahlberg does grab the break. 5-3. 6-1, 5-3. He's going to be serving for it here at the 5 line for the Virginia Cavaliers. The freshman out of Gothenburg, Sweden, in control of his own destiny.
And Hud did force the third formally.
Montez has just rattled off his third straight game. Now 5-3 for Johannes Monday.
I know you're a fan of the Cranberries, and whenever I say he's lingering, he has to let it linger. He has to.
When did that happen? I didn't like them when they were actually relevant. Dolores O'Riordan, though.
Yeah.
You remember the actual
Come on,
name of the singer.
Come on now. I could trust that for sure.
It's the Cranberries versus Belly. I was much more of a Tanya Donnelly
sure.
Belly fan.
It was
You don't nod like you know Belly. Come on.
And you had to make a choice. I've watched CNN in the 90s.
Belly was not there. They were definitely not there. Breeders, too.
Yeah.
Huge Breeders fan. The Deal Sisters.
Like the horse breeders?
Oh, goodness.
That's different? Yeah, okay.
The song you would have heard is Cannonball. It's the one that goes.
That's the Breeders?
That's the Breeders. They were fantastic. They were so good. Kim Deal, formerly of the Pixies, most influential band of the late 80s, early 90s. Okay, again, not white.
Ooh. Mini break to Fenty on this turn. 4-2 now. Andrew Fenty in the lead. He tries to give some love down to his teammates. You'll see the fist go in the air here.
Ooh, Dahlberg on the full stretch. Absolutely to 30-15.
I'm not putting all the chips in on Dahlberg yet. Cracked Racquets fans know every so often I like to move in my stack. I'm gonna match your bet. I'm gonna raise you on Dahlberg. That's how I feel right now about his upside.
That was
see
the
hype.
least poker. I listen to somebody who actually
call and raise.
Okay.
Call and raise.
You can't do both.
Well, I see your call.
No,
you
you
can
can't
see
do
the
that.
call, don't
No,
you?
no.
If you call the big blind.
No, you're either raising or calling.
Okay.
You can't call and raise. That's illegal.
Okay, then I'm not going to call and raise. I'm just straight up raise.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, you just raise or you call. But you can't do both. Then it's called a string bet.
There's no strings attached.
No.
Just a raise on Dahlberg. I like it. As we see 4-2 on the turn here on 1. Right now on 6. Cooksey also a 4-2 lead. Again, we'll hop around here in a moment.
Well, that's a big miss from Dahlberg here. Again, allowing Kozlov just to hang around here.
Good point from Arthur Ferry. Who knows? Pace to that Andrew Fenty forehand. It's a bigger backswing. If you can get him hitting it on the run, he'll offer the error. But still, Andrew Fenty, 4-3 mini break lead. Gavin Young's got a 7-6, 4-1 lead for Michigan on 4. 7-6, 2-4. Bickerstaff leads, but down a break in the second on 5.
Match point, meanwhile, for Dahlberg. What a performance there for Mons Dahlberg. Virginia now with a 3-1 edge. They are 1 point away from the quarterfinals, although it definitely feels like there is a long way to go. Let's go to court 6. It is Angel Diaz, though. He's looking to grab a point here for Tennessee, serving for the match 7-5, 5-2 against Doug Yaffa. So again, right now 3-1 for Virginia. Montez and Monday have now split, so that's starting a third set. Gets Hud starting a third set, so 1 and 4 just starting third sets. This would get it a little bit tighter. Diaz match points himself.
It's one of your Tennessee get off now. We don't want to have to worry about this. Meanwhile, we're back on serve. 4-5 there for Ferry. I know that scoreboard a hair behind. 4-5 on serve. Arthur Ferry serving in the breaker.
Angel Diaz, look at that fist pump. He has got it. It's another point for Tennessee. 7-5, 6-2 over Doug Yaffa. Now 3-2. So things have really tightened up and now settled in. About an hour left to play as both third sets beginning now on courts 1 and 4. Let's start over on court number 4. Getz and Hud have gotten underway. Getz serving to start it for Virginia, trailing at love 30.
Meanwhile, I apologize. 7-6 set to Will Cooksey. So he forces the split at 6. Obviously, we're locked in here at 1, where it's now 5-all. And now it's match point, Arthur Ferry. Ferry a chance to level this match at 2, even if for only a moment. He's played such a smart match. He's found that Fenty forehand. It's some of the most ridiculous volleys I've seen, certainly of the day. He's earned it. Not yet. 118. Ridiculous wide serve from Andrew Fenty. 6-all on the turn. 7-6, 4-2 lead right now for Gavin Young. Also, Bickersteth has gotten the break back on court number 5. So now 7-6, 3-4, but on serve. In the second set on 5. Fenty fights off match point on 1 with the ace wide. He comes back to win this match. I'm not saying it's your moment of the day. I'm saying it was clutch.
Okay.
That's all. Yeah. Ace wide is not a moment of the day. Even I can acknowledge that.
Fenty definitely... Yeah, it's an interesting moment. There's been some heat between the two of them. Sure. That's been very clear. As Alex mentioned, it is the match that is closest to us, and so we're able to keep a close eye on it. There's definitely some tension between the two, and they've been just looking to see where the third ball is in play right now. But yeah, we'll go full screen here for the moment.
Actually, I think it's more Fenty. I don't think it's Fenty that's frustrating Ferry. I think it's Michigan.
That's yeah, sure. It's loud.
Exactly.
And you see just how close you are to the stands on this particular court, right? That is how you should attack a second serve appropriately. So it's Arthur Ferry. Oh, goodness.
Behave, Arthur. Behave.
Match points.
That's how you win pro titles.
3 of them so far at the 25K level. Incredible talent and match point.
Second point from Fenty just to keep that match close. But Arthur Ferry is playing, dare I say, professional level tennis right now at that number 1 singles position. Ferry, a 4-6 win at the number 1 spot. 2-all overall, 3 matches to go. And what's so fascinating, Mike, is if you would have asked Michigan fans or prognosticators like myself, hey, it's 2-all and 4, 5, and 6 are left, you'd say, oh, Michigan's got it for sure. Here's the thing, though. Third set coming up on 6. Right now underway between Cooksey, Koleshinsky. Bickerstaff 7-6-3-4 on serve. I will say Gavin Young, the game point chance right now on court number 4, which is where we'll go to next. 7-6-4-2, but not the recipe I would have expected us to get here with.
Hey fans, there's more tennis to play, skills to hone, and fun to be had. Go to USTA.com to become a USTA member. And don't forget that Tennis Point is the title sponsor of the ITA Tennis Point Collegiate Tennis Rankings, the ITA Tennis Point Summer Circuit, and the official retail partner of the ITA. Again, early in third sets right now. In fact, Iñaki Montes and Johannes Monday have not even begun their third set. They're just about to hop out onto court now. But yeah, just starting. They just have gotten the first couple of points underway there on court 1, so it looks like there might have been a restroom break on court number 1, so that's why we are stuck here with Ryan Getz for Virginia. Got the early hold to start this third set, and Emil Hudd for Tennessee.
In that stuck here theme, I know they're not a sponsor, but we agree. With 2 matches still to go, battles on your hands. It's an Uber Eats night, right? This is the night where you order that takein.
What? Stop talking about food. Stop it. I mean, yes, I'm going to be eating something at 11 o'clock tonight for dinner. Fine. It's okay.
I went down to the officials' room and I was like, if you guys have your cookies left, I'll happily be the sacrificial lamb who eats them.
Those of us who are gluten-free say, well, I can't say what I would say.
Yeah.
I can't have those cookies. I think I might have some gluten-free cookies over there.
Is that just air? There's a myth.
Just stop it. No more food talk from you, all right?
Done.
Okay.
Lock it in. Happy to talk some tennis, though. As you see, Gavin Young does get the hold, so he's 1 game away for the Wolverines at 4. We go over to 5, where Bickerstaff's back on serve, but a little bit of a hole.
One thing I need right now is APEAK.
Okay.
They're the official mental training app of the ITA. And right now I need to focus.
The mental focus.
On the tennis at hand. As
Well
we do see Emil Hudd here serving. It's a tough spot, 15-30 early in this third set. But yeah, you're going to be seeing him move forward quite a bit. The grad student transfer from Stillwater. He was at Oklahoma State. ITA scholar athlete. Does have a win over Iñaki Montes at All-Americans, does Emil Hudd. 3 years at Oklahoma State where he was at the top of the lineup, 1 doubles, 2 singles. Completed his degree in philosophy last night. He is another person who I could use in my camp right now to work on my mental game.
Absolutely. Well said, although having had the opportunity to hang out with Emil Hudd a little bit around this team in Knoxville. Emil Hudd, a guy very cerebral, and it's interesting because his game is so blunt, right? It's a big serve, it's a big ball to try and move in behind, and yet, to your point, you mentioned the academic credentials. You actually see that in the adjustments he makes, match in, match out.
Yeah, ITA scholar athlete, has been as high as 40 in the ITA ranking, singles, 6 on the double side, but yeah, a lot of talent there.
He and Mate Votzel were so good for Oklahoma State 2 years ago. All-American champs. Because you were thinking it, Mike. I know you were.
Oh my, what a shot. What a shot from Ryan Getz. How? Just enough.
That's nice. That's real nice. And by the way, you see Chaudhry breaks Bickerstaff, serving for the set on your screen. Will Cooksey already up a break, though, in the 3rd on 6. And speaking to how valuable sometimes it can be to just stay alive.
Gotta be honest, though, I feel it's got to come from Basavaretti for Stanford here.
Sure.
I just have a lot more faith in that capability for him, his talent level.
I'm saying it now, not that you doubt him. I think Gavin Young's the future. I do. I think of all the players on this Michigan roster, Andre Styler aside, because Styler's going into finance, that was his choice. I might like the upside, the future, the wingspan and work of Gavin Young as much as anyone.
Well, Ryan Getz has a break for the Virginia Cavaliers. Quick 2-love lead.
Gavin Young behave. Come on now. Of course, Gavin, son of Jeff Young, head coach now at Purdue.
We're starting to get some of the warm-ups now for the 6:30 matches. Again, theoretically, they're supposed to start in 25 minutes. Clearly, we're not going to get there. Ohio State and Illinois, Wake Forest, and Texas all coming up after these matches are completed. Gets a really good start here, 2-love. Iñaki Montez did get an opening hold for Virginia as well. Just need one. That's a good dipper from Basavaredi. Just finding the feet there, trying to stay alive. Will Cooksey with that break lead, 2-love on Koloshinsky down at 6. Chaudhry is 2 points away from the set on 5.
Here's the question. How does HUD get this break back? What's the game plan to do it? That's not a court positioning that'll work for him.
No, it's definitely not. And Van Cott, the volunteer assistant for the Tennessee Volunteers, one of the deepest voices in the game. Literally. Very bass heavy. You're looking for a professional public address announcer, Ian Van Cott is your guy.
No, you're my guy.
No,
record show.
His voice, I gotta be honest, better quality. Scares me.
It got the baritone.
Does.
That's very true. As you see, by the way, a long, we'll say, exchange between Basavaredi and Gavin Young at the net. A little disagreement over a let call.
And Paul Goldstein getting involved actively as well.
Gavin Young, with authority, sets up match point for the Wolverines. Meanwhile, it's a deuce point set point for Bickersteth and Chaudhry on 5, and it goes to Chaudhry, so he does force the split. They're resetting the Cooksey score, but I believe it's 2-1, according to my eyes. Cooksey up a break in the third at 6. So Gavin Young takes it. It's 3-2 Michigan. For the first time today, there's a clear sight of the finish line. But where's it going to come from for either of these teams? Right now, third set at 5. Bickersteth 7-6 takes the first. It's Chaudhry 6-3 takes the second. Meanwhile, at 6, Cooksey up the break with momentum 2-1. That's where we'll head next.
And I'm going to head over to court number 1. Iñaki Montez, Johannes Monday for the Virginia-Tennessee match. They're 1-1 right now.
Virginia needs 1, Tennessee needs 2.
Correct.
It's interesting. It's that hour. Matches get fun. Scores get tight.
Yeah, Montez, I think a little bit of momentum that he was able to garner late in the second, going from 5-love down to 5-3. And that just gives him just a little bit of an edge, I think, heading into this third set, although that ball from Monday, just finding the feet. You don't see Iñaki Montez serving and volleying all that often, but at 40 love, he will throw one in just to, I don't know, entertain the fans.
Got to do it. Plus, you know what the last thing Johannes Monday's expecting is? The flying Iñaki S&V. As you see right now, Will Cooksey, the sophomore, this is the biggest moment of his Michigan career. And you do wonder, does that add up at some point?
I think you could have that question about Philip Koloshinsky, who's that guy at the bottom of the lineup for the last several years, right? And missed most of last year with an injury. Was playing well in the COVID year back in 2020, but obviously lost that momentum. So I think you can ask that same question of him, right? At the bottom of the lineup.
Which is what, to me, I think the value of the 3-2 lead now for Michigan shines
for
out.
sure.
You also have Bickersteth still out there, and Bickersteth has lost less than 5 times in dual match play since the start of last season. So if you're Will Cooksey, you're like, well, Jacob's going to do it anyways.
Yeah.
So I can play freely.
All right, so that becomes a deciding point now from 40 love to deuce here on the Iñaki Montez serve. 2 of those 3 points lost at the net for Montez.
Sure.
Johannes Monday grabs break. So Tennessee to 2-1 here at the 1 line as we move over to court number 4, where Ryan gets in control 3 love.
I would point out Tennessee has been in this exact situation before, not in years prior. We can turn to as recently as this season. Some of you will remember this Tennessee team 4-3 over Oklahoma in the kickoff weekend. They went down 3-2 after taking the doubles point. Had all this momentum, and all of a sudden it felt like Oklahoma had snatched it away. They had a 3-2 lead, 2 3-set matches remaining. One of them was Blaise Bicknell. The other, Johannes Monday, who ultimately delivered a clinch in the third over Oklahoma's Alex Martinez. Now, again, the HUD deficit is something they hadn't had to overcome in that last match. But of all the guys on your roster, don't you trust the veteran, Emil HUD? Maybe not if Getz is going to do that.
Yeah. And that's the thing. We've said it even from the outset. 2 50-year seniors, right? That's kind of what you do count. Both teams counting on their veteran leadership in a moment like this, kind of in the middle bottom of your lineup. We should point out Illinois and Ohio State getting in essentially a full warm-up at this point. Awkwardly, Illinois and Ohio State both wearing white with very small logos, so that's going to make it tricky.
And dark shorts.
And dark shorts.
I don't like that at all. These must be the warm-ups, though.
I hope so.
Yeah. You could see a world where neither Ty nor Brad blink. They're like, no, you change.
Yep.
No, you change.
There was an Illinois-Wisconsin basketball game once at the Assembly Hall in Champaign, as HUD does have this game point. Illinois wore a bright orange. Wisconsin wore their away red. And because of just the contrast of the cameras, you literally couldn't tell the difference between the orange and red.
Yeah.
It was miserable.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Terrible viewing experience, as it was a terrible forehand experience there for Ryan Getz, as Emil HUD does get on the scoreboard for the Volunteers. Now gets 3-1.
And this is one of those moments also where you do wonder for each of these teams now. Again, it helps that both of these teams, winners play winners, right? And they're all still out on court. And that is certainly helpful. But this is where you start wondering again, how does this impact today? How does this impact tomorrow as well? Guys like Cooksey, Koloshinsky, fighting for their spots in the lineup.
Yeah, it also certainly favors teams that do have some depth.
Yeah, sure, exactly.
And you're able to switch things up just a little bit. to give somebody a spot when we talked about Barbotzer earlier, right? I mean, the fact that maybe he's fresh tomorrow and can provide something at the 6th spot.
Same deal, Bjorn Svensson, right? Didn't play today, maybe he plays tomorrow. Neil Rajesh didn't play today, maybe he plays tomorrow.
Monday 2-1 serving with Montez keeping it here. Gets serving 3-1. That's the quickest path to victory with this break lead.
Oh, man. Double fault means it's now a deuce point, break point chance. Cooksey looking to make it 4-1 in the 3rd.
A clean pass there from Emil Hud. Plenty of time. I like the fact that Getz is imposing himself here, though. Yeah, both guys trying to do that, take away the net from each other in this 3rd set.
Cooksey dips it at the feet, so Michigan 4-1 lead at the number 6 spot. We'll go over to 5 right now where Bickersteth's got a 1-0 lead.
And most importantly, 4-1-2 breaks. It just had a little bit of extra comfort, no doubt, for the Michigan Wolverines starting to see that quarterfinal berth in play. As Getz serves here, 30-15. Big miss there. Again, these moments are so small, but Hud there, that is a ball you have to test. Looking for that essentially chip and charge, punch and charge, if you will, but you have to make sure you're making your opponent play there. The execution just not where it needs to be. Game points here for Ryan Getz. Monday points for 3-1. Couple courts over.
Same deal. Break point chances here for 2 love.
Let's go over to court number 1. Johannes Monday does have it to 3-1. So gets to 4-1 for Virginia. Tennessee in front here on court 1 with this 3-1 edge. And again, that break came from 40 love down for Johannes Monday.
The one I keep looking back at, and not to be disrespectful, but if you're Tennessee, you're wondering, how did we let Mitsui get off the court in straight sets? He couldn't give that extra effort to Von der Schulenberg today. It's a credit to Jeffrey. By the way, that's the one you probably will look back at and say, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, routine score line.
Exactly. That it was so routine.
3-3. Yeah, Rodesh 4-4 over Bicknell does not surprise.
Yeah.
Dahlberg 1-3 over Kozlov. Not a huge shock.
Yeah, a testament to Dahlberg being good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty big deciding point here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Chaudry did hold.
Chaudry did hold. Okay.
So we'll go to
Sorry,
6,
I just missed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You are just joining us here, and I think, was that Nathan that just asked this question? Yes. Ohio State, Illinois, they will not be starting on time. They're going to start as close as they can, but just getting a warm-up started about 5-10 minutes ago. Even if it finishes pretty quickly here for Michigan, it would still be another 15 or 20 minutes at least. So I would guess even best case scenario, 6:45 start. Pretty much the same for Wake Forest, Texas.
Joe, a little trigger happy, I guess, on that one.
Well, it's got in a very good court position, though, to do it, right?
And let's go over to 6 in this Michigan-Stanford matches. Right now, the 4-1 double break lead for Will Cooksey has turned into a love 30, now love 40 deficit in his 4-1 service game. What a fun 3:30 hour it's been.
Yeah, good. Again, a pretty decent, advantageous position for Johannes Monday to grab that forehand, but misses into the net. So Montez does get the hold. 3-2. Let's move over to court number 4. Again, Ryan Getz for Virginia in control over here. looking to provide the clinch here. It's Emil Hudd serving 1-4, 30 love as we pop in. Yeah, called wide. I don't think that Getz is a believer. Did Hudd? Yeah, he just got overruled. Yeah, the overrule there going against Emil Hudd. So 40-15.
Of course, you do see there Koloshinsky with the break back still. That's the value of that double break lead. So 2-4 still. Will Cooksey, 2 good service games. That said, wouldn't he like another insurance break here? Great ball from Will Cooksey. Find the outer third. Such precision.
Just a little bit of a move there from Emil Hudd, draws the air out of Ryan Getz. So Hudd gets the hold, keeps things tight, 4-2. And this is where the clinch would come. I got to tell you here, and obviously some clutch moments here for these two matches. The Ohio State fans have come out in force tonight.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a lot of red here over the next couple of hours. Again, not a surprise.
Yeah. Also in the house, at least my first time laying eyes on him, the man who put it all together here at XS, Kamal Murray, coming out to see Ohio State, Illinois.
Oh, yeah, there he is. I haven't been on his podcast. Have you been on his podcast?
Never get.
I don't think we're going to get the
Come on
invite.
now.
I don't think Kamal has any idea who you or I am. Does he? He knows you.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay.
We've just done enough stupid things together. Would he know my name? No. He'd be like, "Oh, the stupid one," and I'd be like, "That's me."
You know, it's Frank. That's what I have you down too in my phone.
Yeah.
The stupid one.
I figured. I have you down as sensei.
Sure, of course.
Oh no!
Did he get it? Wow.
Oh my God.
Phenomenal stuff there from Emil Hudd on a full stretch. Gassed, but he's got it. It's 15 all.
Emil. This is the one? Can I say it?
Yeah.
If he wins this match?
No, he won the point.
Oh, that's all he had to do?
Yeah, you have to win the point.
Okay.
You can't have it if you don't win the point.
See, I thought he had to win the match.
No, just the point.
Because, like, if that's the inflection point of this match and things don't
sure.
turn, come on. That's Sports Center.
It gets right back to it, right? Moving forward, just making sure to impose himself. Was it wide?
No, did you see what you did there?
No.
Gets right back to it.
Didn't.
Come on.
Okay. But the important point is the fact that he knows that Emil Hudd is going to be winded after that extended point. So just impose yourself and see if you can get that positive momentum rolling.
That's what Getz does well. He is unequivocally himself. The big serve, the big forehand. He wants to be moving in, playing with heavy topspin. You see the break point chances for Cooksey, by the way. 2 of them for 5-2.
What a get again from Emil Hudd. Are you kidding me?
Is he a grinder?
If we can we move quickly over to court 1? We've got a deciding point on the serve of Monday right now. He's up a break 3-2, but Montez does have a break chance here. Deciding point. We're in the midst of it here at deuce. Unreal for Johannes Monday. What a moment to outlast the real grinder out there. Monday survives, keeps himself out in front. It's 4-2 as we go back over to court 4 where there's a break chance right now for Tennessee and Emil Hudd. He's going to have 2 looks on the get serve at 30-40.
This is why Monday is so compelling as a player moving forward. He's a tall lefty with weapons who can move. Scooting around the court there. I see you, Joe.
As we come back, it is deuce now. Getz was able to fight off 1. Hudd, you can see it's a big man, and he looks gassed.
As we go to 6, Cooksey to serve for the match for Michigan.
Oh, it's missed long. That might have been the last gasp for Emil Hudd as Getz does survive. 2 break chances, 5-2 here in the third. Well, let's take you back over to 1 as these two take a much-deserved break, especially Emil Hudd. A lot of work with no joy at the finish.
Meanwhile, just a reminder, Will Cooksey, the sophomore at Grosse Pointe Shores, used to just dominate a young man by the name of Nicholas Gruskin back in the day.
Oh. Well, that guy's terrible.
Yeah. That's some scholars have argued, let me tell you.
That's not even scholars. There's no argument.
Yeah.
It was terrible. Absolutely awful at the sport of tennis.
Well said.
Montez here, love 15. We'll get you back to Getz and Hudd in a moment.
To see this moment, though, for Cooksey, who I know after not playing at all last year, there were a lot of options for him this offseason. Northwestern, Notre Dame. No. He's back at Michigan. He's 3 points away. Okay, I see you, Philip Koloshinsky. Aggression down the line? No way, Philip Koloshinsky is not going away. 2 ridiculous back-to-back passing shots. Sets up break point chances again. Perhaps that double break is valuable again.
Is in some trouble here, 15-30. Emil Hudd, 15 love, serving at 2-5. We'll get you back to court 4 in a moment. Tennessee trying to stay alive there on court 4. In control here on court 1. Chances for Koloshinsky. Big chances now for Monday. I'll have 3 looks. What it would mean if he's able to grab this one before Getz Hudd finishes. That would be a huge boost for Tennessee, no doubt.
Absolutely.
That's a break. That is Johannes Monday to 5-2. So he's going to serve for it in a moment. Let's go over to court number 4.
I'm going to ask you, can I commandeer for a full screen? It's match point Will Cooksey.
Absolutely.
For
Go
the
for
match.
it.
Let's go full screen court number 6 now. Will Cooksey, you see Coach Steinberg. There's going to be a hug. There's going to be words of encouragement. Will there be a victory for the Wolverines? Cooksey's got it on his racket. Let's find out.
Wow.
Cooksey double fault.
Wow.
Let's play on.
All right, let's go to court 4. We are on court 4. Okay, Emil Hud serving to stay in it. Gets 2 points away.
I said it earlier, did I not? Inexperience at the bottom of the lineup. It'll manifest itself eventually.
That's a tough response here now for Will Cooksey as well. How does he bounce back after being so close? Bickersteth just got a hold to 3-2 over there at the 5 line for Michigan, so they are on serve.
And that's the big thing. If you're Will Cooksey, you still have your teammate next to you.
Well, it's a good ball, so it's a match point now for Virginia as we go to the big screen. Ryan gets rake dipper off that forehand wing. Getz is going to take this on the ad side on this deciding point. Monday is, as we mentioned, serving for the match for Tennessee over on 1. If Hud can stay alive here. Well, it's a big miss there from Ryan Getz, and Hud does survive. So we go back to our split screen as match points fought off in both of these 3 tournament matches right now. So there you see at 5-4, Cooksey is going to face a lot of pressure as Koleshinsky was able to get the hold there. 3-2 on the 5 line on serve.
College tennis is good. It has the potential to be so freaking good.
Ryan Getz is serving for the match. 5-3.
This is one of those days. If you want to go to court number 5, Westhoff, Bickersteth, 3-2 lead grinding away. Of course, Cooksey will serve for it again. 5-4 on 6. Stay here if it's easier for you, Westhoff, of course, as well.
That's a ball that if Hud's back there at that baseline, it's all or nothing for him. It's one shot.
Yeah.
But he's done such a phenomenal job here in this third set of really imposing himself over and over and over again at the net. The 2 points away is Ryan Getz.
Meanwhile, again, Will Cooksey 1 game away. He will serve for it as you see him on the far side of your screen. Broken, serving for it at 5-2.
Is wide.
First point, Kulashinsky, excuse me. And you can just feel for Will Cooksey. You can see it. Everything's landing a little shorter. Meanwhile, Kulashinsky swinging freely.
I love that play from Emil Hudd. Yeah, after that easy miss from Getz to come back the next point, again, that match management, right? Realizing that Getz a little bit tight in a point like that, goes after it, steps into the void. The approach was simple. It forces the air, 30 all. It is a break chance right now for Iñaki Montez. Match point as well for Johannes Monday of Tennessee, but we're going to keep it here. There's more drama to be had at this moment here. Monday, though, with a match point for Tennessee. Oh, he missed. It's Ryan Getz with a match point. 2 of them. Kulashinsky loves 30. Virginia could clinch it here. All right, Getz has done it again. He has clinched for Virginia as they are moving in to the quarterfinals with a 4-2 win over the Tennessee Volunteers. Is 4-2 correct? I actually don't know. Did Monday finish?
No.
I don't know.
Believe they finished that final.
Regardless, Virginia is the one that's moving on. And Alex Gruskin going to take you through the finish here for Cooksey and Kulashinsky. Is Kulashinsky for Stanford with 4 break chances.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, for what it's worth, though, Jacob Bickerstaff, 4-2, 30-love lead on 5. So super producer Daniel Westoff, take your time, of course, but if you can, get us to a 2-box here. We want to show you everything happening. Credit to Virginia. That's what national champions do. We have it official. Monday did get the win. So 4-2, the final 4-3, the final scoreboard overall with that Monday victory. Right now, Will Cooksey was up 5-2 in this third set. Kulashinsky has so clearly been the aggressor down the home stretch. And actually, just keep us full screen here, Westoff. Don't even worry about court number 5, where right now Bickerstaff has game points for 5-2. We'll climb that mountain if we have to get there. For now, can Kulashinsky extend the match? It's match point, Michigan. Net cords everywhere. Third set finishes. This is what the national indoors is about. And it comes down to a deuce point, set point, break point at the number 6 spot. Kulashinsky elects to go to that deuce side. Hooksy does it. Michigan to the quarterfinals. 4-2. They knock out Stanford. That, my friends, is as good of an hour of play as you are going to find in any calendar, in any national indoor tournament. Two absolute slugfests between the University of Michigan and Stanford, University of Virginia and Tennessee. And ultimately, in the end, the higher seeds drop the doubles point. They advanced to the quarterfinals. A lot of respect you see right now between these two sides. Handshakes across the board. That's survival at the University of Michigan. Absolute survival. And I'll tell you what, if you're a Stanford fan, Nishesh still can't hit backhands. This Stanford team legitimately with one hand tied behind their back. Right there with the Wolverines, of course. Stanford will never be accused of being an indoor team. To see this effort from the Cardinal, you have our attention again. Slow start to the season, no doubt, and yet slowly but surely, Michigan with the 4-2 victory. Meanwhile, again, for Virginia, what a run. What a match. They drop doubles. They take 5 first sets. They do what defending national champions do. Now, a ton of credit to Tennessee. Johannes Monday continues to assert himself, if not the best player, certainly one of the best 5 right now in the country. It's a heck of a win over Iñaki Montez. Angel Diaz, I'll take him at number 6 singles against just about anyone in the country as well. But ultimately, it's that meat and potatoes, the heart of the lineup for this Virginia team. 2, 3, 4, 5. They get the job done. It's Chaudhry, straight set winner in the end as well. And now we get ready for the interview as we are joined by the first member of our winning team. Again, so thrilled to be joined here in the box. Believe we're going to have a member of the Virginia tennis team. If I had to guess, I know Mike's planning to surprise me here. I'd guess it's Ryan Getz coming off of his clinch. And in fact, it is a face I recognize well. Fresh off of a clinch in a 3rd set victory, a match he clinches 6-3 in the 3rd for his University of Virginia Cavaliers. Welcome on to our broadcast, Ryan Getz. Ryan, congratulations on the victory. Now, I can see the sweat still coming down your brow, but I'll ask you anyways. What does that win mean to your team? How do you ultimately get through?
I think it means a lot. I think we had tough matches against Kentucky and Ohio State early on in Charlottesville. So I think it was really nice, really good that our team got the win here. It was a whole team effort, not just my win on court 4, but pretty much everyone else from the first point, even in doubles.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. We can ignore the others. We can say it's just your win for now since it's just you here with us. But, to your point, you guys dropped that doubles point. And ultimately, you come out, you win 5 first sets in singles. What was the conversation after that doubles point? Why do you think your team was ultimately able to start so strong the way they did?
I think, Coach Pedroso emphasizes, huge resets, regardless of the doubles point. So I think we just start off with a clean slate every match. Even if we win the doubles point, we start off clean slate for singles, and I think that just really helps us.
No doubt about that. And I'm curious for this group. It's a veteran group, and yet you look obviously last year what you guys did at the National Indoors, and prior to that National Indoor season, 5-5 coming out of the indoors. Then it obviously started rolling from there. Things are a little different this season. You're a more experienced bunch. Obviously, you have that national title under your belt. What is the goal? What is the expectation for your team here in Seattle this weekend?
So I I mean, I think the goal, is to win. Like, if we didn't come to win, we wouldn't be here. So I think that's the ultimate goal of ours. And I think it's just to continue building the foundation that we use throughout the rest of the season.
Can I ask my final question to you? And I think this is the most important one. Who allows Tret Huey to walk around with that mustache? Who authorized this moving forward? And, I'm curious just for you guys what it means to have a guy like Tret around this year as the volunteer.
Yeah, so Tret's been a huge help. I think, even going back to last year when he was with us for most of the season, he was a huge help to us, especially on my court in doubles. I think last year, Iñaki and I had great success with him on the court, and translated to today too against Tennessee. So even playing with Chris, but he's his own man. He's his own man. He can grow his mustache. So.
Counterpoint, I think he shouldn't be allowed to shave it until you guys lose next. So just keep winning. So he's got to keep it forever and ever. But obviously to that theme, congratulations to you, Ryan. The reason your team able to advance today is you get that 6-3 clinch in the third over Emil Hudd. Good luck to you and the Who's this weekend. And we look forward to watching more of you play.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
all
of course.
See ya. Thank
Ryan
you.
gets 4-3. His team advances over the University of Tennessee. Meanwhile, we're going to stay live here as we are about to have a member of the Michigan squad. I don't know if we're getting coach. I don't know if we're getting a player. I know we're getting someone here, so stick with us as you see warm-ups right now underway. Oh, look who it is, a face recognized. Well, you hear him giggling already. He's one of the senior leaders for the University of Michigan, a man who earned a 6-4, 6-3 win in helping his team secure a 4-2 overall victory. Welcome onto the broadcast, Senior Pat Maloney. Pat, congratulations to you and the guys on the victory. You were nervous there at the end. Talk to me about what you saw from Cooksey, from Bickerstaff to ultimately get through.
Yeah, I was definitely a little nervous at the end, but Cooks was struggling a little bit, closing it out. Rightfully so. He hasn't been in this position before. It's kind of his first year getting a lot of run, but we trust him and we trusted him to finish it. And it didn't hurt that Bick had a nice lead in the third. So even if things didn't go according to plan, we had Bick as the backup. But no, I'm super proud of Cooks for getting it done. It's huge for him, and it's definitely huge for us, getting through this first round.
No doubt about that. And to that end, and I obviously we've had the chance to talk about this off camera, but I know how much this event means to you, to the guys, to be back here in this National Indoor Final field. Is it safe to say you came out a little bit rocky in the doubles point? I'm curious from your perspective what you think happened to the team, what you guys addressed in that circle after dropping the dubs.
Definitely, I think we came out a little flat in the beginning of dubs, and it kind of took us about 10 to 15 minutes to kind of get the ball rolling on all three courts. But yeah, I thought Stanford played some pretty good dubs. Definitely to give them that credit. It wasn't just all on us, but no, just after we lost the dubs point, we just, kind of just said, we're going to make that adjustment in singles. We're going to come out firing, and we're going to be going nuts. And that's always our plan is to beat teams with our energy and the way we play together and the way we push each other on court and the guys on the side and all that stuff. So yeah, we just kind of had to regroup, refocus. And first round, I honestly, I don't mind it getting tested like that, losing the dubs point. Something we take so much pride in our doubles, but the wins mean, even more when we get it done while losing the doubles point. It's huge for us.
Patrick, Mike popping in here. I got two questions for you. Number one, what's happening there above your lip? What's going on there? That's a choice you've made.
Very chatty.
Yeah, this is about a month in the making. Not proud to say that, but it's my plan is to grow it for the whole season.
Okay.
And keep it. And last year I did for the postseason, I did the mustache and a mullet, and Steiny told me if I get a mullet, I'm not playing in the lineup, so I can't do that again.
Okay.
But he let me keep the mullet. Let me keep the mustache. So I'm just gonna keep it growing.
Are you Rangers or Islanders out there?
What did you say it again?
Rangers or Islanders out there? Because I mean, if you're growing the facial hair up until the end of the season, that's a very hockey thing to do.
Yeah, very hockey thing. I'm an Islanders guy. I'm not a huge hockey fan, but growing up on Long Island, 15, 20 minutes from the old Nassau Coliseum and now UBS. I Islanders.
So then my final question for you, young man. Here, Alex Gruskin, obviously also, Michigan alum himself, club tennis legend at the University of Michigan. Who is louder, you guys as a whole or Alex Gruskin?
It's tough. I think it depends. Which Gruskin shows up, and I think it depends the situation. But I think we have the higher floor, but I think Gruskin has the higher ceiling when it comes to loudness.
I would say not in public. That's a perfect assessment. It depends on who's going to be seeing me, who's not going to be seeing me, how loud I can be.
Exactly. It depends on the situation, but I think his ceiling is way higher.
Yeah. Now, listen, Patrick and I have known each other for all of about 5 minutes now, and I think we fit very well together. So Patrick and I are going to have some drinks at the end of this tournament, I think.
Absolutely.
Patrick, congratulations. Really good win for you guys moving on into the quarterfinals, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Congrats, Pat. Way to go.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
And so that'll do it for the 3:30 hour. There's the drama we've been looking for all day, Mike. We get it in those 3:30 matches. Michigan going to take on Virginia. By the way, that's a quarterfinal match tomorrow. I mean, come on. That's one to circle with a big Sharpie on your calendar. But believe we have a bit of a break in the action. Do we have an official start time yet?
I don't think we have an official start time.
Yeah, we will, of course, speaking out loud here in the commentary booth, there might be someone around us who has it. And
anyone?
So, any start times?
Say that one more time.
Okay.
7 and 7:10. So we have all of 7 minutes.
Perfect. That sounds ideal, Mike. Let's take that time. We're going to stretch our legs. We're going to do some jumping jacks, grab some waters, get ready for the night session. Folks, we recommend you do the same, but don't go anywhere as our action continues. It's round of 16 night here at the 2023 National Indoor Championships, presented only on Cracked Racquets.
Tennis is superb. Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Tennis is superb. Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Schwartz Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb. Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects.
By the way, 1-2.
And welcome back. It is our final bank of matches, the 6:30 start here in the round of 16, the ITA National Team Indoor Championship for Division I. And it's a 1 versus 16 matchup here on our near courts as Ohio State takes on Illinois already for the second time this year. Ohio State with a 6-1 victory over the Illini earlier. Down on the far courts, it's Texas and Wake Forest. Those two teams are 3 minutes away from getting underway. As you can see, Ohio State and Illinois have already gotten underway, and quarterfinal spots are on the line.
This is the best part about the national indoors. We're all fatigued, exhausted after seeing those 4-2, 4-3 thrillers right of that 3:30 hour. Well, you blink, and all of a sudden there's more fantastic tennis out on court. And to your point, these finales, anytime Illinois and Ohio State share a court together, I mean, these are the two powerhouses of Big Ten tennis in the 21st century. And so I do think it's always special whenever these two get to go head-to-head. On the far side, I mean, Texas-Wake Forest was the one match I had circled as 4-3 on the day, and we've already had a couple of thrillers, so you just know that's got a final thrill in store for us here tonight.
All right, so what we're going to do is, why don't we, since everything's pretty much starting at the same time, let's actually go through all 6 courts. I think that sounds fair, because it's obviously pretty early here with Illinois and Ohio State in the second game on all 3 courts, so we'll be able to get through all 6 doubles matches as we're starting the day. And not surprisingly, Alex, Illinois had a lot of changes in the doubles. I know that's a real shock to people who follow Illinois, but that is pretty typical for Brad Dancer. But let's start at the one line, starting with Ohio State. They are number 1 team in the country, and deservedly so. 12-0 under Ty Tucker. Andrew Luchanig, the redshirt senior, leading the way on the double side with James Trotter, another redshirt senior. And this veteran leadership at the top for Ohio State is really showing early in the season.
It's not just at the top. It's everywhere. Everyone on this roster, excluding Alex Bernard and Jack Anthrop, at least 3 years of experience now for Coach Ty Tucker. And the experience is reflected in the results we've seen thus far. I don't know if there's the single biggest superstar right now on this roster that there have been in the past, but pound for pound, player for player, this is the best Ohio State team I have ever seen.
You said that about Michigan as well, so that's going to be curious once we get later in the season, no doubt, potentially even later this weekend, right? On the other side, for the Illini, actually a pair of transfers for Illinois. Mathis Debrou, the sophomore from France, who was at Georgia last year. Might recognize that name, obviously. His brother winning Roland Garros Juniors last year. Partnered with Oliver Okonkwo, the grad student, a transfer from Iowa, that now program that we have unfortunately lost and hopefully getting back at some point in the future for Iowa. But this has been a very solid team up at the top here for Illinois early.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, the Brad Dancer rule exists for a reason. You never know what doubles lineup you're going to see with Coach Dancer and the Illini. He'll continue to play around until he finds what he likes, but that's the most interesting part. There are a lot of pieces to like. It's just about fitting all of them together. That'll be the fun part for Illinois this year.
Listen, Okonkwo, a lot of experience at Iowa, got as high as 2 in the country while at Iowa, and obviously Debrou, a lot of talent there, and I think this is the one partnership that they might have settled on at this early stage.
Well, I do think Okonkwo, to your point, he will be at the 1 spot.
Yeah, I think
it's finding him the right partner, and if it's Debrou, I mean, that's a good team on paper.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Let's move down to the 2 line for Ohio State and Illinois. It is Justin Boulay, senior from Oakville, Ontario, Canada, and Robert Cash. Both these guys undefeated in singles combined. They are 28-4 on the doubles line so far.
Robert Cash has the one thing all of college tennis should have been afraid of. He has 2 knees again. And last season, with just 1 knee.
Sorry, did he lose a knee?
Yes, he was ACL-less for the majority of last season. Still played in the doubles lineup, and together with Mate Voto, they were 1 third-set breaker away from the triple crown in doubles. Fall Nats, All-Americans, and the NCAA championship. They lose in a third-set breaker in that NCAA final to have, in my opinion, the best doubles player in all of men's college tennis, and you have the luxury to play him at 2. Talk about a win for head coach Ty Tucker.
On the other side, a little bit of an untested team here. In fact, both guys in their first dual match on the doubles side, really, Hunter Heck and Carlos Ozalins. who was playing for the Latvian Davis Cup team just a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, this partnership interesting as well for me. Hunter Heck was playing at the top of the lineup in doubles last year for Illinois, but yeah, big hitter partnered with him. And I think that's a big difference for him. Last year partnered with Lucas Horve. Those guys both more on the diminutive side. This provides, I think, a little bit more complementary skill set.
You said it perfectly. It's fire and ice. You have O'Zalins who's just going to bang away with big ball. You know, again, whether it's the 120-mile-per-hour serve, whether it's the forehand big down the line, he's going to try and set up the speed, the athleticism, the creativity, the energy of Hunter Heck. I also love that aspect of this pairing. Carlos O'Zalins will never be accused of being loud. You know, he is a guy who is more keeping to himself and, you know, again, more focused on the immediate task at hand. Heck will bring out the noise, the energy from O'Zalins. I love the upside of this two doubles team.
On the bottom side, 3 doubles for Ohio State. J.J. Tracy, today he's going to be partnered with Cannon Kingsley, who they moved in to the lineup for Ohio State. Neither of these players has lost a doubles match so far on the year, combined 11-0.
This team is downright filthy. They lost just 2 doubles matches together last season at the number 3 spot, 17-2 overall. Now they're back at the number 3 spot, a year more experience. And here's the big thing. Cannon Kingsley, full set. He's full go for the weekend. He's missed a bunch of time, singles and doubles, nursing a left ankle injury. We've watched him practice the past 2 days. He was a full participant. He looked like the Cannon Kingsley that we've all come to know and love. I mean, again, these two play 3 doubles, Mike. What are we doing here?
Well, we're playing some doubles is what we're doing. And on the other side for Illinois, not really sure what to make of this team yet. Again, this is early in the season, but for Illinois, Gabrielis Zauskis, the sophomore from Hinsdale, Illinois, not too far away, about a 30-minute drive from the southwest suburbs, partnered with a freshman from Japan, Kenta Miyoshi.
Miyoshi's the one I'm fascinated to watch because speaking with Coach Brad Dancer, he said that's the one, Alex, you're not going to be ready for, but he is far further along than you would expect that freshman to be. And so, you know, again, watching this number 3 doubles pairing, I don't know about they're the inverse of Kingsley and Tracy. You know, to about 3 shots what you're going to get from this Buckeye 3 doubles duo every match they play. Lean Ohio State, heavy lean Ohio State in the doubles, but hey, this Illinois team's got a little momentum after the win over Georgia on Wednesday. Why not here at the number 3 spot?
Yeah, they come in 9-4 on the season. Ohio State, as we mentioned, 12-0. And you think about what Ty Tucker has done in his 23rd year now at Ohio State, 651-98. And I think more importantly, and this is the one that I know will rankle Brad Dancer as well, it's 16 straight Big Ten regular season titles for Ohio State. That's, you know, you talk about Illinois and also Michigan, right there with Ohio State over the last 20 years in some various form. But the fact that Ohio State has won 16 straight regular season titles, phenomenal.
Let me go past that. They have set the standard for what excellence looks like in men's college tennis. Now, everyone would point to the no NCAA title. I think that's ridiculous. That's just foolish if that's the stat you are turning to as the defining principle for this Ohio State team when there are countless quarterfinals, countless semifinals.
You and I are going to have a longer talk about that because ultimately your whole goal is to win national championships.
Okay, but 2 national indoor titles is what I would point to here. 2014, and then, of course, the last time we were in Chicago, 2019. And I just think for any school that wants to establish themselves, you think you're elite, you're going to have to beat Ohio State at some point.
No question about their status.
Yes.
However,
they're the litmus test, in my opinion.
And
they need the NCAA title. You're right.
I think that ultimately is, you know, the big question. There's no question the talent, the incredible legacy that they've done. I mean, Ty Tucker has a building named after him in Columbus, right? That is,
and he's active.
And he's very active. But it's going to be that one of those things. Listen, you think about, let's say, football. Dan Marino. I mean, that's a very dated reference. Charles Barkley is exactly. That's where I was going to go with basketball. I mean, that's fair or not. That is, you know, kind of that lasting legacy. And so, May will be the question for Ohio State. So that is the doubles lineup for Ohio State and Illinois. Now let's move down to our courts 7 through 12 for us here at the XS Tennis Village on the south side of Chicago. As we get the 8-9 matchup as Texas takes on Wake Forest. And Alex, 2 teams here looking to really prove themselves on the weekend. Texas coming in 7-1, Wake Forest 11-3 now. Tough losses for them to Ohio State and South Carolina, but these are the matchups. This is kind of that one. Maybe if you go up against Ohio State in the next round, that's a different beast if that's what happens. but this is the one where you really are able to establish yourself, seed yourself come May.
I've never been more impressed with a coaching job done by Tony Bresky than the job he's done through 6 weeks so far this season. We knew back in 2018, 2019, when he had the Hosses, the Fisokos, the Gojos, when he was with Brian Boland at Virginia, you have the DeVarmans, the Tret Hueys. I like to think you and I as a coaching staff could get that team to the NCAA tournament that they had. But for Coach Bresky, who doesn't have the blue chips, who doesn't have the former #1 junior in the world, he's had to go all over the globe to find this team. And somehow this team is just once again top 10. That's what Coach Bresky squads do.
Yeah, it's an international team, no doubt. So let's walk you through it, starting at the one spot. We start with Texas, where Cleve Harper is partnered with Elliot Spizzirri. Harper, the redshirt junior from Calgary, Alberta, although he spent a lot of his time, obviously, in Hilton Head, South Carolina, the Smith Stearns Academy. Elliot Spizzirri, what he's doing right now and what he's actually, frankly, done over the last year and a half, incredible, the junior from Greenwich, Connecticut.
I asked 30 different coaches. You could take one player off of any roster of another team. Who would you take? 28 of them said Elliot Spizzirri first. 28 of them.
You said earlier it was Iñaki Montes.
No, he was on the list. I said he was on the list. I didn't say he was not said first.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Spizzirri won, Montes
Spizzirri was always the first name that was brought up. And you can understand why. Not only has he risen to the #1 player in the country, but to your point, he's done it with one wrist.
Yes.
One wrist. You can't hit backhands.
Yeah, phenomenal. He is #1 in the tennis point ITA rankings right now on the single side. Double side, this team, Alex, is the #4 doubles team.
Cleve Harper, by the way, defending FCA champion, of course.
Of course.
Yes.
Didn't get to that.
Yeah.
On the other side for Wake Forest, Filippo Moroni, the junior from Valencia, Italy, and Juan Lopez de Ascona, senior from Madrid, Spain. It's been a tough stretch for them at the one line here for Wake Forest, 5-4 for Moroni, 4-4 for Lopez.
I mean, again, much like Brad Dancer with Tony Bresky, I know this is the lineup right now. In 3 games, it might look different. Like, he has that sort of swing throughout throughout his teams, and it's a work in progress. They'll play 2 back. They'll do all these different sort of things to scheme their way to victory. I'm not sure exactly how this team plans on, again, going about their match, but they will compete hard.
The 2 line for the Texas Longhorns, Pierre Bailey, sophomore from Belgium. I asked Bruce Burke, the head coach for Texas, I said, how do you pronounce that? I want to make sure I get it right. He said, well, if we're in the States, he prefers actually Bailey. Okay. It's not actually Bailey, but he's going to go with it. So we'll go with that. Bailey and Woldib for Texas, taking on Jurabek Karimov and Luciano Tachi. Karimov from Uzbekistan, Tachi from Argentina.
So to that point, we just call him PY, is what the cool kids call him. It's just, that's the nickname you roll with. And by the way, it's a great nickname, PY. It just flows off the tongue. What's so interesting, again, I think we know these players for Texas a little bit better. We know the principles they will bring as well. For the longest time, Tachi here for this Wake Forest team, he was a myth. He was on the roster the past 2 years, and yet you never saw Tachi active. Finally, he is active, and he's as good as advertised. You almost ask yourself, where has this kid been the past 2 years? Just, I guess, hiding in, again, he's been on ice, I suppose, for Tony Bresky, who's ready to bring him off now the ice and play him here this season. Again, when I think of this Wake Forest team, I just have a giant question mark. I don't know how they're going to win, but they'll find a way to do it.
Tachi did redshirt last year. 7-0 as a freshman in 2021, as high as 20 ITF juniors. So there's definitely some talent, and once he's able to unleash it, you'll see him at the 3 singles spot here once we get into singles a little bit later. Down at the 3 line for Texas, Micah Braswell, the junior from Sarasota, Florida. You saw his brother playing earlier today, partnered with the senior from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, Chi-Chi Huang.
Chi-Chi Huang was a member of the 2019 Texas National Championship winning team. He's the connective thread from that era to this one. And we've said for years now, Texas is a year away. Texas is a year away. It's become that year. This has to be the moment for Texas. They haven't been the healthiest, but when they are, yes, exactly. And so when they are healthy, we know what they're capable of. Chi-Chi yesterday in practice said, Alex, I haven't felt this good since roughly pre-COVID in 2020.
Wow.
That's high praise from Chi-Chi. You hope it's true if you're a Longhorns fan.
On the other side, Melios Estafiou and Matthew Thompson. Estafiou from Cyprus, Matthew Thompson from Winston-Salem.
I will tell you this about Melios. He has you're not gonna, we joked about Barbatzer being 83. Melius might be 84.
Yeah.
Like he, Melius was a year younger. He joins Wake Forest in 2019 when Barr was a sophomore. But talk about a guy who's been around the block. I would go to war with Melius as much as I'd go to war with any player in the country. Now, that's not saying other coaches want him as much as any player in the country, but he's a grinder. He brings the attitude. He knows how to win. I don't know how else to say it. 2019, this Wake Forest team makes NCAA finals and indoor finals. He was a significant part of that roster. Again, the connective tissue between them.
To that point, he actually that year played all 6 positions in the lineup. Davis Cupper, along with Petros Thrissohos, a former Wake Forest Deacon, and also quarterfinalist at Australian Open Juniors back in his junior days, which, maybe in the 2012 range.
I was going to say, wait. No, it's also just an excuse for Tony Bresky to go to Cyprus every year. It's, Melios, it's Petros, it's the next guy.
Cyprus is not bad.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's what I've heard.
Matthew Thompson, by the way, didn't mention him quite yet, but listen, 11-0 in singles last year, was undefeated in 2021, 5-0, 1920, 1-0. That's a pretty decent record the first few years at Winston-Salem.
No, again, good. He is just good. And this year he's taken a leap, and I'm upset because I haven't seen a ton of Wake Forest play. He's a guy I have circled today. How did Matt Thompson become this guy after no forecast of it much at all? I mean, Wake Forest didn't have a good fall. There's no standout player, at least in the collegiate ranks. And yet here they are, just again, ho-humming their way to the 9 seed.
Well, as you see, we are able to go to a split screen. You want to divvy it up, partner?
Yeah, I had the tough job last time. Or you had the tough job last time. I'll take Texas Wake. You rock the ILL OHIO.
Yeah, it is going to be certainly a loud one. That is where the majority of the fans are. Listen, Illinois, obviously this is a home event for them. Obviously in Chicago, about 2.5 hours north of Champaign-Urbana. Ohio State, though, just in terms of what we're able to see fan-wise, they're treating it like a home event as well.
Have you seen this many Buckeyes on the road before? I mean, it's so impressive.
I have at NCAAs last year, coming to Champaign. That's about a 4-hour stretch. It's a 4-hour drive as well here to Chicago. And listen, Chicago is such a great choice for national championships, no matter what the sport, because of the fact that you have so many people migrating here to Chicago. So especially for the Big Ten, Ohio State, Illinois, Michigan, so many people residing here in Chicago. So we've seen alums for both programs and Michigan as well who have been here on the day.
It's also so easy to travel to.
No doubt.
Got 7 different airports within the city. Again, whether you're Virginia flying the Ben Navarro jet or whether you're flying public, it doesn't matter what you're doing. You are here to play.
Yes. Indeed you are. So here on, let me just kind of put a little bow here on where we are in terms of the doubles for Ohio State and Illinois. Right now, break leads for Ohio State at the 1 line, 5-2. Also at the 3 line, 4-1. Illinois does have a break lead, actually a 2 break lead if this serving stat is right, for me, 4-1, if that's correct. 1-2 break lead. Although, our local scoreboard is a little bit
I think
different.
it's a single break. Single break in that scoreboard is incorrect.
Okay.
Because I see Gabriel, say his last name for me one time. Gazauskis?
He's playing at 3.
Yeah, and I see him serving on that
Oh,
call.
I was talking about it 2.
Oh,
sorry.
I see.
So this is, again, behind the curtain here. Local scoreboards are actually flipped from what we have in terms of the official scoreboard.
Got it. That explains it. Aha. Yeah, sure.
So for what you guys are seeing at home, Ohio State up at the top, locally inside the building here at the XS Tennis Village, it's the other way around because of the fact that Illinois is the home team.
Aha.
Yes. So,
and they couldn't make it easy for us. It's the night matches. Come on.
Regardless, what I do know is that Ohio State has break leads at 1 and 3 in Illinois with a break lead, a single break lead at the 2 line.
And we're going to go over to number 1 in Wake Forest, Texas, where Texas's duo Harper Spizzeri, to your point, the number 4 team in the country.
Yeah.
They're down. Early break, 3-1. Their way back here, a little 15-40 opening, couple break point chances.
Yeah, we're going to stay here on the 1 line as Ohio State at the very worst is going to have the opportunity to close it down. And it is Guzauskis. Guzauskis. Yeah, excuse me. Guzauskis.
As you see again here. Break does go back to Texas, so we're back on serve 2-3 at this number 1 spot.
This is Matisse Debreu serving here near side in the I formation. Sophomore from Grenoble, France.
And if we can, let's go over 2, please. Super producer Daniel Westoff. PY, Waldeeb, 2-all. Tachi Karamov serving. I want to see Tachi. I just, again, he's a myth. Now he's a real, tangible player for this Wake Forest team. I'm not sure he was tangible before, Mike.
Couldn't reach out and touch him.
And I couldn't reach out and touch him.
Oh, my. Oh, my. That lands good. And only to miss that forehand when you finally have a rip. So Illinois with the game point here. Rosalins Heck 5-2 over Tracy and Cash. 4-2 Kingsley and Tracy over Gazaskis and Miyoshi.
Meanwhile, you see it here for Waldeeb. PY, yes, that scoring moniker is incorrect. That is Pierre E. Bailey, better known as PY, serving on the near side. And that's a hold for the Longhorns. So we're actually on serve 3-2 here on 2. Not a break lead. I apologize. Again, that's the unforced error by me. 3-2, Waldeeb Bailey on serve.
Match point on 1 here in this I formation. Oh, the always popular let cord winner on match points for Ohio State. Luciano Trotter quickly, 6-2, able to get Ohio State rolling there at the 1 line. Let's go to court 2 just for a moment here. Pump in Tracy and Cash serving to stay in this match with Ozolins and Heck 2-5.
Meanwhile, we're on serve everywhere right now between Wake Forest and Texas. This Wake team, by the way, beat Ohio State in doubles at home a couple weekends ago. Don't sell them short, even if you don't know all the pieces put together for these Demon Deacons. Well, that's a really good set from Luchanigan.
Yes, it is.
Right in front of our broadcast booth.
And quiet about it, too. That was what was interesting. They were very quiet and just like that expectation. They knew they're supposed to win there.
By the way, the place I think to go, 5-2 lead on both of the courts. But I think we should go to 3 right now. Tracy Kingsley.
We'll stay here just for a minute. They're just getting started.
Got it.
You're fine.
Got it. I see. Okay. Yeah, it's your match. What am I saying? I just know how Tracy and Kingsley operate. You can't blink.
They're going to move quickly. Just wanted to give a little bit of time here for these two teams. Haven't really gotten to talk too much.
Also, what's the
wait a minute. This is Boulay and Cash, yes?
This is Boulay and Cash, correct?
Okay. Yeah, it's because it does say right now, unfortunately,
that's 100% Justin Boulay.
Okay,
no doubt. Yes.
Yeah, scoreboard obviously saying
he's the lefty,
different.
By the way, at the net up at here for court number 2. And at this number 2 double spot you see on your left. $30-all point coming up.
If we can on our side, if we can move, to court number 3 where Kingsley and Tracy do have the opportunity. They're a couple points away from sealing this doubles point for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Meanwhile, you see the breakpoint chances here for Waldeeb and PY, 4 of them.
Well, that's going to set up 4 match points for the Buckeyes. Looking very comfortable, dominant early. The 1 and 3 lines. Yeah, it has been a much more quiet performance, I think, from Ohio State early.
For what it's worth, they have match points at 2.
Okay, match points for Illinois at 2. Have 1. It's a deuce point. Be big for the stat line at the very least. But it doesn't matter. That match is not going to get concluded as Ohio State has wrapped it up in short order. A pair of 6-2 sets doing the damage at the 1 and the 3 line. So Ohio State grabs the doubles point, and not really much of a surprise there. Ohio State looking so good early in the season.
I mean, Cannon Kingsley and J.J. Tracy at 3. Enough said. Buckeyes 1-0 lead over Illinois.
All right, so we can move full screen, obviously, for Wake Forest and Texas.
For what it's worth, by the way, that Ohio State-Illinois match, a rematch already here this season. Illinois went to Columbus and
6-1 Ohio State there.
Dare I say, did not have the most success.
I don't think there have been a lot of teams that have had a lot of success in Columbus over the last couple of years.
2 since 2007. Can you name them?
Nope, I cannot.
Alex Scalia in Oklahoma. The other one, Virginia, 2021 kickoff weekend.
Interesting. Okay.
That was where Montez van der Schulenberg rode dash. That's where we learned about those freshmen.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Columbus, win your first weekend. Come on now. 2 losses in like 300 plus matches.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. I to that discussion we were having about,
yes,
they are the standard. However, it's just going to be, unfairly or not, that national championship.
Sure.
This has to be the year. I mean, listen, Ty, it. He's going to repopulate.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, with this much depth right now that they're able to provide with veteran leadership, you expect them to be there.
Oh, Robert Cash, James Trotter, Cannon Kingsley, Justin Boulay. What haven't they seen in Columbus?
Yeah, no
They're
doubt.
even ready for Ty. All things Ty's going to throw at them throughout the year. They've seen it all.
Justin Kronagi, the assistant coach, and Michael Torpegard popping in.
Which I like, by the way. That's a little fresh blood. It's a younger face. Connective thread to NCAA teams past.
Are you familiar with his music?
Oh, Torp and Sandgren. That's my favorite album. Come on.
Well, not even that. He was actually in a death metal band.
Yeah, with Ralph Stein. Not Steinbeck, Herco, Pollinan.
Back in the day, yeah. So I mean, listen, if you go on YouTube, you can search. Actually, a chair umpire a few years ago, a relatively well-known chair umpire was the one who alerted me and showed me the YouTube.
Really?
It had like 20 views.
Yeah.
But then, sure enough, there's him screaming. I wonder where he learned that from.
Well, it's the hair, right? For a reason, as we see here, 4-2 lead for PY Waldeep. Waldeep serving on the far side of your screen. Elsewhere, we're on serve. Courts 1 and 3. I feel like we could get tennis and Corp to sing the national anthem at NCAAs.
Nope.
You don't think
Absolutely
so? The metal
not.
version?
No chance. No chance am I trusting those two guys with the national anthem. Shirtless in like jean shorts in a river somewhere. That fits them better.
With fishing hats each.
National anthem. No. No, thank you.
That's good.
Interested to see what lineup Illinois throws out at singles. No clue what they're going to do. Literally no clue.
Yeah, that's half the fun. Will we see
Petrov?
Petrov? No Petrov. Yeah, exactly. For all I know, Kapinski's going to be playing
Tim
6.
Kapinski, the assistant coach in his first year for Illinois.
Yes.
Former challenger champion on the double side with
Ross Guillaume. Come on.
Exactly. Prairie Village, Kansas native.
That's like my first team. That was the first one I really started nerding out for.
Ross just recently moved out to East.
Yeah, right.
Was in on the West Coast, and all because of a girl.
Yeah.
What a great reason to move, right?
Yeah, it's if only. I've been looking for that excuse for years.
That's not happening for you anytime. You gotta stop watching tennis from time to time for that to happen, buddy.
I know.
There are apps to help you with that if you need it.
These jokes come from a place of truth.
Let's-
That was a good one.
Let's just get you on Hinge. Your entire profile can be, I like tennis.
I'll just put a mini break episode as my profile.
Oh, God.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, look, it's this or nothing. Yeah. As we do see 5-2 lead now, Waldeep PY, the double break.
So that's pretty much in hand at this stage.
So let's go to 1 if we can, please, as Harper, Spazzeri, 4-all, love 30 opening for them, and make it love 40. And that's the Cleve Harper fist bump, jump, yell, energy. Secures the break 4-5-4. Texas is 1 game away on court number 1. So we go to the triple box here for the ending of doubles. On serve 3. Nope, that's a lie. Serving marker's wrong. No, it's right. It's the uniforms I got wrong. Texas is Braswell, Huang on the near side of your screen, 3-4. By the way, let the record show Ohio State, Illinois, same uniforms in singles. We'll have to. Can we call a timeout and say go change?
Well, it is bad form.
Yeah,
it is bad form.
We're better than that.
What I can see right away, Petrov is not playing.
Yeah,
so we'll get that all sorted in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, we'll stick with the doubles here.
Yes,
Let's finish this doubles, then we'll worry about that. And if we can we put court 1 on the big screen, please, Super Producer Daniel Westoff? Court 1, where right now Spizzeri and Harper are serving for the set. Waldeve and Bailey are at 5-2. Looks like they're about to be at 5-3 and have their chance to serve for it as well.
Let's go, East. Let's go, Seal.
Giving that slow clap sound effect, Westoff. Match point, Spizzeri, Harper.
Oh, the decent rip stretched out wide.
That is decent. Match point number 2.
Yeah, confident swings, though, no doubt.
I believe that's Lopez on that deuce side. I don't believe, I know it is. I always think the Wake Forest assistant could still be playing. Chris?
Yeah, Chris Eaton. 7 years now. At Wake Forest, yeah.
Hasn't aged a day. As you see Texas 6-4 set on 1, so let's go to 2 where they're serving for it.
4 Wimbledon appearances in his career.
Chris Eaton?
Yes.
That's why he's still tennis skinny.
Also has coached John Pierce.
Sure.
Also Jamie Murray.
Sure. Which explains why Wake Forest doesn't matter the names. They're still good at doubles. So that's who's been carrying Tony.
Somebody has to.
Yeah. Tony Bresky, I always say, to go full circle here. Should I ever need to ask someone to marry me?
Yes.
You have Tony Bresky do it because no one says no to Tony Bresky.
I think some people.
Look at the recruiting. Look at the portal. Yeah. Yeah. Suggests otherwise. So here we go. Match points for the Longhorns. E.Y. Bailey, the sophomore, serving on the near side.
Well, easily finished there, and so Texas Yeah, a bit easier than I would have expected. 6-4 and on 1, 6-3 here on 2, and they quickly get that doubles point.
That was very well done for the Texas team that, look, they have one loss this season. It was a loss at Columbus, where, as we've established, just about everyone loses in Columbus. That's exactly the bounce back you want to see from this Texas team. Strong start for the Longhorns here.
All right,
tonight.
you want to move over and do some singles matchups?
Do I want to? I would love to.
Okay, well, let's do it. Let's move over to the Illinois-Ohio State matchup. And yes, indeed, Illinois did have some changes in their lineup, and it started for them up at the top. Alex Petrovi is not playing. And obviously, when you do have somebody missing at the top of your lineup, it has such an impact down throughout all of it, doesn't it? And so it's going to be Carlos Ozelins taking on the very talented senior for the Ohio State Buckeyes, Justin Boulay.
That's a major step up for Boulay here to the number 1 spot this season. Boulay had typically floated in that 4 to 6 range early in his career. Now, that's not because the weapons weren't evident. It's because he hadn't put all the pieces together. That's not only what he's done here to start this spring, he did it all summer, all fall as well.
Yeah, 6-0 so far on the season for Boulay. Just an incredible year that he is having so far. Ozelins, as we mentioned, just recently coming back from Latvian Davis Cup action, and it is a monster of a forehand. The ground strokes are just absurd for him. Something for, I want to see him just play a full season, though. That's going to be the real question for him moving forward. As we move to the 2 line, Cannon Kingsley, the senior out of Northport, New York. I think big things expected for him, especially once you get to the individuals of NCAA, is going to have a real opportunity there. Takes on the junior from New Brighton, Minnesota, Hunter Heck.
Well, you know who Cannon Kingsley's drawn first round NCAA tournament the last 2 years. Last year was defending NCAA champ Sam Riffis. The year before that, just 10-time All-American Will Blumberg. So if you're Cannon Kingsley, you're like, what do I have to do to, I don't know, can I play a Carlos Ozelins? Can I just play someone who's not number 1 in the freaking country come the individual portion? But healthy Kingsley is the best Kingsley, and I mean, you're not going to find a guy who leaves it all on the court more than Cannon Kingsley for the Buckeyes.
Yeah, he comes in as the number 9 player in the country. JJ Tracy at the 3 spot for Ohio State. What a year he is having as well. 5-1 so far, the 1 through 3 spots. Singles All-American last year, was 19-1 in duels last year. JJ Tracy taking on Gabrielis Gazauskis for Illinois.
3 years now for JJ as a Buckeye, 4 dual match losses in total. That's
crazy.
I can say I've never seen one in person, and I've watched a lot of JJ Tracy tennis in person. I've never seen him lose in person. It just feels like before you know it, he's up 4-0, and he's fast. His forehand's a weapon. And I mentioned he's fast. He's really freaking fast. At 3, like a luxury.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Gazauskis for Illinois from nearby Hinsdale, Illinois. It was as high as the number 4 recruit in the country. Took a big step forward this year. Was 7-10 in singles last year. Really a difficult transition to the college game. So a really strong performance for him to be playing in the 3 spot for the Illini here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, again, for this Illinois team, you feel like outside of Heck and Ozelins, throw a dart at a board. From 3 through 8, maybe even. Coach Dancer has options, and as much as they would love to win the National Indoor Championship this weekend, the Georgia match on Wednesday, these next 3 days for Coach Dancer and this Illini men's tennis team, it's about finding out who fits where.
Yeah, and so crucial for them to get to a point where potentially they are hosting first couple of rounds for NCAAs. That's going to be a real question mark for them. Not ranked yet, but that win over Georgia certainly is going to provide some opportunities, I think, for them, especially if they can pick up a couple of wins this weekend.
Not just them, by the way, the Big Ten in total, because wins carry over. No one was rooting harder for Illinois than Danny Westerman at Wisconsin, than Arvid Swan at Northwestern. It's just better for the conference when everyone's winning, and so couldn't agree with you more.
As we move to the 4 line here for Ohio State, number 41 player in the country right now, freshman out of Bonita Springs, Florida, Alexander Bernard, taking on the sophomore from Bradenton, Florida, William Moroz, who I think is going to be actually sneaky good here as he continues to develop. He's been battling injury as well for Illinois.
I hate using the poker analogy around you. For this one, just straight up chips all in. Alex Bernard. I'm doing it. I know how good he's going to be as a college tennis player. The lefty is not the biggest, but the fight he has already shown in his first 6 weeks on the job as a freshman. Here's how I know he's going to be good. Ty Tucker's trusting him to play. Ty Tucker does not give a long leash to his freshmen until they become acclimated to the Columbus system that he's playing ahead of guys like an Anthrop, like a Cash, like a Trotter. It's a testament to not only how good he might be, but how good he is already.
Moving down to the 5 line, just keep going through all of these veterans. We mentioned Bernard as the lone freshman playing here for Ohio State, but so much veteran leadership. And James Trotter at the 5 line, currently at number 28 in the country. Richard Sr. out of Hyogo, Japan, 11-0 so far on the season, taking on the grad student transfer from Iowa for Illinois, Oliver Okonkwo, who is moving up 2 spots in the lineup with a couple of injuries here.
Buckeyes are 12-0 overall. James Trotter's 11-0. That just speaks to, regardless of where he's been playing, he has been winning. And the one match he didn't finish, he was at 4-2 in the second set, about to get to the finish line. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke that James Trotter's at the number 5 singles position. I'm not saying he's going to go out and have the pro success right away, the way a J.C. Aragoni or a Henrik Wiersholm did when Virginia had that sort of 5 experience. But from an experience perspective, it is not hyperbole to say that's what Ohio State brings here.
All right, let's move down to the 6th spot in the lineup for Ohio State. Robert Cash, the senior out of New Albany, Ohio. He, much like Trotter, undefeated so far in the singles column, 10-0 at the 5 and 6 line, taking on the 5th-year senior for Illinois, Nick Meister, also undefeated so far this year, 6-0. Listen, and Nick Meister, I'll let you talk about Robert Cash here in a second, but Nick, what he's been able to do here from Chicago, Illinois, 5-time ITA scholar athlete. He's the 13th member of his family to attend Illinois, so a legacy here at Illinois. Last year, the most improved player for the squad, ITA scholar athlete 5 times, as I mentioned, did not play in 2021 after transferring from Claremont. Just really kind of one of those guys, maybe he's not going to have that professional career, but really a testament to what college tennis can mean in terms of building your life.
If you're looking for approval ratings amongst college tennis players and their peers, Meister's going to be as high as anyone in the country. It's so polite, so well-mannered, and he fights. He fights his tail off, too. He will extract every ounce of talent out of his 130-pound frame, right? Like, you just know what you're going to get. Now, I'll say it. This is a horrible matchup for him here today. Cash is going to serve and volley all those high loopy balls that Nick Meister likes to hit. That's right in Cash's strike zone. He's bunting down on it. He's getting to the net. You see him already up 2-1 here on court 6. Look, in front of a home crowd, in front of his hometown, Nick Meister's going to show up tonight. You just wonder if structurally he'll be able to be in that fight.
So that gets you through our 6 singles matchups, Wake Forest and Texas. You want to just go right into it?
Let's cruise. Let's roll.
Let's introduce you to those matchups here on the our 7 through 12 courts. And it looks like a little bit, just one change in the lineup actually for Texas, but we'll get to that at the bottom of the lineup. But we start at the 1 spot. Elliot Spizzirri, we mentioned him earlier. The junior out of Greenwich, Connecticut, not lost yet so far here in the spring season, 6-0 at the 1 spot, the number 1 player in the country, taking on Melios Estafiou, the senior from Cyprus.
Wake needs Melios today. They need him to pull something out indoors. Maybe he'll be able to move Spizzirri to the corners, and you see the early break point chances as Spizzirri's spray is actually broken for the first game, so that's what he'll do. Melios knows the job. He knows the task. He knows from an energy perspective what he needs to send to his teammates. A strong start was exactly what he was looking for.
2 line. I don't think I fit in with the cool kids, so I'm not going to call him
PY.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But Pierre-Yves Bailey, the sophomore from Belgium, number 33 in the country for Texas, taking on Filippo Moroni, the junior from Valenza, Italy.
Moroni was quietly the MVP of this Wake Forest roster last year. He was the guy who took the biggest leap forward, having the success he did at the 2 and 3, ultimately singles positions to end the year. Now, 2's even higher than where he was for most of last season. That said, another just really smooth, well-rounded athlete, pretty good pop on both wings, not going to beat himself. And the thing for P.Y. Bailey, you never know how healthy P.Y. is going to be. He's unfortunately had to deal with so many different injury issues. This is a tough battle for both guys, just again, given the physicality I imagine this match might possess.
The 12th freshman of the year last year was Bailey. As we move to the 3 line, a very quick break here for Wake Forest. And Luciano Tachi, you mentioned the guy who has been a myth for the last couple of years, the junior out of Argentina for Wake Forest, taking on Micah Braswell Jr. out of Sarasota, Florida, who has struggled a little bit, 3-3 on the season, and certainly somebody who has the talent to maybe be a little bit higher up in the rankings, a little bit higher up in the lineup as well.
This is the whole thing with the 2 and 3 spots for Texas. PY, Braswell, they're as good as any player you're going to find in the country. They just haven't been healthy in 15 months, either of the guys. And you mentioned the Braswell record. It's because he's constantly playing, working his way back from injury. It feels like he's never had that full month to just reestablish his base from a training perspective. Again, I still trust Micah Braswell in a big moment, but facing the man, the myth, the legend that is Tachi, be a fun one at 3.
Moving down to the 4 spot, Siem Uldeeb is a guy who's played higher in the lineup, obviously, for Texas, is at the 4 spot here today. Currently, actually, in the Tennis Point ITA rankings, he's at 25 in the country. The junior out of La Mesa, California, taking on Yorbek Karimov, the graduate student from Uzbekistan. Davis Cupper, actually, I don't know if you knew this, Karimov has a win over Cam Norrie back in 2018.
I believe it.
But yeah, that's something to, listen, tennis careers end at some point, whether it's this year for him or in the near future, but beating Cam Norrie is certainly a feather in your cap, but it's an interesting matchup here at the 4 line.
Yeah, no, and Karimov's a little bit older than your typical, second year player would be. I want to say 25 years old, right around there. We'll look that up in a moment for you. But look, I don't know how big of a Harry Potter fan you are. There's a moment at the end of the 5th movie when he who must not be named, Lord Voldemort, returns, and Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, goes, he's back. That's how we feel right now about Siem Uldeeb as college tennis fans. It's just, you saw the fall he had. It's carried into the spring.
Sorry. I just want to make sure no. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. I just want to make sure you are aware of the fact you're comparing him to Lord Voldemort. You are calling Siem Uldeeb.
He's got that power. Voldemort. He's got that sort of power, especially at the 4 spot. Come on now.
Brutal.
No, that's a compliment. One of the great.
He has a nose.
I rest my case. The defense rests.
Let's move to the 5 spot, where Cleve Harper, the redshirt junior out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada, although spending most of his time down in South Carolina, takes on Matthew Thompson, the senior from Winston-Salem.
I want to watch this match purely because what makes Matt Thompson good? I don't know. I don't think College Tennis Nation knows yet either. And yet you look at the record for Thompson, all he has done so far this year is continue to win. And now
he has 1 singles loss in his career in duels.
That's what I'm saying. And I couldn't tell you. If I can't tell you about him, come on. I think I've earned that credibility to say, I'm doing the research. And he's going to get the test of tests. We talked about this in our preview show. Who's a known commodity? 2022 NCAA doubles champion Cleve Harper. And so if he wins this match, now we take him seriously.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on that one. It is very early here in these matchups. Down at the 6 line is where we do have the 1 change in the lineup. It's Texas. Nevin Aramili, the senior out of Austin, Texas, pops into the lineup, taking on Bozo Barun, the freshman from Croatia.
It's the best name in all of college tennis, one has to argue. And you look for Bozo Barun. He's one of multiple options for this Wake Forest team at the number 6 singles spot. That's why I'm fascinated to see them go with him, because he hasn't played a ton so far this year. Very
3-1 at the 4 spot.
Yeah, and again, that's Tony Bresky to a T. They've played 99 matches so far, and yet everyone's only played 4 times. That's why he is who he is, has those massive rosters that he does. I have no idea what I'm going to see out of this number 6 singles match, because, again, Armorilli's another guy. If you talk to Bruce Burke, for 3 years, he said, keep an eye on Nevin. Keep an eye on Nevin. Well, it's year 3. Our eyes are on Nevin here at the 6th spot. Let's see what he's got.
All right, so there you go. All 24 of our competitors in our final matches of the day allows us to go to a split screen and kind of walk you through big picture where we're at right now. We'll put Illinois and Ohio State. That will be on the left side of your screen. Texas and Wake Forest will be on the right. I can tell you right away. Ohio State very much in control early.
You blink and JJ Tracy's up 4-0.
Yes.
This is the theme.
He is right now at 4-1 against Gazalkis. Will Moroz for Illinois trailing Alexander Bernard. That's 4-1. Robert Cash 2 breaks to the good over Nick Meister at 4-1. So, yeah, just a lot of positive things for Ohio State. And, I mean, you could already start talking about match calculus with break opportunities up and down the board for Ohio State. So certainly good opportunities. Let's go to court one just to keep us started here. Justin Boulay and Carlos Ozolins.
I would point out for this Ohio State team, they played Baylor on Tuesday.
Yeah.
That match was done in an hour, 36 minutes.
Well, I think that's a great point of emphasis for Ohio State, right? Especially as you head into a weekend like this. A lot of it, when you come to Sunday, is going to be about the physicality, how your body holds up. So the faster you're able to get off the court, the better.
100,000%, particularly if you're the late match. Matters that much more.
No doubt. Yeah, you're able to kind of sneak down. I believe once we get to Sunday is when you go from 6:30 down to 3:30. 3:30 all moment here. Williams at the top of the lineup here for Illinois. The Latvian Davis Cupper really needs to make a push kind of at the top of the lineup. He was a singles semi-finalist at the 2020 Australian Open Juniors, also a doubles finalist. So the credentials definitely there.
He also is just good. He's got the weapons. You can see them. They're so abundantly clear.
Well covered on that line. Nice touch to get it to 40-30.
You called the Champaign Challenger this year, correct? We watched him play Ben Shelton. I came to that match. I say this in a term of affection. He looks 10 pounds lighter. He looks a lot fitter to start this season.
Yeah, I will also tell you that Ben Shelton came off the court, came directly to my broadcast booth and said, that kid is good.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I know. I mean, listen, the credentials are there.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just said that those ground strokes, there were times when he just couldn't, there was nothing that Ben could do in the moment. So Ozolin's
the serve too. I mean, it's just like, I'm playing on my terms.
Yeah. But yeah, I think more than anything for him, it's just going to be about kind of finding his way in a college season. Does have a win over Ethan Quinn earlier this week, 4-3. Big double fault there to give Boulay a break chance.
Meanwhile, you see 3-love on court number 2 now. P.Y. Bailey with the lead. Texas a couple 3-0 leads. Courts 2, court 4. Let's go back over to court number 1 though. Spizzirri take on Melios. I just think this one's going to be war at 1. I think Melios is what is he ranked right now?
He is not ranked.
He's the best player.
Actually, this was actually pretty surprising as I was going through the rankings yesterday. They don't have a single player or doubles team ranked.
None in the tennis point rankings?
No.
That speaks to the fall. They didn't really play. What are the world tennis numbers?
Yeah, that's what I was going to get to.
More I see. Yeah, well done.
The ITF World Tennis number is the exclusive official rating of the ITA in college tennis. And Melios Estafiu, 3.76. Now, interestingly, if you slot that into the Texas lineup, that would actually be at the 4th spot in terms of the world tennis number. So if you want more information on the world tennis number, you can get that. And all of the college tennis world tennis numbers at the ITA's website, wearecollegetennis.com. A really unique opportunity. You can also visit worldtennisnumber.com.
Well, you see it taken over, right? It's all over the USTA. It's now all over the collegiate ranks as well. We say, WTN, what the number? What's your number? Give me that number. WTN, the future. I'm going to say tentatively, I'm like a 36. Mike's probably a 28.
83.
Okay, that's the number we're going with today.
83.
I like it.
So Boulay did grab that break. Let's move over to court number 4 on our court. Robert Cash already one set to the good for Ohio State, 6-1 down on 6. So let's go to Alexander Bernard, who's serving for his first set, 5-1, 30 all.
That's a matchup nightmare at 6. It's the high and heavy matter for Meister. The fact that Cash wants to bunt down, right? And it's perfect. Or not perfect, depending on your perspective. As we see again, battle unfolding right now here. Game point chances for Melios.
Will Rose does have a couple of looks here for Illinois. He clinched against Georgia, if memory serves, the other day. Oh, that's filthy touch from Bernard, the freshman from Florida. number 3 recruit in the 2022 class, as high as number 9 in the ITF World Junior rankings.
Checks out. It's very fast.
There's a set point for him here, a deuce deciding point.
I also would throw out for Bernard something for Buckeye fans to watch for. He is going to be even better suited to outdoor tennis, which is not something you always say about the Buckeyes. It's the speed, it's the spreading of the court that he does. That's a Bradley Klonism, and others say it as well, but that's where I got it from. His ability to find the outer third and slowly but surely work you over to create a lane of attacking. That's just more effective outside, where things are more physical, where you have to create some more angles for yourself.
Well, very effective here as he grabs that first set, 6-1. JJ Tracy at the 3 line. If we can move over to 3 quickly, he's in the midst of a set point as well on Gazowskis.
Missed the return.
Yes, sir, missed the return by just a smidge. So
less than
30-40.
for the
Less than
record.
a smidge. Not to be confused with what you said at about, I don't know, 18 hours. Schmear? That's different. That was a good 11 hours ago when we were talking about bagels.
You know the Schmo family.
Regardless, 30-40 here. Great touch there. Yeah, Gazowskis, I think he's an interesting, like I said, a guy who's coming real hard lately. The sophomore from Hinsdale. Really important for Illinois to kind of lean on some of this younger talent. Still, though, a set point for Tracy on the near side. Into the net. So Gazowskis survives the moment. Tracy, though, still with this 2-break edge, 5-2.
I mean, you really can already see a pathway for Ohio State.
Yes, you can.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and again, the efficiency with which you're moving. Although, actually, Hunter Heck just grabbed a break for Illinois at the 2 line over Cannon Kingsley, 4-3.
Hunter's a big match player. Always has been. And he is the connective thread, right, to the Kovacevic, AB, Zeke Clark 2021 team that beat this Ohio State team in the Big Ten tournament finals.
Let's go to court number 5, if we can, for Ohio State and Illinois. James Trotter with break chances against Oliver Okonkwo of Illinois.
Meanwhile, again, we're staying right now here with Spiri. Spizziri. Spiri is his abbreviated name, if you didn't speak English. But Spizziri, the game point chances here to keep it a 1-break deficit. Texas starting to separate just a little bit.
That's a big swing from Okonkwo, a ball that was going to go long. So James Trotter grabs another break for Ohio State. They have break leads or set leads already on all 6 singles courts. Let's go to court number 1 if we can. Boulay 5-3 over Ozelins. Ozelins, though, does have a couple of game points. You know, the way this feels, Alex, it feels like this is moving very quickly. Obviously, for Ohio State, it's going to allow us to have some extra time with Texas and Wake Forest.
I
think a little bit later.
You know what I just saw twice in a row?
Tell me.
2 Elliot Spizziri driven backhands. He's driving through it a little bit more now.
Explain why that's a big deal.
And that's it. I appreciate you offering me that chance to do so, because Elliot Spizziri, all last season, the entire dual match schedule from January to May, then the entirety of this fall, September to November, he was dealing with the left wrist injury. As such, he was just unable to, with 2 hands, come over the top of the ball on the backhand side. As you see him hold 4-2-3, we'll head over to court number 3 now. Why not? We'll head over to court number 3. But, you know, again, this is a guy who reached number 1 in the country, who made the ITA Fall Mats final, hitting exclusively slice backhands. And I mean, this isn't 1982, right? Like, the slice backhand's not a thing in that sense anymore.
Okay.
Jeff Etterbeek's not walking through that door.
No idea. I got to be honest, I have no idea.
That's a college deep cut. Shout out. If you know, you know. No, he's 79 Michigan. Class of 79. Was very good. All-American.
Okay.
Who had a slice backhand exclusive.
All right, we could go with Brian Shelton.
Right?
I mean, he was out here earlier, like I mean, that continental grip
Rip
skill.
Phillips. Yeah.
I mean, you've got a lot of options who are actually here.
Not Torp, though.
No,
Torp, that's the only non-answer because he hit through that bad boy. As you see,
yeah, it's going to be Boulay serving to close out set number 1 for Ohio State on the 1 line. The lone bright spot right now for Illinois is Hunter Heck, but he's just been broken as well. Back to 4-all on serve there on 2 with Cannon Kingsley. Tough sledding, to say the least.
Gab is hanging at 3 for the Illini as a slight break. I mean, he's not getting blown out yet, is he?
It's 5-2.
Yeah, but does he have a break chance?
My scoreboard says 15-30.
Okay.
It's possible. Now 15-40 down there. Okay.
I mean, again, we're looking for silver linings here. It's tough in the moment.
Yeah. Boulay 2 points away here.
I will say, though, what do you think the number is? 300 people here tonight? If you go all the way down?
I don't know spatially. I don't have as good of
Sure.
I'm not as familiar. I could tell you at Atkins what the attendance would be like in Champaign.
It's not unimpressive, what the records show.
Yeah, does a very good job, does Boulay, looking for that first ball forehand and really competent with that shot selection. Set points, he'll have 4 looks. Make it another first set for Ohio State.
And that +1 forehand, that's the sort of forehand fans are used to seeing out of Micah Braswell, and Tachi just got overruled. He's not happy about it. Playing all you want. Still 15-all.
A good swing from Carlos Ozalins on the full stretch there out to that forehand wing. It is a real weapon. Doesn't flatten it out too much, and that's what's really interesting because it has a lot of heaviness without as much pace as I think he could launch into it. Oh, that's such a good change in pattern there from Justin Boulay. Great court awareness, and he grabs another first set for the Buckeyes. 6-4 here in the first as we move over to court number 3, where J.J. Tracy just got broken, but is having an opportunity on the return side against Kazauskas of Illinois. It's 5-3 there for J.J. Tracy.
Never bet against the J.J. who plays for Ohio State. That's what I've learned over the years.
I don't bet at all.
Yeah. Always have confidence in. There we go.
That's too good from Tracy.
Athleticism.
30 now with just 2 points away from this first set.
You see the 4-3 lead now for Micah Braswell on court number 3. Can we go over to court number 4, please? Court number 4, Asim Waldeep. 4-1 lead, taking on Yurabek Karamov.
Gracie does have 4 set points for the Buckeyes. Well, that's going to miss wide, so it is another first set for the Buckeyes. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 first sets so far in the bag. Let's move quickly if we can. Oh, we just missed it on court number 2 with Kingsley and Heck. It looks like Kingsley was able to get the hold for Ohio State and leads 5-4. That's on serve. So why don't we go to court number 5 on this Ohio State-Illinois matchup. Okonkwo for Illinois, serving to stay in it at 2-5. I think we got a hold, 3-5 as we pop in. So it is on the racket of James Trotter this first set. Again, doubles point plus 4 first sets so far for the Buckeyes.
Wall deep. 4-1 break lead, here at the number 4 spot. Other break leads right now, it's Texas's P.Y. Bailey. 4-2 lead at 2. Got Nevin Armilli. How about that for the Longhorns? 4-2 break lead at 6. Wake Forest 1 break lead. It's at that number 1 spot. Melius got that early lead, hasn't let up.
Obviously, I misspoke there. It was Okonkwo was not able to get that hold. It's actually just a little bit delayed on that scoreboard. So now it is actually a set point for James Trotter. A deuce point. Looks like he'll take it on the deuce side. I said it.
People now serve for the opening set. First player to have that opportunity here in Texas Wake Forest.
Well, that is called wide off the Okonkwo backhand. So that is another first set for Ohio State. James Trotter taking the set 6-2. So that's now 5 first sets. Let's move over to court 2 where Cannon Kingsley has a 5-4 edge. It's on serve with Hunter Heck. We did get a question from Nathan Campbell. Higher ranked recruit, Bernard or Anthrop?
Bernard. He was 9, and I want to say Anthrop was 20 or 21.
Well, the thing is, it's a little bit different in how you...
Oh, the world rankings. I see.
World rankings versus
tennis recruiting.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Bernard was the number 3 recruit in the class.
Okay.
Anthrop, the number 4 recruit in the class.
But a class older, if memory serves me correct, as the redshirt freshman for Anthrop.
Correct.
Sure.
Bernard, number 9 in the junior rankings. Anthrop was number 17. So Bernard, that smidge better in terms of the recruiting class for both players.
The answer is they're both very, very good.
But Bernard's slightly better in terms of those metrics, right?
Yeah, but when they look 50 years from now, Bernard was better.
Exactly. He'll have that. He'll have that for a long, long time.
I agree. Put it on the fridge.
So Kingsley with an opportunity here to grab yet another set for the Buckeyes. 15-30.
See the first set goes 6-1 to Wall Deep, so Texas is on the board. First set at court number 4. Let's go over 2, please. Court number 2, where P.Y. Bailey, which again is the American translation of the last name, to be clear.
It's just great footwork there from Cannon Kingsley deep beyond the baseline. So ends up with 3 set points to make it a clean sweep for the Buckeyes. Yeah, that contact point for Kingsley. I mean, he's so comfortable there, 6 feet behind the baseline, isn't he?
Yeah. It's just great to see him healthy. College tennis is a better place with a healthy Cannon Kingsley.
That's a nice shot selection there from Cannon Kingsley, pulling Heck up a little bit. And Cannon Kingsley makes it a perfect 6-4-6 for Ohio State. 6-4 in the first there.
Can I just say this is what a top seed should look like?
Yeah, for sure.
Doubles, 6 first sets. People have been making fun of me for hyping up, we'll say, this Ohio State team over the past few days. It's not hyperbole. It's what I see with my eyes, Mike. It's depth everywhere. That's the thing that stands out. They are as good at 1 as they are at 6.
Wait. Who's making fun of you? Are you just making up voices in your head?
The list? Well,
yes, I do want to hear.
Specific players.
You're going to do that.
Okay, this morning, Pat Maloney goes, thanks for the bulletin board material. And I go, oh, no, what did I do? And that's always the question is, what did I do?
Yeah. So it's players from other teams.
Yeah,
that doesn't count.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't count.
That's part of the job.
That doesn't count.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. I mean, if it's other observers without a rooting interest,
fair.
Totally.
Let the record show I didn't say scholars. I said some people.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't the other voices inside your head, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's always possible.
They're just telling me, Alex, you're hungry.
Don't know exactly where to go here with this Ohio State-Illinois matchup right now. It is just, unfortunately for Illinois, obviously just so lopsided here.
Then I don't mean to be rude. Can we commandeer the stream for just Texas Wake Forest? I think we do know the direction that Illinois-Ohio State match is heading, and I think we'll get a good Final 5 out of it, Final 10, 15 maybe even. But let's go full screen here. PY's got set points right now. Pierre Bailey and Juicy Pear 720, heck of a username. What was the Cannon Kingsley injury? It's his left ankle, still heavily taped. And so, again, to see him healthy once again, good news for most college tennis fans who root for the Buckeyes, maybe not everyone else. But it's that point, again, coming up here for P.Y. Bailey. Oh, he floated it wide, didn't he? Oh, he just missed it. Okay. So PY goes wide. He'll now serve for the set. 5-3 lead here on court number 2. Westhoff, if you would be so bold. Texas is leading everywhere. And if we can go to a 3-box here, let's go PY in the center. So we'll leave court 2 in the center. Let's go court 6. 5 and 6 on the side, please. 2 in the center, 5 and 6 on the side. Again, Mike and I are keeping our eye on Illinois, Ohio State. I have to share a joke I just heard in the background. I apologize. Some of you listeners may not hear it. Someone's sitting near our broadcast booth when I say we're staying near Ohio State, Illinois. That person goes, why? It's just a good joke. You got to share a good joke when you hear it here on the stream, folks. So that's why we go to Texas Wake. Ohio State 6 first sets, doubles point. They're up sets and breaks. Actually, no breaks yet in set. Just 1 break, excuse me, in set number 2. That's J.J. Tracy doing his thing. Here we go again. P.Y. Bailey serving for the set. And Nevin Aramili doing the same at the number 6 spot. These guys are so good. Fitness. Flexibility, touch. Points away here. And again, monitoring action on court number 6, where Nevin Aramili is serving for the set. Cleve Harper's 2 points away. Braswell's got set points on 3. This could be the witching hour here for the Texas Longhorns. A shout out, of course, back in Indianapolis, super producer Daniel Westoff grinding away. Great pass there from Maroney. Meanwhile, you see it on 5. Set point chances here.
I'm sorry, I just popped in, Alex, but I don't know if you mentioned that Aramili has. Did you mention set points for him? It's in the bottom left there. Okay, perfect. That's what happens when I run. I'm trying to get you a banana for a second,
team.
you know?
It's a well-oiled machine. That's
Is
just
it?
a good team right
Is
there.
it?
Yeah.
There's oil. I feel like it's leaking a little bit.
Yeah. 8:30. All right. Maroney staying alive, but it's all Texas everywhere else. Braswell did take a 6-4 first set. You see Cleve Harper got it 6-4 at 5 as well.
Spaziri 5-4 on serve.
Although that's 3 straight games for Spaziri. He was down a break. 4-2 there. Why?
Yeah, down break chances here. And comes up with the goods on that forehand side.
I told you earlier today. Was it today? Was it 3 years ago?
Yeah.
That my little brother Nick Ruskin's favorite player.
Terrible tennis player.
Terrible tennis player.
Yeah.
Favorite player Luke Fumba. Second favorite player PY.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's just so random.
I know it's
just incredibly random.
He just like has like these two. He's like, I'm all in on Fumba. PY. I think he likes the nickname. Obviously, some Michigan guys here and there.
You shouldn't say obviously. Not everybody knows you're from Michigan. Not everybody knows you're from Michigan.
True. That's true. It is the national indoors. You might get some non-Michiganders on here.
You have to always remember there are definitely people who are watching a cracked Racquets production for the first time ever.
I should know that.
Welcome them in.
Yes.
Just let them know where you're from, right?
Families from Michigan. I was in the airport. Someone was kind enough to say, "You're Alex Gruskin from Cracked Racquets." I was like, "That's what I tell people." They go, he's like, "So what country are you from?" I was like, U.S. Like my parents were born here, like whatever. And he's like, no, but where were you from originally? I was like, it's as American as it gets. I was like, just keep going back. There's a rough stretch for my people in the 30s. We don't have to get into. But then we came to America. We never left.
And the 40s.
Yeah.
I think that you could argue that the 40s was worse.
Yeah, this is very true. And so then we came here. We never left.
So you don't know, like, long-term?
I think
where you guys
Poland.
from?
I mean, you've seen my eyebrows. Brezhnev's not a bad comp. I say Southeast Michigan. That's my country of origin. As you see, PY broken for 5-4. So first set's done on courts 4, 5, 6. Let's go to 1 quickly. And we can go full on 1.
Yeah.
Spaziri 5-4, love 30. He's 2 points away. Doubles and 5 first sets is not pack the bag, start the plane, especially because we got a weekend of tennis ahead. But it's a comfortable lead if Texas takes this set.
No doubt. And a very quiet bus ride back to the hotel for Wake Forest.
Sure.
The way this is panning out. 15:30 though. Estefeu, the senior out of Cyprus, 7-1 on the season at the 1 and the 2 lines. 16-7 last year, 3 ranked wins. 1.9 straight wins to his credit last year for the Demon Deacons.
Melios goes wide. That's the issue for Melios at this number 1 spot. He doesn't have that overwhelming weapon. I like to call it a non-negotiable. There's nothing non-negotiable about Melios' game. The same way you watch Zalins play. The serve is non-negotiable. When he's landing it, he's going to have success dictating. That was huge. First set point fought off again. It almost feels like this could be the moment here for Texas to just close the door shut. That's Ohio State, by the way, very nearly doing the same, although no. Spiz missed it long, for sure. Just long off the racket. Of Elliot Spizzeri. So it's a deuce point, set point, deciding point. A little triple threat, we like to call it. Close out set 1.
Potential. Number 1. What composure there from Elliot Spizzeri, proving why he's the number 1 player in the country. From a breakdown, takes set number 1, 6-4.
I do want to check back in on the Ohio State match.
Okay.
Let's start out on court number 3, please. Court number 3. If you're looking for the most straightforward pathway to victory for Ohio State, it starts on court number 3. J.J. Tracy now a set and 4-love lead. He's just doing Tracy things.
Okay, I'll go through the scores real quick.
Perfect.
Okay, so at 1, Boulay for Ohio State, 6-4 first set, trails by a single break, 4-1 to Ozelins in the second. Cannon Kingsley took the first set for Ohio State, 6-4. Hunter Heck, 2 breaks to the good, 3-love. Tracy fully in control, 6-3, 4-love, 2 breaks. That's done, dusted. We're going to pencil that in. Yeah, so you see that one. Court 4, Alexander Bernard, first set, 6-1 for Ohio State. Will Morose, 4-2 in the second with a break for Illinois. On serve, Trotter and Okonkwo, 2-all there with Trotter. And then Cash and Meister actually on serve in the second. So, yeah, the second sets, other than Tracy, all going the way of at least either on serve or a break lead for Illinois. And that's still a long, long way to go. But maybe we need to go back to a split screen for a little bit of time.
What I was trying to allude to is credit to Illinois, who didn't roll over, and they could have. It was wide open there. You want to be in bed by 9:30? That option was open to this Illini team. I don't think they can make it from here.
I was talking about for me.
Yeah,
I was thinking, that's closer to my bedtime. You're up late doing 18 podcasts every night, but some of us go to bed at a reasonable hour.
Recaps of this event each and every day available on the Great Shot podcast feed.
Let me just point out, you had Perry on last.
We did,
and you didn't ask me once last year.
Are you scared of me? Yes. Haven't I been open about that? Yeah. My worst thing in the world is to be like, what if I'm bothering him? I never want to bother you.
Trust me.
That.
The answer is you're always bothering me. Everyone's always bothering me. It's not just you.
That's why I'm like, okay, unless I'm 100% sure I need him.
Everyone always bothers me. I think that's very clear. And obviously Tracy here with a game point to make it 5-love. We're going to head to 6 in a moment.
In fact, Spazzeri with that 6-4 first set, I apologize. I let us linger there. Let's go over to 4. That's interesting. Karamov making a little bit of a move for Wake Forest.
Yeah, that looks like it got pushed wide. So Tracy, 5-love in the second set. So we're going to just kind of pencil that in for Ohio State here. And if we could, gosh, where do we want to go? Let's go to 6. Yeah, let's go to 6 where Nicholas Meister serving 3-4 did just actually win a point right before we pop in. So 40-30 with Robert Cash. This is, again, the 6th line for Illinois, Ohio State. With Illinois needing 4 come from behind victories to win this match. That is a tough ask to say the least.
Netcore did go to Meister there, so I believe he held for 4
yeah,
all.
4 all. This is again, I can't fathom Illinois coming back to win the match. I think this is a very good building point, good response. No matter what the outcome is here from this stretch, the fact that they're making this big push in the second set, yeah, that's going to mean a lot later in the season.
You said it perfectly. There are no moral victories in tennis. There are building blocks.
Yes.
And this has now become a building block where you say, okay, we got blitzed by Columbus when we played them a few weeks ago. We beat Georgia Wednesday. We played a terrible first hour, but then we started getting into it.
Yeah.
And we'll see Ohio State again. Big Ten season coming up. If you're an Illini fan, you know where that match is.
Yeah, but this does become a big spot because Meister has to maintain and sustain and just stay alive for a little bit here.
All the tains. Maintain, sustain.
Because you're essentially already down 2-0 with Tracy, 1 game away from taking it at 3. This is huge for him to stay level in the second set. Allow everybody else to build as well. Heck, 4-love over Kingsley in the second. Ozolians is actually, for the first time in my seeing of him, he's actually been quite vocal at the 1 spot for Illinois.
Also worth pointing out, Texas in the end doubles, 6 first sets. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. That's what we saw as well in the Illinois-Ohio State match, going the way of the Buckeyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, can we go to court 1 just for a few minutes?
Can we go full?
This has become very interesting. Obviously, Boulay has gotten under Ozolin's skin here, at least in the first set, in terms of his vocality. Carlos, the Latvian Davis Cupper right now for Illinois, after every point that he wins, is literally screaming across the net at his opponent. This is fascinating to watch. Again, a guy who's quite quiet. 30-love as we pop in. And again, you see that scream directed at his opponent.
You saw the traps hunch inwards. That is a full outward yell. They're trying. He's trying to send a message. We're not going away.
Oh, he tried to go no look there. This is it wide. You want to go back to a split here?
Can we keep it all Ohio State, Illinois? Because I think you're pretty close. I think that Cash match is one. Cash, Tracy. No, you're right. We should go. No, you're right. We should go back.
There's a way to go.
You're right. Let's go back to the.
It's possible you could see 3, 5, and 6 here for Ohio State, and we're done in 20 minutes. It's possible. But yeah, it's looking more and more like split sets on 2 and 4.
No longer probable.
And 1 as well. And so Ozolians is 1 point away from 5-2. So there it is. Carlos gets the hold. 5-2 now. And let me see where I want to go.
Well, you think we're going to go to 6 here in this Texas Wake Forest match.
Okay.
Amarilli, it's time to get some eyes on Nevin. How's he playing today? Up a set and a break.
Meanwhile, I'm going to ask if we can, once that is switched, if we can take us over to court number 6. I'm going to, you want to go to 3, you want to go to see Tracy if he's able to grab the match point. He is leading 5-love in the second set.
He's got 2 match points coming up, as a matter of fact.
You were watching that point
Yes.
there. So, yeah, 30-40 on the Gazauskas serve at love 5. So, Tracy with a match point. Match point of the single side. Going away, not surprisingly, Ohio State. That is 2 steps forward, and he's able to finish that.
Yeah.
If he's inside the baseline there, just very simple, able to just step in, clean the clock. Instead, it is a match point, break point, deciding point.
One more triple threat here on day 1.
Will Morose just broke and split sets with Alexander Bernard for Illinois. That's on the 4 line. And that gets away from Tracy as well. So Gazauskas, listen, can't imagine him coming back from 5-love down. However, again, the longer he stays out there, the better it is for the whole team as a result. So
give Okonkwo time. That's the match if you're scoreboard watching. That's the one, right? Where he's on serve, second set, not to win it, but to get to the split.
that and Meister as well. I mean, 5 and 6, Illinois needs to find at least one of those. Minimum.
As we go over to court number 3 now here in Texas Wake Forest. Micah Braswell from a breakdown early, now 6-4, 2-1 lead.
Going to stay here with Tracy trying to serve it out here from the far side. Just wide from Gazauskas, who immediately says, yeah, go cross there. The much higher percentage play. Point 1 for Illinois, Ohio State right now. It is loud, super loud.
It's the benches too. They're
Yes,
getting
it is.
into, and you can tell.
Correct.
That's
there's heat between
yes,
these teams.
yes, well said. Friction.
Despite this being for the most part over the last 10 years, it's been relatively one-sided, but yeah, there is still that pretty heated rivalry.
Were you there when Jared Hiltzik beat Blazrola that day at the Atkins Tennis Center? His one loss, 2013.
Probably.
Yeah.
Again, you're asking me now to remember something.
Well, it's been
10
about a
years ago.
decade now. That's
Yeah.
why I bring it up. And there's a chance Jared Hiltzik's watching this.
We're at
2013. That's the year Rolla won the NCAAs.
I know that.
Yeah. So that would have been his only loss that year. Jared at home when he was a freshman.
Jared was playing at Illinois. Oh,
yeah,
he's a freshman.
Because I was a senior in high school.
Wow.
And Jared was a year older.
Still doesn't feel right to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe you. I'm still going to check.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
no,
really?
please, by all means. I'm sad to say I'm pretty sure I'm right.
No, I'm sure you are.
I know. These are the things. Again, some people know how to cure cancer. I can tell you 2013 Illini result.
He was. That is, freshman year. Yeah. That is crazy stuff.
When he beat Rolla, which I still can't believe.
There it is. He beat 4 top 25 players.
Mm-hmm.
Fred Saba.
Yeah, Duke.
Adrian Pouget.
UCLA.
Tom Jombi.
Kentucky.
Now coaching.
VCU. No. Am I close?
Not at all.
Oh, is he a pro coach?
Yep.
Okay, I give up.
As we have match points. Adrian Manarino. Oh. I don't know it's actually a coaching thing.
Yeah,
it's more of a traveling buddy, but he is with Adrian Manarino right
Count
now.
it, and the foul. Adrian Pouget.
Well, there it is. J.J. Tracy getting that second point for Ohio State, 2-0 for the Buckeyes. Let's go to one if we can real quick. Ozelins, as we're in the midst of an argument right now. Justin Boulay, Torpegard, I believe
it's a crowd argument.
It is indeed. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Screaming on him.
Yeah, Boulay is not happy with the vocality from up in the stands. Torpegard has actually taken off his hat. He looks like he wants to get in a little scrap.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, again, he's beefy right now.
Not a dude you want to scrap with.
Yeah. Have you heard his track? Come on, there's some feelings down there.
He's got some screaming.
Yeah.
He will do.
As you see here. Yeah, good for Carlos at this one spot. Fighting so much better.
Yeah, nice finish, and look at that screen once again. I don't know how well you guys at home are able to hear what we're getting right now, but we have a paned glass window in front of us, and we can hear everything right now out on court number 1. It is loud.
As we see here, court number 3 right now, 6-4, 4-1 lead for Micah Braswell. Let's head over to court number 6. Amarilli. Again, setting a break lead, 6-3, 2-1 on 6. Aramilli here. Again, 6-3, 2-1 lead. And I continue to point to any listener, any interview I've done with Bruce Burke over the past 3 years, he brings up Nevin. This has been Bruce Burke's personal project to bring Nevin up to speed. Noticeably, it's not Chi Huang at that 6 single spot, the more experienced hand.
Missing on that return from Boulay. That almost trickled over, so it is a set point here for Ozalins at the 1 spot for Illinois. And they already have split on 4. And we provide another opportunity here for Illinois to get into a 3rd set. Again, need 4 come from behind victories out of 5 matches left out on court. Well, it's such a good body return there from Boulay, pushing Ozalins back and coming in right behind it. That is just a simple return combination executed perfectly from Boulay, who does have a break chance now. Oh, that is huge. A return winner out of Justin Boulay, who breaks back to the delight of this Ohio State crowd. We are back on serve at 5-4. And again, I don't know that it's a good plan to try and taunt Justin Boulay in any way, shape, or form. I don't think that's serving you at all.
And I agree with you. I will say, it's not Ozalins. He's not the one.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about the crowd. There's just
100%.
I don't know.
You focus Sleepy Dragon almost.
Yeah, just not a very good plan. So let's actually go to court number 6 right now, if we can, for Illinois and Ohio State. Nick Meister